Hey, what is up, everybody? You are listening and watching live on the uSTADIUM Hurricane Relief Live Marathon. We are going to put something special on for you guys today for all of those who are going through hard times in the Louisiana, state of Louisiana and the surrounding areas. We wanted to put together something in order to help out and have our large community. We're privileged to have a large community of followers, fans, supporters, and we felt this was a really cool way to get everybody together and really do something good for those who are going through such a tough time. Myself, Frank, Brianna included, we're really excited to get this up and running. You're live here with the Timeout with uSTADIUM crew. We're fresh off of a little summer break too. We took a few weeks off to refresh, but football season.
We took a month and a half off.
It was like a month, right? I think. So it's good to get everybody back together in the room. We're going to have a loaded day of shows. We have some really cool guests coming on. Damon Harrison, who's going to join us in a few minutes. Later tonight, Charles Leno of the Washington football team will hop on for an interview. We might have some other surprise guests pop up here and there. But the goal today is to raise as much money for the Hurricane Ida relief, and that's what this is all about. Right now, you can donate to the relief fund. 100% of the proceeds are going to go to the American Red Cross Relief Fund. You can do that right now at the link tree below. You see that link? That right there will take you right to it. We have some really cool auction items available too, and all of those proceeds will go towards the fund as well. We have a game-worn jersey just from 2 Monday nights ago from Cam Jordan of the Saints. He's really excited to help out. He has a game-worn jersey he's going to give to us in order to auction off. Signed mini helmets from Justin Fields, J.C. Horn, Micah Parsons, Charles Leno. So, again, you guys can all click the link. It's going to be in the comments. It's below this chat here. You can get all of that stuff all in one place. Go auction. Again, it's all going to a great cause. We are going to be filled really up until midnight with people coming on and hosting shows. You'll see myself pretty often. You'll see Frank Breeze here joining us now to run the show. I know I stole her intro here, but a lot of stuff that we just wanted to get into. Shout out to Henry, Javi, Splash, all the guys behind the scenes helping make this happen. So many people who have, helped us get this going, have donated, have given us stuff for us to put on those auction blocks. So again, we are really, really excited to do this. We're going to have a really cool day full of shows and, talk about football. I mean, it's football season, man. We got a game coming up in a week from tomorrow or a week from Thursday. And we're going to kick it off for real. And we're going to be here, as always, you can like the uSTADIUM stream here on YouTube, obviously subscribe to the channel, download that uSTADIUM app, turn those notifications on. You're going to want those on. Today is cut down day, not to bury the lead there, but we're going to be talking about a lot of stuff that went down. I know big one for Bree here. We'll let her vent in a bit. So we'll cover all of that, but we just have a full day. We're really excited to do this, guys. We appreciate all of you guys for watching, joining, supporting, all the kind words on the app. But this day is really all about raising as much money as we possibly can to donate to those who are, really hit hard by Hurricane Ida. It was terrible. So many people were without power, lost their homes, lost their valuables, and anything that we can kind of do here as a company, we wanted to get out and do what we can. So without that, guys, comments in the chat, we're going to throw them up all day. If you want to join the shows all day long, just hit in the chat right here. We'll throw you on. We'll get you the link to hop in. But what's going on, guys? It's been so long since we've all been together in the same virtual room.
I know. It's been, Frank, what'd you say, a month and a half?
No, it's been about a month. It's been a month and a half. Nick and it's been 2 weeks.
Been all over the place.
Where you been, Bree? You got a little tan there. I see you.
What's going on? I'm actually
What's going on with you?
Like the palest I've been. Went to Vegas for FanDuel. That was dope.
Awesome.
That was really, really cool. And just been busy stuff.
Yeah. Well, today's a crazy busy day. I don't want to bury the lead.
God.
I think.
Did you go to any pool parties in Vegas or what?
We did. We hit the Encore pool party for like a little bit, like an hour or two, and then we had to go back to doing what we had to do. But it was cool. It was hot.
Yeah, it's been hot here. Frank and I played in a golf outing on Friday, and I was kind of washed by like the 12th hole. It was like, it felt like 100 degrees out there in the sun. It was tough. It was a hot one. Shout out to Kenny Shane in the chat. I saw it too for the golf outing.
Kenny D, the goud. But once Nick hit the 13th hole and we went back around to the cafe bar and he had his second burger, Nick was done. He didn't even want to move. He put a wet towel with all ice all over, like on his head, and there was ice falling everywhere.
Dude, it was hot, and I'm not a fan of the heat, and I'm more of a football season / fall kind of guy. So anytime it's above like 80 degrees, I am such a crybaby. So I wasn't feeling that.
God, yeah, I don't know, but football season, we're here. We made it.
I know.
We are here.
God, what a long summer.
It felt like the longest off season ever. I was talking to somebody
really
about that just like yesterday. Like I felt like free agency was a year ago. Like you just signed a bunch of guys in March and you're excited to get them going. And then Carl Lawson, snaps his Achilles, and the guy you're all excited about seeing, you're not even going to get to see. But it felt like that was a full season in itself.
The thing with this offseason, too, is I feel like teams' training camp goes by so fast. I feel like the preparation isn't really there for some teams. You just jump right into preseason. It's 3 games now, and the season starts. So I think this year is going to be a little interesting in terms of which teams sort of come out of the woodwork. And we're going to talk about that a little bit later, who our boom team is this year to take the over on wins and who our bust teams are. I got my boom team. This is a lock. I'm going to go through it later. But this team, if you want to make some bread, you want to go to Vegas like Bree does every other weekend, I'm going to get you that team, that lock later. But yeah, this offseason's been fast.
Yeah.
This is the fastest August. My rent's due tomorrow.
I know.
They're not getting that by the 5th, that's for sure. I'm gonna
you gotta have a good week one. You gotta have a good week one with your locks, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, we should also introduce the new fantasy football show that's going to be airing Sunday mornings too. If you guys, speaking of locks and winning some money, Fantasy Live with the guys from the Option podcast, they're going to be doing our fantasy football coverage throughout the season. You can find them on the app, on the YouTube Sunday mornings. They're going to be helping you guys with your starts, sits, locks, and all that stuff. So a lot of stuff that we kind of got to throw together in the show intro here because we've been away for so long, but a lot of has happened in the uSTADIUM community. So sorry to butt in there, but that's going to be really fun. They've done some mock drafts. So I should be on tonight doing a mock draft here. So but let's get into the show here. And the biggest topic of the day, obviously it's roster cut down day. Teams have to be down to 53 by 4:00 today. The biggest one obviously is Cam Newton, and that really came as a surprise. I was expecting him to be named the starter today, and I thought it would have been Mac Jones sooner than later, maybe week 2 or 3. But Mac is ready. They named him the starter effectively by cutting Cam Newton. So it was almost like they didn't even name Mac the starter. They just cut Cam and everybody just inferred. Shout out to Justin Drum for the $5 super chat. You guys can do that now. We are actually monetized here. You can support all the content creators on here by hitting that super chat donation button. First donation of the day, Noah with the $10 hurricane relief donation. We should have a little confetti shootout when we have it, but awesome, Noah. Appreciate you, man. You guys, again, can donate to the relief fund. Click that linktree.com/uSTADIUM and donate. That's what today is all about. Any bit helps, 50 cents, $1, $10. If you got that money and you want to make it rain, go ahead, do it. But definitely, again, 100% of proceeds are going to the hurricane relief fund. But Bree, let's let you get into it. What's the deal here? Why did Cam Newton get cut? Do you agree with it? Are you pissed? What's up with Mac Jones?
I'm not pissed. I definitely didn't see it coming. I thought that they would ride with Cam, start him, and then keep him on a short leash. And if he, kind of sputtered a little bit, then they'd yank him and start Mac. But I do understand it. I think, unfortunately, I really do think the whole COVID situation that he dealt with last week played a factor. I'm not going to say that it definitely did or didn't because I'm not in the building. I don't know. But I think his reluctance to get vaccinated and what we saw happen with the Patriots and their COVID outbreak last year, Brian Hoyer had to start against the Chiefs. It was just a fiasco. So I think that definitely played a part in it. But above all, I think Bill went to him and was like, look, Mac's the guy. Mac's going to start. And I'm going to give you the option of releasing you if that's what you want to maybe figure it out elsewhere. Or if you want to stay and be the backup, you can stay and be the backup because they only were on the books for him for like 1.8 million, I think it was. And I think Cam, took the option to get released. He didn't have a bad camp. I mean, he's not what he once was, obviously. But I didn't think he looked how he looked last year, this summer. Definitely still areas that needed to be improved. His mechanics still didn't look, good. But he wasn't dropping balls at guys' feet. He looked, okay. He took pretty much all of the first team reps. So it was a little shocking this morning, but I can't say I disagree with it or don't understand it. But Max QB1, he's here.
He looks good.
We drafted him in the first round for a reason. Mike Reese just tweeted out that his jerseys in the Pro Shop have already all sold out.
Wow.
That's wild.
So that's
what it is, right? Like, so remember, we did so many shows leading up into the draft. We really kind of, couldn't talk enough about it. Is Mac Jones was ready to go week 1, and Trey Lance and Justin Fields maybe not, maybe they aren't, but maybe the 49ers made a mistake and they should have taken Mac Jones. I know it's more of a system fit with Trey Lance, but the fact that they were able to wait and get Mac Jones where they didn't have to trade up to get their guy. He came into camp, and by all means, I wasn't there, but the eye test tells me in the preseason, this guy is pro ready right now. Like he is playing, he's in control of the offense. They seem to respond to him. And look, Belichick, when he's going to draft a quarterback, he's not going to draft a bust. You could say whatever you want about Jimmy Garoppolo. He's not a bust. Took him in the second round for a reason. He's a quality starting quarterback. Not a great one, but he can play. Belichick saw something. He had the relationship with Saban. When that happened, something should have went off in your head and said, "Oh shit, we might have messed up here." This guy Mac Jones might actually be what a lot of the scouts in the NFL and I think I was telling it to you, Bree, and Frank, was the people that I spoke to around the league, scouts, executives, like multiple guys from multiple teams, said people around the league love Mac Jones a little bit too much, but fans dislike him and hate on him way too much. That's for sure. So there was like that middle ground where a lot of the people love Mac around the league, but fans were hating on this guy way too much.
Yeah.
I think they saw the Alabama, right? Like, so
I'm on record to say that I didn't want them to draft him when we were doing our draft stuff leading up to it and everything. I was all in on Justin Fields. I thought if they were going to run the same offense that they were building with Cam, but they weren't necessarily sure if Cam was going to be the guy, Justin Fields would have been perfect for it. But the draft pick made sense. It made sense to take Mac and go back to the pocket passer offense that they did for 20 some odd years with Brady. Yeah. Like it makes 100% sense. And I think it was the best pick that they could have made. Obviously, that's why I'm not in the front office and making these decisions, because it would have been a disaster. But you could see it. I went to camp a few times this year, and you could just see it on the practice field that wherever Josh McDaniels was, Mac Jones was right there. Mm-hmm. So he saw something in him.
Yeah, you could tell the coaching staff really liked Mac Jones. Even when Bill Belichick was talking about Mac Jones a few weeks ago, you saw that smirk on Bill's face, and that's all you needed to see. He, I think, was even a bit surprised at how fast Mac Jones progressed. And the thing with these quarterbacks, and I've been noticing this with Zach Wilson, and we're going to get into our top 5. We're going to rank our top rookie quarterbacks and get into the top 5 of those guys in a bit. But I just am so impressed at how Mac Jones, Zach Wilson, even Trevor Lawrence, and Fields to an extent, they throw guys open. Mm-hmm. They throw the ball in spots where receivers, even if there's tight coverage, they find a perfect place to put the ball where a receiver can go and make a play on it. Trey Lance, not yet. He's not there yet. Trey Lance needs the play calling to work for him to get the ball to his receiver. But Mac Jones, Wilson, Trevor Lawrence, these guys are throwing their receivers open, which is so impressive to see. In a few preseason games, they're already able to do that. It's very impressive. This class is star-studded for real.
The AFC East is crazy now. Josh Allen is the old man of the group. You have Mac Jones and Zach Wilson, the rookies, Tua in his year 2, unless they go and get Deshaun Watson, which is another thing we could talk about down the line. We have all day to talk about. But now you have Josh Allen in his 4th year, is considered the grandpa of the division. He's only 24 years old. So it could be a really fun, good group of quarterbacks in this division for a long time. And it's going to take time, man. Like, I know a lot of people want to come in and have that like impact right away and win 11 games, have a little bit of reservations on what to expect from these guys, especially Jet fans with Zach Wilson. Expect some struggles, but you see a lot of promise in these guys. Yeah, as you can see, 25, 23, 22, 22. It's crazy. I mean, it's definitely the youngest quarterback division in football, but it's shaping up to be a really fun year.
It's even funnier when you think about 2 years ago. Brady was the old guy by like 20 years.
Yeah.
In comparison, and now they're all the same age, and the division is going to be really fun. I think this takes the Patriots a little bit higher expectation wise.
You think so?
Yeah, a little bit.
Wow, it's interesting.
I agree with that.
A little bit. I just think as a pure quarterback, Mac is better. His arm strength, is obviously light years from what we saw from Cam. The only thing is Cam's mobility. But they're so stacked at running back right now that I don't really know if that's going to make as big of a difference as initially thought. So, but I think I thought if they went with Cam, they'd be a 10-7 team. I'm probably in the same ballpark with Mac starting, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's better, if the record is better than that.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's a good bump for some of the guys in fantasy, like Jonnu Smith, Damian Harris. You're not going to have, Cam sniping all those red zone touchdowns. But speaking of Damon, we had. Oh, it said Josh Rosen made the Falcons 53-man. Wow, that's pretty crazy. We have our first special guest of the day today, guys, and it's someone who we're going to reintroduce all of you to, because I'm sure everybody knows him. He's an all-pro, one of the best nose guards in football to play in the past 10 years. We have Damon Harrison joining us, former Jet, former Giant, former Packer, former Seahawk, former Lion, all-around great dude. Damon is going to be hosting his own show on the uSTADIUM network. We're going to get you guys all the information as we go on here. He's got the dope set up there. Damon, what's up, bro? How you doing?
Nick, former first-team All-Pro, man. You guys got to give this guy some love. First team All-Pro, dude.
Yeah. I'm good, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for joining, man. What's going on? How's everything your way?
Good, man. Just trying to get the kids situated. It's nap time here in Harrison.
Nap time for Nick, too.
Yeah.
Tell me about it. So it's an interesting day to have you on, obviously, not just because you're local from the area, which is so impacted by this hurricane. And again, this is what it's all about today, guys. You can go on the link tree down below. You can donate to the Hurricane Relief Fund. 100% of the proceeds go in there. Auction items up, really cool stuff. But also being cut down day, Damon, and your story is so interesting, and you're going to be talking about it on your shows and whatnot when you do get up and running here on the network. But what was this day like for you? How many years ago now was that? Like 8 or 9? Like it feels like just yesterday, honestly.
Yeah.
What was this day like for you? Cut down day.
So you want the honest truth?
Yeah, of course. That's all we want.
That's all we do here.
Okay, so bear with me for a second.
The floor is yours.
I don't know if they still do it anymore, but back when I first came in, the night the night of the last preseason games, the entire team goes out. And that's kind of like a celebration. It's the end of camp. Some guys aren't going to make it, some guys will. So we just kind of want to celebrate with each other. So my night in particular, I got drunk. I got real drunk because I just knew I was going home. There was no way. The Jets were notorious for only carrying 5 defensive linemen. And when you do the math, it was Muhammad Wilkerson, the first-round pick the year before, Mike DeVito, one of the most versatile linemen in the NFL, Sione Puha, at the time one of the best nose tackles in football, Kendrick Ellis, Sione's backup, who they drafted to eventually take over for Sione, and Quentin Copeland's the first round pick. So
that team could drink right there. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's the 5. And then they had MTV Martin Teveseu, who was off and on between practice squad and the main roster, and they had Jay Richardson, Marcus Dixon. They had their lineup set, so I just knew I was going home. So
wow.
I got drunk and I missed the bus to go to the facility because they came take all the rookies earlier than the veterans, and that's where you normally turn your playbook in and do all of that. So the bus came at about 7 a.m. I didn't wake up until about 8:20.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah. So I panicked, called the front desk, got the front desk to get me a shuttle to the facility. And as I'm pulling up, I see guys getting into the van with their bags. They're going home. They're pulling people out of meeting rooms. So I missed the initial team meeting. I missed the initial one-on-one with the coaches. And what was crazy is, I'm sitting in the meeting room. You think you made it, but they're still pulling people out of the meeting room throughout the entire day. Some guys even practice, and then they cut them after they practice. So, so the day is over with. I'm still nervous. I don't know anything about this process. I don't know if I made it or not. So I'm just, I'm sitting at the to backtrack a little bit, it was lunchtime, and I saw Rex, and I was like, y'all need me to go upstairs? Because I missed everything. I didn't know. And he was like, no, just sit there. We'll call you if we need you. So now the day is over. I'm sitting at the front. I'm the only guy left. The entire undrafted class got cut, and it was just myself and the draft picks, which was Stephen Hill, Quentin Coples, Demario Davis. I believe it was just us 3, but they all had vehicles. So I'm just sitting there waiting on the shuttle to go back to the hotel, and Rex walks by. Rex was like, were you surprised you made it? And in my mind, I'm thinking he's talking about practice squad because I don't know how any of it works. I'm thinking, they just put you on the practice squad, and that's it. And I was like, yeah. And I was smiling. And I get back to the hotel room, and my agent at the time, Mark Littlebridge, he called me and he told me that I made the roster.
Wow.
And I was like, the 53-man roster? He was like, yeah. Oh, man, it was
dude.
So crazy. I called my mom. Me and her was, crying on the phone. I was in the hotel room just screaming. But, all of that came crashing back down the next day when I saw they were still cutting people. And I knew at the time I was the 53rd man on the roster. So meaning if anybody got hurt, I would be the guy they would take. Yeah,
that's what a lot of people don't realize too. And, more teams cut, more guys than others. Like the top teams, they're, when you're talking about the bottom of the waiver claims, those guys are usually, they have those rosters set, but it's such a flexible kind of moving parts for the teams that are early in the waiver because they can cut guys tomorrow, because they're claiming guys. Someone gets cut from the Jaguars and they want to claim them. They got to cut somebody else off to 53. So like you said, if you're the 53rd man on the roster, it's awesome you made the initial 53, but you're still anxious about the next day. You could be, let go again. But I mean, that's a wild story, man. Because like you said, that's such a deep D line that they had. And, for someone like you to come in that was, small school, undrafted, it was pretty wild.
Yeah, and it's crazy because up until I think that first week, you see guys getting cut up until Thursday or Friday. Before the first games. So, you're still not guaranteed, to be locked in until you make it to Friday.
Yeah, Damon, I'm sure people are familiar with how awesome of a defensive tackle you are. I mean, just going through your numbers and your PFF rankings throughout the years, you were at the top in terms of tackles. For a defensive tackle / nose guard. PFF had you ranked, I think, 1 as a run defender for, I think, 3 years in a row. You had years having 72 tackles, 86 tackles. I know we were speaking about this on the phone the other day. 76 tackles as a nose guard. And I played nose guard back in my heyday. But having that many tackles as a nose guard is insane. I mean, in high school, if I had 3 tackles in a game, I was happy as a nose guard because you're getting double teamed. And we spoke about this, and it's super interesting. How did you manage to rack up that many freaking tackles as a nose guard? Like, I just don't understand it. I cannot fathom it still.
Well, first and foremost, man, I've been blessed to play with some really, really good defensive ends who set the edge. Calvin Pace was a notorious edge setter. Muhammad could turn the ball back to you in a minute, and all I had to do, was do my job and refuse to be blocked. If I did that, and I ran to the ball, I knew I had an opportunity to, make some tackles. And also I played with some pretty damn good defensive tackles as well. So, like the Jonathan Hankins, Sheldon Richardson, young Leonard Williams, Ashawn Robinson, Deshaun Hand. All I had to do was just do my job, and it came pretty easy. And I had the mentality which we got from Carl Dunbar, by the way, who in my opinion is probably the best defensive line coach in football. We had a thing on our wall that said it's not a sin to get blocked, it's a sin to stay blocked. And we practice getting off blocks every single day, to the point to where you're just tired of it. But it helped us in games. That's why we were always, able to have great run defenses.
Yeah, that's a staple of the Rex Ryan defense too. Mm-hmm. And for the Jets for so long, the run defense was always top 5. You had and obviously with the Revis days, the secondary was always solid, but the Jets didn't really have that edge presence who would rack up that double-digit sack.
Yeah.
And I know we spoke about this, but it was a cool story kind of when we were chatting. But who were some of the best defensive linemen that you played with on the same line?
I said it before. It's Muhammad Wilkerson. Hands down one of the best players in general that I've ever played with. And all around just a great dude, man. But Jason Pierre-Paul, Olivier Vernon, those are the top 3 that automatically pop up in my mind that I had a chance to play with.
You put Wilkerson 1?
Absolutely, yeah.
Wow.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy what happened. I mean, he had that one year, I think, what was it, 2014 or 13, when he was, up for Defensive Player of the Year, and he was just on another level that year.
Yeah. It was crazy because I think the year before he didn't even make the Pro Bowl.
That's right.
And
he didn't.
Yeah. And so we were all upset about that. So we kind of had a meeting at practice, and I don't know if you can pull up the footage, but I think it was against the Saints. And we said, Mo, when you get your first set, he wanted to do the little, I don't know the name of it, the Hawaiian
hula dance,
the hula dance. And then afterwards, I told him he needed to kick it in the air, and he did that, man. And that year, it was like Muhammad was just on a whole nother level.
All right, Damon, my turn. As the resident Patriots fan, what's your best Tom Brady story going against him for however many years?
Listen.
Oh, boy.
I got a lot of flack for this, man, but I am a Patriots fan. I grew up a Patriots fan.
All
yes.
right.
Yes, so it broke
Bree
my
officially
heart.
Likes you.
Love that.
It broke my heart when I went to the Jets, because it was like I grew up hating them, man. And now I'm a Jet, and it was, I can't remember the exact day, but I think it was my second game, playing. First of all, we're at Gillette Stadium, so I was just like, it was a night game. I didn't know what was going on, man. I saw Randy Moss on the sideline. Not Randy Moss. Who was it? I think Steve Young, I believe.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but I saw just a bunch of people on the sideline, and I was just like starstruck, man. That was my first night game. It was crazy. So I'm thinking I'm not playing. So a guy get hurt, they throw me in the game, and as we're lining down there in the huddle, and I'm just staring at Tom because I'm a fanboy. I'm just staring at him. They broke the huddle, and I get down in my stance, and I'm still looking at him, and he looked at me and he smiled. He checked the play to a wham play to wham me.
Oh, yeah, this guy he's like a maniac, bro. He is.
Yeah. So I'm still looking at him, like I'm smiling in my head. I don't even think I got off the ball like I was supposed to, because in my mind, like Tom Brady just looked at me. You know what I mean? And They ran the
I
wham
would feel
play.
the same way. So I understand.
Yeah, they ran the play. They kind of got me, but I still, put my foot in the ground, turned around, and made the tackle. And
Nice.
that was a play that Rex put on the screen, and he was like, "If you were any less of a man, you'd have been on your butt." But I got back and I made the play. But I didn't play again for another 5 games after that. But my first sack is against Tom Brady, which I have the picture on my wall. As soon as you walk in my house, that's the first picture you see.
Oh my god,
That's great.
It's huge. Yeah.
He signed it for you?
No, I never asked, and it's funny, man.
He's not gonna sign that.
This is a 1 of 1 right here. I got in trouble for this right here.
Oh, it's badass.
Oh, I like that.
This is the only one that have all 4 signatures on it too, man.
That's a good one.
That's
well,
so
it was
cool.
the Sons of Anarchy. I remember was the nickname, right? Well,
Yeah.
besides Leonard there.
Harrison, Wilkerson, and Richardson. And the
That's
Sons of
really
Anarchy crew came out to training camp that one year. You remember?
That's awesome.
Yeah, we got
That's
a chance to meet them. Yeah.
Yeah, those Jets teams were fun and God knows we haven't had anything close to that in the past 10 years. So hopefully, we can get back to there soon. But why don't you tell the listeners again? Thanks for also that we saw another donation from Kenny Shane there to the relief fund. And again, that's what it's all about today, raising money for the Hurricane Ida relief and to help out as many people as we possibly can. And we'll be going at this all day. We're here with former, I don't even know if I want to call you former because it's still up in the air. I know we talked about it and I'll let you say it, but it's still up in the air. We'll just call him first team All-Pro, Damon Harrison. He's going to be joining the network with a show soon, his own podcast. Why don't you tell the listeners and everybody out there what it is that you're up to now? No, you're not currently on a roster, but I know you're a busy guy, and give them a little insight on what you want to be filming with that podcast coming up.
Well, yeah, I'm in the process right now of trying to open up 4 different businesses. Now, it's two separate franchises. One is with Vitality Bowls, and the other is my own cigar bar, lounge, and bistro.
Nice.
That sounds cool.
Cigars and meats.
Yeah, man. You can't beat it, man. You can't beat it. You gotta have some spirits in there too. But yeah, so I'm in the process of trying to lock down a location for that. The hurricane kind of threw us for a loop because we can't really get into the areas that we wanted to get in, and those areas were affected by the hurricane. So trying to do that. My wife and I are also in the real estate. I have to close on a home today. So, and then, doing the podcast as well. I'm excited to join you guys, and hopefully let my personality shine and let some people who never got a chance to see a certain side of me see that. And, I'll just leave the rest up to their imagination.
I love it.
Love that, man.
Yeah.
Hopefully we get Rex can hop on. Maybe we get Rex and Brady in the same try box up here with you. That'd be pretty cool.
Ooh, that's tough.
I don't think Brady's retiring anytime soon, so we might have to wait on something like that. But I think it would be funny. I'd like to see. They should do something like that after Tom is retired. I'm sure he'll probably get into some type of media, but seems to be the wave and everything. But hey, man, we appreciate you hopping on, being the first guest today. Can't wait for the show to start up. Everybody, you can check out what Damon's doing with us. We'll be updating you guys on the social media, on the app, and you can catch him on the podcast network this fall and football season.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Welcome to the U, Damon.
Yes, sir.
We're eating, boy.
Hey,
That's
I don't know if I can throw that up, man. Go Tigers, man. I don't know, man.
You gotta get it like lowercase or something.
Yeah, we gotta do
like the square one.
Yeah, that's pretty cool though, man. That's pretty cool.
All right,
Damon, you're the best, man.
Best of luck with everything, all the business ventures.
No problem. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
See you, buddy.
Later.
Seriously, one of the best personalities. That's a funny little camera view right there. It's my own close up. Really is one of the funniest and best personalities in football.
That Brady
really
story
cool
might be my favorite thing I've ever heard.
I never heard that one, and we talked to Snacks about a lot of his former stories and didn't know any of that. So that one caught us by surprise there too. That was funny.
You know what's funny is usually coaches do that. Usually coaches will set up a wham block like that, not the quarterback themselves. So that was just so Brady of him, honestly.
It is. Like I said,
really,
he's the worst.
He is. He's a maniac. There's no other way around it. Like,
yeah,
stuff that just goes on in his head. Like, he's that good that he can just like manipulate moments like that. It's so funny.
Yeah, he's best leader we've seen on a football field.
And my God, he looks like better than ever in the preseason. The other night, it was pretty crazy.
So we have this kid on the stream. I don't know if this kid's ready for the moment because I asked him if he wants to ask Snacks a question, and he did not have a question planned for Snacks. So I don't know who this kid is.
I like the intro.
Thumbs up, though. We're good. He knows what.
I like that intro. Yeah,
but I like this little setup here. You give a better setup than I do, or anyone here does. Yeah, Nick's using like the AirPod ones over there for the mic and everything.
And they fall out of my ears all the time.
Yeah, no, I love what you guys do here. I've been a follower for, I couldn't even tell you how long. You guys, I the reason for the setup is I actually do my own show.
Awesome.
My show and everything. And I figured you guys are doing here for Hurricane Ida. Raising any money at all is it's amazing with what we've seen going on down in New Orleans and everything. So I figured I'd pop in. I mean, you guys obviously are very heavily covering the Jets and everything. I'm a huge diehard Jets fan. I mean, if you can't tell by my shirt, then I figured I'd pop in and talk to you guys, what's up a little bit, and whatever you guys want me to do, I'll do.
Of course, man. We got all day. I mean, we're doing the marathon here, so there's no time constraints. So what's your current feeling about this upcoming season?
I am an optimistic Jets fan, so I think we're gonna. I hope we'll have a winning record, but realistically, I mean, the loss of Carl Lawson and everything. It's even though we got Shaq Lawson, it's hard to see anything more, in my opinion, than a 6-7 win season.
Mm-hmm.
We have a tough schedule. The first couple games, I mean, we start off pretty easy. I really hope we just absolutely tear apart the Panthers week 1, because I mean, there's nothing I would rather see more than that. And then I'll be at the home opener. So I'm
us too.
Bree, you coming up?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he does. Henry says you have a good radio voice. I agree.
Thank you.
I can hear the radio voice. Yeah, man, it's interesting because the Lawson injury was definitely a bummer. I mean, you get a new toy and you want to unleash him, and you hear all the positivity in camp saying he had the best camp by far of anybody on the team, and goes out in a meaningless joint practice. That was winding down for the day. It was one of the last drills of the day, and he goes out and he blows his Achilles. And look, it's a shitty injury. Like, I hate to be negative. Like, you never know how you come back from something like that. So it's not only affects this year, but it does affect going forward. But the hope is on defense that Saleh is able to look. He's dealt with injuries last year. You saw what went down. So the hope is he can at least generate enough pressure, because that's what the system is about, right? He's not going to be. They don't have the guys back there that you can trust in these one-on-ones, right? You don't want to leave Bryce Hall and Bless Austin on these islands for too long. So, you want to get pressure on the quarterback, generate it with that 4-man. He doesn't like to send 5. He doesn't like to send that extra linebacker. They don't have the guys to do it. So Lawson wasn't a very important part of this defense. So they're going to have to get creative. I'm sure they're going to be active on the waiver wire here and possibly with another deal. I don't know if they're going to be trading anything of importance, but the season almost went from, maybe they can surprise and compete, win 8-9 games, best case scenario. I don't think they could, but that was the ultimate hope, right? Being optimistic too. All right, let's just develop Zach Wilson. Hopefully the offense can put up some points. We're feeling good about going into next offseason, 2 1s, 2 2s, flexibility with the cap space, and just really kind of start scoring points, which the Jets never do. So that's really where my mindset kind of changed too. So really, for me, it's just about Elijah Moore, hopefully Mims, obviously Corey Davis, getting some young, impactful offensive players to help out Zach Wilson.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm super excited. I mean, the main thing that I worry about not more than the Carl Lawson injury, but I think the Gerard Davis injury for the first couple weeks of the season.
That's a bummer.
That sucks. I mean, it just kind of felt like everything was going wrong for that. I mean, during that Green Bay week, but I worry about Jamie and Sherwood just a little bit. He's a rookie. He's not ready to start right away. And I I more worry about the linebackers because, you know, with the defensive line collapsing the pocket and putting pressure on the quarterback, that'll make it easier for the secondary and for guys like Bryce Hall, Bless Austin, and then Marcus Joyner to all, you know, cover their guys, do whatever they need to do, and not put as much pressure on them. But to lose Carl Lawson, to lose that pressure, we had Carl Lawson on the team. I have been saying it probably since we signed him that this Jets defensive line had a chance to be top 5, to be like, I mean, just 2 years ago when we were 2 or 3 years ago when we were the second best run defense in the NFL. Like, I mean, we still have some really nice interior defensive linemen. You can't double team really anybody, in my opinion, because Bryce Huff's going to have a huge year. No one knows who he is, but people will know who he is. Quinnen, even if you double team Quinnen, you now have Shaq Lawson and Bryce Huff or JFM coming off the edge.
Sheldon Rankins.
I mean,
they're a deep group there.
Yeah. So
wait, guys, we have a special announcement.
Sweet.
Yeah, we got something massive.
I don't want to hear about. You guys have been talking about the Jets for 10 straight minutes, and I haven't heard one of you guys bring up Zach Wilson. So I don't want to hear from you guys anymore, unless you talk about Zach Wilson.
I don't want to hear it at all.
It's just blabber and blabber and blabber. All right. So my man, Hard Count Football, you the man. You should have your own show on our network because you sound like a freaking boss, man. I mean, I would listen to you in the morning and afternoon, not at night though.
Jacob, hit us up, bro. Appreciate it.
Wait, I will.
We have a big announcement. Snacks Harrison just donated $2,000.
Wow.
To the Hurricane Ida Relief Fund. We've officially hit that $1,000 mark, which was a goal one, and we doubled it because
my goal was $1,500, and he just topped that. And himself. I mean, that's awesome, man. It's really what is like I said, I hate to be so like dramatic and emotional and stuff, but it's what it's about. Like, I wanted, like we chatted about $1,500. If we can cut a check to the American Red Cross, send them $1,500 for a little podcast show that we're doing today, I'll feel good about it. I'll be thankful for everybody in the community that joined this and did that. But for Snacks to come on to chat with us, to entertain us, and then to do something like that for a community that desperately needs it is just really what all this is about. He made the entire day. Let's be honest. Like, a donation like that makes everything that we're trying to put together worth it today. So again, I don't know if he didn't want it to be known, but we're making it known. So Snacks, man, can't tell you how much we appreciate that. Over $2,000 donation. We're about almost at $2,100 raised already, and we're not even an hour into the day. So not expecting that throughout the rest of the day, but if we can just keep chipping away, any bit happens, any bit helps. The Linktree /uSTADIUM down below. You can do it in the chats here on YouTube. The auctions are up. Go on there. You get some really cool stuff. Justin Fields, Micah Parsons, Charles Leno Jr., J.C. Horn, all those signed mini helmets, a game-worn jersey from last Monday night by Cam Jordan of the Saints in that New Orleans community. So that is just awesome. Really, really appreciate that.
Yeah, wow. That's crazy.
Bree, I heard you're going to put in a K. I heard you're going to put in $1,000.
Yeah. I'll chip in like
Bree, you're a big shot now. Come on. You're going to Vegas covering
to pay bills tomorrow.
Bree, what's $1,000 for you, girl? Come on.
Oh man, I wish
that's a Vegas trip.
I wish I had it like that.
There is no donation shaming going on today. If someone donates 5 cents, it's worth it, man. So we're not gonna be dono shaming.
I wish I had it like that where I can just drop $1,000.
I know, you gotta feel like real good about that when you do something like that, man. It just like makes
tomorrow's
your day.
The first of the month. You gotta pay those bills. You gotta get it going.
Yeah. Maybe your landlord will understand.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Walk downstairs and be like, "Hey, I'm just not paying this month. Sorry." See what she says.
It's like what a third of New York City does, so you'll be fine there.
All right. Well, this is the end of my time here. I might be able to hop back in a little later.
We're here all day.
Not 100% positive, but I will let you guys know. And yeah, for everybody watching, just even if you're not really paying attention the whole time, just make sure you keep the screen open, get the views, share it with your friends. Because like we've been hammering home, this is one of those things where it's not affecting us, but we can't sit here and do nothing because we know if we were in a situation like this, we want people to help us too. So do what you can. If you're not going to hop in the stream, if you're not going to chat with the guys, at least share the stream. get other people's eyes on it, and maybe somebody else drops 2K. Who knows?
You never know.
That's it. All right. So that's all I'm here for now. Maybe I'll see you guys later. If not, I will make sure all this is up on my socials and try to get some more people in here for y'all.
Appreciate it.
All right, you guys have a good one.
Day, Bree.
Bye.
We'll carry the Jets talk from here. Hopefully not. We can get some other stuff going on. That's dude. Like just him alone. What he said is, was so fun and entertaining. And then for that, it was awesome, man. We'll get some comments going up here too.
All right, we got this comment right here by Conflict. The only conflict we're going to have, buddy, is with this comment right here, pal.
Yeah, keep talking comments like that. We're going to have a big one.
All right, do the Jets even win a game in their division? Legit question. I'll give you a legit answer. I think so, for sure. And I think we're not going to beat Buffalo. I think we'll beat the Pats once, and I think we'll beat the Dolphins once. So I can see us winning 2 games out of 6 in the division, which, I mean, listen, it's not the best record going, 2-4 in your division, but it's okay. And I think the Jets are going to surprise some teams this year because our play calling is going to be much better. Zach Wilson's going to be able to get the ball out to those weapons, and you've seen already his connection with Corey Davis. But when Elijah Moore gets acclimated to that offense and Jamison Crowder, you're going to have Shanahan setting up plays across the middle and underneath that the Jets are going to do a little bit of a run through the pass kind of offense where maybe Zach Wilson isn't throwing deep as much as people expect, depending upon how Mims is. But you'll see them getting some some of these players out there. So I think that coupled with Salah's defense, and they're going to play hard. The NFL, a lot of times first-year head coaches come in, and we know with the Jets, I mean, every time we have a first-year head coach, they seem to do well. You play hard, and knowing Salah's personality and some of the talent we have on defense, the Jets are going to play hard on D. They are all bought in. That defense is bought in. You could even tell with Lawson and how he was talking about the team, they're a bought-in unit. You have Zach Wilson and Shanahan, the play calling. The Jets are going to surprise some teams this year. So conflict. Absolutely. They're going to I believe Conflict's a Dolphins fan, if I'm not mistaken. Your team, by the way, is my bus team of the year.
Oh, my God.
Which we're going to get into. So I think the Dolphins are going to have a bad season, and I don't think you're ready for it. And I think you deep down know it's going to happen. You guys will be good in the beginning, and then you're going to tail off a bit. So I think my Jets are going to beat you guys at least one time, maybe twice.
I don't want to crap on Conflict. I want to give a shout out to some people who have donated that aren't showing up on the screen here, but Conflict did send a donation in, so I don't want to crap on him too bad. So appreciate that. Appreciate Tommy who sent one in. Javier sent one in. Zachary sent one in, and someone else, I didn't get the first name here, but W Fond just sent one in. Javier sent one in there too as well, another Javier. So want to at least give you guys some credit and shout you out for supporting us. Again, that's what today is all about.
Much love.
Let's get into that boom and bust, Frank. Let's move off the Jets if we can for a little bit, because I'm sure we'll be talking about them all day. I know a lot of Jet fans are here, and they're going to want to talk about their team. So let's get into some other football.
Yeah, absolutely. My boom team of the year, I'll jump right into it. I think the Pittsburgh Steelers I believe their over-under is 8.5 wins splash, if I'm not mistaken. I see the Steelers being a lot better than people think this year. Take what they did last year when they went 11-0. I know people are like they had a weak schedule. You are who your schedule says you are. I mean, it's just they won 11 games in a row, which is hard to do regardless of who you're playing. So the Steelers are going to be good this year, and I think given their low over-under at 8.5, I mean, I just think Pittsburgh's going to be back to what they were. I think with Ben back and healthy and getting Najee Harris, Claypool's another year in. Juju, I know he's a wild card, which, by the way, I cannot believe guy. He's an idiot for doing the crate challenge. I mean, you got to be on something to be doing that at this point with the season 2 weeks away, but that's just how he is. But I think that offense is going to be better, obviously, and that defense is stacked. And they went 11-0 last year, so I think that 8.5 over-unders a bit low, wouldn't you say? So that's my boom team. for
I think it's
for
because of Ben,
2021.
right? I think people saw Ben just not only did he just like as the season went on, he just got worse and worse, but he just completely fell off the map. It wasn't just a gradual decrease. It was more of like a crash landing. But, you know, he lost some weight in the offseason, believe it or not. He looks good. He looks to be in good shape. And if he just comes and he kind of just, you know, really is one thing that worries me is the offensive line losing a few guys. But if he can almost enter that next stage of his career where he's more of a game manager, and they do kind of run the offense through Najee Harris, because like you said, the offense has weapons. That's a solid 3-4 receiver deep group there. And if they can, and they have Pat Freiermuth, the tight end from Penn State,
that's your boy.
Good. Yeah, he looks good. So they have the options on offense. The defense will be good. It'll be solid. It'll be borderline really good. I agree with that. I like that one, 8.5 for sure. It's a tough division though. They will have some, you know, they have 4 tough games against the Ravens and Browns. Bengals will be a little bit better, but they won't kind of compete with them. But I like the Steeler call.
Yeah, who's your boom team, Nick?
Oh, you want me to go with my boom?
Yeah, go ahead.
I like the Vikings at 8.5.
I knew you were going to say them.
Yeah,
you're such a Kirk Cousins fanboy. You can never get over that guy.
Not to.
You need to just get over it, Nick.
My kryptonite. He's like, every time I want to just shit on him and throw him under the bus, I'm like, he's not that bad. But I think the defense is great. You got one of the best defensive players in Eric Kendricks, Danielle Hunter. You sign Everson Griffin back. Great linebacker core. I know Anthony Barr is a little banged up, but the secondary has to be better than it was last year. It's funny because I really don't like the head coach. I don't think he's that good of a head coach, but I do like the pieces that they have. And they got a little bit better last year as the season went on, but I think that offense can be so explosive with Cook. Losing Irv Smith for any amount of time really sucks. But I love Justin Jefferson, top 5 receiver in my opinion. Love Adam Thielen, love Dalvin Cook. So to me, a team like Minnesota, where everybody's talking about the Packers, and then that other team everybody's talking about that might not compete, but you know, there's a lot of headlines around of the Bears. I think the Vikings are a sleeper team that can go in and challenge the Packers. They know how to beat Rodgers and the Packers. They've done it. You know, it's a different story when you're a team that just like notoriously gets beat down by the one team that you just can't get that monkey off your back. But the Vikings know how to beat the Packers. So if they were to play in a game in late December, early January that can go for the division, I don't think they'll go in there scared, unless it's on Monday night for Kirk Cousins. But it really comes down, can Kirk kind of
lead the pack?
Yeah, because he's so far into his career where, the book might have been written that I don't think they're going to go win 12 games. But I think 8.5 now, remember, 17 games, not 16. So if it was 8.5 in a 16-game season, I might pick a push here. Or we can't pick a push on a half point, but I would say, maybe 8 wins. But I think they're a 9-win team.
Yeah, I don't know, man. They're missing something. They have all the talent in the world, but they're missing that winning energy, I call it. Some teams just find a way to win. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. Absolutely. That's 90% of it. They need that little oomph, I think, to get over the edge and be a winning team. I still look at them as like not losers. I hate saying that, but they just find ways to lose games that they should win. So
I get that. I can see that. What about your bust?
Ooh, I already mentioned them. I think the Miami Dolphins their fans are tripping, by the way. I know we got some fans on our network that are Dolphins fans, but I don't see the Dolphins being as good as people think. I know their over-under's 9.5, which I think is pretty large of a win total for them. I don't see them winning 10 games. So the reason is I think they're just going to lose some of that steam from last year. I think a lot of people are predicting that their defense is going to be good the entire season, and I think they'll come out and be good. But I think when the offense starts to play flat and Tua gets a bit exposed, unless they're able to make a deal for Watson today, I guess, is the deadline. But I don't know, man. Their offense with Tua it seems like it's going to be a little bit gimmicky. Their running game is iffy. These guys are always hurt. Devontae Parker's hurt. Will Fuller's hurt all the time. Waddles has injury concerns. Gesicki. If they're able to play together for an extended amount of time, But I just don't even see them playing together for more than 4 or 5 games. Do you see? I mean, listen, Fuller, Parker, Waddle, Gesicki, if they're able to play for 5 or 6 games, the Dolphins will be okay. But you're not going to get them for a full season, that stack. You're just not. And then Tua's a question mark, and I think that'll take away from the defense. And honestly, as good as the defense is, they're not the most talented
really
group.
Good. The secondary,
back end's great.
Yeah,
the front seven's a little bit. But
I don't think anything you said was unfair. I agree with you on the injury concerns with the receivers because Will Fuller has proven he can't stay healthy. Devontae Parker, the same thing. I love Mike Gesicki. I like Myles Gaskins. Their offensive line scares the shit out of me if I was a Dolphin fan, and that's going to impact Tua, a smaller guy. That lefty through the release, I don't know. It's a stupid point, and I know all like the purists are going to be like, "Oh, what an idiot!" The lefty, the ball comes out so weird to me. The velocity is an issue for me with Tua. I don't love Tua, but I love the coach. I love some of the parts on the team, and I don't think saying under 9.5 is a bad season for the Dolphins. If they go win, I know 8 and 9, they'll be disappointed with 9 and 8. After winning 10 games last year, but they played a very weak schedule. Fitz pulled a few weird games out of his hat, and he's not here anymore, which isn't a bad thing for the Dolphins. I'm sure most of the fans will say. And I think to expect so much from Tua right now is almost like what I said about Wilson and Mac Jones at the beginning of the show. It's expecting a little bit too much. This is his first full offseason, especially off of the injury. His first preseason, he didn't play the last game. He only played 2 games. He looked good. He looked, decisive, I guess you could say. He was managing the games a bit. I don't like the fit of Will Fuller with Tua. It just doesn't make sense because he doesn't push the ball down the field like that.
They need to get Deshaun Watson. Of course. It's a no-brainer to me. I know you don't want to give up 3 first-round picks, but if Tua can't get it done with this cast, then he'll never be able to get it done, in my opinion. They have to get Deshaun Watson, in my opinion. I don't know what the audible is there, the reason they're not doing it. I get 3 first-rounders and a few second-round picks is a lot, but this guy's a franchise quarterback. Get him out of that market that he's in Houston. He'll come to Miami. The media there is not even close to like it is in most big cities in the country. He can go there and be a baller. I don't understand the trepidation by the fan base, the Miami Dolphins fans, as to why you wouldn't want Watson. I mean, you're in a division that is getting better, but it's still not dominated by Tom Brady and the Pats anymore. You can be that next big team in the division if you get Watson. So I would love to hear what people think in the comments. Let me know if you think we're crazy. But if I'm the Dolphins, I'm pulling the trigger on 3 first-rounders. I'll do 3 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks and give me Deshaun Watson in Miami. Now, the other variable here is with Tua playing as well as he's been playing, maybe that'll make that asking price a bit lower. So Tua playing well in the preseason gets his value up a bit. So maybe Houston's looking at Tua as an option for them at quarterback down the line as well. So maybe it's not 3. I don't think they
necessarily are. I think they want to, they want the draft capital, and maybe Miami's not meeting that asking price, and that's what's holding this up. Or maybe Caserio is just being stubborn and doesn't want to be the guy to trade someone like Deshaun Watson because it just seems like there's so much interest from both sides. The Miami for Watson, Watson for Miami. I think with the fans, and I talked about this a lot with other people, is you don't want to give up those picks and give up hope as a fan on Tua because you still think Tua is your guy. And to admit like your quarterback is not what you thought he was when you drafted him, it sucks as a fan, right? Like it sucks for us to admit Sam Darnold wasn't the guy, but what's in the best interest of your team is to move on from Darnold, start fresh with Zach Wilson. In my opinion, if I was a Dolphin fan, I know you're holding out hope that Tua is the guy. In my opinion, he's not. For me, the second you go and you trade for Watson, and again, this is also with the caveat of the whole legal situation, which it's probably more of a 2022 problem with Deshaun Watson in the NFL legally, suspension-wise. I don't think they're going to suspend him this season. So I think you can get him and he plays this year, but you might have to deal with that suspension next year. So that's, maybe some of the verbiage in the deal that the Texans or the Dolphins want, the Texans aren't going to go for it. They want to say, hey, we'll do this trade under the conditions that if he gets suspended next year, the pick, we get a second round pick back or whatever it may be. Maybe those conditions are what holding it back. But to me, it just felt like a lot of people jumped the gun here on the Watson Dolphins move. I don't think it is as close as people think it was, but there's obviously interest between both parties, and I wouldn't be surprised if eventually it gets done. But maybe you go into the season this year with Tua, and if he's not the guy, you still have those draft picks, and you go get him after the year.
What do you think's going to happen with Watson this year? He hasn't even been playing.
He's not going to play with the Texans. He's not going to play. They're going to make him a healthy scratch.
The whole year?
Yeah.
That sounds insane to me.
Right.
I've never heard.
The entire situation's insane. We've never seen a situation like this. So for me to to say one thing with extreme confidence is not fair because I don't know what the play is.
So you think Tua's going to be? I mean, you think Watson's going to be on the Texans this year and just not play the entire season?
That's what it looks like right now.
The whole season?
Yeah, I mean, unless why would Miami? What if Miami goes 4-8? They're not going to go trade all those picks for Watson to play the last 8 games of the year or 6 games of the year. They're already thinking about next year. They'll talk again in the spring. So it's hard to trade for a quarterback in November. Like the trading deadline. Like he doesn't know the system. What's he going to pick up and play backyard football for 8 games? Like if there was a trade, it would have to be done before Sunday, or you talk again. Next year. I think eventually he's going to end up in Miami. I do.
Yeah, I mean, bringing up this tweet right here, I mean, coming from an Eagles account, I think Philly would be a great spot for Watson as well. I think he said apparently there was some report out there that he doesn't want to play in Philadelphia, but I think he could vibe well in that city and with that team. But he needs to go anywhere that he can go, in my opinion. Like he just needs to get out of Houston. And if I'm his agent at this point, and I know Nick's connected with one of his agents, I don't understand why you're not really pressing the envelope here and trying as many different options as you can to get out of Houston. Like you got to get out of there. There's no reason to be there at this point. It's wild.
Yeah, the situation's crazy, and it's been crazy for the past few months. So it's kind of just it goes up and comes down, goes up, and here we are, and nothing happened again. So, I mean, we'll see. It doesn't look like a trade's coming down today. It looks like they're going to keep him on the roster and pay him that $11 million or almost $11 million that he's due. And, he's just not going to be playing football, which sucks. I mean, look, obviously you have the legal situation and we don't want to get into any of that because it's still extremely up in the air. But to not have a guy like Watson, who's one of the best players in football, not play this year, it sucks for everybody. So long story short, my bust, still talking about it, is New Orleans, a team that I thought should go all in on Watson. Because they would be the best team in football if they did.
It's a good one.
Would beat the Bucs in my opinion. Jameis Winston doesn't do anything for me, and I think Sean Payton is waiting for a reason to move on from him. He almost had to start him because there was locker room backing for him, and Taysom Hill is terrible. Not having Michael Thomas, your number one receiver, is like Traquan Smith and Marcus Callaway. Tight end situation is not good. They have a great O-line. They have a great defense. Secondary is a little sus, but that win total of 9.5, I don't see that with Jameis Winston. I mean, I don't know if Deshaun would play in New Orleans. Probably not, but I don't think that Jameis Winston is a quarterback that's going to win you 10 games.
9.5, Nick, for the Saints isn't that bad, though. I've been taking the over on a 17-game schedule.
With Jameis Winston, though?
Yeah,
we're not talking about Drew Brees' Saints here.
Their defense is still legit, and they still have Kamara, and they still have they have an offensive line, obviously.
You trust Kamara to be as effective in the passing game without Drew Brees?
Absolutely not. But he'll still make big plays, and I think them winning 10 games and going 10-7, I could see it, or even 11-6. I honestly hate saying this, by the way. 10-7, 11-6.
It's almost
so
as bad
weird.
as his jersey number garbage. Like seeing defensive backs wearing the number 3, and I hate it. It's like I don't want to be like the old man. Like
I don't mind that. Here. I think it's cool.
Dude, I hate it with an absolute passion. I don't even talk about it because it gets me riled up. I think it's garbage. I think it's
You really don't. Dude, it bothers you that much?
It bothers me so much because I'm a. God, it's gonna sound like I'm
if a corner's wearing 3, it bothers you.
It bothers me like beyond belief, dude. Like, I'm glad that's most of the – I hate Elijah Moore wearing number 8. I think it looks stupid. I think it looks like a Pee Wee football player. Granted, he's only 5'8", 5'9", but to see these I don't know, it just looks like so gimmicky and amateur. I know it's such a stupid thing to complain about. That's why I don't complain about it. But internally, it bothers me. But regardless, speaking of the Saints and Cam Jordan, great defense. Go hit that auction, guys. We got really cool stuff up there. Bid on it. Really fun stuff. Cam Jordan, game-worn jersey. Justin Fields signed mini helmet, who will be on the field by week 2 or 3, in my opinion. I think it's going to be something like we saw with Watson and the Texans a few years ago, his rookie year, if you remember. I forgot who the trash can quarterback they started at the time was. They started in week 1, and halftime Watson came in and he never looked back. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what the Bears do with Fields. Dalton goes out and throws 2 picks against I think they put the Rams too. And Fields comes out in the second half, and it's his job. Go bid on that auction now. The link is in the comments and below here on the YouTube. We have a Micah Parsons signed mini helmet. It looked great this preseason for the Cowboys. A J.C. Horn signed mini helmet. Great corner for the Panthers. And, of course, Cam Jordan game-used jersey. Literally that jersey you're looking at right now, he's given to us to auction off. All proceeds benefit the American Red Cross, hurricane relief. That's what we're doing this for all day, guys. The first show is in the books. The Timeout with uSTADIUM kind of maybe wrapped up, Frank, when Bree left, but signing off the first official show. We're going to be joined all day by awesome shows, specific teams, some fantasy stuff, some college football talk, literally up until midnight. The donations will be open all day, maybe even keep them running into tomorrow morning. Donate to the Linktree. We had Damon Snacks Harrison, who came on and joined us. He donated over $2,000, blew us beyond belief, blew that number out beyond belief, which we were hoping to raise. But that's what today is about. It's about raising as much as we can for Hurricane Ida relief for the people of Louisiana.
Let's go, baby. We're almost at 3K. Let's go. We're $820 away from
all right,
3K.
Let's go.
We're going to make it there. We're going to get
That's
to 3K.
not factoring in the auctions, right?
I don't
the
think
auctions
so. No.
I think those are just live donos. So we actually are close to that 3K. You're right.
So yeah, we're gonna head on out now, and then we'll come back. We'll give a little bit of an update as to what's going on the rest of the day. Then we'll have Splash's top 50 players, which I'm gonna hop on for and just go at him in terms of who he has ranked on there, because some of his rankings are out of this world. Some of them are good. He finds. I mean, Splash, I will say, did say that Fred Warner is going to be one of the best linebackers in football a couple years ago before he propelled himself to top 2 status-ish. So I'll give Splash some credit sometimes on some things. But yeah, we're gonna see how this top 50 looks, and then later on in the day we'll have Play Like a Jet. We'll have a show. The Dolphins boys will get on there. The Option fantasy football guys who crush it. I love those guys. Chris and James. They'll do a mock draft later on today. If you need some tips, by the way, with fantasy football, check out our YouTube. We have a top, or 5 must-have quarterbacks, running backs. We'll do wide receivers tomorrow to help you win your leagues. But yeah, Nick, any last words?
No, I mean, I'm just still thrilled with the Snacks interview and donation, and cut down day. We'll probably be able to run through a bunch of big name cuts later on, and what that means for certain teams, who are some hot waiver names, and just excited about the day to see everybody kind of get on here and host a show. Different people logging in to watch throughout the day. We know people are at work on a Tuesday, 1 p.m. Eastern time here. So I'm excited for later on as we go into the evening when, you can call it the prime time. To interview Charles Leno later will be really cool. Really good offensive lineman with the Bears, now with Washington, a team that could win that NFC East again, and playing with Ryan Fitzpatrick and even some Taylor Heineke talk, who I'm interested in that guy. I don't know. Maybe I'm so tired of Fitzpatrick that I'm almost like trying to will it to happen. The Heineke
How
thing.
Is Fitzpatrick still in the league?
Dude, he's never been to the playoffs and he still starts for teams. I don't get it.
After that whole debacle he had in Buffalo, I never thought he would have made his way back into starting literally like 5 years after that. This guy's been in the league for a hot second.
And he's like a phony leader, good guy too. Like, I don't want to shit on him here, but like everybody says, oh, he's such a great guy to get the beard and stuff. But like when you really look into some of his comments at certain points of his career, it's almost like this guy's a dick. Why does everybody like this guy so much? I don't know. I've always questioned the leadership points from Ryan Fitzpatrick. I think he's an overrated leader.
You know what's really interesting about Fitzpatrick, Nick, us being these Homer Jeff fans we are, he's all right, Nick, fact or fiction, which is a uSTADIUM created prompt, which a lot of other accounts now have stolen. Facts or fiction, Ryan Fitzpatrick, the only Jets quarterback to ever throw for 30-plus touchdowns in a season.
Yeah, he has a record in 2015 with Decker and Marshall.
The craziest thing about that is that season that he had with the Jets in 2015, almost 4,000 yards passing, 31 touchdowns, 15 interceptions, is arguably one of the best seasons by a Jets quarterback of all time.
It was. And then to have him shit the bed with 3 interceptions in Buffalo and that questionable move to not play Chris Ivory that game. Do you remember that? He didn't play that game, and it was like Bilal Powell and like I don't even know who the other running back was.
That.
It's like they were saving Chris Ivory, thinking they were going to win the game for the wild card round. And God, Todd Bowles was a terrible head coach, great defensive coordinator, terrible head coach, and I don't even know how that season like went down the way it did. But Decker and Marshall and Anunwa, wild receiving core. I mean, those are 2 1,000-yard guys, double-digit touchdowns each of them. So that was the last like fun year for the Jets.
Yeah, it was, man. I mean, this year will be fun.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna wrap this up right now. I'm gonna do a little bit of an update as to what's going on with the app. Nick, I'll holla at you later, brah. And then we're gonna come back. Yeah, we'll countdown clock it into Splash's top 50. So yeah, everyone out there, you're listening to uSTADIUM's Hurricane Relief Live Marathon. This is sponsored by the U, baby, uSTADIUM. We got a bunch of cool stuff coming up for the September football season. September is tomorrow. So we have, if you haven't downloaded the app, we have a feature coming out called Takes, which allows you to bet your points in the uSTADIUM app. You're going to want to check that out. We're trying to release that for maybe by week 2 of the season. We're taking beta testers. So if someone wants to email us, it's info@ustadium.com. And yeah, this football season, the U is going to be put on the map for real. So yeah, make sure you check us out on the App Store or Google Play. It's obviously it's uSTADIUM. So yeah, we're gonna come back with Splash's top 50 players. I don't know what we're gonna get in this one, but it should be interesting.
All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Let me change this little thing over to Splash's top 50. Oh, Lord. All right. I am back. Everyone's favorite Mr. Splashman is alive and well, and I have a beautiful top 100 players. My top 50 today. Here we go. Getting it started. We got Joel Bitonio. He kind of looks like me with all that beard. Gotta love the hair. Bitonio is awesome. You know, he's going to pass block like a beast. He's going to run block like a beast. I thought he deserved to be an All-Pro last year. I would have picked him. Definitely a Pro Bowl guy. I thought the Browns had an awesome offensive line. I did throw Wyatt Teller in earlier, Jack Conklin earlier, J.C. Treader just missed, and of course Jedrick Wills is going to be a beast moving forward. We got Joel Bitonio starting off. This is the 3rd time he's made the top 100. You know, he's a PFF beast. Just watch the film. He's a beast. He's a menace. He is one reason why I think the Cleveland Browns will win the AFC North this season for the first time since the 1980s. The Jacksonville Jaguars have won the AFC Central at the time more recently than the Browns have. The Tennessee Titans have as well. So I think Joel Bitonio is going to be a key cog and a reason why the Browns win the division. And I am in a Marlon Humphrey ensemble right now, Ravens hat, and I'm out here saying the Browns are going to win the division. So for what that's worth, ouch. Number 49, we have the Super Bowl champion, perennially underrated linebacker, Levante David, 2nd time in the top 100. You know, he's a beast. He is I don't have Devin White in my top 100. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I think he's one of the most overrated players in the NFL. It is an abomination that people at ESPN thought he was the best linebacker in the NFL. He's like 8 or 9. He's not in my top 100. I have no shame in that. I think White is very overrated he can't cover anyone. He makes all the splash plays. Darius Leonard, same thing. Darius Leonard is not in my top 100. And if you want to compare it to a guy, look at Patrick Queen. And everyone knows Patrick Queen sucks, even though he makes all the splash plays. So why don't people connect the dots with Leonard? Why don't people connect the dots with Tremaine Edmonds, Bills? And why don't people connect the dots with Devin White? David's the one that can cover. David's the one that is always in the right spot. It's not, splash play here, splash play there. No, 99% of the time, Levante David is in the right spot. He is making things happen. It is an unreal thing, and I'm so happy he got a ring. So shout out to Levante David. All right, moving on. Number 48, we have another Tampa Bay Buccaneer. This is, I think, the second, maybe the third time that I've had back-to-back Bucks. Shaq Barrett, 19 sacks in 2019. 19 sacks, put Mahomes on the turf there. Unreal technician. His ability to win at the point of attack it's special. And the athleticism, he's not a Garrett, he's not a Chase Young, he's not even a Joey Bosa, Nick Bosa, but from a technical standpoint, I don't know if there's a better edge rusher. Maybe TJ Watt is up there. I think Joey Bosa is a technician in his own right, but from a technical standpoint, Shaq Barrett doesn't, when he loses reps, it's like maybe an athleticism thing. He doesn't lose reps with his brain. He doesn't lose reps with his hands, his use of hands. He doesn't lose reps on the move itself. If he loses a rep, it's the athleticism. He's a good enough athlete. He plays in the NFL, but he's not a Myles Garrett. Now, granted, not many guys are Myles Garrett. Barrett has had unreal production the last few years with Tampa. Yeah, I know he plays with JPP, and he plays with a guy that I just mentioned in Devin White, and he plays with a guy that I mentioned last show with Vita Vea, and that's a nice secondary behind, good defensive coaching with Todd Bowles. But man, the production's there, the pressures are there, and the tape matches. The tape, he is a magician at work, my friends. Moving on, number 47, we have Trey White reading our plays from the Baltimore-Buffalo game in 2019. Great game, by the way. I thought the NFL Top 100 just was flat out disrespectful. They had White in the 90s, which, look, come on now. He is one of the top corners in the NFL. He wasn't quite as good as he was in 2020. He was an all-pro. He was in my all-pro team. He was an actual all-pro in 2019, but wasn't quite up to snuff, but he's still, a top 5 corner. I have my top 3 corners coming, top 4 corners coming, but Tre'Davious White is a top 5, no doubt corner, can play man, can play zone, and he also has a bomb goaltending academy. Trey White, hockey star for Buffalo. Number 46, Bobby Wagner. I know it's a little low. I agree it's a little low. He's falling out of the top 10, but he's still terrific against the run. He's solid enough in coverage. The guys ahead of him, I think, are absolute game changers in coverage. I'll get to the linebackers very soon, but you bring with Wagner, you bring that swagger, you bring that intensity, you bring that. He was a part of that Legion of Boom defense. Linebacker core. Of course, Legion of Boom is known more so with the secondary, but he was a part of that. He's a 6-time All-Pro for a reason, future Hall of Famer. Mad respect to B-Wags there. I think he slipped a little bit. He's not quite as good. It was the first time in my life that I said, I don't know if Bobby Wagner is a top 3 linebacker, but hey, he's number 4, number 5. So what more can you do? What more can you do there? Jesse Bates, notice the rocket ship emoji. There's only a couple here today, but Jesse Bates had a breakout season for the ages last season. He is the Earl Thomas of 2020's football. As far as I'm concerned, he's up there with Minkah Fitzpatrick. And Fitzpatrick is coming soon. But Bates plays that center field, ball hawk, Earl Thomas role as well as anyone. He had a 90 coverage grade from PFF, and he's the guy that he's going to be a top 2 safety for the next 5 years. I hope the Bengals can figure out how to re-sign him. It's nice to have stars around the league. I believe he's the only Bengal in this top 100. So, it's nice to have stars around the league, and it's nice to have Jesse Bates, superstar safety up in Cincinnati. Number 44, we have another safety. We got Honey Badger. And actually, fun fact, you can do a Honey Badger emoji. So if you can do the honey emoji, then you can do the badger emoji, and poof, Honey Badger. Tyrann Mathieu, unreal talent. He can play strong safety at an elite level. He can play free safety at an elite level. He can play slot corner at an elite level. And guess what? He can play perimeter corner at an elite level. He's not my number one safety. There's a couple guys I would take ahead of him, but from a versatility standpoint, there is no one in the NFL that matches Honey Badger. There is no one that checks off as many boxes as he does. There is no one that can play as many positions at a high level as Honey Badger does. And I will be honest, I have kind of been disrespectful to Honey Badger in the past. I didn't rank him in 2019, and he was only 51 last year, and he's 44 this year. I feel can be a little low, but versatility, he is unmatched. He is number one. I'm going to add that to my absolutes. I'll get into my other absolutes in a little bit, but absolutely, Mathieu is the most versatile player in the NFL. He can do everything, and he is a whirlwind of a playmaker for that Chiefs defense. He's always in the right spot. He is always making the right play. He is a big-time emotional leader for that back end, and a big-time emotional leader for that team in general. And this is a team that went to the AFC title game in 18, won the Super Bowl in 19, and went back to the Super Bowl in 20. This is the best team in the NFL, or second best if you want to count Tampa. And Honey Badger is a big reason why they have a sturdy enough defense. Number 43, Ryan Ramczyk. He did have a down year in 2020. Wasn't quite up to snuff. I had him at number 10 last year. Terrific run blocker, terrific pass protector, right tackle for Drew Brees for a long time now. Jameis Winston. Shout out to the New Orleans Saints for having half a brain. Thank you, Sean Payton. Just the model of consistency in New Orleans. Both he and Armstead. Armstead, of course, was in the last section. He just doesn't play enough for me to warrant putting him in higher. But Ramczyk, down-to-down consistency. It's hard for me to find another lineman that every single snap Ramczyk is going to have a good play. There's a certain left tackle and maybe 20 slots that doesn't have quite the down-to-down consistency, but his wins are so devastatingly good that it's special. Ramczyk doesn't have quite the devastating wins as a certain someone does coming up, but what he does do, consistency every single down. I trust Ramczyk, and I believe he is my right tackle one, with Mitchell Schwartz being out of the picture now. Number 42, first-time All-Pro, Brandon Scherff, first Washington non-specialist player to be an All-Pro since 96, which is insane that Washington's a team with, especially with Dan Snyder as the owner, you're paying a lot of guys big bucks in free agency and nothing's translated. Not even like one random guy. Scherff was unreal. They did franchise tag him. I don't remember if they agreed to an extension, but absolute beast. Again, if you look like Splash, you're going to be a beast. Put that on a shirt somewhere. You got the full beard. Yes, sir. Terrific in run blocking, terrific pass protector. And he's a big, was huge in the game against Tampa in the playoffs that Taylor Heineke had the game of his life. And that Washington offensive line did a really good job of holding up against that Tampa pressure. And that's a big reason why it looks like Washington was the most competitive team against Tampa last year in the playoffs. Number 50, Frankie touched on it a little earlier. Fred Warner, linebacker 2 for me. Linebacker 2. Unreal coverage skills. He made a play against Baltimore that he went full sideways. Like you guys know the clip of Mahomes like tilting sideways and throwing the pass in the Super Bowl. Warner did that to cover Hollywood Brown. Marquise Brown, the guy that runs like a 4-2 that drops everything. But that guy, Fred Warner, was in essentially one-on-one, not one-on-one coverage, but like had like kind of zone coverage on Hollywood Brown, and he made the pass deflection. I don't like to point out the one specific play, but I remember that so vividly in my head that there are a few guys in the NFL. The number one linebacker cannot make that play. Fred Warner can. I just trust the linebacker one to make them more often, or make every other play more often. But Warner is a freaky athlete, all pro Freddie, just an absolute unreal talent. And He got a bag this offseason. Whoo, boy, he got a bag this offseason. So with that said, let me roll through the comments. Shout out to Frankie. Fred Warner is Splash's son. Appreciate it. Need a series of Splash explaining emoji combinations. I love it. Next, do a top 100 nicknames list. I like that. Yes, Frankie, Najee will eat. I like it. I have him on one of my fantasy teams, a couple of my fantasy teams. Steelers are winning the division. Big time disagree. Yeah, a lot of them are Splash lookalikes. What's up, guys? How's it going, Matthew? Yes, sir, Justin. All right. Call me Matthew McConaughey. With that said, make sure to like the stream, subscribe to the channel, follow us on YouTube. I always screw that up. Follow us on Instagram and Twitter at uSTADIUM. And today we have the big Hurricane Ida relief marathon. I'm gonna take my thing down for a little bit and throw up our graphic. So, sorry, Henry. Let me take down your. Okay, whatever. Donate to the relief fund. Linktree/uSTADIUM. We can get that popping. We are closing in on $3,000, so big time stuff there. So super excited. And I guess I'm going to answer this question from Noah. Could Helen Keller rush for 1,000 yards behind the greatest offensive line ever created? So first of all, let me go through that greatest offensive line of all time. Anthony Munoz, left tackle. Wow, I just put myself on the spot. Okay, Anthony Munoz, left tackle. I think either him, Ogden. You can throw Joe Thomas in there if you want. That's fine. Munoz at left tackle. Give me Larry Allen at left guard. Give me Jim Otto at center. Give me John Hanna at right guard. I might have flipped Allen and Hanna. Larry Allen can play anywhere on the darn offensive line. He can do as he pleases. He is an unreal player. And then right tackle. I would go Ogden. Ogden right tackle. That's fun. That's fun. Could Helen Keller rush for 1,000 yards behind that? I'll have to pass. I don't really care about the blindness or the deafness in this case. Although the deafness I think would be a slight issue, but I don't think the athleticism is there with Helen Keller. Like offensive lines, yes, can be awesome, but you have to get something after contact, man. I don't think Helen Keller is doing that. So thank you, Noah. And with that, let's get back to the top 40 players in the NFL as far as I'm concerned. Number 40, we got Slant Boy, baby. I know he's just called Slant Boy. I get it. I can run slants. It's Y to do a hot route in Madden, and then you do like the little flip your right stick in, and you can run a slant. I do that all the time. Like 4th and 3, I need a big down or need a big conversion. I'll run a slant. But the production that Michael Thomas gives you when he's on the field, it's unreal. And I mentioned it when I talked about Antonio Brown and Odell Beckham, or in theory to Odell Beckham. I've mentioned him several times in the last show, although he's not in the top 100. He could be, but he's not. Production matters to some degree. You can't be a bum and produce like Michael Thomas does. And I know the memes come out every time he's mentioned slant boy this, slant boy that. But the physicality that Thomas has at the point of the catch is as good as it gets in the NFL. I know he's not a separator like an Adams or an Allen or a Diggs or a Judy or a Ridley. I know. I'm aware. I know he's not a physical specimen like a Hill to some degree, like a Hopkins, like a Julio. I got it. But what he does do is that contested catch at the sticks, 3rd and 7, you need a big down, you need a big conversion, you need to move the chains. You're with Drew Brees. He can't throw the football 25 yards down the field. You need that conversion. And guess what? Michael Thomas got that conversion. There's the reason he has the catches record. There's the reason he had 1,725 yards. 1,725 yards, ladies and gentlemen. You don't get that in if you're a bum. So I understand the limitations with Thomas. I had him at number 4 last year, and I was very big on the Michael Thomas's wide receiver 1. The traits that he has for the New Orleans offense with Brees. I haven't seen him with Winston yet, so I don't know. With Brees, it was seamless. Like Old Man Breeze plus Michael Thomas, chef's kiss. Number 39, we got the new guy on campus. I guess his second year on campus now with the Colts, DeForest Buckner, premier pass rushing interior on the interior, premier run stopper on the interior, and just an all-around beast of a player. And I want to take a moment to say that if a guy's 39 compared to 29, it's not a big deal. It's, if you look at it, I compared it last show, I compared it to Madden. It's a difference of 1 overall. 1 overall is not the end of the world. You know, if you think of it like every group of 17 players is like 1 overall, right? So like the top 17 are all 99 overalls, then like 18 to 34 is 98 overalls. DeForest Buckner is a 97 overall player as far as I'm concerned. He's a beast. He is the trade itself, the original eventually became Kinlaw. So the Kinlaw for Buckner trade has worked out in Groves for the Colts right now, and Buckner had an exceptional season. He will be in contender for all-pro spots for years to come. We got number 38. We got X. Xavier Howard had 10 interceptions last year. And before you think, oh, well, he probably had a game with 2 or 3, or like a D'Angelo Hall kind of game that he had 4, and then he maybe did that twice, right? He played the Jets twice. He played the Patriots twice. He played some bummy quarterbacks. But the thing that X did, he had an interception in 10 different games. There wasn't any, picking Sam Darnold off 3 times in the game. There wasn't any, picking Cam Newton off twice. There wasn't any picking Josh Allen off twice. It was 10 games. He went out there and said, nope, I'm going to end this drive, and just trolled the offense. And guess what? When he wasn't taking the ball away, he was playing premier coverage. He was a deserving All-Pro, just an exceptional player. He is my cornerback 4. My cornerback 3 would not have made my All-Pro team last year. I think he would have made my second team. But X had an unbelievable year. He was awesome in 18, awesome in 20. I hope he's awesome in 21. The ball hawking skills there, and the interceptions are nice, but when he doesn't make the interception, he's still making plays. He's still getting pass breakups. He's still a beast of a corner in that Miami secondary. Number 37, we have our last rocket ship. Let me introduce you guys to the best center in the NFL. That's Frank Ragnow. I could have told you this before last season. I predicted him to be an All-Pro. Corey Linsley kind of stole that. It's hard. I would probably lean Linsley last year, but Ragnow was sensational. The man played with a broken throat. Like I didn't even know you could break your throat, and he was playing. He plays one of the most vocal positions on a football field with a broken throat. It happens. Stellar in run blocking, stellar pass protector, and I think centers kind of get a bad rap. There's only a couple centers on this list. It was Linsley. I didn't even have Hudson. I didn't have Kelsey. Didn't have some of the old guard. Didn't have Alex Mack. But centers kind of get a bad rap. They have such a important influence on that offensive line that they're calling out. Like in the picture itself, he's calling out. He's like saying, "Okay, we got to identify this guy. This guy. Okay." He's awesome at it. He is a premier center, and I would imagine he's going to be a perennial Pro Bowler moving forward. Sprinkle in some All Pros. Chef's kiss number 2. Number 36, we got the Mack attack, Khalil Mack. He is still an elite run defender. The pass rushing is generally elite. And again, when you're number 36, you're one of the top 36 players in the NFL. You're a top 3 or 4 edge rusher. Like there are a lot of players. There's about 1,600 players worse than Khalil Mack. So don't take this as a shot against Khalil Mack. I did have him number 2 years ago, and he settled into this 30 range. That elite, but that it's not elite every snap. Every guy ahead of Khalil, I think there is that every single snap. There's not like an on-off switch. It's just always on for guys ahead of him. Mack has an incredible on switch. He was number 2 years ago, but when he's off, like the Raiders Bears game 2 years ago in London, it was off. And I remember I wasn't actually watching that game. I watched it after the fact, and I got roasted on Twitter. I was covering uSTADIUM stuff on Twitter at the time. I got roasted for saying that Mack was having a good game because I saw he had won like one like close pressure on Carr. It's like, he wasn't really doing much. But, he's still an awesome player. Again, premier run defender still, and he gives you that A+ pass rush several times a season. Not every week. He's not the guys to come, but most of the time he's I don't want to do a third chef's kiss, but chef's kiss. Number 35, we have the real chef here, Dalvin Cook, the beast up there in Minneapolis. I know Browns fans like to say that Nick Chubb is the best pure runner, and Titans fans like to say Derrick Henry is the best pure runner. I think Dalvin Cook has a legitimate argument in that. And he's a slightly better receiver than those guys. He's not on the Kamara or McCaffrey scale, but he can run routes as a running back. And there is value in that. There is to me, there's three kinds of receiving backs. There's the only safety valve guys. There's the can run angles and stuff, like the simple stuff. And then could probably play wide receiver. McCaffrey, Kamara, Eckler. You have some random guys sprinkled across the league, Cohen, that could probably be a legitimate wide receiver. Cook's not quite that level, but he's not too far off. He can run a lot of a simplified route tree as a running back. He can hit an angle route. He can do it. He's a little bit more than safety valve, right? If you think of a safety valve as Derrick Henry, other than screens, or Nick Chubb or Gus Edwards, that you don't want to throw them the football. You can throw the football to Dalvin Cook and be productive. Speaking of being productive while throwing him the football, we got Julio Jones. I call him Tulio Jones, wearing number 2 up there in Nashville. Number 5 in 2019, number 12 last season. Why is he at 34? He only played 9 games last season. He's still uber productive. It's over 700 yards. Scored a couple tutties. The physical tools are still there. But I value, I'm sure Frankie's going off about this. I'll check it in a second. But again, he's the 34th best player. That means he's a 98 overall. Boom, boom, boom. Honestly, still an exceptional ball winner. Still exceptional contested catch threat. Still, the physical tools are all there. The red zone stuff, I think, is a little overblown. I think he's going to catch more touchdowns this year. But moving into 2021, I like the guys ahead. I like the several receivers I have ahead of Julio. Linebacker 1, Eric Kendricks is the best linebacker in the game. And from a physical standpoint, like I mentioned very early on with Shaq Barrett, physically, Eric Kendricks is not the best linebacker. He's not even the best linebacker on his own team. That's Anthony Barr. Anthony Barr is an unreal athlete. And then if you want to count Daniel Hunter, as a linebacker edge guy, he's an unreal athlete too. Kendricks is not quite that level of athlete. He's a solid enough athlete, but between the temples right here, Eric Kendricks processes the game as fast as anyone I can see in the NFL. It is, I don't want to say Brady tier because that's a tier of its own, but he is an elite processor as a linebacker, which I don't think gets enough credit. And I'm going to steal a line from that franchise guy. Kendricks covers players, not grass. This is something that Devin White covers grass. He's like, oh, I don't know what's going on. I have this zone, right? You look at a Madden play art. You have the zone, right? Devin White's just going to sit in that zone. Kendricks is going to acknowledge the zone exists, and then he's going to find a guy to cover, and he does it at an extraordinary level. He's not quite the athlete that Fred Warner is, like I mentioned. So Warner has higher upside, and I probably should have thrown a rocket emoji on Warner, even though he is an all-pro. But just the things that Kendricks does, the brain, the technical sound point of being a linebacker in the NFL, Kendricks does as well as anyone. And yes, Warner will be better one day because he is a supremely good athlete. And then he has 99% of the technical ability up here. Kendricks is just unreal. And, if you're not on the Kendricks is linebacker 1 train, I don't know what you're doing, dog. Number 32, we have Cam Hayward. I'm a little surprised too. He is again, I talk about versatility. I talk about being able to do more than one thing. Cam Hayward is an elite run defender still. He's perhaps the best interior run defender in the NFL. I think Q will be there one day, Jets fans. Calais took a step back last year, and then Hayward's an awesome pass rushers too. And I know people are going to say, well, he has Tuitt, and Tuitt was earlier in the list, and he has TJ Watt, and TJ Watt is coming later, and he has Bud Dupree last year. Cool. He still is generating the pressure. It's not unblocked pressure like what Matt Judon would do with Baltimore. He's not going up against tight ends. He's defeating double teams at a high rate, and he is still a devastating pass rusher and awesome otherworldly run defender. And I learned the other day that his dad, Ironhead Hayward, played on the mid-90s Falcons. So shout out to the mid-90s Falcons. Number 31. Look, I understand that you guys, all of you out there, think Josh Allen should be higher. I get it. And you think that all of the quarterbacks on the list should be higher. But from the standpoint that I am doing this list at, think of it like a kind of like a WAR, like a wins above replacement, or think of it like baseball stats in terms of ERA plus and OPS plus. Those are adjusted to the park. So think of it being adjusted to the position. So Josh Allen is an extraordinary talent at the quarterback position. He's a top 5 quarterback. 1,000%. I agree with you. But the difference between being the number 5 quarterback and being a number 5 at some other positions is there's just that tick of a little bit of extra value if you're like the number 1 running back, and Allen is otherworldly. Don't get me wrong. He is a beast. He is an MVP candidate moving forward. The Bills had a great idea in signing him to the 6-year, $258 million extension. Unreal. That is double thumbs up. If I had a third thumb, I would do a triple thumbs up, but I'm sorry. I'm not that. I don't have 3 thumbs. But when people make a top 100, including the players list, they overrate quarterbacks. Value-wise, the top 32 players should be quarterbacks. Drew Lock is more valuable than Stefan Gilmore. And Drew Lock isn't even a good quarterback, and Stefan Gilmore is an awesome corner. But this isn't a value. This is a best player. I'm not going to say Josh Allen is a 99 overall player. I don't think he is. I think there are other players that are. They're better at their position than Allen is at quarterback. Again, Allen is an unreal talent. Could have thrown a rocket emoji next to him, and you put another year in. And I'm going to get to a guy next, but Allen is unreal. So with that said, all right, let's check out some comments. Given Helen Keller had the greatest wide receiver core of all time with no pass rush, would she be able to complete 10 out of 100 passes? Honestly, yes. If you explain to Helen that if she just threw the ball up in the air, like if she just threw the ball up in the air like that, I think so, because then Tyreek Hill could just run underneath and catch it. Splash, why is X not number 1? Because this guy. Darnold is top 20, I suppose. Yuck. Drew Lock isn't more valuable than anyone. It pained me to say that. I'm going to be honest with you. It really did pain me to say that. So with that said, we have another quarterback. Oh, I just spoiled number 29. We have Russ. Okay. For the sake of this, pretend there's a rocket emoji up there, because I don't talk about scheme a lot. I should, but I don't talk about scheme a lot. Seattle's going to be running a new scheme. It's going to be closer to that McVay 11 personnel offense. If this is the year Russell Wilson gets an MVP vote, I'm not shocked. If this is the year Russell Wilson wins the MVP, not shocked, because it's such a quarterback-friendly system. And then you have DK Metcalf, who is like the deep threat in the Rams. So Robert Woods, Cooper Kupp, supercharged because he's unreal. And then you have Tyler Lockett, who is an awesome slot. And then you have Dwayne Eskridge, who can do everything in between and be your gimmicky guy, be the I don't want to say Van Jefferson, but like be the Josh Reynolds, like the doer of everything, the master, the jack of all trades, master of none thing. I thought Eskridge was a little early, but who cares? This is a huge year for Russell Wilson. I think it's finally time to let Russ cook, and for real, let him cook, not just like a 6-game sample size with Brian Schottenheimer. Like actually do some real things and actually like put together 15 games in a row that he's awesome, 16 games in a row that he's awesome, 17 games in a row that he's awesome. So Bills fans, Bills Mafia, I get it. But Russ has been doing it for so long at such a high level. You know, he was my quarterback one in 2019. I had him over Mahomes. I regret doing that, but I had him over Mahomes. I will be honest with you. He was my QB2 last year. Yet I can't knock him too hard because he was still awesome for a lot of last season, especially early. Number 29, Joey Bosa. I love Joey Bosa. I am one of the biggest Joey Bosa fans on the planet. I thought he deserved to be an All-Pro last year, even over a certain edge rusher coming up. The pressure production from Joey Bosa, it was the best in the NFL outside of Aaron Donald, the best in the NFL among edges last year. People don't realize that because, oh yeah, Nick Bosa is the shiny new toy and he plays in the same city as Aaron Donald. And there's other more well-known edge rushers that play on winning teams. And you have, say, Garrett and TJ Watt that both went to the playoffs. And heck, if you're ranking the brothers, you're going to have a lot of people are going to have JJ and TJ over Joey and Nick. So you have the less important brother because Nick was integral to a team that almost won the Super Bowl. Bosa is absolutely tremendous. I promise you, turn on the film and he generates pressures like Aaron Donald. Like Aaron Donald, of course, is a little bit different, gets double teamed more. Bosa is not double teamed as often. He gets the occasional like chip block from a tight end and he's dealing with some bum tackles. I get it. But pass rusher, awesome. A-level pass rusher, A-level run defender. What more can you want out of a player? Number 28, we have Nick Chubb, the Chubb train. The only knock I have against Chubb is that he plays in the same backfield as Kareem Hunt. And I know that's a little shallow, but at a certain point, he's as well-rounded as they come. There is a reason that Browns fans say he is the best pure runner in the NFL, and I tend to agree. It's either Henry or Chubb. Both of them are terrific. The contact balance they run with, the speed they run with. Nick Chubb is a large man, and he runs faster than you could think. He had an 88-yard touchdown run against the Ravens. Oh, that was an ugly play. Just the athleticism is off the charts. And actually, I would imagine if you put him in a situation that he had to be more of a pass catching threat, I think he would be. I think there is some value to Nick Chubb, and I'll get to Derrick Henry in a little bit, but there is some value to Nick Chubb in the run game. You just don't see it because Kareem Hunt is probably a top 10 running back in his own right. So I didn't rank Hunt, but he's a terrific player. I have no complaints about him. And that's one thing I do want to mention, that with the top 100, there are a lot of honorable mentions. My original list was 250 players. If your player isn't in the top 250, I don't see the argument for them being top 100. But if they were 101 to 250, I sat there and said, yeah, Kareem Hunt might be a top 100 player, or Jets fans, Quinnen Williams might be a top 100 player. Mekhi Becton, whomever it may be. I considered a lot of guys. I wanted every team to have some representation. Sorry, Jacksonville, they were the only team that didn't. Miles Jack was very close, so I think he was the Leonard is my linebacker 7. I think Jack was my linebacker 8. Then White, then Dante Hightower, friend of the show, a friend of Frankie's show. Moving on, number 27, Marlon Humphrey, All-Pro Marlowe. I talk about the versatility with, say, Honey Badger. Marlon Humphrey is an elite perimeter corner and an elite slot corner. No other corner, like Bryce Callahan excluded, perhaps, no other corner does that. Humphrey has such a physical skill set that he works on the perimeter with like X receivers. Like he can go one-on-one with DeAndre Hopkins and not get massacred. Now Hopkins is higher, and he's going to win a lot of reps, but Humphrey does a lot of things really well. The physicality, he has enough long speed. And then he has the fruit punch. Like if you want to put it over the top, be an elite player, and then you have an otherworldly talent. The man led the league in forced fumbles. That is incredibly hard to do when you're a cornerback. It is a Peanut Tillman thing, and it's an all-pro Marlowe thing. So shout out Fruit Punch, shout out Snowball, Marlon's cat. Number 26, Minkah Fitzpatrick. I said it earlier. Earl Thomas role to a T. Like if you if you transposed Minkah Fitzpatrick into the Seahawks Legion of Boom defense, Earl Thomas is a Hall of Famer, but I don't think Minkah Fitzpatrick is that far off. He has that. Do you guys know the play? It was Ed Reed versus the Colts, Peyton Manning, and then he like totally trolled Peyton right on that play. Minkah is doing that to teams. He had a play against the Rams that he blew up the play, and the Rams had run it one time all season. And like week 2, like some random throwaway play, Minkah recognized the play to such a degree that he just totally blew up the Rams. It totally blew up the Rams. And just the mental with Minkah is exceptional. The ball hawking is exceptional. And I will be honest with you. I was coming into 2020. I said, I think Minka's a little overrated. He had the 3 elite games with Pittsburgh. And then other than that, he was like a good safety. He was a lot more consistent this year, and he was 30 last year. He's an exceptional talent, and I'm honestly a little surprised he was not more of the versatile Honey Badger role, but he has been a phenomenal free safety up there in Pittsburgh. Number 25, the man who left Baltimore, was a grocery bagger. I'm really happy for Darren Waller that he is one of the best players in the NFL, that he's found a home in Vegas now. He is a beast. And one of my absolutes in the NFL is Darren Waller's Darren Waller's tight end 3 behind a certain Kittle and Kelsey. Waller's trying to change that. I think Kelsey, it's hard to beat Kelsey, and with Kittle's the well-rounded skill set, it's hard to win there. But if you're the 25th best player in the NFL, you're doing something right. Unreal production. He had a 200-yard game as a tight end. No one does that. Like Kittle and Kelsey are struggling to do that. And it sucks that he's kind of the only option with Ruggs now and Edwards now. And that's a weird offense. I don't love Jacobs, and the offensive line imploded, but Waller is a tremendous athleticism. He was a wide receiver at Georgia Tech. So he runs the usual route tree. Does all the wide receiver stuff you want him to do. And then you look like, kaboom, I can play tight end too. Lick me. So look at that. Waller is a beast. Waller is truly a baller. Alvin Kamara is number 24. I do want to throw out there that I think his game against the Vikings, 6 touchdown game, is a little overrated. Other than that, I have nothing ill to say of Kamara. He is terrific in between the tackles, terrific outside the tackles. He is a terrific, I mentioned earlier, like safety valve guy. He is perhaps the best safety valve guy in the NFL because he can take screens for 60 yards like he did against the Packers. Was it the Packers? I think it was the Packers. He's, to me, like just ever so slightly different from McCaffrey. I think McCaffrey would be a better like slot receiver in the NFL, but Kamara is probably a better between the tackles runner. And then you do have a better offensive line in New Orleans. Kamara is unreal. I was very disrespectful to him, ranking him number 66 last year. He had 21 total touchdowns, 21 rushing touchdowns. It was ridiculous last year. I do think the 6 touchdown game is a little overrated because the offensive line just manhandled the Vikings up front, and a couple of them were just total walk-ins for like 2 yards out. But the production is there. Kamara is a guy that if the Saints didn't love Latavius Murray, he's a 1,000 guy. Number 23, we have safety 1, Justin Simmons. He is everything Minkah is as like an Earl Thomas guy. Oh yeah, and then he can do strong safety stuff. So he is like Honey Badger crossed with Minkah, but you bring the best out of both. So you can play that Earl Thomas role at an elite level, and you can play everywhere. Well, both safety spots at an elite level. Simmons is tremendous. Again, the coverage skills, the run tackling, the run defense, the tackling. You can rush the pass a little bit. Safeties aren't really supposed to do that outside of Jamal Adams. But hey, Justin Simmons is absolutely unreal, and he has made both of my All-Pro teams the last 2 years. It was Simmons and Fitzpatrick in 2019, and it was Simmons and Bates last season, 2020. Chris Jones, I argued with Frankie about Chris Jones. People say, oh, this person's the next Aaron Donald, this person's this person's that. Chris Jones is the second best interior pass rusher in the NFL behind Aaron Donald. And I don't take that lightly. That is such a high praise that you're essentially telling me that he is the best pass rusher outside of aliens. I'm assuming Aaron Donald is an alien for the sake of this. Chris Jones, and he's improving as a run defender. That's never been his strength, but rushing the passer is so important in the modern NFL. It's, can you pass the ball? Can you stop the pass? Chris Jones is really effective at stopping the pass. He had that unreal stretch in 2018 that influenced his rating being as high as 27. He is awesome in the playoffs, always getting pressure, even if he doesn't get sacks. And I want to delineate that not all sacks are created equal, that you can have, say Trey Hendrickson a little bit, that Cam Jordan's on that same line. Anyamata is on that same line. Like they're going to create the pressure, and Hendrickson's going to get a cleanup sack. Matthew Judon, I don't mean to drag either of those players through the mud because they're both awesome players, but you look at that sack production, even Justin Houston last year, now a Raven, the sack production can be a little inflated. Chris Jones sack production in 2018 was a little overrated. 19 and 20, it was a little underrated, and he was a tremendous player, a down-to-down consistency guy. Number 21, yeah, I mentioned him. I shouted him out earlier with Ryan Ramczyk. Trent Williams, yes, I just said 2 seconds ago that can you pass the ball? Can you stop the pass? Well, Trent Williams kind of just throws his hands up in the air and says, yeah, I'm a really good pass protector, but I'm the best run blocker in the NFL, bar none. The things he does to people should be illegal. He should be put in jail for the things he does to these other grown men. Like 300-pound men, he's just pancaking. Trent Williams is one of the freakiest athletes in the NFL, and you don't notice it because he plays tackle, but I encourage you to watch a Niners game through and don't focus on Garoppolo or Beathard or Mullins or Lance this season. Just watch left tackle. Watch Trent Williams. Watch 71, and he's just going to bulldoze folks. He is going to make it feel like backyard football. He is going to make it feel like you're running over, like you have a car and you're running over children. Like he does. He turns grown men, 300-pound defensive tackles, 280-pound edges. He turns them into children. He is so physical at the point of attack. The pass protection, yeah, there are better pass protectors. There are 2 higher offensive tackles in my list, but the run blocking is unreal. Now we have a moment to pause. So, of course, when Deshaun Watson was unveiled in the NFL Top 100, no players talked about him. It was like a 90-second clip, and it was, the future is uncertain with Deshaun Watson. I promise you it's that boring. Don't click off of this, but after this is over, after you've donated something, go check it out. It is the saddest clip of all time. And I was going to kind of mimic it, but I don't want to lose your attention. I think Deshaun Watson was probably the second best quarterback in the NFL last season behind Rodgers, but you don't care because he went 4-12 on the Texans, right? You look at Mahomes, right? They went 14-1 with Mahomes. You look at Allen, they went 13-3 with Allen and had a historically dominant stretch at the end of the season. Then even you look at, say, Lamar had an awesome stretch at the end of the season. Russell Wilson was awesome for 8 weeks. They made the playoffs. Deshaun Watson went 4-12. But in that 4-12, there were no bad games. Deshaun Watson is, as far as I'm concerned, the only quarterback to have a 16-game season and not have a bad game. 2011 Rodgers had a bad game. 2020 Rodgers had a bad game. Patrick Mahomes has a bad game every 2 months. He has like a stinker that this year against Atlanta, it was just off. He hit AJ Terrell in the chest. That should have been game over. Deshaun Watson played the entire 2020 season without having a bad game. And he obviously, as a ceiling, he is one of the best players in the NFL. He was 67 last year, a little quarterback, I guess, reverse bias there because I'm a little lower on quarterbacks than most. But the floor that Deshaun Watson played at last year, I don't think a player in the NFL had 16 good games. Like, there's always like a mediocre game somewhere. Deshaun Watson was legitimately good in all 16 games. I would have said he was the best quarterback in every game he played, but he did play Mahomes week 1, who was awesome, and Lamar week 2, who was awesome. So outside of those like extenuating circumstances, Deshaun Watson was the best quarterback on the field. And when he wasn't, it wasn't because he performed poorly. It was he performed pretty doggone well. And Mahomes had an awesome game and Lamar had an awesome game. So, yeah, we'll flip back there. Let's see. We got Austin. What's up? How's it going? The option. Shout out to the guys. Love the super sticker there. $7. It's going to the $6.99. It's going to the right place. I appreciate it. And I would have to imagine that people in Louisiana appreciate it. So thank you very much. Make sure to like the stream, subscribe to the channel, follow us on Instagram and Twitter at uSTADIUM. And we have our we have a couple donations that Henry mentioned in the chat. Donation from Brendan, 1070. Whoa, I can't read. 1027. Thank you. And we have 5133 from I hope that's my dad, RM Potts. So shout out to everyone. Thank you guys for donating to the right cause. I'm so happy. I'll take an aside here. Let me throw up the list again, or the not the list. This thing. I was a couple weeks ago. I had this idea, like I want to do a 24-hour live stream. I'll do it over the weekend. I don't have classes on Friday. Henry came out. Shout out to Henry. Big shout out to Henry. So, like I have nothing but good to say about Henry. He has been a beast. He had this whole thing scheduled. 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5. He knew when I had class. He knew when Jack had stuff to do. He knew when Stefan had stuff to do. He knew when Bree was babysitting. He knew when Nick was available. He knew when Frankie. He coordinated everything. So big shout out to Henry. Henry's going to be on at some point, but this wouldn't have happened without Henry. So big shout out to Henry. And with that said, let's get back into the top 20. We have a Henry coming up. Not quite. Jair Alexander, he's my cornerback 2. He would have been the cornerback 2 on my all-pro team. The next corner force is coming up. Xavier Howard would have been my defensive back, so like the 5th player. But don't think of it as the 5th player. I probably would have taken him over Simmons. Alexander, man. Jair. If depending on what kind of corner you want, you can call him number 1. And that's awesome. I love having some new faces at the top as my cornerback 1, although it's the same cornerback 1 as it was. Actually, I guess no, I had Gilmore over him a couple years ago. But moving on, Jair is unreal. And the physical traits with Jair, they pop. They pop. And I talked to Lambeau. Shout out to Lambeau, Alex. And the Packers really care about getting good athletes. And Jair is a tremendous athlete. And the instincts that he plays with are top notch. And if you play a zone heavy scheme, Jair could be cornerback 1, and then you take a certain other cornerback. And man, we have a teammate. We have David Bakhtiari. David Bakhtiari, elite pass protector. He's a solid enough run blocker, but like I said, that if you can pass the ball or stop the pass, that's the number 1 priority. Bakhtiari is a tremendous pass protector. He is coming off a torn ACL. Should be back early enough in the season. I'm going to take a little water break, but early enough in the season. Got the purple water. Shout out. Bakhtiari is a tremendous pass protector. Again, a solid enough run blocker. Also, the beer chug game is on point. Please teach me your ways, even though I don't drink. So, just an all-around nice dude. Like, if you had a football team full of dudes, I think Bakhtiari is your left tackle, and he has the beard, of course, and the long hair. So, big shout-outs to Bakhtiari. Hope he is going to be fully healthy for this season. We have tackle 1. Look, I know you guys probably didn't like me putting Lamar at 75. I know you probably think Marlon should be higher. I know you probably think that everyone on the Ravens should be in the top 50. Shout out to my mom, probably. Ronnie Stanley is the best pass protector in the NFL, regardless of position. I don't care. What he does, and even actually, this is the best part. Baltimore is a scheme that helps their tackles, right, and helps the offensive line until Lamar screws it up. But take those plays out. Take play action out. Take any non-normal pass sets out. Oh, yeah. And then you're left with Ronnie Stanley being far and away the best pass protector in the NFL. It is I remember I posted on uSTADIUM a couple weeks ago that I was excited to watch Ronnie Stanley's pass sets. I'm not an offensive line guy. I've always been a wide receiver and cornerback guy. I will watch wide receiver film till the cows come home. I will watch cornerback film until the sun comes up in the morning. But Ronnie Stanley is a magician at left tackle. He is a technician. He is a good enough athlete. He was taken with the number 6 pick in 5 to 16. That Zeke and Joey Bosa and Ramsey and Goff and Wentz. A great athlete, but the technician, he's never going to get beat twice. The brain is all there. The athleticism is all there. And I hope that he is back 100% week 1, because otherwise I don't want to see our offensive line week 1. So yeah, this is the one. You can call me a biased Ravens fan for having him over Bakhtiari, but he was a 2019 All-Pro for a reason. Number 16, Stefan Diggs, up 75 slots. I did the math right. Yeah, it was okay. He was wide receiver 1 last year in terms of yards. He unlocked a part of Josh Allen that I think we all secretly knew that Allen had, with the deep ball, with the arm talent, with eventually the improved athleticism. He did a great job with his footwork. But Diggs he has that one trait, that standout trait, that he's a premier deep threat, but he is A+ route runner. There's a lot of A+ route runners. I have mentioned them, and there's more to come. But the things Diggs does to get open, he turns. I remember, shout out to the AFC North group chat. There are pictures of Steven Nelson. You guys know the clip of a certain Titans running back stiff arming Josh Norman. He's like sideways, right? Stefan Diggs does that to corners without touching them. You know, he did that to Steven Nelson in the Bills-Steelers game. Just the precision of his routes, awe-inspiring. Number 15, slightly ahead, ever so slightly, the physical menace himself, the Mosser of men, DeAndre Hopkins, Nuke. I actually, fun fact, I got into a fantasy league like 5 years ago because I knew why DeAndre Hopkins was called Nuke, and I knew where it came from, and it was like a pacifier brand. So the athleticism, check. Contested catch, check. Can be the best player in the world at any given second. Yes, check. Actually, I would probably go quadruple check there. I can't show it for copyright purposes, but this man mossed 3 human beings. I said Trent Williams turns like defensive linemen into children. DeAndre Hopkins turned a bunch of like grown men into children there, into like toddlers. So Hopkins is unreal. And one of my favorite thing about Hopkins is his confidence, that he thinks he's wide receiver 1. And, you know, depending on what day it is, I agree with him. I don't agree with him, but I love the swagger that he plays with. And also look up the clip of D'Angelo Hall getting his life ruined by Hopkins. Walmart greeter, D'Angelo Hall. Myles Garrett at 14. I'm just going to address it now. Myles Garrett versus TJ Watt. Myles Garrett is an elite pass rusher. TJ Watt is an elite pass rusher. Myles Garrett is a good run defender. TJ Watt is an elite run defender. That's why TJ Watt is higher than Myles Garrett. Number 13, Zach Martin. I wish the man could freaking stay healthy. If he played 16 games, he would be higher. That's the only, I'll address it now. Zach Martin is here. Quentin Nelson is higher. Why? Because I think they're equivalent. They're right there neck and neck. You can argue Martin might be a little tiny bit better, but Nelson doesn't miss snaps. Martin did miss snaps. He has missed snaps in the last few seasons. He's not on the field as much. It's the Denzel Ward argument that I had last week. Number 12, cornerback 1, Jalen Ramsey. First time I've ever come out and said he was cornerback 1. So congratulations to Jalen Ramsey, because in 2019 I had Gilmore over him, and then last year I think he was wide receiver, cornerback 6. Don't know about that, but hey, you live and you learn. Just the physical tools Ramsey has. This, I talked about DK Metcalf. We've all seen the shirtless picture of DK Metcalf. DK Metcalf is fast enough that he competed in an Olympic trial. He is 6'4", 230 pounds. And he's like a tick behind Olympic sprinters. And Jalen Ramsey can cover him. And Jalen Ramsey can totally wipe him out of the game. that is sensational. That is special. Future Hall of Famer Jalen Ramsey. Number 11, I mentioned it, Quentin Nelson. Hopefully he's healthy for week 1, whether it's COVID or whether it's was it Liz Frank, or that was the ETN, the foot fracture thing that both he and Wentz had the exact same injury, like within 24 hours of each other. I hope he's healthy because he is. I talked about Trent Williams being like a highlight machine at left tackle. Quentin Nelson is a highlight machine at left guard, and these cerebral things that Quentin Nelson does, it's Frank Reich is not telling him to do these things, but it's the kind of thing that Nelson will be blocking a guy. Then he'll see like he'll see a rusher come free, and he'll go pick off that guy because he knows Phillip Rivers had good enough pocket presence to like move around. So if he like just totally abandons his guy, like his defensive tackle, and he just goes and picks off the blitzing linebacker and just levels him, or the blitzing corner and just levels him, or the blitzing edge and just levels him. Nelson has that like that 3D chess move. Like almost every other player on this list is good, like, duh. But Nelson has that X factor, and he's ironically not an X factor in Madden because they hate offensive linemen, but he has that ability to know that he can take eggs out of one basket during the play and put it into another basket. And he knows that he can take those eggs out and kind of blow an assignment, but cover a different assignment. And his quarterback is in sync. It's just unreal to watch. 3-time All-Pro. He's been in the league 3 years. I'm glad I have a picture of Travis Kelce before he shaved. It's one reason why I don't want to shave. I think I would look pretty ridiculous if I did shave. So yeah, with that said, Travis Kelce is a Hall of Famer already. I would have to imagine he is already on the Mount Rushmore of tight ends. He's up there with Gronk and with Tony G. And then honestly, Kelce can be 3. And then 4 can be Sharp or Ozzie Newsome or John Mackey or Mike Ditka or any number of guys, Antonio Gates, any number of guys. I don't really care. This isn't a Mount Rushmore debate. The Travis Kelce is a bona fide Hall of Famer, is superstar in every sense of the word, and would be the tight end in every other season in NFL. Won like 99% of seasons in NFL history. There were a couple years that Gronk was just unreal, and there was a couple years that Tony G was unreal, and then I have a tight end coming up. But the route running from Kelce, he's good enough to be like a B+ wide receiver, and he's doing it as a tight end. He's doing it against linebackers, doing it against safeties. It is tremendous to watch, and he's improving as a run blocker too. So it's not even he just does that one thing and he's just essentially a wide receiver. No, he is a well-rounded tight end, and there's a reason he's been in my top 16 all 3 years. But this is tight end 1, ladies and gentlemen. He is the best run blocking tight end in the NFL. He's the best yards after the catch tight end in the NFL, and he's 90% of the route runner that Travis Kelce is. When George Kittle is on the field and healthy, and is it a hot take? George Kittle played 8 games last season. He did more in those 8 games than a Pro Bowler named Evan Ingram did. I would have picked Tunyon as my Pro Bowl 2 behind who was the other? Hawkinson. To me, it would have been Hawkinson and Tunyon, right? But the George Kittle was so good in 8 games that he had a real shot. He had a real shot of getting to the Pro Bowl in 8 games. No one at any other position does that. George Kittle is unreal. Again, run blocker 1, route runner 2 at the position, and then yards after the catch 1. I love what San Francisco's done with getting the yards after the catch guys, whether it's Debo, whether it's Brandon Ayuk, aka Brandon Ayak. He's going to be awesome in fantasy. And then George Kittle, of course. Number 8, yeah, this is the Josh Norman flying picture. Shout out to Henry again, the GOAT. Derrick Henry ran for 2,027 yards in a pass-heavy NFL. Just 2,000 yards. We are talking O.J. Simpson. We are talking Adrian Peterson, Eric Dickerson, Terrell Davis, the internally underrated Jamal Lewis. Am I forgetting anyone? Amon Green was pretty close. Barry Sanders, of course, the GOAT running back. Derrick Henry did that. 2,000 yards, 2027. He's going to do it again this year, by the way. You can cut this and post it in 4 months when he has it in 16 games. Henry has such an unreal blend of power, physicality, and speed. And then the stiff arm, of course. It's wild to me watching him because there have been a couple games that he's been bottled up. Against Denver, he was awful. Both actually the last 2 times he's played Denver, he's been awful. And then against Baltimore in the playoffs this past year, he was really quite bottled up. But when the blocks set, when Lawan, Jones, Saffold, Kelly, whomever it may be, and now this year it's going to be Radens, when the blocks set, and Derrick Henry has a second to get up to that top speed, whether it's against Jacksonville, whether it's against Houston, whether it's against the Ravens in the playoffs in 2019, Derrick Henry can house any touch he has, whether it's a screen pass against Cleveland in 2019. I have never seen an athlete move like a large man move like Derrick Henry can move on a football field. And I hate that he's on the Titans, and I hate that I can't root for him because I really liked him at Alabama, Heisman Trophy winner, of course. Shout out to my mom. I ran some of these graphics by my mom, and she's like, well, why don't you put like a little Heisman Trophy award next to Lamar or Derrick Henry? It's like, I mean, I could, but I can just mention it here. So I love you, Mom. Number 7, Christian McCaffrey, running back 1. I understand Derrick Henry just had 2,000 yards. Christian McCaffrey, the last time he played a full season, had 1,000 yards rushing, 1,000 yards receiving. This is Marshall Faulk territory, one of the greatest running backs of all time. And this is Roger Craig territory. Please put Roger Craig in the Hall of Fame. That is, I could go on for an hour about Roger Craig. Should be in the Hall of Fame. But McCaffrey is a slot receiver mixed with like a really good running back. And I hate to play the value card here. I'm not trying to play the value card here, but Christian McCaffrey is elite at 2 things. Derrick Henry is elite at 1 thing. And Christian McCaffrey, if you put him at wide receiver, would probably make the top 100. He is just that instinctive. He is just that good. He just creates such angles, and he is also awesome after the catch too. He and Eckler are unreal at it. Between the tackles, he's not Henry. He's not, well, actually, Henry's not that, honestly, not that good between the tackles. It's when he gets that outside zone that, but we're going to stop talking about Derrick Henry. CMC, I pray to every heaven known to man. I don't even have him in fantasy. I just hope he is healthy because he is a special talent. And he's a guy that 3,000 scrimmage yards might be in play. Number 6, we have Davante Adams, wide receiver 2. Route running. I've said it before. There's a lot of A+ route runners. Davante Adams is right there. And then he brings some of that Michael Thomas physicality at the catch point too, that he can, kind of brush off a guy. He's not the best athlete. He's a good enough athlete. I've said that several times. And I do want to point out the dumbest thing outside of game-winning drives, the dumbest thing in sports that I heard the last 24 months was Davante Adams sucks because he only has 1,000-yard season. All right, he had 997 twice. The difference between 997 and 1,000 is 1 catch. Come on now. If he had a healthy Aaron Rodgers for like an extra series, okay, he gets to 1,000. If he plays one more game, he gets to 1,000. It's the Keenan Allen argument this year. I think it's dumb. Adams is unreal. I had to troll Tyreek Hill here. Let's be real here, but Tyreek Hill is the best wide receiver in the NFL. The athleticism, the route running savvy, so let me go back to Adams for a second. Adams gets open as often as anyone because of the route running, and he's a great separator. Tyreek Hill is a pretty good route runner, and he's always open. He just runs horizontally, back and forth across the field. He's always open. He is always open. Mahomes is always going to find him. He's always sneaking through back of the end zone. He's always, running in motions, whether it's a sweep, whether it's just a fake motion, whether it's just a you are thinking about Tyreek Hill and we're going to throw like this little backdoor screen to Kelsey, or heck, I think they probably could throw a backdoor screen to Anthony Sherman. They could probably throw a backdoor screen to this box of Crystal Light and it could score a touchdown. Tyreek Hill is the best wide receiver in the NFL. Number 4, TJ Watt. TJ Watt is the best edge in the NFL. Why? Because he's an A+ pass rusher and he is an A+ run defender. Why does that matter? Well, and the Pittsburgh argument, he plays with Hayward and Tua. Yes, he does, but he is the best out of that group. And I understand using it to knock like the secondary and tertiary pieces, but when you're knocking the primary piece, like it's kind of like knocking a certain quarterback that's coming up because he's throwing to 2 guys in the top 10. Like, no, don't do that. He's awesome. I'm sure you can guess who the next player is going to be, but TJ is unreal. I don't think he's at that point where JJ was. Of course, JJ is a 3-time defensive player of the year and an A++ pass rusher, an A+ run defender for 7-8 years with Houston. But TJ is getting there. TJ is on that Hall of Fame pace, and he was not robbed a defensive player of the year. It totally deserved Aaron Donald, but he was a number 2, or I would put him number 3 behind X, but he's a 2-time All-Pro TJ is a 2-time All-Pro in my book. We got Patty Mahomes. We got Kermit. He was number 1 last year, number 11 in 2019. Yes, I did get some flack for that, putting him in number 11 last year, putting him number 11 2 years ago. But, Patty, what a time to be alive. I don't think his mom doesn't like people calling him Pat. So Patrick Mahomes II, his dad, of course, played in Major League Baseball. Such an unreal talent. The only knock I have against Mahomes is that he's not Aaron Rodgers at like turning the ball over. Aaron Rodgers has the lowest interceptable pass rate I have ever seen. Historically, he is, if you chart, so let's say you have this big X axis, right? So if X axis is number of games played, and your y-axis is like interception rate. Aaron Rodgers is all the way down to the right. He plays as often as anyone, and he never turns the ball over, never throws the interception, and he never even puts the ball in harm's way. Mahomes had a lot of interceptable passes. Now, he matches Rodgers' big-time throw for big-time throw, yes, 100%, and sometimes outdoes him. But what Rodgers does, he never puts you in a bad situation. Mahomes can put you in bad situations. The defense just has to capitalize. Rodgers never, ever, ever puts you in bad situations. Last year, he was elite. Not even good. Elite in 15 games. The only bad game he had was against Tampa. And Aaron Donald trains with knives, ladies and gentlemen. This, come on now. Aaron Donald is the best player in the NFL. Aaron Donald is a future Hall of Famer. Aaron Donald is everything. Everything you could possibly imagine, like elite pass rusher, good enough run defender. I know that there was some ESPN metric that tried to say he was an average run defender. I get it. I get where you're coming from, but I am not going to call Aaron Donald a average run defender because he would steamroll me. That granted, everyone in this list would steamroll me, but that's okay. How are we feeling about that? Guys? And I swear, YouTube, if you demonetize this live stream because I have Aaron Donald holding a fake knife, that is a fake knife. I learned that today, that it is a fake knife. Why do I keep saying knife? A fake knife. Good Lord. Please don't demonetize me. So with that said, that is my top 50. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, follow us on YouTube. I always screw that up. Follow us on Twitter. Follow us on Instagram at uSTADIUM. Donate. The link tree is right yonder. Nope, wrong way. How am I? Yes, there we are. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna get demonetized. Frankie, you're gonna fire me. That's okay. Speaking of fire, I was walking home today. I went out to Dunkin' Donuts at like 6-7 in the morning. I'm Mountain Time in Arizona, and I was looking at my phone, just showing doobie. Cam Newton released by the Patriots. What? Huh? Who? Huh? I was right there, like maybe 20 feet, and there was a lady walking by, and I'm actively words are coming out of my mouth, and I'm like, what is going on? And then I don't think she noticed me, thankfully. But so Cam Newton got cut today, ladies and gentlemen. Cam Newton. I don't know how to feel about it. I like Cam as a person. I like Cam as a quarterback. I like Cam. I've talked at length that he is an underrated like brain in the NFL. He's on, again, not quite Brady, not quite Brees, but he's on that second tier of, he is so far ahead of what the defense is trying to do that it's kind of scary. But he was in that kind of Brees mold that the athleticism he's still a good athlete, but it's not the same. It's not the same, and it sucks for football that Cam's not the same. So, yeah, it sucks for football. He's a tremendous player. 2015 NFL MVP, deserving NFL MVP, deserving All-Pro. Let me tell you, it is really hard to get a deserving All-Pro as a quarterback. When your competition is, I'm just going to read like the last like 10 All-Pros. Aaron Rodgers, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady, Matt Ryan, Cam Newton, Aaron Rodgers, Peyton Manning. I think Peyton was 2012 as well. He was, I think, second in MVP voting. And then Aaron Rodgers again in 2011. Like, you have like five. You have Brady's a GOAT contender. Peyton's a GOAT contender. Rodgers is a GOAT contender. Holy Christmas! So I do feel bad for Cam, but one thing I don't feel bad for, we have our dynamic duo. The Miami Dolphins crew is back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to do a little screen transition, and when you see more pretty faces on the screen, it won't be mine. It'll be Justin and Connor. So I'm going to throw up this little countdown, and I will see you guys later.
Hello. What is going on? Very glad to be here. We are the Dolphins Dive. My name is Justin. I'm joined by Connor. It's been a little bit since we've had a show together. We've both been a little busy. Connor has work. I've moved into college. I've been very busy here at college, but we do have a show upcoming this Sunday. Hopefully, we're gonna we'll get into a little bit of that at the end, but I just want to thank uSTADIUM, Nick, Frankie, the whole crew, especially Henry, for setting all this up, giving us a chance to come on for this very good cause. Hoping everybody out in New Orleans is all right. Hoping everyone's okay. For everybody who's watching, please consider donating. All proceeds go to the American Red Cross for disaster relief. And also be sure to participate in the auctions. They are giving away, I believe, signed mini helmets from J.C. Horn, Micah Parsons, Justin Fields, and Charles Leno, and also a game-worn jersey from Cameron Jordan, one of the best edge defenders in the NFL. So be sure to get in on that. Again, all proceeds going to disaster relief. Shout out to the uSTADIUM crew. Once again, follow the Dolphins Dive on Instagram, on Twitter. Join us on the uSTADIUM app. And how about we just jump right into it? So today, for this little segment that we got going on, we're going to be going through the Miami Dolphins schedule, game by game.
Once again, Frankie, your whole thing today was so out of line. Okay?
Yeah, what's up with that, man?
He literally had the Dolphins as his bus team. And okay, if it was like over under, I can understand taking the under, but you were slandering them, okay? I can't be having that. Tua is, I don't know who said it, but he's one of the best RPO quarterbacks in the game. That's what we're going to be doing. And I don't care. Yes, our receivers are not going to be able to stay healthy. I understand that. Good.
Oh, man. Connor's got a little bit of thing going on. Hopefully we get all that sorted out. But, oh, my God, it's Shade OD. Can I get your autograph? Of course, if I can find a way to get it to you. Hopefully Connor figures all that out. But before we get into the whole prediction thing, I'll sit here and talk about the Watson situation for a little bit. I have plenty of thoughts on that. So from what I'm hearing, I forget who broke the news. It was some guy who works for Yahoo. But he said he was the one who was like, the Dolphins are the front runner right now. If anybody's going to make a trade for Watson, it's going to be Miami. The next day, like literally the very next day, he hops on a podcast. He says, yeah, that was a whole like process of elimination thing. All the other teams have kind of like backed out of it because of the price and the whatnot, the legal situation, which I won't get into because, there's so much going on there that we don't know about. But he hops on the podcast the next day. He goes, yeah, it's just basically a process elimination. Miami was the only team that was really showing any sort of interest left, but they haven't talked in months. So I was just like, okay, well, what was the point of all that then? That's what I was thinking. I was like, and I would have been totally okay with the Watson trade if it happened 4 weeks ago, maybe a month ago or so. I got Connor coming back. But I would have been okay with the Watson trade about like 4 months ago, at the beginning of the preseason, the beginning of training camp. That's when I would have pulled the trigger if Miami was going to do it. To do it now with 2 weeks before the season, after Tua, played pretty well during the preseason. Granted, it was not against the greatest competition in the world, but he looked great. He looked very much improved from last year. He looks stronger. He looks more confident. He looks more decisive. Doing it now after that showing and, with only 2 weeks to, get acclimated into the system, learn the playbook and all that, it just doesn't make sense to me. And
all right, so the report I saw was that it's basically all Stephen Ross and just wanting to win a Super Bowl. But it's so reckless with the potential thing that's legally that's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
You have a bright future with plenty of picks. Like, just keep building your team. Like, when the Seahawks won the Super Bowl with Russ was not Russ. Like, he was carried by his team. The Dolphins are pretty close to being able to do that. I'm not saying they're there, but they're close.
Yeah. They're on the right track anyways. They got to have a few more good drafts. But yeah, I was about to get into that. Like, bombshell report came out today. Like, Stephen Ross is the one who's pushing for Watson. And Stephen Ross has been a very hands-off owner ever since the whole Adam Gase era. Like, before all of that, the Philbin era, the Gase era, he was very, involved with the organization. I'm glad that, he's taken a step back. He's kind of like hands-off. He's letting Greer and Flores do their thing. And, just being a hands-off owner. I don't want him to come in and be like, trade for Watson, banging the table for him and just like completely, throwing everything out of whack that's been going right now. It's like, why can't we have nice things?
That's like what Washington did with Haskins. I don't think their coaches, like, no one wanted Haskins, and then the owner forced Haskins, and you saw how that turned out. So
yeah, owners should definitely be staying out of player personnel, that sort of thing. Shout out Malik, friend from a Discord that I'm in. But yeah, I mean, the whole Watson situation is just weird. I agree that like Watson, putting Watson on this team right now makes us Super Bowl contenders, and I would love that. I would love to be instant Super Bowl contenders. But just like given the situation, the context, 2 weeks before the season, the legal situation.
Yeah, because like even Brady mentioned last year, it literally took him to like week 12 for the greatest player of all time, probably the smartest football player of all time, to get comfortable in a playbook. Now you're talking about a guy who's, granted, Watson's a superstar, but to get acclimated to a brand new surroundings, like offense, like you're not going to learn a playbook in 2 weeks. So it's going to take time. Like, just build with what you got.
Yeah. And even like Patrick Mahomes, he admitted, like, I think it was like earlier this year, it took him about till like midway through his second year of playing for him to like truly understand the playbook. Before that, he was just kind of slinging it around. And granted, doing that, slinging it around, he had a 50 touchdown season. But like, it just doesn't make sense to do it right now. I say if Tua shows out, you keep him, you stick the road with him, continue to build around him. But if he doesn't, if we end up being wrong about Tua, which is a possibility, then you gotta be realistic. But I believe Tua will be fine. But like in the case that like, maybe the injuries come back or maybe he doesn't, progress or anything like that, then after this season, granted that the legal situation has whoa, we got a little bit of breaking news here. Bears cut rookie Daz. That's a shocker. Okay. We'll get back. I want to talk about this for a minute, being a UNC fan. Daz Newsome. I believe Daz Newsome was like one of the more underrated wide receiver prospects of this draft. He's a great deep ball guy. And I believe he could have a spot on any team who's in need of a little speed and in need of a little playmaking. Get him out in space, some screens, some slants, or even just like throw him on the fly route, because teams have to respect that speed that he has. Sam Howell had plenty of, big plays. I didn't have
a lot of good receivers getting cut.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. And we'll get into cuts, as they happen. The deadline is 4:00. But yeah, so that's.
I just want to address Frankie's comment. that's a fair point. If the weapons are healthy, Tua will be good. But I think Tua has shown progress throwing to our back end guys just throughout practice and preseason. Like Tua's favorite target right now has been Mac Hollins. Like he's through the off season when he's practicing with these guys, he's really built chemistry. Because obviously Alabama, everyone was open. I acknowledge that, but I think he's taken a step to be able to throw to his different kind of receiver. So I think obviously if his healthy receivers are healthy, it just makes the offense, not even him, the offense way better. But I think it won't look like last year in terms of not having the weapons and how bad the offense will look. I think it'll be a little better.
Yeah. So with all that said, the Tua talk, the Watson talk, the Daz Newsome talk, a little bit of a shocker. How about if we can get our little presentation pulled up here? Shout out to producer Henry, producer Splash. Connor and I will be going through the entire Dolphins schedule and offering our game-by-game predictions and analysis. And we'll, on our next show, our tentative date is Sunday. We're going to expand that, not just the Dolphins schedule, but the entire NFL. We're going to go game by game, every single game, predict every team's record, and go all the way up to the playoffs and the Super Bowl. That's what we're hoping to do. So how about we just jump right into it? We'll go right into our Week 1 matchup, the Dolphins at the Patriots.
This is going to be a game.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting game. Tua versus Mac Jones, Week 1. Former Alabama teammates. Dolphins in Foxborough. Last time they were in No, it wasn't last time. Last time they were in Foxborough, Week 1 of last year, Fitzpatrick, threw 3 interceptions. Miami ended up losing 21-11. But the last time they were in Foxborough before that, we have this picture right up here, Mike Gesicki catching the game-winning touchdown, keeping the Patriots out of a first-round bye. So they split the last 2. Connor, what do you think happens here in Foxborough, Week 1?
Man, because this is such like a test because you don't know – because these teams have been working on specific things. Like the Dolphins, their main thing has been working on that run defense and obviously the offense. But the Patriots are going to come and try and run the ball down your fucking throat. Mm-hmm. Excuse my language. So if the Dolphins can withstand that, I really think the Dolphins are going to come out hot. And I like to usually give, like, in the division, each team will go 500 kind of thing. Mm-hmm. But for the sake of it, I think I'm going to start the Dolphins out with a dub. I think the offense is going to look better, and the defense will be able to handle the run. So I'm going to give Dolphins win here, but it will factor in the next time they play because I think I usually like to do 1-1. But I give Dolphins.
Sorry, so we got a Dolphins W for Connor. My prediction, I'm gonna go. It's a really tough matchup because these teams. I believe Miami, has a little bit more firepower, a little bit more talent on the roster. The Patriots are getting a lot of guys back, and Bill Belichick, obviously the greatest coach of all time. But the big wild card here is obviously Mac Jones, who was just announced the starter today, with the surprise release of Cam Newton, which has been discussed, on here quite a bit. So I believe if Cam Newton had remained on the team and if Cam Newton was starting this game, I believe the Patriots would have had a chance to come out on top here. I probably would have given them the W. But now that it's Mac Jones playing in his first career game against a Brian Flores and Josh Boyer defense.
That's true.
I believe that Miami is going to come out on top in a slugfest, a low-scoring game like 20-17, something along that line.
Yeah,
it's going to be a close game.
It's going to come down to the run defense. If they can stop the run and make it hard for Mac, I think we'll take it up.
As we all know, Miami struggles against mobile quarterbacks. Mac Jones, not exactly the most athletic person in the world. I would much rather face Mac Jones in his first career game than Cam Newton once again. So, yeah, I'm going to end up giving Miami a W here. So we're both starting them off 1-0.
Okay.
They play the Patriots again week 14, I think it is. I'm not entirely sure. Okay. Somewhere in that range toward the end of the season. But 1-0 start. How about we go on to week 2? The Bills at the Dolphins. This matchup, much maligned matchup in the Dolphins fan base. Once again, playing at home in week 2 against Buffalo. I believe this is a repeat of last year's beginning 2 weeks. Last year,
I think so.
It was Josh Allen's kind of breakout game. He tore us to shreds early and ended up coming away with – yeah. I believe it was 31-23, somewhere in that range, but it was a very good game for Josh Allen. But what do you think happens here week 2 about the Dolphins?
I'm going to go with a Dolphins loss. these things are so hard to predict, especially in division.
Mhm.
But the Dolphins have not shown a capability of. I mean, Brian Daboll's just straight out strategized the Dolphins defense. Like the last week of the season, he did some crazy thing where he literally motion snapped the receiver to block. And what the Dolphins do is they'll send like 7 guys, but only 4 will actually rush. The other 3, they'll touch a guy and then drop back. So he knew that like that's what we do. So he blocked like 6 or 7 and then just ran a double move and torched us. Like that's going to happen every time. It's just they've shown an ability to do what I don't think I've seen another offense do, and just torch our defense. So I'm going to give the Bills a dub this game, unfortunately.
Yeah, Brian Daboll seems to be the one offensive coordinator, play caller that Miami hasn't been able to figure out to this point. You see here, Michael Thomas and David Bakhtiari will begin season on the physically unable to perform list. I hope Michael Thomas gets back on the field healthy, starts to prove some people wrong.
Yeah,
but going back,
necessary.
Yeah, going back to the week 2 matchup, I'm going to have to agree with you here. I'm going to have to give the Dolphins an L here in this week 2 matchup. Josh Allen, I'm not expecting this same season from him as he had last year. Probably it seemed pretty volatile to me. There's so many big plays downfield. But I do believe he's going to be, really effective. He's going to remain in the top 5. He's my QB4 at the moment. But I just think, like, the amount of talent that this Bills team has and, like, the smarts of Brian Daboll is probably the league's best counter to this Miami defense. Because, like, even we saw Kansas City struggled against Miami's defense.
Yeah.
For the entire game minus, like, 10 minutes.
Minus the time Bobby McCain wasn't there, and it was Clayton White Boy Fedgelum playing free safety against Tyreek Hill. Like, don't even get me started. And not to mention, the defense all of last season was playing at a disadvantage of having to be on the field for so long because our offense was just putrid. I think our offense would be much improved. So
yeah,
it'll help.
But yeah, I mean, I've been kind of saying this throughout the season. I'm like hesitant to say this, but like, I don't want to predict a Miami W against like this Bills team until I see it happen. Because like I feel like they just outmatch us, kind of like the amount of firepower. And so we're gonna go 1-1
another rematch
here to start the season. Shout out Danny Henderson. So week 3, I tried to avoid putting Fitzpatrick up here because he's not on the team anymore. But I just had to do this play. This play was ridiculous. So, but as we all know, Tua got benched in this game against the Raiders. He wasn't dynamic. He wasn't playing bad, but he was not dynamic at all. He was 16 and 19 for like 80 yards.
He couldn't pull the trigger.
He just couldn't pull the trigger downfield. So Fitzpatrick comes in, throws a couple of deep shots to Gesicki, has this miraculous play. So
the pure joy after this game, I was literally like, there's those moments where you get so energized. It was a Saturday night game, so it's like 11 o'clock, and I'm wired. I literally stayed up for like 3 hours, like just thinking all the craziest things. Yeah, it was incredible.
Yeah, much of the Dolphins fan base was very excited after this game. I was like already looking toward the future. I was like, if we like somehow manage to beat Buffalo next week, like we are going to limp into the playoffs and we are going to get absolutely blasted.
That's the thing. This game was so up and down. I'm like,
yeah.
Oh, we're not going to make the playoffs. And then as soon as we won this, I thought we have fucking.
I was
I
like,
gotta stop cursing. I'm sorry. We have 10 wins. Like we're gonna make the playoffs, and then we just get blasted with the backup. That was putrid.
Yeah. Well, so the Raiders, I have them like really low in my power rankings. I forget exactly where, but I believe it was like the 25, 24 range, maybe even lower. Because I believe a team that gives up the amount of offensive line talent that they did this offseason deserves nothing. I was so confused by some of the moves they made. I'm pretty sure the only starter they retained was Richie Incognito. Yeah. So, I mean, Colton Miller, who's, whatever, but decent enough.
He was good, he improved. And then they got Leatherwood, who's actually shown out. Mm-hmm. I think their line regressed, but they saved some money, and they believe in some of the younger guys, so it'll be interesting to see. But I think people sleep on them a little bit, but they're properly slept on, and to the point that they're not going to be able to compete with that division. I think they're a tough team, but their defense also improved. But I'm going to give the Dolphins a dub here. I think where probably better coached and more talented, and I think it just comes down to that. And I really think Tua's going to have a much improved year. He's not going to be throwing the ball over the yard, but he's going to be getting the ball out on time and doing what we need to do, and that's just only going to help the defense that was already good. So, and Dolphins stuff.
Yeah, I agree. Playing this team like earlier in the season will definitely be a help because they were pretty banged up and kind of fatigued toward week 16 last year when they played them. But losing Rodney Hudson, the top 3 center in the NFL, in my opinion, over to Arizona, losing Gabe Jackson, and that defense, like they made improvements. They added some new guys, new faces. Ngakoue. I believe they're still a year or two away from being even average. So I'm gonna have to agree with you here. I'm gonna give the Dolphins a W here in week 3. So we're both moving up to 2-1.
We've got the same thing.
Yep. So, and I agree with your point about Tua. I believe, I think he's more comfortable. He'll be able to move the ball against. I'm excited to see him play, one of these weaker defenses.
Who's their DC now? Because I know they got rid of the guy who mainly just ran Tampa too. I don't know who their DC is.
I can look it up real quick. Raven.
But it might be the same guy because I think they fired the guy midway through because I think in terms of how they built their team through the offseason, it seems like it's the same kind of guys.
It's currently Paul Gunther. He was
D-line coach for the Cowboys, I think. Something like that. I don't know. Thought that was it.
I'm not even sure.
But
actually, no. It was not.
like,
actually, no. It's Gus.
But basically, it's gonna be like a 4-3. It's a 4-3 base with probably a lot of cover 2. I'm guessing. I don't know.
No, my
or
bad.
Is it Gus Bradley?
Paul Gunther was fired midseason. He was the guy who was fired.
Okay. Yeah.
Right now,
so
it's
then
Gus
I think
Bradley.
they switched. Yeah, and I think Gus Bradley's heavy Tampa too. So
yeah, my bad. I searched up Raiders defensive coordinator, and that was the guy who came up.
So I think it's a lot of Tampa too. Tua should be able to do better than he did last time, hopefully.
Yeah. So my bad. Google was tripping there. But why don't we go on and move on to week 4, one of the more intriguing matchups of the season. I've been kind of back and forth on this one.
I don't even know who it is. I don't have the schedule down yet.
I'm waiting for the thing but I'll go ahead and say it's Dolphins versus Colts. There we go. Colts at Dolphins. So this game's at home. No problem. Colts at Dolphins. I think I don't know if Wentz playing or not makes much of a difference. I believe like they'll, play a better game with Wentz in the lineup, but Wentz was just like astronomically bad last year. And we don't know how he's going to perform. I will say if Eason or God forbid Ellinger goes out there, they're going to get pummeled no matter how good the defense plays, because that offense will score at most like 17 points against Miami with that, and that's a stretch. Eason or Ellinger. I'm not a fan of either of them, especially Ellinger. But if Wentz plays, it's really dependent on like how well he bounces back and Frank with in his reunion with Frank Reich. But all in all, I believe Taylor will have a good game. I believe the running backs will have a good game. But Wentz being sort of turnover prone, and as we all know, this Miami defense loves to force turnovers. And even in 2019, during the Tank for Tua season, like this Dolphins team, they came out, they were like 1-7 at the time, something like that.
Against Brissett.
Against Brissett, now a Dolphin. They came out and they played the Colts hard and they beat them. One of my best friends came down from Indiana. He was visiting me. We watched a game together. He was so upset. I was like, man, I'm kind of upset too because,
Yeah, I know. I was like,
we're supposed to be tanking. I was like, we're on the same side here. But yeah, but this is obviously a much different Dolphins team, a much different Colts team. Doesn't have Brissett, doesn't have Andrew Luck, a lot of like new faces on this Colts team. They have a very good defense, but in my opinion, the offense is just too much of a question mark to match up very well against this Miami Dolphins defense. So I'm actually going to go ahead and give them another W to start off the season 3-1. And this is like one of my keys to the season. It has to be a fast start if they want to be successful. I think Tua has to come out of the gate. Yeah, I think Tua has to come out of the gate hot. I believe they have to win, hopefully 3 of the first 4 games. I'll be okay with 3 of the first 5. But this is a game I really believe they have to win if they want to make the playoffs.
Yeah, they've been emphasizing that this offseason because that was what held them back from winning it last year. We started off 1-3, and they realized and I think it took time for them to realize they were as good as they were because coming into the season, it was like they got a lot of talent, but are they good yet? And I think now they have the confidence. I think they can start off hot. This game's going to be an absolute dogfight. I think the key to this game, first and foremost, I think Wentz and Reich are going to I think they'll be solid. I think they're actually going to be very good. Wentz will clean up a lot of his errors. But the key to this game is Colts at Dolphins. I think that's a big boost. The Colts are a team that likes to run the rock a lot. Once again, it comes down to run defense, how improved it is. But I like the Dolphins' chances at a home game when the Colts are smothered in heat. But like I said, I think this is dogfight down to the wire type of game. It can go either way. But for the sake of it, I'm giving it a Dolphins dub.
Okay. So we're on the same page. I'm still on the same page.
We got to disagree. We got to disagree at some point.
At some point, it'll probably happen. But so 3-1 through the first 4 games. That would probably be good for either the division lead or second in the division, depending on how Buffalo and New England start out. But why don't we go into week 5? I actually don't. Here we go. So another very intriguing game. It's a road game, but they're not going very far. There will probably be plenty of aqua jerseys in the stands over there in Tampa. So Tom Brady versus the Miami Dolphins once again. I've been dreading this matchup ever since he signed in Tampa. I was like, I know it's going to happen at some point. And so this is a really intriguing matchup. This is definitely the most well-rounded roster in the NFL, without a doubt. Maybe the Chiefs, but Chiefs might have more offensive talent, but the Buccaneers are definitely more well-rounded. Tom Brady, defending Super Bowl champions, tends to struggle against Miami. Miami seems to be the only team that every now and then has his number, but that's usually in Miami. When Tom Brady plays the Miami Dolphins at home, he often destroys them. But we haven't seen him in a Bucs uniform take them on yet. So I want to know, what are your thoughts on this game? What's going to happen?
I'm stuck because I want to do something different, and every team's going to win games. Every team's going to lose games. Brady does struggle. I mean, I remember vividly when he threw 2 picks X. I mean, we have the talent on the outside to match up with their stud receivers. Obviously, on paper, the Bucs are the better team.
Mm-hmm.
But man, I also think the Bucs are a team that is pass heavy, considering they don't. I mean, who's the running back now? Is it
it's still Fournette and Jones?
It's not a crazy attack. They have a great line. Just for the sake of being different, and I will compensate down the line in the schedule. Okay, this is not going to stay at the same page, but I'm giving it a Dolphins dub. We're beating the former Super Bowl champs. I think we just match up well, and we can get to. I mean, because when you heat up Brady doesn't like getting heat up. He can obviously diagnose things quickly and get the ball out, but I'm giving it a Dolphins dub right here. Keep it moving.
Oh, so Connor is going to go with a 4-1 start for the Miami Dolphins. So this is where we diverge. This is where we start to disagree.
This is what I mean. I had to do something different. We couldn't stay on the same path.
Yeah. I believe that Miami is a great matchup for Tampa. With Tampa's very, going to be a very pass-heavy team. They have great weapons. I believe Miami's secondary will match up very well against them. But I think the more important matchup here, and it's not a particularly close one, it's the Buccaneers pass rush against the Miami Dolphins offensive line. The Buccaneers have one of, if not the best front fours in the NFL, JPP and Ndamukong Suh. Jesus, I'm forgetting who else.
Vita Vea.
Oh, I was gonna lose my mind if the Dolphins selected Vita Vea back in that draft, and now here he is. He's in my top 100. He's one of the best.
I mean, it's a nose tackle. No one wants to draft a nose tackle.
Exactly.
He went 17th or 14th, something like that.
He actually went before Miami's pick, I believe. I'm not sure.
Wow.
But Shaq Barrett too. I can't believe I forgot him. Also in my top 100. But
yeah, he's a superstar edge.
I believe this Miami's Dolphins offensive line is just too young to match up against that. They're all veterans, they're all experienced, they're all great players, and I believe
they're gonna get punched in the mouth. I see that for sure.
They're gonna fluster Tua a little bit, and I believe they also have they have the linebacker talent to kind of stick things up over the middle. I believe Levante David will be a great matchup for Gesicki. And I believe they will stifle this Buccaneers offense. I believe they can hold them to around 20 points or so. But I just don't feel confident in our offense being able to move the ball against the Buccaneers defense, which is why I'm going with an L here to drop them down to 3-2.
It's a fair assessment.
But we play another Florida team in week 6. But not
so close to home.
Not so close at home. I hate London games so much. I hate them.
Horrible.
But you got to do it every now and then, I guess. Jaguars play a game a year over there. I would hate to be a fan of that. But is it a 9 a.m. game? I'm not sure.
It is, I think.
It's either 9 a.m. or 11 a.m., something like that.
My dog Mike's been keeping track of it. He's waiting for this week.
Waking up to football is nice. Watching your team play in London, not so nice. But so Brian Forrest against rookie quarterbacks.
Nightmare.
Inexperienced quarterbacks. We saw Justin Herbert have one of his worst games of the season against Miami last year. Justin Herbert, he had the otherworldly rookie season, but he was very much ineffective against that Miami defense. He put up some good. I mean, you look at the stat sheet. I believe he had around 260 yards and a touchdown, maybe 2. But a lot of that came in garbage time when the game was pretty much already decided. He was largely, ineffective in that game, and I believe a lot of that comes down to Forrest and Boyer's scheming. I saw very first drive of the game, or the second drive, I'm not entirely sure, but they ran one of those disguised blitzes that they love to run. You put 7 guys in the box, you rush all of them for a minute, and then 4 guys, they touch an offensive lineman and they drop back. You don't know who's coming. And Herbert, being in this is his 6th or 7th career game, he doesn't know how to react to that. He doesn't know how to diagnose that. He has no clue who's coming. So they run one of those plays, he drops back, and maybe only 3 guys are coming. 4 of them drop back. He has a wide open Keenan Allen out in the flat. He catches that, he's probably taking it to the house. But instead he fires out, contested catch. It was way off target and incomplete. 3rd down, it's now 4th down. Dolphins are going to get the ball back. And as we all know, Dolphins, excel on special teams. The Chargers do not. They have not excelled on special teams since 2006. So going back to Dolphins Jaguars in London, I believe Trevor Lawrence, this is going to be his 6th career game, maybe 5th. I'm not sure when their bye is. But I believe he's going to struggle against this Dolphins defense. I believe any rookie quarterback going up against Miami will struggle. It's Mac Jones in week 1, why I gave Miami the W in that game. So I'm going to give Miami a W here. Jacksonville, just a 1-win team last year. I believe they're going to improve. I believe they'll win, 4 or 5, maybe 6 games this year. I don't like the Urban Meyer hiring, in all honesty. I believe Urban Meyer is going to get thoroughly outcoached by Brian Flores in this game. And the Dolphins will come up with a pretty solid W, probably 10, 15 points in that range. So that's what I'm going with here.
I agree with a lot of the points you made. The whole thing with Urban Meyer, a lot of people don't like the hire. It's got potential. It really comes down to how well he delegates in terms of play calling and letting people handle the certain schemes. But, yeah, I think the Dolphins, no offense to my dog Mike, big Jags fan. Shout out to Mike.
We love you, Mike.
Yes, but I think the Dolphins are just the better team. The scheme against the rookie QB can't be easy. But you also have to factor in playing in London is just a whole different. So I'll say the Dolphins take a dub, but it's not as pretty as you would like it to look.
Yeah, that's very true.
Just for some respect.
All right, we're going to pick up the pace here a little bit because we only have 28 minutes left in our slot. So going on to week 7, Falcons at Dolphins. By the way, 3:30, we got a fantasy show coming on, so be sure to stick around for that if you want to talk some fantasy.
My draft's tonight. I got to tune in for that.
Ooh, nice. So Falcons at Dolphins. These teams played in the preseason. As we all know, the Dolphins blew them to hell. So this is a home game. Falcons are coming back to Miami. I forget what each of our records are right now. I believe you have them at 5-1.
Jesus.
And I have them at 4-2.
I don't think the Dolphins are actually going to do this well. It's just I'm trying to maneuver through this.
Do something different. So Falcons at Dolphins. I just believe that the Falcons defense will be outmatched here like they were in the preseason. I know that, they were playing their second stringers and all that, but I don't believe in the Falcons defense at all this season. And I believe Miami's defense is, talented enough to match up against a very high-powered Falcons offense. Matt Ryan can be a bit turnover prone. I like Eric Rowe going against Kyle Pitts, rookie season. I like that matchup. I like X against Ridley. I like Byron Jones against whoever their number 2 is, Russell Gage or maybe one of the other guys they got in the roster. So I just like this matchup all around. I believe Tua will be able to move the ball effectively. Just play well enough to get the win. I believe that's going to be their mantra to go into this game. It's not going to be a blowout. It's not going to be dropping a 50 burger, but they're going to play well enough just to secure the W, get out of there, and move on to next week. That's going to be the mantra for this game.
That's a job, Dan, for Pitsy. That's a fair assessment. I will say, I don't believe too much in the Falcons' defense. I think the Dolphins will be able to move the rock with ease. I mean, I don't know if the run game will be too good. Grady Jarrett in the middle is pretty dirty.
Yeah.
But offensively, too, you got Matt Ryan, an experienced quarterback. I think he'll be able to move the rock pretty well. I think the key to this is the fact that despite having Arthur Smith, who just ran the ball every time with Derrick Henry, although Mike Davis is a solid big back, I just don't think they'll be able to run the ball effectively enough to get the Dolphins off their game plan. So with that being said, I think the Dolphins win the game. It won't be a blowout, but I think Dolphins win by a possession or two. Once again, I don't like gassing up the Dolphins as much. I'm trying to. Yeah. I just think they beat the Falcons.
So Connor currently has them at 6-1. I have them at.
Don't make me say it.
I know
that sounds so unrealistic.
I know that seems like a little high at the moment, but we got some pretty tough matchups incoming. So
and this is the thing too. I like doing 1-1 within the division. I can't give them another win. But I gave them a loss to the Bills, so I got to give them a win now. But I can't have them be 7-1.
So week 8 Dolphins at Bills rematch of week 17 of last year, which we don't talk about. But I said it earlier. I'm not going to predict a win against the Bills until I see it happen. I just believe they're too much. They're too high powered, and now they're at home. So Josh Allen, probably has another field day. Brian Dable probably has everything figured out. So 3 hours in to the stream. Let's go. Shout out to everyone who's come on so far. Glad to be here. But thank you, Danny, for this. Yes, thank you for the super chat. We love you.
Vinny Van Dan, the pizza delivery man.
Like I said, I'm gonna drop them to 5-3 with this game right here. I believe the Bills just freaking own us. It's annoying. I really want to see a win against the Bills this year, but I don't want to predict it until I see it happen.
So my thing is that in my heart of hearts, I always have us go 500 usually. Besides this year with the Jets are awful. The Jets are not beating the Dolphins once this year. Don't care what you say, Frankie, if you're even still in here, okay? They're not beating the Dolphins. But in my heart of hearts, I think they go 500 within the division. But I also had them beat the Bucs, so they only have one loss, and it's to the Bills. So I probably should have done what you did, give them a loss to the Bucs, and then I would have had them beat the Bills. But for the sake of the record, I'm going to give the Dolphins the loss, although I do think that they can go 500. But yes, as you mentioned, the Bills do currently own us. We just got to hope that our dogs, Boyer and Flores, adjust and get us right so we can finally beat them. But that's yet to be shown. So, Dolphin L.
I think it would be great if, a redemption arc it would be. If the Bills swept us again. But, this time, you win 10 games, you sneak into the playoff as a 7 seed.
And you punch in the math.
You match up with the Bills in the wild card round, first round of the playoffs as a 2 seed, and then you beat them. I believe that would be great. That would be a great.
Flores is undefeated in the playoffs as a defensive coordinator. So
Connor. Actually,
I just gave him a loss. Okay, Frankie, chill out. But they're not losing to the Texans, or the Jets. So 3 more wins.
We'll skip this one. We all know what's happening here. The Texans are winning one game.
What happens if Tua is a Texan? Do the Dolphins lose? No, I'm kidding. That won't happen. But the Dolphins will still.
We're going to this assuming Tua is the starter throughout the year. So we know what's happening here. Texans are winning 1 game max. It's probably going to be against the freaking Jaguars or something.
No, don't disrespect the Jags like that.
No, I'm pretty sure they play the Jets. Maybe it happens there. Shut up, Frankie.
The thing with the Texans is it would be hilarious because they have half their roster on 1-year deals. It's like Philip Lindsay. They got some guys that they could ball out. Obviously I think they're gonna be trash, but you got a little bit of T-Mobile, some Philip Lindsay. You don't know what could happen. But yeah, Dolphins though.
Yeah, I don't see the Texans winning more than 1 game this year. Even if Watson played, that would bring them from 1 game to 2 wins, 1 win to 2 wins maybe.
Yeah, they're still not good enough.
So yeah, Dolphins dub here. I believe that brings my prediction to 6-3 and Connor's to 7-2.
Something
I
like
believe
that.
that feels weird to say.
It's optimistic, okay?
We'll go to.
Oh, good. Another loss I can add. Yes. This is just like the Bills. The Ravens always smack the Dolphins. Splash. Don't need to rub it in, okay? This might be the year, too, okay? This might be the year. Maybe we will only lose one game. That could happen. But for the sake of the records and me not looking too much of a homer, I'm going to give the Dolphins an L. But it's not going to look like the last time where we lost like by 50 points. That was Flores' first time ever coaching. It ain't going to be that bad. But Lamar Jacksonville going to take the dub.
This is a Thursday night game.
Oh, no.
This is a Thursday night
I know
game.
that.
Every time I look at the schedule and I see this game, I die a little bit inside. This is going to be Miami's worst loss of the season, without a doubt. In my like, oh my goodness, Miami, it's a team with very much a very dominant history against Miami. They have probably the best mobile quarterback of all time. They have a very experienced coach. They have a very good defense. They have a very good run game. This is and great special teams. This is Miami's worst matchup on the schedule. Like the Bills are not going to beat us as bad as the Ravens will this year in either of the games. The Ravens, I think they're gonna smack us. Like I'm just being totally honest here. Like I like to think of myself as a pretty optimistic Dolphins fan, but when it comes to playing against the Ravens, I'm the biggest pessimist in the Dolphins fan base. I believe they are going to smack us by at least 20 points in this game, and it's not going to look good.
Well, shout out Frankie for the super chat, even though it's disrespectful. It's all good. It's all good. The Dolphins very well could get smacked, but we have to have hope. I think the Dolphins just lose. But generally, when it comes to Thursday night games, unless it was against the Jags, no offense, Mike, we lose them pretty bad. But it's also a new regime, so I think the Dolphins lose, but it's manageable.
So Splash wants some Matt Skura talk. I was kind of surprised at that cut, not gonna lie. I mean, I've come to accept that Dieter will start. But Skura being cut kind of surprised me. I thought he's at least a better option than Cameron Tom at the backup position. I don't even know if Cameron Tom makes the roster.
It's the guy that we traded for, Greg Mance. I think that's the whole. I think the Dolphins right now, they still make cuts based on projection. So it's not like if you're trying to get the best 53 guys, you keep Skura. But if you'd rather keep like the guy we traded for, like a younger guy with more potential that you can develop a little more and save money on, like that's the same thing with McKinney. McKinney surprised everyone when you cut him. But when you factor in the fact that Leno Roberts came back fully healthy and they like what they've seen. And, I mean, let's be real. The Dolphins aren't going to run a lot of multiple backer sets. So if we need an extra backer to stop the run, we have Leno Roberts for $9 million cheaper. We'll do that to stop the run. But you would like to see them get to a point where they're keeping the best guys. But in terms of projections, I'm fine with it, but it definitely came as a surprise.
Mm-hmm. So before we move on to Week 11, I just want to give a little bit of a reminder. Anybody watching, the stream's going to be going on until midnight tonight. We got a whole ton of stuff coming up. Exclusive interview with I believe it's Charles Leno. Correct me if I'm wrong. As somebody in the chat, but multiple shows coming up from different fan bases. And be sure to stick around, donate. All proceeds going to American Red Cross disaster relief. We appreciate all of you coming out. Appreciate everybody who is donating so far. Shout out to Snacks Harrison, that $2,000 donation.
Jesus.
You're a goat.
What a guy, man.
Yeah. But let's go on to Week 11, where we have the first matchup, I believe. Yep, against
let's go.
Our old friend, the New York Jets. I believe not eating a W there. I believe this game will actually be kind of close. The one in the MetLife. I believe this one will be a little bit closer than we would like it to be. But I am going to stick with status quo and go with a win here.
I think the only way the Dolphins lose this game is if the turf monster at MetLife eats all our players. I've said this, and until I'm proven wrong, I'm going to double down on this. When Flores has faced these zone run schemes from McVay to Shanahan to – he hasn't faced LaFleur that I can fully remember, but the Rams in the Super Bowl, he schmacked. Last year, the 49ers, despite them being banged up, they still had Jimmy G for a half. They had Kittle. He was banged up, but he smacked them. He's got the recipe to beat these offenses, and those are the A+ versions of them. They have, I think it's Mike Lifford is their OC. I think he's got a lot of potential. He's young, but I don't think he's gonna offer more than the two guys I just mentioned. I think Flores is gonna have the answers, or Flores and Boyer are gonna have the answers to that offense. I think the Dolphins win by 10 points at least. And that defense is going to be the cover 3. I mean, our O-line's bad, but it's not that bad.
Yeah. So I believe at the moment I have them at 7-4, and you have them at 8-3. I believe.
Wait. Let's have a moment of silence for Reed Sennett. Just got waived.
Oh, Reed Sennett just got waived. Crap.
You've preseason legend. We appreciate you, Reed. You probably end up on the squad. We appreciate you.
Kings wave, Reed Sennett. Yeah, he's probably going to be in the practice squad. Yeah, I was actually kind of impressed. I did not expect that out of him. Going on to week 12, I believe I have him at 7-4. You have him at 8-3 at the moment. Correct me if I'm wrong. You have 2 losses to the Bills and a loss to
the
Ravens. I believe you predicted a win for every other game. So Panthers at Dolphins. Dolphins facing their old friend Sam Darnold.
Sammy.
Yeah, I do not believe in. I like the Panthers. I love Matt Rule. I like what Matt Rule is building there.
I agree.
I just don't love the quarterback situation. It's similar to Denver. I hate Vic Fangio for Denver. I believe Denver has the worst quarterback head coach combo in the NFL. But I don't believe in Sam Darnold at all. I believe he'll be marginally better than he was in New York, but he's still, very turnover prone. You put pressure on him, he's going to fold. And I believe the Dolphins will be able to put a significant amount of pressure on him and come out of here with the W.
For the sake of being different, I'm going to give the Dolphins the L. Okay? The Panthers, I do think it could be a rebirth for Darnold. Obviously, the Dolphins have made him look like the worst quarterback of all time, which is pretty close to being. But I think he could have a little bit of a rebirth. You got CMC, you got good weapons on the outside. Their defense is improved. It's not great, but it's got some pieces. Like I said, for the sake of being different, I think on paper the Dolphins are better, but I gave the Dolphins a tough dub to the Bucks. Might as well toss them an L here. Dolphins L. But the Panthers are a good team. I think they're up and coming. They could actually take this game.
All right, so that brings us to each at 8-4. So through 12 weeks. So why don't we move on to week 13, where we have.
I thought we played at 17, but I guess not.
Giants at Dolphins. So the last time these two teams met, I believe this is the game right here. It was a Monday Night Football game. I believe Miami came out on top.
Was it this game? I think the last time we played was.
No, it was
his first year.
No, yeah, it was a 5-11 season. My bad.
There was a horrible call and Flores flipped out. Or no, that was the Jets game. I don't fully remember what happened. It was definitely our tanking year.
Yeah, it was the 5-11 year. That's my bad. We did lose that game.
I remember this game though.
Yeah,
that was when OBJ took the double move.
Oh yeah, but I wonder who's going to be at quarterback for the Giants this far into the season. Is it still going to be Danny Dimes? Is it going to be somebody else?
I think it's going to be Daniel Jones. We don't need to disrespect him that much. He's been a beast for me in Madden this year. I'll tell you that much.
I don't believe in Daniel Jones at all. Sorry, Giants fans, but
I think he's their only option.
Yeah, they don't really have any other better options at the moment. But I'm gonna go with another W here, bringing them to 9-4. I just don't like that Giants offense really that much. I like their defense. I love Joe Judge. I love what he's building, but I see a lot of similarities between them and this current Miami Dolphins regime. Last year, they had one of the worst rosters in the league, and they still eked out 6 wins. I don't believe they're going to take the jump that Miami did. I don't believe they made enough personnel moves in order to do that. But I believe they will improve. They'll probably win, 7, maybe 8 games. But I don't see them taking this one. I'm going to go ahead and give it up to Miami, which will bring them up to 9-4.
I think a big key to this is Giants at Dolphins. I think that benefits the Dolphins a lot. Later in the season, it's still going to be hot. The Giants are definitely improved. I think Daniel Jones will improve. I'm not saying he's going to be great, but I think he'll improve. Saquon's coming back healthy. That's a very, very big threat if we can't stop the run. They got Kadarius Toney, Galladay. Galladay doesn't worry me too much. I think X can get that covered. I think the Dolphins win this game, but I think it could be a dogfight. But them having Pat Graham at DC, I think Flores might be able to help out the offense a little bit, screw them up a little bit. So I think it's a game Flores takes personal, trying to beat his old buddy Pat Graham, and I mean he was with Judge in New England, so I think the Dolphins win this game.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's fair to say.
So we're both going to 9-4 at the moment. We go to week 14. We're sweeping the Jets, right?
I genuinely don't think the Dolphins are going to be like this good, but I mean, hey, maybe we will.
You just got to wait for these last 3 weeks. It's a very rough.
Okay, yeah, I don't have the schedule memorized, so
we agree that we're sweeping the Jets, right?
Yeah, Jets suck.
Okay,
undefeated against the Jets.
So both at 10-4 going into week 14. So let's go right into week 15. This is my game that I'm just not that confident in. It's a game that we could win, but I just don't see it happening.
I agree. I think being in NOLA too definitely hurts.
Mm-hmm.
That's a loud crowd, and I think
Jameis is going to be great.
That's what I mean. I think Jameis is literally going to be an improvement of what Brees has been the past 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe if Jameis's eyes aren't working that day, the surgery kind of reverses. He throws a couple picks. But, I mean, you got Alvin Kamara. Michael Thomas might be back by then. They got a great defense causing Tua problems. I agree with you. I think the Dolphins lose this game.
You got a little bit of a nice trade going on there. Vikings are trading for Chris Herndon.
Didn't Irv Smith get hurt? So that makes sense.
I guess it makes sense for them. I was banking on drafting Irv Smith in all of my fantasy leagues this year, and I haven't gotten him in any because he keeps getting stolen from me. And now I'm kind of
usually I go tight end high in fantasy this year, but I don't know if I can pull it off this year, man.
I love getting Mark Andrews. I haven't gotten him yet either.
Maybe Chris Herndon can finally live up to the hype that Jets fans have been putting him under forever.
Chris Herndon can do something.
Catch some footballs. I don't know.
All right, so we're both at 10-5. So this is actually week 17. I messed up a little bit while making the slideshow. Our bye is week 14. So I just totally forgot that the bye week existed. At Tennessee Titans. You know what? I've been back and forth on this game so many times. So many times. I'm going to give us an L here. I believe Derrick Henry is either going to go for 200 yards or he's going to go for 40 yards. I don't know which one it's going to be, but I
think we'll know going into the game based on our run defense in the past. But I agree with you. I'm giving them an L. I think this team matches up so well to beat the Dolphins defense because you're going to have to load the box to stop Derrick Henry, and the Dolphins love to play that cover 1 or cover 0 for that matter, and run the ball, hit us with the play action, A.J. Brown or someone else over top, Julio. I forgot they had Julio. I think it's just a nightmare matchup in terms of the Dolphins like to get to third down, play pass defense. I don't think you can do that against the Titans. You have to focus on stopping the run every single down. So I'm going to give the Titans a dub here as well.
Yeah. So we're going to 10-6, each of us. That matches the record from last season. So, I say that's
We both said the dub against the Giants, Dan. I'm sorry to let you down, boss, but come on now.
All right, so 10-6 going into the final game, week 18. Again, my apologies. I messed up on making the slideshow. I had to put the Miami Miracle up there, even though Kenyon Drake isn't on the team anymore. But
this is like what happened after the Raiders game, like the pure exhilaration. Like I've never felt anything like that. Like you don't know what to do with yourself in the next 3 hours. You're just in complete shock and happy. It's great, but that was also shortly last. You thought the Dolphins might have made the playoffs, but nope.
So this is another game that I frequently go back and forth on. Do we sweep the Patriots? Do we not? Do we get swept by the Patriots? Do we split it? I'm gonna say we split it. So ending the season on 3 straight losses is obviously not ideal, but that's why I say you get off to a fast start because you got that brutal end of your stretch. So starting off 10-4 would be great. Going into the playoffs, losing 3 straight games obviously doesn't bode well for anyone. Probably don't win a playoff game if that happens, in all honesty. I believe they can win this game, but I believe at this point, Mac Jones will have progressed enough and Bill Belichick will come up with some sort of crazy game plan. And, obviously this Miami team has a little bit of, health concerns up and down the board. They'd probably be a little bit banged up. I'm being pretty pessimistic here, I admit, but I believe 10-7 is a good season. It should be enough to get back in the playoffs. If they win 10 games, win 10 games and miss the playoffs again, I will lose my mind. I will.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with you here. And this literally goes against everything I'm saying. I like going 500 within the division, but I had us getting swept by the Bills, and I'm going to have a sweep in the Patriots because in Miami, Week 17, playoff spot potentially on the line, home field advantage. I think, and especially New England always struggles in Miami, man. I think
that's a very.
I think the offense is going to be much improved, and the defense is always going to be nasty. I give the Dolphins the dub here. Punching their tickets in the postseason, hopefully with an 11-6 record.
Yeah,
if that doesn't get in, I gave us 6 losses after starting off like 7-1. I'm pretty proud of myself.
Yeah. All right. So, I believe that's it for that slideshow. So, final record predictions. Myself, I'm going 10-6. Connor's going 11. No, not 10-6. 10-7.
We're tripped out, though.
Yeah. Connor's going
17.
11-6. I'm going 10-7 for.
Okay.
So
throw some questions in the chat, you guys, to answer if you have any.
Yeah, that too. If you have any questions, feel free to chat us up. We'll do a little bit of Q&A. But in the meantime, Splash Henry or whoever's producing right now, if you could somehow find a way to throw up some of the roster cuts that have been going on with Miami.
What's your thoughts on McKinney? Because you didn't really.
Yeah, Benardrick McKinney. That was the big one. We discussed Matt Scurry a little bit, but the other big one was Benardrick McKinney. I'm going to be honest. I really don't like that move. I think he was going to be a very good presence. I believe he was going to be a very good run stuffer. And when that happened, my initial reaction was, maybe Egwavon took his job after he showed out in the preseason because, he had 4 sacks against Atlanta. He had the safety, and he also played really well against the Bengals. He was top 5 and among the defenders in PFF grading. But the reports coming out was that, Landon Roberts comes off the physically unable to perform list, and they were very impressed by him. So I don't know if this was just a case of McKinney regressing and not being as good as he's shown to be in previous years. Or
what I think it is that it's because the Dolphins defense, they do a lot of it by just rolls. Mm-hmm. So for example, last year, Brandon Jones was basically just a big nickel guy. He was the third safety. I think McKinney, they were trying to see maybe he'll fit into more than just being a run stopper. But once he was only that, and we have a cheaper option in Landon Roberts, you might as well keep the cheaper option and then keep a guy like Egwavon who provides different. He can rush the passer. He can play pass coverage because he's got some speed. So he provides more versatility plus special teams. Whereas McKinney was. For us, he's probably strictly just going to be a run stopper, so you might as well keep the cheaper option. Yeah. But see, I can't tell if I like it or if I don't like it with the Dolphins' ability to just turn players over. It's I like that they're willing to see if something works and move on from it, but at the same time, you want to see players they get and stick with. But like I said, there's also a nice part of it, them being able to realize this wasn't the best move. Let's cut bait while we can and save money.
Mm-hmm.
Carl Joseph cut for the Raiders. Wow.
Oh, really? Again?
Big box safety. Wait, I thought he was a Brown. I'm confused.
No,
Johnson.
He went back to the Raiders now.
Oh, wow.
I'm looking at Omar Kelly's Twitter right now, seeing if there's anything.
Mike asked who will be the offensive rookie of the year and defensive rookie of the year for the Dolphins. Offensive rookie of the year.
It has to be Waddle. His competition is Eichenberg. And and Hunter Long, who's going to be playing.
I don't think Hunter Long will be able to. I say
Eichenberg probably doesn't take the right tackle spot until midseason if he doesn't start week 1, and I just believe Waddle will have much more of an impact than any other offensive rookie in this class.
That's a fair point. But whose job do you think Eichenberg more likely to take? Jesse Davis's or Austin Jackson's? I mean, shit.
I don't think they've tested him at left tackle.
I guess they're more confident than we are in Austin Jackson. So yeah, I'll go with Waddle for offense. Defense, I'm gonna go. It's basically between I feel like Jalen and Javon. I'm gonna go Javon. I think he'll get more. I think he's gonna be basically day 1 starting safety. So
yeah, I believe Jalen Phillips. He's gonna be he's gonna start out as kind of a rotational pass rusher. We get the cuts coming up here, but
Also, another guy who made a nice play in the preseason, gone. Kyle Loxley, not a surprise.
Kyle Loxley. I'm gonna go with Javon Holland too. I think he's just gonna, Jalen Phillips will, he's more substance and flash. But when talking like rookie of the year, like right now, you're gonna be looking for the flash, and I believe Javon Holland is gonna be making the big plays. I've said this many times. I believe like that, that safety position, it's gonna be a little bit of a downgrade from what it was last year with Holland playing, his rookie season from Bobby McCain. But I believe Holland eventually, like as time goes on, he will bring more to the table than McCain ever could. I love Bobby McCain. I believe he's going to do great in Washington. But Javon
I think
Holland will be an
Holland
upgrade.
will be able to get that ball production fly from sideline to sideline a little better.
Yeah. So Khalil McLean, he had a great game against Cincinnati. Jordan Scarlett, not really surprised. Nate Holloway, not surprised either.
Oh, man, I'm scared between Patrick Laird and
Patrick
Jared
Laird and
Dokes.
Do you think Jared Dokes did
Laird,
enough?
bro.
Do you think Jared Dokes did enough against Cincinnati to secure a roster spot?
I think he
Laird?
looked good, but I also think that the touchdowns look like juice. He got the ball at the 1 yard line and ran it in, which there's value in that. But
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I just love Patrick Laird. He's just like, and he's probably better at special teams. He's provides receiving and blocking value, but Jared Dokes is young. It's one of the two. One of them's gone, one of them's staying. I think the Dolphins keep Laird. I think Dokes is gone. But
Dokes goes to practice squad, probably.
Yeah.
All right. So they also released Robert Foster with an injury settlement. Carl Tucker is gone. Thank goodness he sucked. Bernard McKinney, we talked about that one a little bit. A bit of a surprise, but I guess it makes sense. I mean, I'm preparing myself for 50 inside linebacker blitzes a game with Baker and Will Roberts. But I believe Mac Hollins has secured his roster spot.
I think he did. Well, that's the thing. I was like, oh, everyone who's benched, their roster spot's safe, and then Bernard McKinney gone.
Yeah,
I was like, dang, you're gonna sit him for the preseason and then just send him to the moon.
Yeah,
but I think considering like even like Jakeem Grant, them all being sat for that makes me think that their spot's safe.
Yeah, Jakeem Grant's probably safe. Mac Hollins probably safe. I'm trying to think about like who else we talked about. Kirk Merritt, I really hope he stays in the practice squad. I wonder what they're going to do.
Makes the team, maybe.
Yeah.
But, I mean,
I wonder what they're going to do with Trill Williams.
Also, that's another guy. Like those two guys, I hope they make the team. They're deep rooms, but
if Trill Williams gets waived, he probably doesn't make it to the practice squad. Somebody probably picks him up.
He's getting signed.
Yeah, so that's another interesting thing there. But all right, so we've been here for an hour, so our time is just about up. We appreciate everybody coming out. Once again, be sure to donate in the links below. In the description, donate. All proceeds going to hurricane relief.
You guys are high with all your rankings.
Frankie, I'll square up.
You guys are really high. What are you guys smoking down in Florida? Whatever it is, you could send some up to New York. I'll gladly
neither of us
New Jersey.
Neither of us are in Florida. I'm in North Carolina. So
I had 11-6. It's not that bad.
11-6. You realize Zach Wilson's in the division now, right? And so is Josh Allen. Now you have Mac Jones. You guys are screwed, man.
You guys, the defense we got.
I had 10-7. So I believe upgraded roster in basically the same amount of win total last year. I think that's pretty reasonable.
Time, maybe.
But like I said,
you got wait. Hold on. I just want to make sure before I start with fantasy time with Stefan. Frankie Fantasy's here. We're doing fantasy time. You guys do not want Deshaun Watson. Is that what I've heard?
I don't want.
It's so complicated. I don't want him right now. I don't want in this moment. I don't want him right now. 4 weeks ago, I wanted him. At the beginning of training camp before the preseason.
But for the situation, don't want him.
I said earlier, if Tua doesn't progress this season, if we end up being wrong about him, I believe then pull the trigger. Give him whatever they need because I believe Watson on the Dolphins makes him an instant Super Bowl contender. But doing it 2 weeks before the season just doesn't make sense in my eyes because you got to get acclimated to the playbook, the culture. You got to get to know your teammates, and it's just a super weird move to make at this point when you already have the guy who you believe to be your franchise quarterback on the roster.
So for 2 first-round picks right now, I'm calling you guys up. 2 first-round picks for Deshaun Watson. I'm Nick Casario. You're not taking that right now, Justin.
2 first-round pick. That's a good deal. That's a good deal.
Someone's Someone's smart here, Connor. I don't know what happened to you, man.
If it's just
Okay,
two
all
first
right,
round picks,
let's go. Do you want to meet him at the massage parlor, Frankie? I mean, come on.
Yeah, I actually do.
100%, man.
I would love to. If there's
Those
anyone that
picks
needs a
could be
massage, it's
evaporated.
me these days.
if it's
Those
just two
picks are
first
just
round
going to
picks, then I'll
evaporate if
consider
those
it.
allegations are true, though. I mean, like, it's just too sketchy for 2 weeks before the season to just flip your whole team upside down like that. If he had no legal problems, absolutely make that deal. But I'm saying no.
Oh, update. The Dolphins have just
Unreal.
agreed to a
All right.
restructured contract.
I'll
with
see you guys
Jakeem Grant.
later.
See you, Frankie. All right, so just like one last thing right before we go, the Dolphins have just agreed to a restructured contract with Jakeem Grant, so he will be staying on the team. I believe he's probably taking a pay cut or something like that. Please don't see the field on offense this year. That being said,
Indication, jet touch pass, you feel me?
that being said, donate. Like I said, all proceeds are going to hurricane relief. We got the fantasy people coming up, so shout out to Birch Bombs and Fantasy Frankie who's coming up. We will see you guys this weekend. Hopefully, we'll be going through the entire season. We'll be protecting the entire NFL's record, hopefully. And with that being said, thank you guys so much for coming on. Shout out to Henry. Shout out to Splash for producing this. Shout out for having us on. And we will see you guys this weekend. Have a good day.
Appreciate y'all.
Appreciate you guys coming out.
Hello, everybody. I am back with my fantasy hat on. I don't know where. Oh, there he is. There's Birch Bombs in the house. What's up, dude? Your mic's muted, by the way. Yeah, so this is fantasy time. It is time to win your fantasy league.
1 week away. It's draft week as well. Don't forget that.
It's draft week. Everyone's drafting. The drafts are throughout the week on Sunday, Labor Day weekend, big time to draft. We're going to give you the tips that you need to win your fantasy league. We put together this draft kit. We had the masters in the back of uSTADIUM putting together all the tips and stats and whatnot. So we are going to give you the best tips. We're going to go through a mock draft. We're going to go through positional rankings. We'll take questions. But Birch, how you doing, bro? What's going on?
I'm good. I'm excited. I got my real draft this Sunday, so I've been reading over the kit, making sure I don't make any mistakes because you never know with fantasy. You never know what you're going to get, who you're going to get. So you got to make sure you're ready to go with whatever happens. So.
Yeah, it looks like you just won a conference championship there. What do you got? Champagne back there? What the hell's going? What do you got that? What do you doing with that sheet over there?
Honestly, I'm trying to create like a better soundproof room. So it's a sheet over like a big cushion because I'm trying to get this into like a podcasting room. So it's a work in progress for now.
Damn, dude. I don't know whether you're celebrating a championship there with champagne. It looks like you're doing a post-game interview like you just won the AL East or something.
Yeah.
Shit.
I got the little Michigan Brady jersey.
Yeah.
I rock that a little bit, I got the trophy in the other room. I mean, I don't know. Trying to repeat it in one of my leagues, so I gotta keep that that regime going.
Love it. All right, yeah, let's go through this kit real quick. So this is again uSTADIUM. We're doing this for Hurricane Ida relief. If you want to donate, it's linktr.ee/uSTADIUM. Throw in some dough for the American Red Cross, which is going to the Hurricane Ida relief. Snacks Harrison threw in 2K before. That's our man right there. He'll be doing a show on the uSTADIUM network. So Damon Harrison's the man. So you'll be expecting him. Another sleeper we got coming onto the network is Craig Carton's son. Sonny Carton will be doing a show at uSTADIUM in the near future. So he's a beast, man. Young kid. He goes to the U, also Miami. So he'll be doing a show here probably in early October. But yeah, let's run through this. This is what we got. So strategies. This is how you're going to win your league, and this is the number one piece of advice I can give anyone in the world. I've won a few fantasy chips, nothing recently, but I got some in my day. Number one, go big at running back. don't worry too much about getting Devontae Adams or Tyreek Hill in the first round because you don't know what the value is going to be later on in your drafts at wide receiver. You might be able to pick up a wideout like an AJ Brown who can give you 85 to 90% of the production of a Tyreek or Devontae, considering their injury history as well. And you can get someone like AJ later on, but you're not going to be able to grab someone like a Nick Chubb or a Najee Harris at that point, value-wise. So go big at running back early on. First 6 or 7 picks, I think, in this draft should be running back. I don't know, Bursch, what do you think about that? I think that's number one piece of advice right there.
No, most definitely. Honestly, even with the ETN, Cam Akers injury, the J.K. Dobbins injury, it just solidifies it even more that you're right. Running back is the most scarce position after the round. I think round 3, we're gone. As you're looking at Trey Sermon, you're looking at Javonte Williams, you're looking at guys that you want to produce 6 weeks into the season, not guys that you want to draft, start, and be your RB1, RB2. So if you have that chance, first round, to me, it's always been like this. You always go running back unless there's someone that just does it better. But running backs being as scarce as they are, receivers are just a plethora. There's so many of them. You can be in round 6. Round 7, and you can still get a potential receiver 1, but in round 6 or 7, you're not getting a running back 1. I'll tell you that right now. You're getting borderline flex. Maybe that guy, like I said, 6 weeks down the road, but nothing immediate like production.
Yeah, think about it. And on most cheat sheets, you have Adam Thielen is between 20 and 25. Thielen, people don't remember, had 14 touchdowns last year. So you can get guys like Thielen, Kenny Galladay, DJ Moore later on in the draft. You're not going to be able to pick up a Najee Harris or a Jonathan Taylor or Antonio Gibson that late. So go running back early. This is another great piece of advice, I think, and not many people follow this as well. Don't draft based on rankings. If you have 2 running backs and 3 wide receivers, go get your quarterback. So this is pretty obvious, but don't go based on rankings all the time. Go based on what your strategy is and what your need is.
Exactly, because honestly, I even had a draft this past week where I was stuck with the quarterback around 7 or 8, and I looked at the receivers, the running backs, and I'm like, if I don't take Justin Herbert or say Tom Brady, I'm going to be stuck with a Trevor Lawrence. I'm going to be stuck with a Matt Ryan, Big Ben, and those aren't the guys that are going to win the leagues every week. You don't want to be streaming a quarterback every week just because you thought you had to go running back because you didn't have enough. So make sure the rankings are there, but you also want to do your own rankings, your own tiers to feel comfortable who you're picking later on in the draft.
Absolutely, man. Damn, Bursch, you did your research today, kid. I like it. Let's go.
I love fantasy, man.
Yeah, fantasy's great, man. Fantasy's always been awesome. I like it better than betting, to be honest, but that's just me. This is pretty obvious. You want to balance your team. Obviously, bye weeks are key. If you like this fantasy kit, by the way, just hit us up at uSTADIUM. Shoot us a DM. We'll send it over to you. Or in the chat, say you want the fantasy kit, and we'll shoot it out to you as well. Mock. This is big. I don't do this enough. Do a bunch of mock drafts. At least do 1 or 2 before. And when you do your mock draft, I would say do one drafting high and do one drafting late. Do one drafting 4th. Do one drafting 11th, just so you understand who's there, and do a couple of them. So that's always important. This is a key one. Do not overdraft a quarterback. Don't be that guy in your league, in my opinion, that's getting Patrick Mahomes, the first person to take Patrick Mahomes in your league. Just don't be that guy or gal. Just don't do it, because you're going to miss out on a player who adds value like an AJ Brown or a Chris Carson that can add value to your team. And then you down the line, you never really know who's going to be there. You can get someone like a Matt Ryan, Matt Stafford, a Brady later on in the draft that'll give you 92% of what Mahomes will. So be careful with the quarterbacks. A lot of people overdraft them.
I'm trying to think. If you see, my point to being that is, if you take a quarterback early like Mahomes, he's going around 2, pick 15, 16 sometimes. Sometimes I've seen him going to round 3. If you're confident enough that you pick that quarterback, like I was saying, rankings, if that quarterback is better than the guy at the position that you're going with, take him. But like Frankie said, if you're going to sit there and take a quarterback, you have to be ready to have a backup plan to pick up players that aren't going to be there in the next round or 2.
Yep, absolutely. Again, everyone, you're listening to uSTADIUM Live. We're doing this for Hurricane Ida relief, and we have an auction going on right now. So if you want to get in on that auction, we're auctioning off signed memorabilia, which is going straight to Hurricane Ida as well. Cameron Jordan, the Goud, he gave us a game-worn jersey, so you can go get that auctioned off. Right now, the price isn't that higher on that.
A nice collectible.
Yeah, hell yeah. Justin Fields signed helmet. This stuff has residual, money effect for you. So Justin Fields' signed helmet especially. Fields is looking good. Identify red flags. Make your do not draft list. I have a couple guys on mine that I wouldn't draft. But we can go through them. But like I'm not drafting guys like Damian Harris of the Pats. I'm just not sold. Yeah. Trey Sermon, I think that's Mostert's team right there. So there's certain guys I have that I think I'm not drafting, but you should make a list and just don't go after them.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a few players that are either injury prone. Like honestly, and this is probably same with Evan Os's list, Saquon Barkley. I don't care what they're saying now if he's healthy or not. That's just one player I was bitten badly by for the last few years in fantasy drafts. It's not that he won't produce. It's just these are players that you can't take the risk because if they aren't healthy, like a Michael Thomas last year was a top 5 fantasy pick in a lot of drafts. He didn't play up until week 10, and he screwed over a lot of teams because teams went heavy and that was their first pick. And without your first pick being there, you're missing a lot of fantasy production. So don't sit there and pick a guy unless you know the ins and outs, the injury history, the red flags, because that can make or break a team if you draft around that certain player.
Yep. All right, let's get into some good stuff right now. We'll skip by this. We'll skip this. Matchups matter. If you want the fantasy kit, by the way, visit that link, that same link to donate. So this is interesting. 5 things you should and shouldn't do while drafting. Should be confident. This is honestly. These first 2 tips are life goals, life skills right here. This is if you're at a bar talking to some girls, you got to be confident. You got to have no fear. You got to take a few risks out there. So it's like you're going up to a group of girls at the bar. You got to follow these rules before your draft. Enter with a strategy. Be ready to adjust. Bar tips as well. Keep their rosters on track. This is true as also. And obviously wait on defenses and kickers. Don't draft a kicker until the last round. I'm in leagues that don't even have kickers. I think kickers shouldn't be a roster position in fantasy leagues anymore.
Get that going too. And honestly, don't fall for when people will start taking kickers and defensives like Steelers defense, Rams defense, round 10, round 9. Let them take them because when they're taking people like picks like that, there are other players that are falling to you at that position that you can get at a better value than, say, a defense that you're going to have to worry about.
Yep. These are things to avoid. We kind of touched on some of these before. These are pretty obvious for the most part. I think this is a big one, number 3. Don't get guys from your favorite team just because you're watching them. That doesn't cut it. I mean, I know you like Jeff fans might like to get Elijah Moore and you're going to overdraft him. You're going to maybe miss out on, Laviska out of Jacksonville, or you might miss out on someone like a Waddle that might actually have a better year. So I wouldn't overdraft just based on your favorite teams. I know you watch these guys, but don't do it. I've seen a lot of teams get burned doing that.
Just because they're your favorite guys doesn't mean they're going to produce. And you're going to hate them even more when they don't produce. And the next thing you know, you're in like a weird world where you're hating the player, but he's on your team. So just be a little smarter with that. And I mean, I have a Brady bias, but I won't sit there and take him in the 5th round, 4th round, something like that. Just to have him, I'll take someone else. That way I can secure a well-rounded team.
Absolutely. All right, let's get into the rankings. Let's go into the positional rankings rather than overall. The overall is in the draft kit, by the way. If you guys want it, just check out that link, the Linktree link. That's to get all your good uSTADIUM stuff. All right, so my man Stefan, we have these quarterback rankings right here. What do you disagree with? Let's go through it. So we have number 1, Mahomes, 2, Josh Allen, 3, Lamar, 4, Dak, 5, Kyler, 6, Wilson, Herbert, Tannehill, Rodgers, Brady. Those top 10, who should be in the top 10, who shouldn't? Let's hear it.
I'm taking Tannehill out of the top 10. I think, honestly, my top 10 would go Mahomes, Allen, Lamar Jackson, Kyler Murray, Dak Prescott, Russell Wilson, Aaron Rodgers, Herbert, Brady, Stafford, Tannehill. I think I put Stafford in the top 10 only because the offensive arsenal he has. Yes, I know Julio Jones is in Tennessee. I know A.J. Brown's in Tennessee. But really, outside of that, who does Tannehill have to throw the ball to besides giving the rock 300 times to his powerhouse running back? Stafford has 3 weapons. He's got running backs that can catch the ball. He's got Tyler Higbee that can catch the ball. I personally think that this top 10 is good. Like I said, Kyler Murray's got the running side on Dak Prescott. He's also got, I feel like, more mobility. So not only will he have the rushing yards over Dak Prescott, I think passing yards won't be that much of a difference. I don't think Dak Prescott's going to be that much of a drop-off. I think he's comeback player of the year. I still have him in my top 5 because he has one of the best offenses in the league. A healthy offensive line, 3 receivers, a tight end, 2 running back sets, not just Zeke that can catch the ball, that can get him the stats that he has. Outside of that, the top 10 I think is pretty good.
Okay, yeah, I think it's pretty good also. I do think that I would put in Stafford into the top 10. I think you have to put Matt Stafford up there. I would actually bump up Brady, Rodgers, and Wilson. I'd bump them all up. I think Herbert's getting a little bit too much love from a fantasy perspective. I'm big Justin Herbert fan. I do think he's a little bit high on people's lists for the most part. I'd put Russell Wilson in the top 4. You all know I'm a Seahawks lover over here. It's my NFC team. But Russell Wilson, the first half of the season, I had him last year. He was phenomenal. Yeah, he did tail off a little bit, but he gets you those rushing touchdowns as well. So you want to look at that. I think a sleeper here too as well, if we want to go outside the top 10. Joe Burrow. A lot of people don't realize how good Joe is, and think about how players come back from ACLs these days. So I think Joe Burrow is someone that a lot of people are sleeping on. He's got those weapons out there in Cincy. So Burrow's going to have some big games. Baker Mayfield also, I think, ranked 17th down there. Yeah, at 17 down there, I would look at him. I mean, he's in the Daniel Jones category of quarterbacks down there, and I think he's better than that from a fantasy perspective.
And these are honestly guys like from Jalen Hurts to Joe Burrow. I've always gone against this. Kirk Cousins. I know I've always trashed him back in the day. He's not bad, but fantasy-wise, these are guys for bye weeks too that you could fill in. I mean, I'm taking Joe Burrow at the end of every draft as well, just for a QB2 for a bye week fill-in. So don't be scared to take them. I know they're not the prettiest of names, but Baker Mayfield actually had a productive season last year. Joe Burrow, before the injury, was productive as well. And Matt Ryan, he's been productive, even though he's kind of a flip-flopper. He's still been productive fantasy-wise.
Yeah. All right, let's go to running backs right now. This is a good one right here.
I love it.
So top 10 we have listed right here. I do really like our top 10 a lot. I think it's pretty solid. I think Nick Chubb should be a bit higher, but I think overall it's a very solid top 10. I think the question here, the biggest one, is Ezekiel Elliott, ranked 5th on this list. Is Zeke going to be able to be a top 5 running back going into 2021? To be honest, I'm not sold. I'm not sold on Zeke. I know some people are. I think getting him over guys like Saquon, Aaron Jones, Nick Chubb, even Najee Harris, I don't know what Zeke's value is going to be this year. So that'll be interesting to see. Birch Bonds, what do you think of the top 10, and what do you think of Zeke at 5?
To be honest, I'm a Zeke guy. I've had him 3 years out of like 10 I've been in the league. I like him. He produces, but I would drop Zeke down to 7. I would put, honestly, Barkley and Zeke, I would drop down. I'd put Eckler a little bit higher. I don't say Barkley's going to dud. I think he's going to do well. I don't know what Pollard has in the mix. I don't know how they feel about him yet, but he does take away some of his carries, some of his catches. At the end of the day, you take Zeke in the top 8, you're fine. 5, I wouldn't say 5. Maybe 7, but I would say Chubb's over him. Chubb has also the easiest running back schedule in the league. So if that helps you in any way, that just means that Chubb is likely to produce more numbers. I would put Elliott to 6, Chubb to 5, Barkley maybe to 8, and then leave Aaron Jones where he's at.
Yeah, I mean, Barkley's another one. We don't really know. That NFC East division is going to have a very interesting running back situation. I mean, that goes across to Miles Sanders as well. How's Miles Sanders going to produce? I mean, when he was coming out, he was a PPR-like back too, so we'll see what his value is out of the backfield there. Antonio Gibson, though, sleeper there at 12 for the most part. If he's healthy, that kid's a beast. You're going to give him the ball a lot this year. All right, we got Noah here. Noah, little shout-outs to the U-fam. Damian Harris at 31 is a crime. To an extent, yeah. I think if you look at the players. There's 3 or 4 players above him that I'd probably put Damien Harris over. But I don't know, man. Now with Cam out in New England, I mean, that running game is going to be a little bit stagnant. You're going to have a more traditional style. No more option reads, no more threat of Cam holding and going on the outside. So Damien Harris is going to play traditional back ball. So I don't know. I don't know what his value is. But, yeah, I think him at 31's a bit low.
I think even though we rank him at 31, like going back to our point in the beginning, the running back position is so scarce. And in New England, there are carries and catches to be taken away. We have James White there who's going to get his occasional 25, 30 catches a year. But Harris is in line. If Stevenson can't take the reins from him rushing-wise, Harris is in line for at least a good statistical number. He should get over 1,000 yards. I think with Mac Jones, it's actually better that he gets over 1,000 yards because, like you said, Cam Newton takes away from the rushing game because he has to rush the ball, rushing touchdowns, all that kind of stuff. At 31, and it might be a crime, but in a lot of leagues I've seen, running back is the heaviest position. He might be gone before the end of the 4th round. So someone's going to take him, and then as their flex, or someone might take him as an RB2. Either way, you really can't go wrong with that.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And shout outs to the Option Podcast below. They'll be doing a mock draft tonight. I believe it's at 8 or 8:30 p.m. right here live. We're doing the 12-hour Hurricane Ida relief. We have auctions for Cam Jordan jersey. We have a Justin Fields signed mini helmet. That's going to be worth some bread in the future. Yeah, we have the link below to donate directly to the American Red Cross. All right, let's go into wide receiver rankings. We'll skip down these. This is my favorite. All right, so right over here. You know, I'll be honest. I'm not the biggest fan of the top group because I don't trust them from an injury perspective. I wouldn't be happy leaving the first round with Tyreek Hill, Adams, or Diggs. I just wouldn't. I'd want that running back, which is what we spoke about earlier. Go with that running back in round 1. But yeah, I think the top 10 is pretty solid. I think Calvin Ridley is going to be a beast this year, obviously, without Julio there and the way he runs routes. Ridley might end up finishing as like wide receiver 2 or 3 this year in fantasy. I love A.J. Brown as well. He'll get some coverage taken away from him with Julio there. Top 10's pretty solid. We put CD in the top 10. CD Lamb's looking like he's going to have a huge year, looking like he's going to be that, number 1 fantasy receiver in Dallas. Yeah, Mox at 8, Javier says. Yep, Mox at 8. But yeah, what do you think of this top 10? Anyone that you would throw in there, or it looks pretty solid?
It's not really the top 10, and I also agree with you how you said about the whole first round thing. Nothing against these top 4 receivers, but there's no way you're going to have me touch a receiver first round. With all due respect to these guys, they're all going to be 1,000+ yard receivers. I just need that running back. Outside of top 10, really, it's not really bad. The only one I'm looking at right here is 17. I would put Godwin, I believe, over Tyler Lockett, and then I would drop Lockett under Kupp. Nothing to disrespect Lockett. I just feel like the number-wise, Kupp and Godwin, I think, are going to be in line for bigger seasons. We have Eskridge in Seattle, who looks pretty good. We have DK Metcalf, Gerald Everett. So I think the uptake in catches might go up for DK Metcalf, but might go down for Tyler Lockett, which might want me to drop him down about 2 spots. So maybe 19 or 20 with DJ Moore. But otherwise, I mean, there's so many receivers. I can't even
look at this group right here. Look at DJ Shark.
Yeah, that's like
Chase Claypool, Cortland Sutton, Debo Samuel, Tyler Boyd, Jerry Jeudy. I mean, every Devonta Smith, every single receiver, Antonio Brown, every single receiver from 28 to 36 has value.
And those are receiver 2s that you can have after, like, you can go running back, and then you go, oh no, well, who's my receiver now? You can take like a Jamar Chase, even Robbie Anderson, someone like that could be a wide receiver 2 for you. You're going to be fine.
Yeah,
like,
they could even be a wide receiver 1 for certain stretches of the year. So
exactly.
I love Chase Claypool this year. Not enough people are talking about him. I think he's very underrated at this spot. And DJ Shark didn't play in preseason, and a lot of people forget about him just because he hasn't played in preseason. DJ Shark's a monster, and now he has an actual quarterback with him. So look out for that. All right, let's run through this because we got only a couple minutes. These are wide receivers. Tight ends, really quick. We don't need to go through them much, but this is what we got on the tight end side. I'm a big fan of Tunyon. I think Tunyon, if you can grab him late, you're doing okay with yourself because he'll get some touchdowns. So I like him there. Let's go into the mock draft really quick. Kickers, don't even worry about it. You shouldn't have kickers in your league anyway. All right. 12-person mock really quick. We have McCaffrey, Henry, and Kamara going 1, 2, 3. I actually do think in my rankings, I think Derrick Henry is a number 2 running back coming in this year. I know people have gotten Cook over him. I think health-wise, Cook, yes, but I don't know if Cook's going to be healthy all year. Cook's been injured his entire career, including college. Yeah, Kamara with Jameis, what are you going to get there? Is Jameis going to be able to dump it off to Kamara? So I like Derrick Henry at 2 here. Just going down here, we go running back straight across the board on top, which is what you should do. If there's anything you learned from this little segment from fantasy time, it's this, that you go running backs. I would not take Kelsey in the first round. I think that's kind of insane.
You can find tight ends later on, like you said. Tanya and Gerald Everett's a sleeper that people aren't talking about. Don't take tight end as much as you want to. It's just not worth it.
I mean, in my opinion, if you could get Kelsey at the back half here of or the front half of the second round, I think you're not in bad shape. But I wouldn't be the first person to take a tight end without a wide receiver being taken. I also wouldn't be taking a quarterback like this early right here.
Exactly.
So,
I mean, the teams weren't bad. I mean, but are you okay with Michael Carter as your RB2? Stuff like that. That's stuff that scares you. But Adams, Carson, Deontay Johnson, and Allen Robinson with Kelsey, it's not bad. It's not really bad. But I just have a paranoia where I just need that RB2 to be a solidified guy over receiver.
Yeah. Some other picks here that are pretty interesting is Leonard Fournette went a little high in this draft. Where is he going to go? How's he going to do this year? What's Ronald Jones' status going to be? I think the Bucs are going to play the hot hand. You'll have Leonard Fournette have his big games. Whenever that guy plays, regardless of where he is, he throws up a 200-yard game here or there. But don't be the person in your league that goes and trades for Leonard Fournette after a couple good games, because he might disappear. Another player I really like this year on this, right, actually next to Leonard Fournette, is Noah Fant.
Yep.
Noah Fant, I believe, is second in terms of receptions per game out of, I think, all tight ends when he's playing a full game. He's very underrated, and I think Bridgewater, I like him in that situation there. But yeah, just going down this a bit more. Don't be this guy or gal.
That's me.
This person, holy crap. We were talking about people smoking down in Miami before. This person, I think Tampa might have stronger bud than Miami. Jeez.
Oh man, I don't know.
Oh, my Lord.
But I mean,
look, this person drafted like an idiot. Drafts the Bucs defense before Darryl Mooney, before Cole Beasley. I mean, before Jonnu Smith. I mean, the value you can get. I mean, take Jonnu Smith. You don't know what's going to happen, and then take a defense. The Bucs aren't even the best defense in football. This isn't the 2002 Bucs. The 2002. You know what's funny? I was in a league one time. Nick knows this. Nick's brother got the 2003 Bucs the year after the 2002 season. He got them 11th pick overall. 11th right here. Got him right here.
Are you serious?
Got the Bucs defense. Yeah, it was the craziest pick I've ever seen. We were cracking up. Granted, the year before and the way defensive scoring was before, you can really stack up with defensive points. I mean, the Bucs defense dropping like 25, 30 points a game. And the person who had them had won. But it was just so funny. But yeah, this isn't the 2002 Bucs. Don't be this gal or guy. Nyheim Hines is another interesting one. And I will say this. Justin Fields late in drafts, if you can get him the second to last round, he can run. He can scramble. He's going to be a little bit of a sleeper. He's like a Cam Newton-styled quarterback. So is this going to be that year for him? I don't know. But remember Cam's rookie year, people were all over the waiver wire trying to get Cam.
Just stashed him for a little bit. It's going to happen. I keep saying it on the sports desk. Like I said, like Mac Jones thing, it's going to happen. Justin Fields is going to be the starter. And when he is in week 7, week 8, and he's winning you your fantasy championships, maybe like that, you'll look back to us and be like, wow, they were right. So just keep that in mind. He's a late pick, 16, 15 rounder, nothing too crazy.
Yeah. All right, so yeah, we'll wrap this up. This mock was a little bit better. But yeah, if you want to check out the fantasy kit, hit up that link. It's linktr.e. The tree is split in half, tr.ee. We had some people on some trees before, our Dolphins guys, thinking the Dolphins are going to go 12-5. I don't even know what the hell the records are anymore. But yeah, just running down this, you got your high risk players, you have your sleeper players in the kit. hit up the link. And shout outs to everyone supporting out there. We got another crew coming on. And Stefan, it's been a pleasure, man.
Thank you,
pleasure.
Appreciate it. You guys listen to what we said. Running backs are not easy to come by. Get them while you can, and you won't thank us later for it.
And get AB, baby.
Yes,
get AB.
He's the best receiver 3, value-wise, ADP-wise. He will be what you want in a receiver.
Get AB.
Business is booming.
All right, everyone. We have the next group coming up right now. We'll go to take a break. We'll do a countdown clock. We'll have the crew on. I believe, Zach, you're coming on with what exactly? Hey,
College
what's up,
football.
dude? College football segment. That's what we got coming up. So, we'll have the college football segment on. Zach, are you solo on this? You solo riding?
For the time being, absolutely.
Oh, all right, man. Well, you know what? You're gonna crush it. I know you will.
I've been waiting a long time for this. I'm
Let's
excited.
get it, baby. College football starts what? We got the game on
Thursday. Oh, it already started.
Yeah,
Started
what's the game
last
on Thursday?
First big one's Thursday, but we have Nebraska already lost on Saturday, so that's always fun to talk
Shocker.
about. Yeah. I spent my whole summer out there, and let me tell you, the only place I've ever been that has more delusional fans in Nebraska, like every year I worked with people that work with the school, with the athletic department. They're like, oh, I think Nebraska could go 9-3. That was just like my first trip to Dallas when everyone would just come up and try and confidently explain to me, this is why I think this is the year the Cowboys can win the Super Bowl. Same thing. It's just like blind ignorance out there. It's hilarious. It's kind of beautiful.
Yeah, there are a lot of even Wisconsin fans are like that, aren't they? There's a bunch of fans like that.
Yeah, Wisconsin goes to the Rose Bowl every 3 years. It's a different, like Nebraska's bad. Wisconsin can beat teams. Nebraska, you shouldn't be losing to Illinois when you have the resources and the firepower, the brand that comes out of Lincoln with Nebraska. But I can kick things off just about whenever because
we'll get the countdown clock in and then it's all you, brother.
All right.
We'll be back in 30.
Well, hello, and I'm so excited. I'm Zach. This is my first segment with uSTADIUM. I have been with them for a little bit, and I'm just excited to bring this new side of the brand. First and foremost, just my prayers go out to everybody affected by Hurricane Ida. It's such an honor to be part of this community and to be able to give back in this way. And before I get in, just a shout out to my boy Ethan, who goes to Tulane, and he was evacuated out a couple days ago. He wrote it out in Houston. Hopefully he's got a school to go back to at some point. But anyway, uSTADIUM has always been so big on covering what goes on Sundays. Now, in the fall, let's switch things to what goes on Saturdays. College football is going to be different this year, and if you were living under a rock last year, it's going to be pretty normal looking and feeling this year. You're going to have 80,000 plus people in stadiums on a weekly basis. It's going to feel normal, and it's going to almost be hauntingly normal. So a little bit of background about me. I am a play-by-play man, radio host at the University of Missouri. So I live and breathe SEC football. I wake up and live half a mile from Furrow Field, and I can walk right past it every morning. I'm the kid that will just sit around and listen to Paul Feinbaum in the afternoons. I didn't grow up in a college football family. I grew up in the New York metropolitan area, and when you grow up around New York, New Jersey, you think Giants, Jets. You don't think oh, well, is Alabama going to cover the spread this weekend, or who's on upset watch, or this or that. But I don't even know how I got into it. But I adore it. I love it. It's Austin. Thank you for the donation, and it's my lifeblood. And I guess going to an SEC school contributes to that. But this is my first YouTube stream. I host a weekly FM show with Mizzou every week where we talk all things Mizzou. I don't want to give away my Mizzou bias, but I'll give it away for a second. Anywho, I'm going to be debuting, and this is going to be a weekly thing just like everybody else in college football social media. This is going to be the first of many polls that I'm going to be putting out. Call it the official uSTADIUM Top 25. And I'll have this out every week. I'll post it later today so you guys can see it written out. But I will begin counting down from 25. There are going to be some surprises here. It might be a little bit different than some of the other polls or media outlets that you've seen. But I will begin with one of my most intriguing teams of the year, and that is Ole Miss, a team with Lane Kiffin now into the second year as head coach down in Oxford. You have an offense that's led by Matt Corral. I've seen him projected as anywhere from a third round pick to people even have him going top 10. I think Corral is a very good quarterback, but the offensive firepower across the board for Ole Miss is staggering. They're going to be able to put up points on anybody. They dropped 48 points on Alabama last year. Of course, you have an Achilles heel with Ole Miss, and that is their defense. And their defense is arguably one of the worst in the Southeastern Conference. So I have them at 25 right now. I do believe that they can rattle off a 9-win season, but I don't love the fact that they're in the SEC West. I don't love the fact that they're going to have to go to Alabama. I don't love the fact that they're going to have to play A&M, who has one of these stronger defenses. I'll get into a lot of the other bigger names as we go down the line, but chalk up Ole Miss as 25. Number 24, a team that I have as one of my biggest surprises this year, and in a conference that really, or if I go a little bit further, in a division of a conference that feels really especially up for grabs more so than ever, and that will be Kyle Whittingham's Utah Utes. I have them at 24. Utah, easy out-of-conference schedule. Their toughest out-of-conference game is BYU. They don't have Zach Wilson anymore. They lost a lot of their firepower. I'm not high on the Cougars this year. I am high on the Utes, and a lot of that comes from not trusting Arizona State. We don't know what's going to happen with them in terms of the SEC or the NCAA violations. We don't know how much longer Herm Edwards and his crew have in Tempe, and we really don't know if we're going to get the 9-3 USC, or are we going to get a resurgent Chip Kelly with UCLA? Is Arizona even going to show up? What does Colorado bring in their second year with their new head coach? But we don't know, and I think Utah is a team full of veterans. They have a team that really can stand out in an environment that is wide open. So chalk up the Utes at 24. 23, first Group of 5 school I have is the Louisiana Ragin' Cajuns. Now, there's going to be a lot of talk about them this week because they are starting off with Texas. And Texas is always prone to that big week 1 upset. They are ranked in the AP poll right now, but I really do like what Louisiana Lafayette is putting together. They're one of the better Group of 5 schools this year, and there's a bit of a change in the hierarchy of Group of 5 schools. Billy Napier, it's his 3rd season with the Ragin' Cajuns. I think he is just about due to get hired to a Power 5 job, so this is likely his last year with Louisiana Lafayette. But after Texas, they have a pretty easy schedule. They have a really, really good roster that stuck together last year. We will see what happens with them. But I'm going to have my eyes on that early game Saturday when they play Texas, because I know it sounds very, it's Texas. Texas is never going to be back, and I'll get into that. But there's a real chance that Louisiana Lafayette goes into Austin and comes out with a win. I'm not just saying that because I think it would be funny or I think it would keep narratives alive. I think it's actually possible. All right, 22, 22, I'm going to go with USC. We all know USC, it's the same thing every year. Is this going to be the year Clay Helton either breaks through and keeps his job long-term, or is this going to be the year that his team implodes and he gets fired? We don't know. Keaton Slovis, I'm not as bullish on him as other people are. I still think he is a good quarterback, probably the best quarterback in the conference. But USC is always prone to those terrible losses, and they lose games that they should not lose. They don't have a very tough out-of-conference schedule, and they don't really have that tough of a schedule as is this year because they don't have to worry about anybody big out of conference. Usually USC is in a big out-of-conference game once or twice a year. That's not the case. Their toughest out-of-conference game is BYU, and that is in Los Angeles at the end of the season. So I think USC is an 8-9 win team. But for the people that really, really, really care about the Trojans, that's not what they want. USC is meant to be a powerhouse, and I don't even think they can be a powerhouse anymore because so many of the big recruits that come from that neck of the woods, from Southern California, they wind up going north to Eugene if they want to stay on the West Coast. But USC, they always figure out a way to come into the season ranked, and they always figure out a way to leave the season ranked. So give me USC at 22. 21, we always have fun with the Coastal Carolina Chanticleers. I adored their story last year. They're so much fun, just where they came from, how they even made it up to the FBS level. Another guy that's a head coach of a group of 5 school, and Jamie Chadwell, he's probably on his last or second to last year before he gets up to Power 5. But I love this team, and they're going to get a chance to host. They're going to get a chance to host a group of a Power 5 team out of the gate week 2. Of course, calling Kansas a Power 5 school is kind of generous, but it's still a big deal if you're someone that was FCS up until 2017. Of course, last year Chanticleers go 11-1. They beat BYU in what might have been one of the most unlikely games to ever get College Game Day ever. College Game Day wound up in Myrtle Beach in November in a game that was not even supposed to happen. But Grayson McCall is their quarterback. I think he's got a chance to be really good. Give the guys with the mullets a chance. I think they're locked in at 21. 20, team that I'm not sure about. I really like the coaching situation. They do have a great quarterback prospect coming in. I don't know if he's going to be that impactful out of the gate, but I'm going to go with the Washington Huskies at 20. I like what Jimmy Lake is doing, revitalizing the program that Chris Peterson left behind. But is there too much competition with their rivals to the south? I do not know. It doesn't help that Washington over the last decade or so has really struggled against the Ducks. Keep an eye on the Huskies. They're going to be an intriguing team to watch this year. And when Washington is good, Husky Stadium in Seattle, hey, first of all, it's beautiful, but one of the toughest places in the nation to play. Well, 19. I got to get it out of the way. It's Texas. First year of the Steve Sarkisian era for the Longhorns, and it's not an easy slate for them. Louisiana Lafayette screams the trap game from hell for the Longhorns. This might be their last or second to last year in the Big 12 before they go SEC. I don't love their offense. I really don't love their roster all that much. I think that Oklahoma and Iowa State are both much better. And Sarkisian, of course, we know what he is capable of, as he was the offensive coordinator for an Alabama offense last year that was downright historical. And I do love Bijan Robinson as Texas's starting running back. He's going to be very good. But I don't know how much a good running back can really carry when Texas is going to have to go to Ames later this year. They have the Red River game as always. Louisiana's not easy. Arkansas, I don't have them ranked, but I think they can be very good. Texas, to me, I don't think they're going to be ranked at the end of the year. And maybe that's just narratives being narratives. If there's any time to change the way you think of a program for Texas, right now is that time. But until we actually see it happen, I can't buy it. I'll leave them at 19 right now. 18. This is a team that I think is the exact opposite of Texas that can go way up, and that is Penn State. Penn State has been due for a very good year for a while, and they don't have an easy schedule either. For the first time in a long time, the whiteout game is not going to be Ohio State or Michigan. It's going to be Auburn. An SEC team is making it up to State College. They also play Wisconsin out of the gate. Madison's going to be a very tough place to play, but I like Sean Clifford. I really do. Jahad Dotson, one of my favorite receivers that is coming into this season as a senior. Kid's got some of the best hands I've ever seen. He's going to be a name on the rise. I think James Franklin knows that there is pressure. He knows that this is a season where they have to make a stand. But despite all of that, Penn State's going to have to go to Columbus. They're going to have to play Auburn and Wisconsin on the road out of the gate. That's really, really tough. Indiana, I'll get to them in a second. But other than Wisconsin, Auburn, Ohio State, and Indiana, those are all winnable. Oh, boy, I almost forgot. They got to go to Iowa. And Kinnick Stadium, especially if the game's at night, is a house of horrors for any big name program. But I'll leave Penn State at 19. I think they can, 18. I think they can climb up, but that is just me. 17. Speaking of Iowa, this is going to be one of those every 4 years where the Hawkeyes are really good. And when you have a team that is full of veterans, Kirk Ferentz still around, stable coaching staff, one of the toughest places to play in college football, easy out-of-conference schedule except for one game. I think if you're a college football fan in the state of Iowa this year, you have it really, really good. But also, the Hawkeyes don't start easy either. They have to deal with Indiana, and Indiana is number 16 on my list. So let's talk about Indiana. Tom Allen comes in. He's not exactly beloved. His teams are hovering around mediocre. Last year, a complete revelation as they storm out of the gate. They wind up going 6-2, one of the best seasons in program history, and they wound up playing in the Outback Bowl. Now, Michael Penix Jr. is back. He got hurt last year. He was a big catalyst for the offense. Ty Freifogel, one of my favorite receivers in the class. Defense is pretty good, and their toughest road game is this one right out of the gate at Iowa. After that, their other two really tough games are at home against Cincinnati on September 18th, and then one that just screams trap game for the other guys. They get to host Ohio State. So keep an eye out on the Hoosiers. Could they be a flash in the pan, or could this be something super serious that we got to keep an eye on going forward? I'm not sure. I'll leave them at 16. Number 15. This is going to catch some eyes. The Notre Dame Fighting Irish. I think Notre Dame is an 8-win team this year, and I can hear the audible gasps through this stream. How could you say that about the Irish? Well, consider this. Kyle Hamilton is a better version of Jamal Adams. The guy's going to be a top 5 pick, possibly a top 3 pick in the draft this year. He's great. He's one player. Notre Dame, considering that they are, in fact, Notre Dame, has one of the toughest schedules in college football like they do every year. But that comes with a team that lost so much in the draft. Technically, they're affiliated with the ACC. The ACC is still very good. And that comes with tough road games. At Florida State, that's always tough. A neutral site against Wisconsin, that stuff. They have to go to Virginia. Virginia's always okay. Stanford, don't know what they are. They have to go to Virginia Tech. Lane Stadium's always a nightmare. And they have to play Cincinnati at home. They have to play North Carolina at home. USC, they have to play them at home. I can very realistically see a scenario where Cincinnati goes into South Bend and whoops them. This is going to be the year one of those years, where everybody sits back and asks, is this the year that we have to fire Brian Kelly if we're Notre Dame? I know they came off a playoff berth last year. I know they got their clocks cleaned by Alabama like everyone expected them to. I just don't think Notre Dame is going to be good this year. Will they come back? Yes, they always come back. It's Notre Dame, but not this year, not in 2021. Sorry, Irish, you're going to be unranked by the season's end. Okay, we've hit the top 14, and let's get back to a team that I think can climb up the rankings and someone that might be getting slept on in the very, very tough SEC West, and that is LSU. LSU had a tough year last year, losing so many guys after winning the national championship. They lost to Mississippi State out of the gate. They lost to Mizzou. They had a rough season, but at the end of the season, something clicked, and they found their quarterback in Max Johnson, someone that I think is going to be a Heisman candidate. Maybe not this year, but sooner rather than later. I look at him and I see a guy that can be a top 5 pick down the line. Ed Orgeron, everyone's going to have different thoughts about him, but guess what? He's still a national championship winning coach. People can't just dismiss that. Now, of course, you have to factor in, you're in the SEC West. You're going to have tough games. You're going to have to go to Bama. You're going to have to go to Ole Miss. And considering how LSU's defense struggled last year, that's going to be tough. Kentucky, that's a tough game. A&M, I think A&M is going to be phenomenal. UCLA on the road, I mean, that could be a blowout. We don't really know. UCLA is they're an enigma right now. You can't judge so much off a week 0 game in Hawaii where nobody showed up. But LSU strikes me as a team. I think they are capable of going New Year's 6. That is just me. Other people, maybe not so much. But right now, I am high on LSU. I think this is a good bounce-back year for the Bayou Bengals. 13, one of the most overrated teams in the country, the North Carolina Tar Heels. I see so many people putting them top 10, and I don't get it. Now, I'll take a step back. I think Sam Howell is every bit worth the hype. I think he's going to have a Justin Herbert kind of senior season where it's going to be okay, but he's going to have 1 or 2 games that really make him stand out as a guy that's going to go early in the draft. I think Sam Howell is fantastic. I think he is going to be a wonderful quarterback in the NFL, but North Carolina, they lost Michael Carter. They lost Javonte Williams. They lost Daz Newsome. They lost De'Ami Brown. They lost almost their entire offense, and their defense was not anything to write home about. The only saving grace for North Carolina, and this is a saving grace, is that they don't have to play Clemson in the regular season. North Carolina has a schedule that is full of yummy, delicious cupcakes. Frosted, sprinkled, everything. Their toughest game of the whole season at Notre Dame, at home against Miami, and I already shared my thoughts on Notre Dame. So I think UNC is a 9-win team. People are making them out like they're going to really kick down the door of the ACC. I don't see it happening. I think Sam Howell is great. I think Mac Brown's done a wonderful job turning the program into what it should be, and I think they'll be good down the line. Don't let this season, if you're a Tar Heels fan, be anything to be concerned about. I just don't think UNC is that good outside of quarterback. All right, we're into the top 12. Another team I think is a bit of an enigma, that's Florida. We know Florida lost Kadarius Toney. We know they lost Kyle Pitts. You don't replace Kyle Pitts. Kyle Trask, we don't know what he's going to be in the National Football League, but I can also tell you Emory Jones, people are middling on him. Some people think he's going to be meh. Other people think, oh my goodness, this guy is going to carry the torch. I don't know what we're getting at Emory Jones. I think Dan Mullen is a fantastic coach. I think Dan Mullen is somebody that no matter who's on his roster, he will keep them competitive. Florida also has a tough schedule. This is one of those years where they do wind up with Alabama. Of course, they get LSU as their cross-conference or their cross-division game every year, but you have Alabama and LSU. You get Alabama week 3. That is, I mean, yes, it's at home, and yes, the Swamp is going to be absolutely rocking, but it's still Alabama. At LSU, that's going to be difficult. And of course, I got to play Georgia, and I'll get to my thoughts on Georgia later. Not to toot my own school's horn, but for a team based in Florida to have to go to Missouri and on November 20th when it could be snowing, it could be cold, that could be a really, really difficult trap game for them. So I don't love the Gators, but it wouldn't surprise me. I wouldn't be outwardly stunned if Florida comes out, rattles off 10 wins. I don't think they're winning the East, but I don't think they're a bad team. stay in the Sunshine State. Another team I don't really know what we're getting in, Miami. Miami is going to start the year 0-1 because they're going to have to play Alabama. That is factual. I'll get into upsets. I don't think that's happening. I think Derek King is great. I love what Manny Diaz has done with this program. I really do think the U is back. But they did lose a bunch of guys, especially on the defensive side of the ball. You lose Greg Rousseau, Quincy Roche, and Jalen Phillips all in 1 year. That's tough. Not having much of a home field advantage, still tough. But I think the U can come back and be what it once was this year. And once again, it helps you don't have Clemson. At UNC is tough. At Florida State is tough. None of their home games, except for Michigan State, are anything compelling to write home about. But I like Miami. I think they're going to be a fine team this year. And that's why I have them ranked at 11. And Derek King, well, we all know what he is capable of when he is healthy. We're good. Into the top 10, Wisconsin at 10. This is going to be one of those years where Wisconsin, they win a bunch of boring games. They're not that exciting, but they're consistent. And this seems like a Badger team that is absolutely headed straight for another Rose Bowl. I can see them winning a really bad West Division of the Big Ten. They're not exciting to me. They're going to play that typical Wisconsin brand of defense, your hard-nosed, smash-mouth football. But we're going to know a lot more about this team on Saturday night. What happens with Penn State is going to say so much about what this Wisconsin Badgers team is. And I think this is, once again, I think this is a year where they're going to be really good. But you don't know. Chalk down the Badgers as 10, but check back with me on that in about a week. Number 9. Now, this is a tale of two sides of the ball. This is the Oregon Ducks. This is a very different Ducks team than the brand that they have built. This is not a team that is going to be super flashy and put up points on the board. This is a team that Mario Cristobal is built through the trenches. They're going to blitz you into insanity on defense. Kayvon Thibodeau, he might be the first defensive Heisman candidate since Chase Young. He might be the best edge rusher to come out of the draft since Chase Young. Noah Sewell, Penne's younger brother, he's going to be a top 10 caliber player next year. This year, he's going to be really good. You also have a couple guys that held out from last year. Justin Flo, best linebacker recruit in the nation a couple years back, sat out his freshman year last year because of COVID. Now he's back. Oregon on defense is going to be unlike any Ducks team we have seen before. Offense, it's a big question mark. Quarterback is tough. Oregon thought Tyler Shook was going to be the big replacement for Justin Herbert. Didn't pan out. Now he's starting at Texas Tech. So right now, Anthony Brown is the guy. I don't know. I don't think their quarterback situation is that admirable. You do have a good running game. You do have a good offense. CJ Verdell is going to be their bell cow back. I think Joe Moorhead's a phenomenal coordinator. Oregon's going to beat the teams they should beat. Can they go into Columbus week 2 and beat Ohio State? I don't think so. But the Ducks are a good team in a bad conference. They'll go to the Rose Bowl. They'll win the Pac-12. It's going to be a very typical Oregon year. Cincinnati is my number 8. I have not had a love affair with a group of 5 team like I'm having with this 2021 Bearcat squad. Luke Fickell, bless his heart, I don't think he's going to be around in Cincinnati much longer. He seems like the kind of guy that if Michigan fires Harbaugh, he's going to be poached and head up to he's going to be the guy that's poached to go to Ann Arbor or go to Nebraska. I don't know. I think Desmond Ridder, and I'll get into this later, Desmond Ridder is a Heisman candidate. Desmond Ridder is a guy that is a catalyst of a great offense. Cincinnati's got a tough schedule. They got to go to Notre Dame. They got to go to Indiana. They do not have it easy at all. They're going to have to earn this. This isn't going to be like that UCF team that just waltz into the Peach Bowl. This could be the first team in college football history, first group of 5 team that has a realistic shot, if things go right, at making the college football playoffs. They took Georgia to the wire in the Peach Bowl last year. This is a really, really, really good team on both sides of the ball. and they could win, I think, any conference in the nation except for the ACC and the SEC. This is a very, very good team. Number 7, do I think the hype is real with Iowa State? I'm not sure. I am not sure. I'm okay with Brock Purdy, but the rest of that Iowa State offense, I mean, it's absolutely stacked. Breece Hall, he could be a Heisman candidate for sure. I think he's the best running back in the class. Charlie Kohler, one of the best tight ends in the nation. He might be the best tight end in the nation. Ames is going to be hopping this year. And most importantly for Iowa State, they get to avoid Oklahoma this year in their schedule. Their 2 toughest games this whole season I take that back. They get Oklahoma right at the end. But their 2 toughest games, except for Oklahoma, are at home. You get Iowa and Texas at home. Other than that, Iowa State is stacked on both sides of the ball. The job that Matt Campbell has done with this program, I've never seen anything like it. You go from a punching bag that this program has been for so long to a juggernaut. Matt Campbell, 100% struck me as the kind of guy that would build the program up and then he'd leave. The fact that he is staying in Ames really shows how important and how big he thinks this Iowa State Cyclone team can get. Chalk down Iowa State as number 7. I think they can really give Oklahoma a run for their money. Most overrated team in America. Number 6, Texas A&M Aggies. Why? This, in theory, should be Texas A&M's year to win the SEC West. Alabama has lost so many people. We all know who they lost in the draft last year. Of course, it's Nick Saban. He's going to retool. I'm not so sure Alabama is going to be what they were last year this year. They might be significantly worse. A&M is stacked in almost every position except for one, and that is quarterback. I think Haynes King is not the guy to be commandeering such a big, talented team. Jimbo Fisher, I think he's a wonderful coach, an amazing recruiter, but quarterback right now is his Achilles heel. Can A&M figure it out? Sure, of course they can. We have seen teams with mediocre quarterbacks go all the way to the national championship. Georgia did it with Jake Fromm. But it's also a very A&M thing for them to lose games they shouldn't lose. I can legitimately see Alabama going into College Station and Texas A&M beating them, and then Texas A&M losing a game they shouldn't in the few weeks to follow. That's just a very A&M thing to happen. But in terms of the pros, A&M might be the best team in America, not named Georgia, in the trenches. Great offensive line, great defensive line, great weapons, great secondary, great coaching staff. One of the best home field advantages in football. I like A&M. I don't think they are going to be the team that everybody says, okay, this is the year they can dethrone Bama, dethrone LSU, win the SEC West. That is not Texas A&M. I don't think that will ever be Texas A&M. But I think right now they're good at 6. We're into the top 5. And this is where heads are going to start turning. Number 5 is the Ohio State Buckeyes. Why, you say? Oh, man. I don't know what we're getting in C.J. Stroud. I think he's a talented quarterback prospect who's going to be gone in a year because Quinn Ewers is coming up. We all know their receiver room is loaded. Everything else, it's Ohio State. They do have a tough out-of-conference game this year. They do have Oregon. And they have Oregon at home. I think at the end of the season, we do see Ohio State in the playoffs. But until we see them get through a schedule that has them going to Indiana, has them playing Penn State, has them playing Oregon, this strikes me as a Buckeye team that looks very similar to the one that steamrolled through everybody and lost to Purdue. And I don't think anybody's forgetting that game anytime soon. I don't think Ohio State winds up making the playoffs. I think the 4 teams in front of them are going to stay the top 4. But let's go into that top 4. Ohio State, they'll wind up winning the Big Ten on the outside looking in. Number 4 is the Alabama Crimson Tide, defending national champions, one of the best teams we've ever seen. Alabama lost almost everybody. That's not to say that they're doomed. It's Nick Saban. He will retool. He always does. And Nick Saban always finds a way to come back better. And that's why I think Ohio State is still going to be, Alabama is still going to be a playoff team. They're Alabama. Bryce Young is going to be a Heisman candidate. And I say this knowing that he is a freshman. We know every bit of what Nick Saban does after he loses a bunch of guys. He just retools. Don't look at me a couple months from now and act like you're all stunned when they have another 5-6 guys go in the first round of the NFL draft. So Alabama at number 4. Number 3, Clemson. Clemson's a little bit different. They have not lost anybody on the defensive side of the ball. In fact, they have added DJ Uiagalelei. He's going to be very, very good. Do I think he's going to be Trevor Lawrence good? I don't know. Nobody's Trevor Lawrence good, but he's pretty dang talented. Justin Ross, after a terrible injury, 1.5 years off, he's back. He's going to be their number 1 receiver. Clemson is going to have a lot determined by what happens in that first game. That first game, everybody is going to have eyes on it. I still think both teams that take part in that first game wind up making the playoffs. But I actually think Clemson wins that first game. And who's that first game against? My number 2 team, the Georgia Bulldogs, stacked in every single category. Offense, defense, quarterback, JT Daniels is amazing. Running back room, stacked. Zamir White is one of the best running backs in America. Hopefully they get George Pickens back, as he's one of the best receivers in the nation. Georgia, for pound for pound, I think is the most talented team in America. And yet I can't trust them. I feel like there's always that Georgia game where they can't do it. They can't seal the deal, whether it be at South Carolina or what I think is going to happen. What if they choke against Clemson? I think they blow a lead against Clemson and lose. Give me Georgia to still make the playoff. I think they can win the SEC, but I'm not a believer in them winning a national championship. The team I believe wins a national championship, and I have them as my number 1. They have the Heisman winner this year, in my opinion, at quarterback. Stacked at every position except for running back. That's a weird little thing they got going on. That would be the No, that would be the Oklahoma Sooners. Oklahoma, we have never seen a Sooner team like this. And they're building an SEC caliber team because they are going to be in the SEC. Spencer Rattler is going to be the Heisman winner at year's end. Some years you get a Heisman winner that just comes out of the blue. This year will not be one of those years. Oklahoma, everywhere you look, there is talent, there is elite talent, and there are guys that are going to become elite talent. I also say this, I don't know how many years left Lincoln Riley has in Oklahoma before he's poached by an NFL team. Got to consider that. But up until that point, Oklahoma is going to be every bit as good as expected. And their big out-of-conference games? It's against Nebraska. Oklahoma, for what it's worth, is one of the easiest teams in the nation. Their easiest schedules in the nation. You got to take them seriously this year. I think they win the whole thing. I think Oklahoma is my best team. That's why I am putting them as the official university #1 team in the nation. Okay, I got into a bunch of other things. My biggest surprises, my biggest disappointments. Couple teams I didn't list. For surprises, I think Boston College becomes a pretty respectable program. Jeff Hafley is a wonderful, wonderful coach. Phil Dracovic is a special quarterback. Remember, he was originally committed to Notre Dame. BC is back on the rise, and I think they're going to become that blue-collar, hard-nosed football team that they have been in the past. The other team that I really think takes that next step is Mizzou. And you're going to look at me and go, oh no. Why do I say Mizzou? Eli Drinkwitz has come from Appalachian State and turned a mediocre at best program into a brand. Able to beat the defending national champions at home last year. Able to get 2 top 20 recruiting classes in a row. That doesn't happen at Mizzou. You don't get 4 stars coming in every week. That is not normal for this campus. That is not normal for this community. To turn quarterback coming off an ACL tear into one of the best returning quarterbacks in America and Connor Bazelak. I'm not saying they're going to win the SECs. There are definitely people around these parts that are like, oh, Mizzou could go 10-2. I'm not saying that. I do think Mizzou is going to be very good in years to come. I think we see them take that next step this year. I do think we see them upset a major team this year. Look out for the Tigers. As for the disappointments, I already said North Carolina, A&M, Notre Dame, Miami, Florida. Those are my 5 disappointments. Now on to this weekend's games. Biggest upset watches this weekend because there are some good ones. I can give you my picks in the big games first. I do think Clemson beats Georgia. I'll get that out of the way right now. I think Alabama runs over Miami. Everybody's going to say Texas loses to Louisiana. That's a trendy pick. As funny as I think it would be to see it happen, I don't think it happens. What I do think happens is North Carolina loses to Virginia Tech Friday night. Lane Stadium is going to be hopping. First game in 18 months where you're going to hear Enter Sandman as the Hokies take the field. Justin Fuente, he is coaching for his job in Blacksburg. And I think a UNC team that has just simply lost too much is going to suffer the consequences. So chalk down UNC as a big upset watch team. Another one that I'll hit you with. There are a lot of Ohio State fans looking ahead to Oregon and brushing off the Minnesota Golden Gophers. I don't think Minnesota is going to roll over and die for the Buckeyes. On a Thursday night in Minneapolis, that is a tough game. That is a game that Minnesota, I truly do think, has a chance, maybe even a win. So chalk down those 2 as your upsets for games that might seem closer than they actually are. Once again, I'm going to go back to Mizzou. I think Central Michigan plays them tougher than expected. I think that's a 1-score game going into the 4th quarter. I would also watch out for LSU and UCLA. I think UCLA has a shot at being very good. I don't have them ranked. They are 1-0. But LSU, that program has been through a lot in the last couple of days with the hurricane. They're not practicing in Baton Rouge. They're out in Houston until Thursday, where they take flight out to Los Angeles. I think that's a tough game. I think UCLA gives them a fight. And last but not least, I think Notre Dame's going to have trouble in Tallahassee. That's a Sunday night game. That's a game that is going to be the only game on all of Sunday. And I think Notre Dame is going to be in big trouble early on. I am not high on FSU, but we all know that is a tough place to play. And the Seminoles are recovering. They're getting a little bit better. I don't think this is their year, but I think they're good enough to give Notre Dame major problems at Doak Campbell on Sunday night. Lastly, this is going to be the last thing I do. I'll tell you 5 coaches that I think are going to get fired. Number 1, I think this is the most obvious one of the bunch. It's Scott Frost in Nebraska. It has been nothing short of a disastrous tenure for Scott Frost in Nebraska. You can't be losing to Illinois, not with those resources, not with that money, not with that recruiting class, not with the brand. What Scott Frost has done at Nebraska has been almost horrific in a sense. And a program that is so used to success and nothing but. And yes, they were firing Bo Pelini and guys like that for winning 9 games a year. And now you have Scott Frost coming in, and his record is just abysmal. He's been an abysmal coach since he's come to Nebraska. 3-6, his conference records: 3-6, 3-6, 3-5, 0-1. His best record is the head coach of the Cornhuskers, 5-7. Now, I get Nebraska is very much that kind of school where you hire someone that has past connections with the university, and it seemed like such a slam dunk hire at the time, but it hasn't worked. And Nebraska, their new AD and Trev Alberts had to have known coming in that there was going to be a situation early on where he might have to fire the guy that was supposed to be the savior of Big Red football. Another guy, similar situation, hasn't been as dire, but when your expectations are national championships and beating Michigan and beating Ohio State, Jim Harbaugh has not gotten the job done. Harbaugh is not a bad coach. He's brought Michigan to several New Year's Six Bowls. He has been a guy that has brought back a winning culture to Michigan, but it hasn't been enough. Not for a program that expects what Michigan does. And I think Harbaugh is done after this year, barring something big and crazy. If he beats Ohio State, he stays. But if you take out last season, his records at Michigan have been 10-3, 10-3, 8-5, 10-3, 9-4, and then, of course, 2-4 last year. Jim Harbaugh, I could not only see him getting fired from Michigan, I could see him winding up at Nebraska. But I'll mark him down right there. Another guy I think does not have time on his side, that is Mike Leach at Mississippi State. I think Mike Leach can be a great coach, not a fit for the SEC, not a fit to try and play the air raid offense against multiple teams that have NFL caliber defensive backs going after you. I don't think he has brought in the talent, and I just don't think the Mike Leach culture works in the Southeastern Conference. There is a scenario where Mississippi State can succeed. We saw it under Dan Mullen. We saw it when Dak and Nick Fitzgerald were there, but he's not the guy. He's just not the guy for the program. You want me to give you 2 more? I can definitely tell you that Herm Edwards, with everything that has happened at Arizona State with these scandals and possible recruiting violations, we could be seeing some turnover in Tempe. I think ASU is mediocre this year. Some people have them winning that division. I don't see it happening. But I'll keep my last coach firing prediction in the in the Pac-12. I think this is the year where USC finally falls off and realizes we can do better than Clay Helton. Is there a chance that doesn't happen? Is there a chance that USC somehow figures out a way to win just enough games to keep them around? Sure. But this is a list I will update as we go on. I'm really, really excited to be part of uSTADIUM. This has been a tremendous honor and one that I can't wait enough to get back with. It's going to be such a fun, big season. But before I go, I want to talk about some of the new coaches that have been brought in. I'm going to begin with Brian Hartson of Auburn. I like what Brian Hartson has done with with Boise State before he left. I actually wanted Missouri to hire him. Do I think he's going to be able to go toe-to-toe with Nick Saban? I don't know. Not many people can. Maybe Dabo Swinney every other year. But I think it's a good hire. I think he can grow. What are the hires I think can be successful? That is a better question. I think Steve Sarkisian is going to be a great hire for Texas. I think he is the perfect coach to bring Texas into the SEC. I don't think it's going to be all flowers and roses and rainbows this year for the Longhorns. I think there's a real chance they might not be that great, but the recruits are going to come. Texas is going, I'm going to say it, maybe not this year, but they're going to be back eventually. You cannot keep Texas down for that long. Other coaching hires I like. I love the Malzahn hire at UCF. I think UCF can come right back to what they were before Scott Frost left for Nebraska. I think they can consistently be going 11-1, 10-2, maybe even going to that point where you go undefeated. And Malzahn has been this close to winning a national championship at Auburn. He's beaten Alabama numerous times. That was a slam dunk and a half of a hire for Central Florida. I love it. I actually also love Clark Lee hiring at Vanderbilt, going from defensive coordinator at Notre Dame to being the head coach of an SEC program. Now, granted, Vanderbilt has it harder than anybody in the SEC for college football. Not the resources, not the alumni donations, not the facilities, or baseball school. But I think you can turn Vanderbilt into a respectable program if you have the right guy in charge. And Clark Lee is a smart, good coach that can be that guy. One I'm surprised I took that long to mention, Brett Bielema at Illinois. Now, Bielema already has his first win under his belt. He took down Nebraska last weekend after losing his starting quarterback and having to play Art Sitkowski, a guy who I, as a New Jersey native, watched stink up the joint at Rutgers. That was gutsy. Yeah, sure, it's Nebraska, but Illinois is not the cream of the crop right now. Bielema, he's got so much experience in the Big Ten. He's been to those conference championships a gazillion times with Wisconsin. This is where Brett Bielema belongs as a head coach. And Illinois is a perfect reclamation project for him. I can actually see him being with Illinois for a long time. Now, what don't I like? I don't think Shane Bieber like the Indians pitcher, Shane Beamer. I don't think he's a great hire for South Carolina. I think they're in a really, really, really tough position considering who they share a state with. As of right now, South Carolina is the third best team in the program, or third best program in the state behind Clemson and Coastal. Could Beamer bring the magic back to Columbia? He could. But then again, Daniel Jones could be the guy for the New York Giants. Doesn't mean I think he will be. I think South Carolina is in like the worst position right now. You can't compete with Clemson. Soon enough, you won't be able to compete with Coastal either. That is a tough draw and just a tough hire for anybody who makes their way in. As somebody that spent time at Mizzou while Josh Heupel ran the offense, I think he is one of the most overrated offensive minds in the entire sport of football, collegiate or pro. Heupel was a good enough coach at UCF, but to have him coach Tennessee, especially after what Tennessee has been through with the NCAA violations, with Greg Schiano leaving, being forced out by the fans, that doesn't happen anywhere else. With almost their entire roster transferring, I think Heupel doesn't make it 18 months in Knoxville. Vols fans, I'm sorry. You guys are going to be searching for a new coach pretty soon. Andy Avalos at Boise State, good hire. They're definitely great names. I actually think Jed Fish for Arizona is a perfect outside-the-box hiring. Somebody that is going to take the Bill Belichick approach and bring it to college. I don't know if it's going to work. We've never seen it attempted before. But Arizona is a program with resources to be successful. Maybe Jed Fish can be the guy. We don't know. I like him. I would like to see it work out. And last but not least, how about Lance Leipold at Kansas? I have always said Kansas should just stop in a you-know-what and run the triple option. Leipold has done a ridiculous job at Buffalo. Someone someday is going to be able to instill a winning culture with Jayhawk football. I don't know when that happens. I don't know who it is. I don't think it's an inevitability that it never happens. So I actually really like the Leipold hire. I know the Mizzou people that are probably listening to this are like, Kansas football, no way. But I actually think they might have something there. Now, of course, when Kansas inevitably goes 2-10, get back to me on that. But it's going to be such an exciting college football season. One of the most intriguing. I don't think you can predict what's going to happen this year. It's a normal season for the first time in 2 years. I can't tell you, truly from the bottom of my heart, there could be a gazillion teams that come out of the blue. This could be the year where we really have a surprise show up and win the Heisman, like a Lamar Jackson or someone like that. I don't know what's going to happen. And in past years, I've been able to confidently say, oh, I think so-and-so is going to win the national championship, or I think so-and-so is going to win the Heisman, or and even though I think Oklahoma could do it, I think Rattler could do it, there is a lot of gray area. There are a lot of teams that could surprise. There are a lot of teams that could really make things interesting, and I look forward to taking this journey and living it day by day with you guys. I'll be going live before the weekends and possibly even after if something crazy enough happens. Can't wait to start laying polls down. I can't wait to start really building this brand at uSTADIUM, which has done such a wonderful job getting into the professional sports scene. But once again, we've got Sundays down pat. Why not Saturdays too? So we're just going to start waiting for the next group to show up. Of course, remember to use that link bottom right corner of the screen to donate for this hurricane relief, which has been absolutely devastating. I have friends out in New Orleans right now that, well, they made it out, but they don't know if they're going to be able to go back to school this semester. The Saints said this morning that they're planning on playing the first quarter of the season out of New Orleans, which thankfully the levees did, for the moment, hold up. But the wind damage just looks absolutely horrific. It's just unfathomable. 16 years to the day to have a direct hit. But I'm so thankful to be part of this incredible team, to be part of the guys that really had the idea to put together this live stream for such an amazing cause. We're going to be going for another 7 hours after this. And it's also awesome that we've been able to find the guys to go the full 12 hours. So I'm going to sign off. I will see you guys soon. Thank you so much. And that's the first episode of University. Emphasis on the U.
Hey guys, it's Luke here from Play Like a Jet Live. Thanks very much for continuing your support of uSTADIUM Hurricane Relief Live Marathon. As Zach just said, we've got a whole lot longer to go, so make sure you don't go anywhere and you tune in. Donations with that little link down the bottom of the screen. Make sure you're hitting that up constantly. And we've got plenty to talk about today. I've got Clay, my partner from Play Like a Jet Live with uSTADIUM. He'll be here shortly. And we're going to talk about all the cuts for the New York Jets, some of the topical news around the AFC East. Obviously, New England made a big decision today with their roster and quarterback. So we're going to touch on all of that. Scott, he's going to come on as well. He's the master of Play Like a Jet. He has his podcast. Make sure you're listening to that as well. But it's been an interesting day for the Jets. There's been some trades. Some guys who I expected to make the 53 have been cut. So look forward to diving into that, all for a fantastic cause, supporting Hurricane Ida. Obviously, Louisiana and the whole of the Gulf region's been devastated again. We saw this over a decade ago in New Orleans. So our thoughts and our prayers are with everyone over in that area and affected by Hurricane Ida. So let's talk a little bit about the Jets. It's been a really interesting day. Chris Herndon was traded. No one actually knows what the compensation was for Chris Herndon yet, but he has been traded to the Minnesota Vikings. Irv Smith Jr. obviously down for the first part of the season, so the Jets decided to pull the trigger there. I don't think he was going to get cut. I think it was more an opportunity that they were handed draft capital, and Joe Douglas and his team couldn't knock that back. So that's what I believe in the Chris Herndon move. You also had Kenny Yeboah, who was the star of that third preseason game against the Philadelphia Eagles. He caught the long touchdown. He was let go as well. So the Jets tight end room is fairly weak, old, and bland right now. I'm sure I'll touch on that more once Clay gets here in 5 minutes or so. But that was definitely an interesting decision. You then had Vincent Smith being cut from the wide receiver room. I don't think that was unexpected, but I was kind of hoping he'd make the team over Braxton Berrios. Right now, Jeff Smith is also on the roster, who has been utilized in some of those short screens and in that Elijah Moore role while he's been on the shelf. So it will be interesting to see if the Jets do carry 7 wide receivers or if they're going to continue with 6 and Jeff Smith will be let go once we hit waivers and those kind of things. Some other slight surprises, Jimmy Murray, who I think I called Nick Murray, he got released. The interior offensive lineman. He spent some time with the ones in the Packers game after Dan Feeney went out. I thought he may scrape through considering Alex Lewis has retired after he had some off-field and personal issues he had to sort out. You had Cameron Clark go down. So the Jets have a very limited depth on the interior offensive line, and that's where I think the Jets are going to target with the waiver order. For those guys who aren't too familiar with how the waivers work, the Jets are picking number 2. Or not picking, they have the number 2 selection. So in other words, if a player passes through the waiver order and Jacksonville don't take him, the Jets can take as many players as they like there, as long as they can fit them on their 53, obviously. The order doesn't reset. The Jets will continue to be at number 2, so they can put it in for numerous players, and they can be awarded those players on waivers. So once again, here for the Hurricane Relief Live Marathon with uSTADIUM. Make sure you're donating. Make sure you're helping out any way you can. Jets fans, make sure you're supportive. I know we hear a lot about Bills fans and how good a job they do with Josh Allen and all the causes. So make sure the Gang Green does a good job supporting uSTADIUM and the Hurricane Ida relief. It's going to be an intriguing couple of days because, as I mentioned, the waiver order is going to bring in quite a lot of new talent. The Jets have probably one of the weakest bottom 5 to 10 spots on the roster. There's plenty of room for improvement here. And I think they're going to look at interior offensive line. They're going to look at quarterback. Nick Mullins sounds like he's going to sign on the practice squad of the Cleveland Browns, which is interesting. I thought he may be an option, but maybe the Jets really are rolling with Mike White, as was suggested by Jets Press and Ian Rappaport overnight. So not sure if there's going to be another move at the quarterback position. I still think Salah's going to look to bring another edge in waivers if one he likes shakes free. And then the corner and safety positions. Ashton Davis was activated off the PUP list yesterday at practice, so it sounds like he will be close to go for the start of the season. But really, between he and Niesman, who's the safety 4, there's not a ton of talent. There's some names I like in the safety pool who I think the Jets can bring in through waivers. So that's exciting. We'll see if they can get some of those veteran players as well who don't pass through waivers but have the opportunity to sign straight away. They're players who have been in the league for 4+ years. So it's an intriguing time for the Jets. We're just under 2 weeks away from the regular season game against the Carolina Panthers, 1 p.m. Down in Carolina. So it's very exciting and can't wait to see how that unfolds. Once again, just letting you know, Clay will be here shortly, my co-host on Play Like a Jet Live. Scott will also be popping in. And there's a whole lot more coming in the next 6.5, 7 hours on the Hurricane Relief Live Marathon here with uSTADIUM. So make sure you're checking it out and make sure you're supporting everything that Nick and Frankie, Bree and Splash and everyone involved in uSTADIUM are doing. They do a fantastic job. It's a great cause. There's going to be signed memorabilia. I know there's a Cam Smith game-worn jersey. Cam Jordan game-worn jersey for the Saints. There's mini helmets from guys like Justin Fields. Make sure you're involved in the auctions and everything you can get and are supporting uSTADIUM and the victims of Hurricane Ida. New York Jets, guys, can't wait to see how this is going to unfold this year. There's going to be an interesting 4-game stretch to start. I was talking with a couple of my friends yesterday about the expectations for the Jets in the first 4 games of the season. You've got Carolina, you've got New England with the home opener in week 2. That's going to be Mac Jones now, so that's going to be an interesting battle between Mac Jones and Zach Wilson. You've then got a trip down to Denver, which is a really tough defense. And then the 4th week, you've got the Tennessee Titans, who offer a completely different opposition. They're terrific on offense. You've got obviously the 3 big guys offensively in Derrick Henry, AJ Brown, and Julio Jones, but defensively they're quite leaky. So there's going to be some different propositions for the Jets. It's going to be important if they're going to, first of all, go over their win total of 6, which I'd like to see considering I bet on that. But if they're going to be competitive this year, it's really important for the New York Jets. They win 1, if not 2 of those games. I think it's got to be that first week in Carolina. So it's going to be interesting. To answer your question, Henry, look, I think there are going to be some trades in the next couple of hours. We're going to touch on it more, but I think Zach Ertz is a name that's been bounced around Jets Twitter a lot. And that move for Chris Herndon, if they can flip that pick into Zach Ertz, giving up slightly more draft capital, that's a win for the Jets. I understand Herndon's younger, but he's also injury prone. He's had cases of the drops in his rookie year and in his 3rd year. So if they can get Zach Ertz, it's a huge upgrade over Daniel Brown, who's currently the 3rd tight end on the roster. So I definitely think there's another move to come at tight end, whether it's via trade or a waiver order. And there's definitely going to be more trades, maybe not just with the Jets, but throughout the league. Guys who appear that they're going to be cut, but teams down lower on the waiver order, they're going to panic. And then what happens is they ring up, Philadelphia and say, oh, well, if you're going to cut this guy, I'll give you a conditional 7th round pick that turns into a 6th, because if he hits waivers, well, then he's not going to clear all the way down to where I'm, sitting at 22nd on the waiver order. So there's definitely going to be more trades. As far as names to watch for the Jets, again, I think it's going to be corner, quarterback, maybe Nick Foles. It's obviously been bounced around as an idea for quite a long time now for the New York Jets. Do I like Hollister? Yeah, I think he's definitely an option. He looked pretty good in the preseason, and he can obviously do some things. So the Jets are weak at that position right now. And anytime you can bring in players who are somewhat talented, I think as fans, it's easy to forget that this was a 1-win or 2-win team last year. There's always room for improvement. Nick kind of alluded to it the other day that this isn't a deep roster where you go, well, we don't really need too much else. If you can get a good player at tight end, corner, offensive line, you get it and you make that change, because even though you've invested time and effort into the guys that are already here, some of them don't have the most talent. At any time you can upgrade, I think it's going to be really important for the Jets. Another guy who got released at the tight end position was Bronson Kafusi, the Packers tight end, who done some nice things and earned the praise of Aaron Rodgers. You may have heard me already mention this. It was quite funny because in the press conference during the Jets week of practice, Aaron Rodgers was talking about, how much he thought Kafusi had grown and become an important part of that offense. And one of the reporters referenced how he once praised another receiver who was then traded the very next day or cut the very next day and signed with the Buffalo Bills. And now that's happened with Kafusi, with him being released after being praised by Aaron Rodgers. So I'm intrigued to see if that brings up a bit of reaction from Rodgers, who has been fairly petty over the last couple of months since he's come back to Green Bay. So that's something to watch as well. He's a former New York Jet. We've got Clay in the back room, guys. He's about to join us. We're going to jump into everything that's happened so far, some of the last predictions we'll make with the roster. And once again, please remember to donate with the link down below. The hurricane relief for Hurricane Ida with uSTADIUM. This is the live marathon. So we're excited to be here supporting an incredible cause. And make sure you do anything you can and everything you can to support the victims of Hurricane Ida. Without further ado, we're going to bring Clay in. We're going to jump into everything that's happened so far, some of the surprises. Clay, can you hear me? How you going, man?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's going on, Luke?
Some interesting moves this morning. I know you've been at work, so let's kind of break them down together, or break them down for everyone so far. Let's start with the wide receiver position. Right now, they're still carrying 7 wide receivers. Jeff Smith and Braxton Berrios both on the roster, but Vincent Smith was let go. Did that surprise you, and do you think there's another move to come there?
Yeah, I was a little surprised by Smith getting cut. I believe when we had DJ on, me and you both thought that Vincent Smith would be the 6th receiver. And actually, I did like my own little 53-man projection, and I actually had him keep Berrios and Vincent Smith, with Jeff Smith being the one cut. But I know they like him. He's been getting snaps with the first team, so I guess it's not all that surprising. I guess it's kind of like a crapshoot out of the 3 of them. They like him. Kind of curious to see if there is another move. I mean, Rich Cimini kind of hinted at it earlier today, last night for you. So, I'm not exactly sure, and I know I'm sure you've already hit on the Chris Herndon trade too. But has there been any compensation for that just yet?
No one has the compensation for Chris Herndon. Maybe the Vikings just decided they're giving us nothing because he's shown nothing over the last 3 years. I'm not sure. But let's jump into the tight end position because I did it very briefly, Clay, but I didn't want to get too much into it. I said that my belief was that Chris Herndon wasn't going to get cut. It wasn't one of those situations. It was more that the Jets said, look, if we can get a 5th-round pick here or whatever the compensation ends up being, we have to do that because we don't think Herndon is that big a part of our future. Is that how you viewed the move?
Yeah, I don't think that they were just going to release him if they couldn't find a trade. I mean, there's no, in no way is Chris Herndon a worse option than Daniel Brown. I know a lot of people are hating on Herndon because of his inconsistencies and his injuries, but he is not a worse player than Daniel Brown. And I think they're just like, you know what, we weren't going to bring him back next year anyway. So if we can get a 5th-round pick or a 6th-round pick for him, or even just a pick swap, let's get something because he wasn't coming back.
Yeah. No. So Daniel Brown and Ryan Griffin are currently tight ends 2 and 3 on the roster right now. Ryan Griffin's been banged up. Daniel Brown has had the drops and hasn't been a good blocker in his last 2 years in the NFL for the Jets. Obviously, Trayvon Westco is a fullback / tight end hybrid. He can play tight end if you need him to, but realistically, he's not going to line up there too much. Do you think the Jets trade for Zach Ertz? This has been a conversation on Jets Twitter for months now, and now the Jets have traded Herndon. Do you think this is some kind of move to then send that compensation plus a bit more and get Zach Ertz?
I mean, it could be. I mean, I think it was Joe Blewett. I saw he's like, if they were to trade the compensation for Herndon for Zach Ertz, I mean, absolutely do it. That means you're just trading Chris Herndon for Zach Ertz, which I think would be an upgrade. I know that Ertz kind of fell off the cliff a little bit from where he was, but it's still, I think he's still like a good safety blanket for Zach Wilson to have. But I also, and there's a couple names that got released, like Jacob Hollister. I wouldn't be surprised if someone like him came in. I mean, I know he's not like the blocker. I mean, like, I don't think he is, and I could be wrong about that, but he is a good receiver, which is probably something they're going to need from the tight end position. So I wouldn't be surprised to see someone like Jacob Hollister. And then there was a tight end, forget the name, the tight end from Tampa Bay that got released as well. And I know that
his name escapes me too. So. Yeah.
So I don't think it necessarily means that they're going to make a trade. I think it could be someone that they pick up, and who knows, maybe they bring back Yeboah, since the trade has been made. But I think that ship has sailed. I think he'll probably be on the practice squad if he doesn't get claimed.
Yeah, I tend to agree, guys. You're watching uSTADIUM's Hurricane Relief Live Marathon. Make sure you're supporting not only uSTADIUM, but all benefits going to the victims of the hurricane relief and Hurricane Ida. So make sure you're checking that out. We're going to be here for the next 6 or 7 hours with uSTADIUM. You're here with Luke and Clay, the Play Like a Jet live team. You can find us usually on a Wednesday night here at 8:15. Splash is our producer. And then you can catch us going forward through the season also on a Sunday afternoon or Sunday night for the post-game show after the New York Jets play and win. Clay, I wanted to now move my attention to division rivals and the New England Patriots. They made a big call this afternoon. They got rid of Cam Newton. They cut him, or they waived him. So he is now no longer with the team. Mac Jones is the starter. How you going, Nick? Good to see you. Were you surprised by this? Not that Mac Jones is the starter, but that now they're going with, I don't know, Brian Hoyer as the backup and Cam Newton's just out on the street. Were you surprised by that? I actually think it's a good move that they didn't have that QB controversy. What do you think about the whole way it unfolded?
I think I was surprised just because I just wasn't anticipating it. But looking back on it now, it makes absolute sense. And also, like, Cam Newton didn't want to be a backup. He doesn't want to be a backup anywhere. So the fact that they released him when they announced Mac Jones as a starter, I mean, it makes sense in hindsight. But I mean, it seemed like Brian Hoyer was going to be gone too, because like isn't he one of the quarterbacks that isn't vaccinated either? And wasn't there like a whole big thing with him too?
Yeah.
So I kind of anticipated him to be cut as well, but it seems like they're rolling with Hoyer as the backup, avoiding that controversy and just letting the rookie take over, which is it's going to be interesting now, especially for the Jets. Now we have Sam Darnold week 1, Mac Jones week 2, and former Jet Teddy Bridgewater week 3. So I think the first 3 weeks will be pretty interesting quarterback matchups, to say the least.
Yeah, they will for sure. Fingers crossed the Jets can take 1 or 2 of those games. Look, I said this a couple of years ago, but hopefully the Jets can actually have maybe not the better quarterback, but the more talented quarterback on the field in numerous games this year, and that's going to be a big help to trying to win games. Clay, looking around the league, you mentioned Jacob Hollister at the tight end position. I know Travis Fulgham has been released by Philadelphia at the wide receiver position. Who are some other names you've heard bouncing around the waiver wire and that have been cut outright that you think could be brought in for the New York Jets? Have any names kind of flashed when you've seen them pop up on your Twitter stream after they've been released?
Yeah, I have a list, and I would try to bring it up, but I don't want to kill our stream yard and possibly lose you. So I'll just have to remember it. I'll try to memorize some of the things. Excuse me. Jimmy Moreland, he was one of the first cuts today, cornerback from Washington. He's something that interests me. I mean, obviously, as we all know, the cornerback room in New York isn't anything to be too excited about. And he's a guy that's versatile. He can play inside and out. I know he's made some noise in Washington, so it's kind of a surprise that he got cut. But, I mean, I would honestly, I'm not really sold on Jason Pinnock. So if they want to move on from him to bring on Moreland, I'd be okay with it. There was Zach Anderson. He was a guy that I really liked coming out of this draft. He was I believe he was a 6th-round pick, maybe a 7th-round pick for the Bills this year. Actually, he might have been UDFA. I can't remember. But either way, I really like him. I think he fits this outside zone scheme that we're going to be running. And the Jets, obviously, they really need interior offensive line depth. Yep. And if he could be the backup center or guard in the future, obviously that'd be ideal. So those are two names that kind of stood out. Jacob Hollister, as you mentioned. And then who is the quarterback? Didn't I mention the quarterback to you and Scott earlier today?
You did. Hold on, let me pull it up because you definitely did. I remember having a laugh about it. You brought up Brett. What's his name? Ripien.
Oh yeah,
how do you say his last name?
Yeah,
Ripien. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean he tore apart this Jets defense last year. So once that started, I'm like, hey, maybe we can bring him in. It's got to be better than Mike White, you think, right?
You'd think so. I mean, come on.
For this guy to get cut. I mean, Josh Johnson. I know he was kind of like, I want to say fan favorite. Like out of the 3 backups, he seemed like the fan favorite. Obviously, he was the first one to go. Wait, did we get James Morgan?
I don't think he's been officially released yet, but I think he's going to be released. Let me just double check though, because he may have been cut while I was asleep. But yeah, I don't think. All reports from Ian Rappaport and everyone else said that Mike White was going to be the backup here.
Yeah, I saw that he'd be the backup. I didn't say anything about James Morgan staying or being cut.
No, nothing officially about him being cut yet over the last couple of hours. So, look, he may still be hanging on. But some other names in the quarterback world, you had the Green Bay Packers third-string quarterback who was released. He obviously torched the Jets' primarily first-string defense a couple of weeks ago. Nick Mullen sounds like he's going to sign with the Cleveland Browns on their practice squad, as I mentioned off the top. So that was a blow because I know Robert Saleh liked him. We saw some interactions with Nick Mullins at the Jets joint practice with the Eagles last week. There was some stuff out there with his live mic kind of episode that the NFL Network and the Jets did, and he was praising Nick Mullins and him being a good dude. So he's not going to be an option for the Jets. So look, Clay, as scary as it sounds, maybe they are going to be rolling with Mike White.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it won't matter if Zach Wilson stays healthy.
Yeah, correct.
I mean, sure, I guess you'd like to have someone that can be a mentor, but it doesn't mean you have to be a great player to be a good mentor. People forget that sometimes. You don't have to be a former Super Bowl MVP like Nick Foles or Joe Flacco or whatever. You don't have to be that to be a good mentor in this league. You just have to. Yeah. If Mike White knows the playbook, he can and he's good at breaking down film. That's all they need, as long as Zach Wilson stays healthy, of course. So if he can provide that, which I'm assuming he can, if they haven't brought in anyone. The fact that Josh Johnson was the only guy that brought in this offseason makes me think that Mike White is actually pretty good at that part.
Yeah.
Am I
sounds like that might be the case. No, I mean, all signs point to it, right? I mean, look, I understand that they feel really confident in their coaching staff. Unfortunately, Greg Knapp had the terrible accident and he passed away, and that was a huge blow to the NFL community as a whole. It was a tragedy, but that's a blow to the New York Jets. But they have a ton of faith in the coaching staff and their ability to transfer the knowledge. They're not looking for a vet to do that. They're just looking for a guy to bounce ideas off him that's deep in the playbook. And you can tell Robert Saleh is invested in these players, whether at the quarterback position or the edge position or wherever. And he likes guys who have been here, have knowledge of the scheme. And that's why I'm intrigued to say, I'm not sure, what direction they're going to go or if they're going to bring in a backup at all. So you're watching uSTADIUM's Hurricane Relief Live Marathon. Make sure you're doing everything you can to support us. So I'm here with Clay, my co-host on Play Like a Jet Live. And Clay, another position I was intrigued by was the safety position, which I kind of mentioned off the top. Obviously, the Jets have got Ashton Davis and Neesman look like they're both going to make the roster. But we're not deep there, and I think Neesman is replaceable. What do you think about a couple of these names? Clinton Dix has been really good for San Francisco. I think he's been playing with in the preseason. He was released. And then Carl Joseph was released by the Las Vegas Raiders. Do you have interest in either Clinton Dix or Carl Joseph?
I mean, I don't really know if Carl Joseph is needed. I think I'd rather, if we're going to bring in depth at safety, I'd rather get a guy that can kind of play more deep, whereas Joseph he's kind of like a thumper.
Yeah.
And I know he has a great name, and he's been around the league for a while, but I don't really know if he really brings that either. I think it'd be more of a name thing than anything else with either of those guys.
Yeah.
But I don't know much about him outside of a couple Ravens fans that really like him, and liking him was Nigel Warrior. I know he was cut from their team today. Just obviously, as we know, their secondary is just completely loaded, so they had to get rid of someone. And Nigel Warrior would be a guy that I'd be interested in, but I don't know much about him outside of they just have too many bodies in that secondary. But I would think they would have to bring in someone unless they like Neesman. Obviously, we haven't really gotten much to see out of him in just the 3 preseason games. And what's going on with Davis? I mean, I know it seems like they're taking him off the pup list, right?
Yeah, sounds like he was taken off the pup list yesterday.
How long is he actually going to miss if he's off the pup?
Yeah, well, we're going to see because he hasn't done anything.
4 games. I mean, he might still have to bring in another guy, but I'm keeping an eye on. I kept an eye on, or I'm thinking were Caden Stearns and Jamar Johnson, both rookies this year, and they were 5th and 6th on the Broncos' unofficial depth chart a couple weeks ago. I don't know if they're still 5th and 6th. Obviously, then there's no 5th and 6th safeties on the team anymore. But if one of those, not exactly sure what happened with the Broncos today, since I haven't really been able to pay attention the last couple hours.
Indeed, there's some teams like that, the Broncos, Washington football team, some of these teams with deeper secondaries. They're the ones to watch when you're looking for the New York Jets and who may be available on the waiver wire. You already mentioned a guy that intrigued me, Clay. He was one of the first cuts, as you mentioned. That's Jimmy Moreland. I know he has versatility to play both inside and outside. So, look, if the Jets think he's more primarily a slot guy, he's not a fit here because, as we all know, this is Play Like a Jet Live is the official Michael Carter II show. Javelin Guidry's had a really good preseason as well. So if they view Jimmy Moreland as a slot corner, then he's probably not going to be added here. But if they do view him as being able to play on the outside, despite being 5'10", 180 pounds or whatever his build is, then he's definitely a name worth bringing in because, as you mentioned, it's hard to have a ton of faith in anyone in the Jets secondary. And one of the guys that survived so far, Clay, I think there's still 8 corners on the roster, unless I've missed any cuts. But Isaiah Dunn and Jason Pinnock are both on the roster. Do you anticipate one of those guys getting the boot before, everything's said and done in a couple of days? I might have lost Clay. I think we've lost him. That's okay.
I think we're back.
There you are. Have I got you? All right, cool. We're talking Pinnock and Dunn. Do you think one of those guys will get cut? A few technical issues here on uSTADIUM's Hurricane Relief Live Marathon. You're here with the team from Play Like a Jet Live, usually on a Wednesday night, 8:15. It's Luke and Clay with you. Make sure you do everything you can to donate to the uSTADIUM link tree. Links down below. There's a ton of ways you can support us. Make sure you're also subscribing to the uSTADIUM family YouTube channel. Follow them on Twitter, everything like that. Make sure you're supporting not just our show, but all the other great shows that uSTADIUM usually have on their channel. You've got things like the 49ers Hour. You've got Timeout with Nick, Bree, and also Frankie. So make sure you're checking out all the programs. The Sports Desk with Splash, who produces our show. Make sure you check them all out. I think we've got Clay again. Have you got me, Clay? No, he's not there. That's okay. We'll keep going. Right now, we're talking about the corner position for the New York Jets. Right now, the Jets are still carrying 8 corners. One of those is Hardy, who is the special teams ace, who they got from the New Orleans Saints. He's going to be on the roster, but isn't going to play the corner position. He's purely a special teamer, so it's tough to count him as a corner on the roster. But outside of that, the Jets still do have Jason Pinnock. They still have Isaiah Dunn, both on the roster. I was of the opinion that one of those guys may be released or waived and then trying to be snuck onto the practice squad. Isaiah Dunn was a fan favorite, but also a coaching favorite. You know, the staff really liked what they saw from him early in the preseason. He missed the first preseason game and then started against the Green Bay Packers. And, man, he really struggled. He was picked on by the Packers' second-string offense who started that game for them. Had numerous times they kind of mossed him and went over the top. So that was an issue for him. And then when he went into the third preseason game against the Eagles, it didn't get any easier. He let up a touchdown. There were numerous catches he had with people just, again, out jumping him at the catch point. I'm intrigued to see if the Jets coaching staff has more faith in him than maybe they should, because based on what we've seen, I don't think he should be on this roster right now. And when the waiver wire pickups start coming through, especially if the Jets get Moreland or someone at the corner position, I don't think there's going to be a spot here. Look, I could be wrong, and they could get rid of Pinnock. They could carry both and have 8 corners. I already mentioned Javelin Guidry and Michael Carter both need to be on this football team. You've got Bryce Hall and Bless Austin who will start for the Jets. And right now, Brandon Eccles appears to be the number 1 backup. He was injured in that Philadelphia game. He hurt his shoulder. I believe it was Hamza Nasruddin who came in and actually hit him in the shoulder trying to make a tackle. But Eccles is healthy. And it appears that he will be good to go in week 1, Robert Saleh said yesterday. And on the whole, he sounded optimistic about the Jets. And I'm optimistic too now because it sounds like Clay's back. Clay, we're talking Jason Pinnock, we're talking Eccles and Isaiah Dunn more specifically. Surprised that none of them have been cut yet. Do you think they're going to carry all 8 of these corners, and do you think one of them should go?
There's no way. I mean, I feel like there's no possible way to keep 8 cornerbacks. Like obviously, we still have a lot more cuts to even go through because there's no way they've gotten down to 50, even 60. I think at this point, I feel like there's only been like maybe 15 names cut. So no, I don't think they'll carry 8 corners. I think I know they really like Isaiah Dunn, but do they like him more than the guy that they drafted over him in Pinnock? I don't know if they actually go that route, especially because I mean Dunn has really underperformed these last few weeks in the preseason. So I think they'll end up keeping Pinnock over Dunn. I gotta go with Pinnock. I'm going back and forth, but yeah, I think it'd be him just because they did draft him. They have 4 years on him, whereas like Dunn, I know his contract's pretty much guaranteed for this year, but it's what, 400,000? I think they can cut bait with 400,000.
Yeah, I agree. Let's talk about special teams a little bit. It appears that Braxton Berrios is going to make the roster. He'll be the punt returner. Kick return will probably be a bit of a shared role. We've seen a number of guys do it, from Michael Carter to Braxton Berrios. Vincent Smith did it a bit, but he's obviously been waived by the Jets. The spot I want to focus on, though, Clay, is the kicking spot. Matt Amendola has been really good in the preseason, and there's a big asterisk there because they're not really live bullets. The kicks don't count. Your job's somewhat on the line, but really, it's not as high tension a kick than you're going to see in the regular season. So do you think Matt Amendola has showed enough, or do you think the Jets should still be looking to the Tampa Bay kicking contest and Ryan Suckup and Borregales, or however I say his name? I always make the mistake with the kicker who was out of the University of Miami. Do you think they still should bring in one of those guys?
I mean, I don't know. Amendola's look nice. I mean, I know a couple of his kicks like barely snuck in, but this kid's got a boot. He has an absolute cannon of a leg, which is very interesting. But they got to keep an eye on the Tampa Bay kicking situation. Whether or not they actually want to go through with it, that's another story. But you got to keep an eye on it. And then even the backup kicker for Baltimore that just got cut today. I know the last time they had a backup kicker that people like didn't really work out too well, but it's still a guy that people actually like. So I think ultimately, unless there's another kicker that got really said, I'm not sure about. I mean, hey, Nick Folk just got cut, so if he comes back.
Yeah.
No, but I think ultimately it'll be one of those three guys. But I feel like you can't even rule out Nick Folk because like he had been around for a while, and I think he was actually pretty good for the Patriots last year, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. He was good. It's going to be interesting to see what they do because the Jets have, since we just mentioned Nick Folk, since he hasn't been on the roster, the Jets have struggled. No matter who they've brought in, it's been an absolute punish, really, watching this, whether it's Vidvik or a number of guys. So, look,
we had a Pro Bowl season.
Look, we did have a Pro Bowl season. Then he went and
Jason
kicked
Myers
in Seattle and did a pretty good job over there, did Jason Myers. So I guess it's not all doom and gloom. Brant Boyer on the rest of the special teams unit has done a good job, but it's obviously difficult to control a kicking position. That's more something Joe Douglas and his staff just have to get right. So if Splash was here, I know he'd suggest giving the Vikings a fifth-round pick for their backup kicker. That's always his suggestion for the Jets. But look, hopefully Amendola can start the year well. It'd be nice to just have, you know, an unknown kicker come in and make 85, 90% of kicks for the season and just have it settled. It hasn't happened for the Jets in the last 3 or 4 years. That would be incredible. So fingers crossed that the former Oklahoma State product, Matt Amendola, who is absolutely ripped, by the way. If you haven't seen Matt Amendola, make sure you go and check out Twitter because that dude is built like a linebacker, a little bit like Braden Mann. Yeah, a little bit like Braden Mann, who may be the best tackler on the Jets team. But Clay, the last couple of years have been tough overall for the Jets. Obviously, we've lived it. They went 7-9 in 2019. Yeah. They went 2-14 last year. The changes for this roster have been simply incredible. We have gone from Sam Darnold at quarterback, Leonard Williams, all those guys who were in the premiere photo. I'm sure everyone has seen floating around on Twitter those pictures with the big red crosses through them as they went down one by one. I think today we finally achieved utopia, and I think everyone from that photo is gone, which is just incredible when you think about it. The turnover on this roster, look, Joe Douglas is to be commended because even though the results haven't been there yet, this roster is in a much better place than it was 2 years ago. How do you feel about the overall direction of the Jets right now?
Well, actually, sticking with that picture real quick, that was 2.5 years ago. Not even 2.5 years ago. And all, what was it, 6, 7 players? Yeah. They're all gone, which is insane to think about. And then just in total, there's only 3 players. That's if Shepard didn't get cut today.
Yeah.
They only have 3 players from that were drafted from 2018 or earlier that are still on the roster. Marcus May, Nathan Shepard, and Foley Fatukasi. So the fact that there's been that big of an overhaul with this front office is actually just great because obviously team has not been very good lately. So no, I'm excited for the outlook of this team. They're really young. They need to keep. They need to hope that these players can actually fulfill their potential. At least some of them. Obviously, not all of them are going to be what we hope. But if you can just hit on a couple mid-round picks, like every year or so, or every couple of years, I should say, I think that'd be huge for this roster. And as you know, like me and you both really like a couple of these mid-round picks that we took. Obviously, Michael Carter, the running back, Michael Carter, the second. I think we're both pretty excited about Hamza Nasruddin. So I think we are starting to build something here, but it's going to take a couple years. We can't expect a team that just went 2-14 last year to make the playoffs this year just because we got Robert Saleh instead of Adam Gase. I mean, this team is still like on the lower end in the league, and people have to acknowledge it. But just hope for progression. That's all we need to see this year. Just see progression, not even record-wise. Well, yes, record-wise because we only won 2 games.
Yep.
It doesn't need to be like a 7-8 win season. Don't get blown out. Stay competitive in every single game, and I think that like a Robert Saleh led team, and the way that they're and Joe in a Joe Douglas led front office, I think that's what we're going to do in 2021, and I'm very excited to see.
Yeah, I said to Chris Walker yesterday, who's one of the co-owners of Play Like a Jet, I joked with him that, look, if the Jets go 0-17, I don't care as long as the Jets put up 25 points per game on offense. This season is about Zach Wilson. Obviously, look, there's not a lot of truth in that. Obviously, you want to see the Jets win football games, but if the offense progresses and Zach Wilson plays at a high level, that's what you're going to see. I'm understanding that the defense is going to struggle. Clay, on our show on Wednesday night, we're going to preview it. So we're Wednesday in Australia now. So tomorrow night, we're going to be on Play Like a Jet live with uSTADIUM. We're going to obviously preview the whole of the season, talk about some projections for players and records and all that kind of thing. So I'm not going to touch on too much of that now. But how are you feeling about the Carolina Panthers game? Because I got in an argument, well, I wasn't trying to, but on Twitter yesterday, there was a clip of DJ Moore and Sam Darnold connecting, and the connection and chemistry is there for those two guys. And it was 6 passes in the preseason that traveled on average at 2.8 air yards in the air. And I was like, are you kidding me? Sam Darnold's not going to get the best out of DJ Moore. How do you think the Panthers offense matches up against this Jets defense? Are you really worried about how that matchup's going to unfold?
All right, I kind of caught the end of it there, so I'm going to ride with it. So, yeah, I mean, obviously the Panthers have some kind of high profile weapons: Christian McCaffrey, DJ Moore, Robbie Anderson, Terrace Marshall. He's got some speed on the outside. So they got some weapons, and the Jets defense isn't overly equipped to defend it, especially when you don't have Carl Lawson getting to the quarterback. But the Panthers' offensive line is not good. They're just not. So I'm curious to see if we can get enough penetration on the interior, especially with Quinn Williams. And Foley looked really good in the last game.
He did.
Granted, it was against backups, but if he could take another step forward as a pass rusher, that's really going to help out this defense in general. So, yeah, I don't know if we'll be able to hold them to 2 touchdowns or whatever it may be that people are hoping for, but if we can keep it to like 20, 23 points, 24 points, I think that's acceptable. At least for my standards.
Yeah.
Just because I still know the secondary is really bad. We don't have a pass rush on the outside. I should say like a really good pass rush. So like that's fine by me. But if they're scoring 24, we got to be 5. That's all.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, it's a big game to win. You just kind of prefaced it before I go into it. You're watching uSTADIUM's Hurricane Relief Live Marathon. Make sure you're supporting the victims of Hurricane Ida. Obviously, it's been a horrible time for the residents of Louisiana, all that Gulf region down in America. So make sure you're supporting them any way you can. Donating, the link is down below that you can see just down here. So make sure you're donating with the Linktree Stadium, uSTADIUM link. uSTADIUM's doing an incredible job on this marathon stream. We're going to be here for 12 hours in total. There's still 5 or 6 hours left to go as we head down and raise money for the hurricane victims. So make sure you're supporting any way you can. And thanks for tuning in as Luke and Clay are with you. The Play Like a Jet team will be live on Wednesday nights at 8:15. You can catch us tomorrow with our producer Splash. We'll be here at 8:15 Eastern time. So Clay, a move we haven't touched on yet since we shot last week was not Carl Lawson. I'm going to do this all season. Was Shaq Lawson, who was brought in by the Jets in return for the 6th round pick that the Jets acquired from the 49ers in the Jordan Willis trade. I did a film breakdown on Shaq Lawson. I think it's important the Jets brought in an NFL quality player, and while he's not a world beater, he can play 50 to 60% of snaps on the outside. He takes pressure off Bryce Huff, and he doesn't force you to play John Franklin Myers on the outside as much. What did you think about the move for Shaq Lawson?
All right, again, I lost you in the beginning, but I caught the end. So, no, I actually do like the trade. I mean, I know we spoke about it with DJ the other day. Like, I was kind of on the side where I didn't think that we needed to make a trade for an edge rusher, just because I didn't know if there was any good names that they could have brought in at this point. And probably could have gotten a couple guys from the waiver wire, which I'm sure we'll find out all the names in just a couple hours once the NFL gets its once they get their things together. So I was kind of on that team, but the fact that now we can look at it like, all right, Jordan Willis for Shaq Lawson, I'm okay with it. Like, once you look at it that way, I'm okay with it, just because Lawson, no, he's not a world beater. He's not Carl Lawson, but he's a guy that can provide some much needed depth on the edge, and he's actually not that bad of a pass rusher, especially when he's in a limited role. I'm sure he'll flourish even more. And excuse me, he might fill the, I guess. I know people are going to say like he's filling the Vinny Curry role just because no one can replace Carl Lawson. Like, if he does, I guess, take the Carl Lawson role, he's going to be in a situation where he's pinning his ears back and going. He's not playing around. He's going for the quarterback. Like, and if that's their plan with him, which we obviously have no idea what their plan is with him, then he might, like I said, he might be able to flourish even more. So I'm curious to see what happens. I mean, obviously they cut Hamilcar Rashid, one of those three last names. They got to be right. And actually, I don't think I saw Jabari Zuniga's name pop up today, so he might be as well.
Man, that was tough. I was looking for that name. When I woke up, I was scrolling my timeline trying to find where Zuniga's name was, telling me he'd been cut. Look, he may just be placed on the PUP list. It's obviously going to be a numbers game. I'm sure the Jets are going to wait until they would have waited to the last minute. Obviously, 4 p.m. East, and all moves had to be made, and the 53 had to be down. So we're going to get some more reports coming in and trickling through. But it's important for people to remember that isn't the final roster. The waiver order selections and the waiver wire pickups are going to come through tomorrow once the NFL catches up there and they're awarded to the teams. And then there still is an opportunity for trades to be made. So keep an eye out for that. Ben Mason is a name, Clay, that the Jets fans liked in the preseason, in the draft, draft season was Ben Mason's season, and he was the fullback out of Michigan. He's been released by the Baltimore Ravens Splashes team. Do you think they look to pick him up, or do you think Trayvon Wesco showed enough? Because as I've mentioned a few times, Robert Saleh seems to like the guys he has here and speaks positively of them.
Yeah, it does seem that they do like Wesco. I mean, I really liked Ben Mason. I was kind of hoping that they would bring him in because I obviously during the draft we kind of expected that they would want a fullback for this offense. So that was a guy that I kind of had my eye on. But I don't know. That's tough. I would like for them to go after him just because I think Wesco's on this is fourth. No, this is third year. So he's still got another year after this on his deal. So maybe because of that they stick with Wesco. But I don't know. I think I would like Mason, but I have no idea how he's performed this preseason.
Clay, we were just talking earlier about quarterbacks and about the New England Patriots and how they cut Cam Newton. Interestingly enough, uSTADIUM account, so our account here over at uSTADIUM, Nick Sparno leads that. They just released Brian Hoyer too. So I have no idea what they're doing. Maybe they're going to release Mac Jones next. I'm not sure. Maybe they're going for some kind of new Wildcat offense, but you'll see it flashing up on the screen now. Thanks to Jack for doing that. But uSTADIUM just broken that the Brian Hoyer has been released by the New England Patriots. So I'm really intrigued to see whether they have a trade lined up. Obviously, they can't be super confident about the waiver order yet because you're not sure how that's going to happen. But the Patriots have officially released Brian Hoyer. I don't want to get into a political discussion or anything like that, but it does sound like Bill Belichick is getting rid of these quarterbacks because they didn't want to be vaccinated. And we've seen with Carson Wentz in Indianapolis that non-vaccinated players, especially at the quarterback position, it's a huge loss if you lose them. A huge thank you to the Option Podcast. They just donated $7 and said, "Go Jets." We appreciate you. Thanks so much for supporting uSTADIUM, for supporting the hurricane relief victims and everything that uSTADIUM is doing here. So a big shout out to the Option Podcast. Make sure you're following all of their stuff. They do great work. So appreciate you guys supporting uSTADIUM and everything we're doing here with the hurricane relief. So big shout out to you guys. Clay, what are your thoughts on the Brian Hoyer news though?
Did they have a fourth quarterback?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean,
don't think so.
If they did, then even if they did, I think they're going to bring in another quarterback, whether it's one that got released. Maybe they could trade for Nick Foles. Who knows? I mean, I'm trying to think about who that other quarterback could possibly be on that roster to lead them to release Hoyer and Newton. But maybe it was just because they didn't want a quarterback that wasn't vaccinated, because God forbid Mac Jones goes down for them, then they could potentially be out of a quarterback just because the other guy wasn't vaccinated and he had close contact with someone.
Yeah.
So I guess, I mean, it makes sense from that standpoint. You want to kind of take out every possible option of a player going down off your team. So I guess it makes sense. But interesting to say the least.
Yeah, Ian Rappaport did just say that there's a good chance that he ends up back in New England. For those who aren't familiar with the waivers, I mentioned at the top, players who have 4 years of service don't go through waivers. They automatically clear waivers, and you have to negotiate with those players straight up. So Brian Hoyer, it's not like the Jets can just claim him off waivers. The Patriots will have an opportunity to get him back. This could just be a juggling act for their numbers because, look, obviously they're not going to carry one quarterback. No one in NFL history has ever done that. So that either Hoyer will be back, which is a possibility, or maybe they do look at Nick Foles or someone else who's A, vaccinated, and B, maybe a little younger and can still offer them a veteran presence for Mac Jones. Interesting to see. But in general, Clay, this AFC East is young at the quarterback position. Josh Allen is the veteran at 25 years of age. Then you've got obviously Mac Jones and Zach Wilson in their first NFL seasons. And then you've got Tua in his second year. So you see down the bottom of the screen, per Elias, it's just the last time that all 4 starting quarterbacks in the division were 25 years or younger, Clay. It was in 1973, which is just incredible. The young division here with the AFC East. There's an opportunity for the Jets. There's an opportunity for all these teams.
Yeah, it's actually very exciting to see how young this division is at quarterback. And Josh Allen's the oldest one at 25, which means I would be the oldest one if I was a starting quarterback in the AFC East, which doesn't quite make me feel good. But no, it's interesting. He's 25 and 23, 22, and 22 between the 4 quarterbacks. So yeah, I mean, obviously the Bills are probably the best for right now, especially because Josh Allen is the best quarterback on paper. Granted, we still don't exactly know what Mac Jones and Zach Wilson are going to be. We'd like to think that Zach Wilson will be better than Josh Allen in day one, but I don't think that's going to happen just because Josh Allen was actually second in MVP votes last year. But no, yeah, it's very interesting. It's actually, it's just nice to see. I think the AFC East is built pretty well right now in terms at the quarterback position, and obviously this can all change in the next couple minutes, next couple hours, next weeks, months, if the Dolphins do end up trading for Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, just a reminder, everyone, you're watching uSTADIUM's Hurricane Relief Live Marathon, supporting and raising money for the victims of Hurricane Ida. So make sure you support uSTADIUM, everything that Nick, Frankie, Splash, and everyone over at uSTADIUM are doing. Make sure you're checking out all of their content on YouTube throughout the week, also over on Twitter, on Instagram, and everywhere you can find their social media content. Clay, talking about the quarterback position, and this division has been dominated by Tom Brady for a decade. Obviously, it was before he left your free agency and went to Tampa Bay. I'm with you. I'm so excited by the fact that this year, look, Buffalo are heavy favorites, and you can understand why. Josh Allen was fantastic last year, especially after the first 2 seasons. But it's nice to have a somewhat open division and not feel like it's, case closed before the year, because who knows? New England could go on a run. Their offensive line is really good, and they've got a couple of really good running backs, and they can pound the rock. Miami's got a nice stable of receivers. Look, there's some injury risks there with Waddle, with Will Fuller, who's also suspended. But it's just a nice division to be a part of, because I feel like right now it's young, not just at the quarterback position, but on the whole. But it's also really deep. I think the AFC East is going to go from the AFC least, so to speak, to actually a really competitive division the next 5 years.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of hit it with Tom Brady really just having a firm grasp on this division where every year in, year out, Patriots were the favorites. Yeah. And I think the last one is the Patriots or the favorite. But no, I think, it's just good to kind of have some hope, like, and actually mean, like, I actually really had that hope, not just like fake hope, like I had back in 2010 and 11, following our AFC Championship runs. Like, this is like legitimate hope where, maybe not this year. Like I said, I don't expect to make the playoffs this year. I don't expect to be in playoff contention. But I think after this year, if things progress the way that we expect them to, I think this division is up for grabs. I mean, you like the Bills could continue to get better as well. It's not out of the realm of possibility. But I think the Jets are gonna. I think they're what's the word I'm looking for? I guess their projection, like in the immediate short term, is a lot higher than the Bills. I did not word that right. I think
the trajectory is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Yeah. Obviously, it's a lot higher because the Bills are already pretty high up. So I think we're going to catch up to them a lot quicker than they're going to catch up to the Chiefs. If that makes more sense.
No, I'm with you.
I think
for
the Chiefs
sure.
are still taking the safe seat.
Yeah. A little bit more breaking news. My Sports Update, who you can follow on Twitter, they just said that Everson Griffin's been released, defensive end from Minnesota. I'm not sure if he has anything left. He's nearly 34 years of age. He was fairly poor and a little banged up last year. But it's another name to watch because Robert Saleh, he loves edge talent. The Bills also just released, or they waived Jake Fromm. So State Farm.
And Davis Webb.
I know. So there's a lot of disappointing quarterbacks that are out there on the waiver wire. But focusing on Everson Griffin in the edge position, they obviously got Shaq Lawson. Everson Griffin won't cost anything because he's a free agent now. Do you think that's a move they'll look to bring in? Do you think they'll double down on edge? What do you think Robert Saleh and Joe Douglas do in regards to Everson Griffin?
I mean, he was in free agency this entire offseason until 2 weeks ago. Yeah. So I'd be shocked if the Jets brought him in. I know, granted, we lost. Well, actually, he was probably signed after Carl Lawson injury.
Possibly, yeah.
And maybe even after the Vinny Curry just happened last week. So
yeah.
I mean, I don't think Everson Griffin will be a Jet this year. I think if it was going to happen, it would have happened weeks or months ago, not 2 days or a week before the season.
Yeah. All right. Well, we've just got a list of all the players who have been cut by the New York Jets. So Ryan Griffin is among the Jets' final cuts. So the tight end room has another casualty. There's got to be a move coming here. I think Zach Ertz could be a New York Jet. I mean, they're not going to go into the season with Daniel Brown, who may be the worst player of all time at the tight end position. They can't roll with him and Tyler Kroft, who also has quite an injury history. You'd have to think. I'm just scanning the list now to see if we've missed anyone. Ronnie Blair was released. Ronald Blair. He's the guy that was brought in with the ACL from San Francisco in 2019. He's been released as well. Elijah Campbell. Noah Dawkins was a guy that our friend from Play Like a Jet Live, DJ BN Ami, has just posted it for us. So he's got a list of all the released players that the Jets have had. And a name that stood out to me there, Clay, is Noah Dawkins, the linebacker. He's actually seen some time. And the linebacker room is paper thin. We obviously lost Davis for the first 6 games of the season. He's on the PUP list. So he was released as well. Grant Hermans was released. Yeah, James Morgan was released. I'm trying to think if there's any other names. DJ Montgomery, we obviously expected, even though he had a good camp. David Moore, the offensive lineman that Carolina released.
I'm sorry, I got to cut you off. We have one tight end on our roster.
Yeah, one and a fullback. That's it.
Yeah. I didn't see.
They cut Dan Brown.
Got cut too. Zuniga made the team,
which is crazy. Look, he's getting put on PUP surely or something. Come on. I don't know. We'll see.
Neesman got cut too.
Yeah, well, that's safety. I'm telling you, they're going to bring in a safety. They have to.
Yeah, dude. I'm so curious to see what's going on with the Broncos, and if one of those safeties can break free, that'd be huge. It's linebacker too. They're going to have to bring in a linebacker.
One we haven't mentioned that yesterday I didn't do a prediction because what's the point of me trying to guess what someone else is doing? I did what I would do. They also released Tanzel Smart, who, look, he's had a really good preseason. And I thought he was a chance to stick around. Look, interior defensive line is the best spot on the Jets roster, but I thought he could stick around because Robert Saleh loves the rotation. There's not many defensive ends that play. Kyle Phillips is on the pup list. He's not going to start. Hamilcar Rashad, he's not going to be on the active roster either, but he's been released too.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that he's cut,
No.
but I thought he had a chance to make it. And actually, one thing that is popping out right now, speaking of the defensive line, Nathan Shepard and Jonathan Marshall both made the team.
Yeah, I'm happy for Jonathan Marshall. I like to see the youth there. I think that's a good move.
Yeah, and also they are keeping 8 defensive cornerbacks at this moment.
Which is, look, I wonder if that's because they don't think that, what's the safety's name? Ashton Davis can play week 1. Maybe Michael Carter seems to see some time at safety, not on the field, but as that backup safety if they need someone to shift. Obviously, Javelin Guidry can then man the slot. So I wonder if that's part of the move. Look, I don't think they're going to carry 8 of these guys. My philosophy with roster building, I'm not sure what yours is, Clay. Obviously, look, we don't do this for a living, but you want to keep more players from positions which you're deep on the roster rather than feeling insecure about the guys you have at corner. So you keep multiple of those. Is that kind of how you view it as well?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, and also, the final cuts are here, but there is no way they're carrying 8 corners and 1 tight end. There's no way.
Yeah.
I even think that they can cut one of the defensive linemen. I think it's possible to cut one of the defensive linemen. Maybe one of the receivers because they're carrying 7. Maybe they don't go in with 7. There's still moves to be made. Because they have to get a tight end, at least 2 tight ends, and a linebacker.
Exactly.
And a safety.
Definitely.
So things are going to move around. Whether it's trade, most likely just free agency. But this is very interesting. I got quite a few of them wrong, to be honest.
Yeah, there are definitely some surprises. One we did just mention, I'm happy Jonathan Marshall was on the team. Good to see that Pinnock survived as well. I was a little bit worried that they'd fall in love with Isaiah Dunn and that he may be on the outside, as we mentioned, but it's good to see him on the roster at this stage. Clay, I don't think you were with me at the time, but I was talking about Brandon Eccles being healthy. Robert Saleh said yesterday he looked good to go, so that's going to be exciting. But guys, we're about to hit 8 o'clock in my time in Australia, so it's going to be 6 p.m. Eastern over in the US. That's about it for myself and Clay. We're going to have a ton more to talk about. As you can tell, we're both excited looking at these names, looking at the roster projection. You can catch us tomorrow night on Play Like a Jet Live, hosted by uSTADIUM over here right now where you're watching, whether it be Twitch, YouTube, wherever you find us. Make sure you're there tomorrow night at 8:15 p.m. Eastern, and make sure you're supporting uSTADIUM's Hurricane Relief Live Marathon. Donations below. We've got the next segment coming on now. Clay, appreciate you battling through the car and everything that's happening. I can't wait to talk about this stuff tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I'm excited, man. And also by tomorrow, we'll know who they claimed on the waiver wire. So we'll have a lot to talk about for sure.
Yeah, can't wait, guys. Thank you for joining us. Make sure you're donating. Do everything you can to support the area, the Gulf Coast, and everyone in Louisiana who's had a real tough go of it over the last decade and a half with hurricanes. Support uSTADIUM. Support Play Like a Jet Live. Thank you, and we will catch you tomorrow night at 8:15 p.m.
You're muted.
How's it going, folks? I almost died on my way over here. As you guys noticed, if you were here earlier, I'm not wearing my Marlon Humphrey jersey because it is raining in friggin' Arizona. I nearly died. I do have a Lamar Jackson story to tell you. So I'm just sitting in class, and all of a sudden, I had the urge. I had the Paul Pierce urge, the Lamar Jackson urge. It was not fun. And then leaving class, I actually stepped on this metal piece of metal, and almost went sliding. So shout out to me not dying. How are you guys doing?
Not bad. It's a good day in Florida. Can't really complain. had a little fun with the stream show the entire day, so that's always good.
Yeah, this is pretty exciting what we got going on here. 12 hours straight.
Yeah, I am super excited. You know, I originally had the 24-hour live stream, and then Henry took it off and ran with it. So shout out to Henry. I wasn't watching much of the Jets show. So if they didn't shout out Henry, you're the GOAT. So yeah, we have some huge giveaways too. So you can check them out on the link tree. We have things like a Cameron Jordan jersey, not signed though. We have a Justin Fields signed mini helmet. We also have a
Jace Horn.
Yeah, JC Horn. Oh, that one's gonna be nice. And then a is it Micah Parsons, right?
Micah Parsons, yep.
Okay, and also Charles Leno is joining us in about an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes. Also, we have a mock draft open. You can apply for $10, and all proceeds go to hurricane relief down in New Orleans. Everything goes to the Red Cross. So you pay $10, you get a spot in our mock draft. That'll go live at 8 p.m. I believe it's 8 p.m.
Yes.
I'm kind of all over the place. So what a time to be alive, ladies and gentlemen. Let's jump right into it. I have totally forgot what the first topic of today is, but that's okay because that's why Jack's here.
Yeah, it's Mac Jones. And I mean, people have been talking about it all day long, but Mac Jones, not only was Mac Jones named the starter in New England, he was done so because Cam Newton was cut.
Yeah, that was pretty jarring to see. I was walking back. I went to Dunkin' Donuts early this morning, right? And I was walking back into my dorm, and I looked at my phone, and I saw Cam released. I'm like, I verbally said what? Huh?
Yeah, I was
the lady that was passing me was like, "What are you doing?" But okay,
looking at it like, am I reading this right? Did they just cut Cam Newton? Like what? Like, Burst, you called this one though. I think.
Yes, he did.
I'm not mad. I'm just annoyed about it because I like Cam. Like I said, I wasn't trashing him, but I knew Mac Jones would be the guy. I just had that feeling, you know, just you can't do the numbers that he or put up the numbers he does and not start. And of course, I also heard that the whole vaccine kind of played maybe a role into the whole thing, also because he was unvaccinated, so it was probably easier for just to let him go. But hey, I will take that credit for that Mac Jones one. Let's just hope now that I said it, he can do me right and make me look good going forward and not have a bad season. So
yeah, he was the highest rated rookie in offensively, according to PFF. Also, shout out defensively. Kwity Paye was the highest rated rookie defensive player. So Mac and Kwity Paye, and if I remember correctly, on draft night or maybe the show we did after the draft, Bree went out and said that the best pick of the draft was Kwity Paye. So shout out to Bree for nailing that, and shout out to Bree for having a new starting quarterback today.
Yeah, well, I was like waiting for her to come in and say something.
That'd be too funny. Yeah, I'm not that organized. I don't have like a clip of her talking. So I'm excited. I know I've said in the past that I wanted Cam to start, and I think this is in general, I think it's good for New England. I know I've said that you have a really high floor with Cam and you don't have quite the same floor with Mac, but you probably have a higher ceiling. For fantasy purposes with Damian Harris, I think the volume increases a lot, but I think the efficiency goes down because Mac's not a rushing threat. So you don't have a Lamar Jackson, Kyler Murray 11-on-11 situation. It's going to be Mac hands him the football 10-on-11. No one cares about Mac. And even if you did, he's not pulling a naked boot out and screwing you over. Like, okay, cool. Like, he's not doing that. Cam could, Lamar does, Kyler does, Fields and Lance will when they inevitably start. But Mac Jones in New England, congratulations, buddy.
Can't wait to see it. I just hope that he does what he does in like the preseason. Like I said, from the beginning, he just looked poised to have the position. He looked like he knew what he was doing in the pocket. So if he can translate that to first-string starters.
We have breaking news. Texans waived wide receiver Kiki Qt, one of my favorite players in the league. Top-tier name as well. So that's He's a nice receiver. You know, I know he hasn't had like the opportunity to be great, but in 2018, like weeks, I don't know, 14 to 17, and then the playoff game, he was one of the most heavily targeted players in the league. So he's a guy that has had some of that production, you know. So it is a bummer. You know, it's a great day for a lot of players. It's a bad day for a lot of players. And as a fan, it does kind of suck when you hear these guys that some I've never heard of, some like the Kikis of the world, the Cams of the world. It's just like, well, darn, I wanted to see them play football this year. And of course they still can. This might be a Houston maneuvering his contract. So something like what the Patriots are likely to do with Hoyer, or the Vikings might do with Everson Griffin. They might just move that money around a little bit. So,
I mean, you kind of get that feeling a lot though in the preseason. Like there was a lot of guys like those fringe players kind of as well, who just like you feel bad for them. Like they're working their butts off. They've been through a lot to get their opportunity, but you know, it's just how it goes sometimes. Sometimes the team can't make it work. Sometimes the fit just isn't there. So, you know, yeah, that feeling kind of, you get that a lot about a lot of people.
Yeah. So
I honestly feel
go ahead.
Sorry. I feel like for this one though, for Kiki QT, it's not really the worst thing because it's like we know Houston's already trying to clean house for what they can. So maybe it's like, you know what, let this guy out of here. He's good enough to maybe go to another team, be a receiver 3. You never know. So it might be another opportunity for him to be somewhere good.
Yeah. So there's tons of ways I can transition to this. Wow. If I could talk, there are tons of ways that I could transition this into a Deshaun Watson conversation. So, hey, guess who Kiki QT was catching passes from? Oh, yeah, Mr. Deshaun Watson. As of right now, he is staying in Houston. Houston has 0 plans of trading him. There seem to be some like last minute push to there. Okay, let me dispel a myth. There's no last minute. There's no deadline to trade Deshaun Watson. It's just increasingly unlikely as we get closer and closer to the season. So there was no 4:00 deadline today to trade Watson. The 4:00 deadline, 4 Eastern deadline was for cuts, right? So Watson is going to be a Texan. He is unlikely to play with the Texans. So I think they're on the hook for about $10 million this year. So you're paying your superstar quarterback $10 million to not play for you. How do we feel about that?
That's kind of like the Angels paying Albert Pujols to hit home runs for the Dodgers. That's what I can think of, at least. I know baseball is a different sport; it works differently there a little bit. But
we didn't mention it. My Braves are playing Jack's Dodgers, and I want to jump off a bridge.
Dodgers won, Giants lost. That's all I need.
Yesterday was so painful. I turned it on. You know, Dansby shatters his bat, single. It's like, okay, we have a shot. You know, Duvall's been awesome. We have a shot, and then Duvall works at 3-0. It's like, okay, it's an unintentional intentional walk, right? So you don't want to just send him over to first, but you don't want to pitch to him because the next guy is Stephen Vogt, and I think I might hit better than Stephen Vogt at this point. At least I would take the first pitch. Vogt, I don't think will do that. And then Duvall strikes out on ball 4. Actually, no, he didn't strike. He swung at ball 4 to get the second, maybe the second strike, and then the third strike was just a gnarly pitch from Trinan, that like a front door breaking ball, like that you have no business doing anything with that. And then Stephen Vogt lined out to Bellinger in center. So bummer. Back to Mr. Deshaun Watson.
You have no choice.
It's weird. It's one of the most unique circumstances in NFL history that you have a guy that would be taken in the first round if you're doing like an all-time talent draft, right? Deshaun Watson's a first-round pick, unequivocally a first-round pick. I know he doesn't have the accolades and the stats and all this and that and the other, like some guys do, right? So, but I would, the traits-wise, how many guys are you taking over? Like Mahomes, Allen, I would argue Kyler. He might be a top 10 pick. So he's one of the most talented quarterbacks ever, and he had an all-time great season. I was arguing earlier that he was the second best quarterback in football. Well, last year.
Hands down on the worst team, and he dragged that team to how many ever wins they had was solely on what Deshaun Watson did with his arm and his leg.
100%.
He brought them to
4,800 yards.
and they would have had
Was it-
6 wins if they didn't fumble against the Colts twice.
Exactly.
Like, come on now. Oh, that was just a weird situation. I can't speak. That's okay. So I get it from Houston's perspective. I get it from Watson's perspective, but it just sucks. You know, it sucks that we have to have real life consequences, whether it's injuries with J.K. Dobbins or Cam Akers, and then we have off the field stuff. And then like if Watson, obviously I'm not in Watson's shoes, so I can't make blanket assumptions, but it would be nice to see Deshaun Watson play football this year. That's what, as a fan, I want to see Deshaun Watson play football.
Yeah, as a football fan, you definitely want to see him play. Regardless of all, I don't think we'll get too deep into like the whole like legal situation going on there or whatever.
Hands off.
Yeah, hands off for sure. But as a football fan, he is one of the best to play the game right now, and you definitely miss his presence. Houston fans.
He's doing it with nothing. He has nothing to do with this.
I know. Like
he Brandon Cooks.
Well, he's right. But for
Brandon Cooks, I guess, yeah,
4,800 yards with basically a suspended Will Fuller, Cooks. Like where did it all come from?
That's one of the great mysteries. I'll have to do one of my deep dives, like asynchronous content that Frankie hates. I can do like, how did Deshaun Watson throw for 4,800 yards? Oh man!
Hey, Miami, pick up the phone and get this guy ASAP.
Ooh, I think Tua is going to be okay this year. I don't know if it's me being friends with Justin and Connor, or if it's like I actually believe in Tua. I think I actually believe in Tua. So if I'm Miami, I don't trade for Deshaun Watson. I get why you might, but I think you have something in Tua, and if you screw it up, guess what? You have 10 million kabazillion first round picks anyway. So you can draft a quarterback next year if Tua sucks that badly. You know, you can draft. Heck, the Eagles didn't even really plan on Jalen Hurts being the full-time starter. Wentz just had one of the worst seasons. Actually, I had a stat the other day. There have been 753 quarterbacks that have thrown 300 passes in a season. Carson Wentz ranked 749th in adjusted net yards per attempt, adjusted to the league average.
Wow.
That's nuts.
We're talking Deshaun Kaiser is last in that list. So he was Deshaun
That's a name
Kaiser
I haven't
bad.
heard in a while.
Yeah, he was Deshaun Kaiser bad. Like 2017 MVP notwithstanding, he was Deshaun Kaiser bad. Deshaun Kaiser bad. That's Carson Wentz right now. As far as I'm concerned, this is why we're all on the Jacob Eason hype train, ladies and gentlemen.
All aboard week one.
Choo. Yeah.
I'm actually excited for that.
Speaking of choo-choo, we have a running back trade.
Yeah.
Jack, your boys went out and got Sony Michel, a guy, of course, that won the Super Bowl against the Rams. Ironically enough. Sorry. I think. How do we feel?
I think Aaron Donald was asked about the trade, and they asked him about Super Bowl 53, and he said he didn't want to talk about it. So makes sense. But I like this trade. I think it's solid because you get a guy it's a good veteran presence. I think with Sony Michel. He comes in and he fills the hole for at least a year with Cam Akers. I don't know what Michel's contract is right now. I don't know if he's in a contract year or not.
He was a 2018 draft pick, so this should be his last year. And I don't think they accepted his 5th-year option, right?
Not yet, no.
Okay.
No, I don't think they did. I would have probably heard about it if the Rams did, but
that's a good 1-year deal.
Yeah, so it's solid. For you bring him in for a year, you can fill the hole with Cam Akers out. You get that veteran presence, and he can produce too. I thought he was doing some pretty solid things for New England the last few years, and I think that he could fit pretty well into it. It adds on to the run game in Sean McVay's offense, I feel, because this was something that we thought maybe would be, I can't think of a good word for this, but like dropping off, I guess, in terms of.
Like without
Rams.
Akers or without like an elite running back like Todd Gurley?
Without Akers, I feel like it becomes more of a passing offense than a running offense. Now I feel like there's some more balance to it, I would say. I still love Darrell Henderson. Jake Funk is going to be RB3. I love Jake Funk. I thought he did great in the preseason. He actually earned the last week off. Sean McVay gave him the last week off, told him he cemented his spot, so that was pretty cool to see.
Love to see that.
Yeah, I'm excited about this running back situation. I really am. I think it's I know it's just probably going to be for a year, but I think these guys can produce some good yards for the Rams this year.
I'm interested that you say the Rams are going to be more pass centric, because I know the game that will always stick out to me with McVay and the Rams in general was going down 25 to Buffalo, and they had a run pass split that was even the rest of the game. And of all the circumstances that you could have a fully pass heavy offense, McVay said, nope, we're going to run the football. Now, part of that is because Buffalo wants you to run the football. This is what happened with Baltimore in the playoffs. This is what happened with the Colts in the playoffs. But I think McVay knows that the running game has a lot of value, especially when he schemes it up so well. And regardless of who's carrying the ball, whether it's Henderson, hopefully Henderson. I drafted Henderson in several
it's more than likely going to be Darrell Henderson.
So
he's
hopefully
definitely
it's a lot of Henderson.
I'm fully expecting him to be the lead back. I'm just saying without Akers, I feel like that's the direction the offense was trending in this year.
Okay, that's fair. What say you, Mr. Stefan?
I was a Sonny Michel fan back in the New England days. He did have that great playoff run where he had, I think, was almost 8-9 touchdowns, or it was like 8 rushing touchdowns or something like the span of games. So he's still young. He had kind of an injury-plagued season his last year, so that's why they kind of had to ship him out. Honestly, I can see him running for at least 600 to maybe 800 yards rushing for the Rams. I think him and Henderson can easily coexist. Henderson, I see, is more – he rushes, but more of a receiving back. And I see as Michel being kind of like the guy they give it to on first down for like 4 or 5 yards.
That's fair.
But I see them both coexisting pretty good. As fantasy-wise, I'm going to go with Michel in the later round if I would take him. I wouldn't take Henderson so early still, but it's a good situation to have. And if I was Jack, I'd be moderately okay with the replacement of Cam Akers with these two guys and Jake Funk.
For sure. And before we transition into our next segment, I want to shout out my boy Jake, donated $10, so much appreciated, man. Also, we need to do a Cavs show on the uSTADIUM network. Jake's actually been on the app for about 6 years, same length as I have, so shout out to my fellow Cavs fan, Jake. Ready, Jack? Do we have a thumbs up, thumbs down?
Yeah, give me a moment. I'm just I might need you to turn the screen on and off for me, but
okay.
Let me get it.
I got my thumbs ready today.
Yeah, I do too. So we're gonna be looking at we're gonna be kind of going down through the off season. We are, at least Splash and I are, I'm pretty sure Stefan is too. I'm not 100%, but we're pretty big on uniforms. We're pretty big geeks. That whole sort of thing. We're gonna be looking at all the new ones for 2021. This upcoming year. Some of them throwbacks, some of them alternates. We don't know. We'll see. But yeah, we're ready. I won't be able to see your reactions though, so just let me know what you just say it when you guys.
I'll just throw it up.
Throw it up. Let's go.
All right, we got the Niners here. All right. So these are like legit throwbacks, 75-year anniversary.
And that is I believe Jerry Rice.
Yeah, it is. Jimmy and Jerry. We got Kittle, of course, tight end 1. I don't know. I don't like the font on the numbers. Like I like the red. I like the red and white together. I'm not a big fan of the black outline of the numbers.
Yeah, that drop shadow's always been weird. That's been on their throwbacks before. I feel like that's a bit of a. It's interesting. I think maybe if it was like just an outline, or if it was maybe the tan color they use, I guess that'd be okay. I don't know how readable that'd be actually.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's ways to improve it. I would imagine we have some better jerseys coming, so I'm going to say a thumbs down on this one.
I think I'm going to stick my thumbs up. It's not like because I feel like this will be the worst jersey I see. So
okay, that's fair. I'm not saying it's the worst. I'm just saying it. I think it's a little underwhelming. Like I wouldn't want to wear this in Madden, if that makes sense. That's my criteria. If I wear it,
your Madden is your criteria. All right.
I love it though. It's right because that's the only time we get to actually choose what we want to wear. Because you got to hope that these teams over here just pick what we want to wear, like on the NFL.
So the next one, let's go to the other throw. I guess I don't really want to call it the other end of the throwback spectrum, but it is a throwback. But it's also modern throwback, is what the Rams are calling it. This gets 2 thumbs up from me. What about you guys?
What about the bone? What? Why are you?
The bone is not good. The bone is not good.
I almost impulse bought a like the day Van Jefferson got drafted. I almost impulse bought a Van Jefferson jersey in bone. So I don't want to hear any bone slander today. These are clean though. I would wear these in Madden. Give me a thumbs up.
My first game at Madden 22, I threw these things on. This is what the bones should have been, is what I'm saying.
No.
Yes.
Don't disrespect.
Yes.
At least these jerseys are better than last. Was it last year or 2 years ago? When was like the transition to these new ones?
Last year.
Okay, yeah, these are way better than ones from last year.
So you're dissing the bone too, then?
I don't know. Yeah, because like, I like the old school Rams jersey. It's like the old like navy blue and gold. That's still my favorite one.
I'm not sure how I feel about those. Anyway, those are the modern throwbacks for the Rams, is what they're calling it. Giants. Not completely new here. I think this graphic shows their full set. They do have new white pants this year, and they have this 10th anniversary Super Bowl. What number is that? 46.
Yeah.
Throwback. What do we think?
Ooh, Mike just roasted your Rams, buddy. I'm sorry.
What'd he say?
Quote, I'm sorry. Rams have one of the worst uniforms in the NFL.
He's thinking about the wrong LA team. Anyway.
Boom, roasted. I really like what the Giants do here. I like when I remember I was like in third grade. I got like a pin, like a pin that you put in your shirt. I got a Ravens one and I got a New York Giants one because those were the only NFL teams our technology teacher had. And I liked how she implemented some of the red because I think red is I don't like the color red usually, but I think the Giants do it very well. I like the numbers on the Jones jersey, the numbers on I would imagine that's Blake Martinez jersey, like the socks, the stripes on the pants, beautiful. And the helmet stripe down the center. I love it all the way around. I have nothing to complain about. These are good. I would say double thumbs up. Oh, and Mike is back. He says, quote, Chargers got one of the best IMO.
That's your opinion.
I do like those like powder blues though. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh yeah, I love them.
I could rant about those all day.
I could have like 5 Chargers jerseys and be okay.
I could rant about those all day. Anyway, before I get too deep into it, Stefan, what do you think of these?
They're the same jerseys we've seen for the last 10 years. It's just
the new one.
No, I know. Like it's all, to be honestly, it's like Madden. It's the same thing, and they just change every little thing every year and make it look better. I mean, I'm not a big fan I'm not wowed. I like the blue one, the color rush ones. Those are nice. That's my favorite one. But I'm not too amazed. It's not like the last one with the fuck.
Yeah, like we said, it's not like a drastic change. It is somewhat new, so I put it on the list. But and the white pants are new as well, I believe. I don't know whether that's what
I like an all white crisp fit. Like when I play Madden, like I said, I always try to do like an all white uniform with white socks, everything. So the color one looks pretty good.
All right. Let's move on. We got the Packers.
Okay, I have an idea. At some point during the season, we need to do a tier ranking of color rush jerseys.
Okay.
That'd be exciting.
There are some teams where I'm not sure what qualifies as their color rush.
Good point.
These look like they could be color rush-esque. Mm-hmm. They kind of have that feel.
You know what throws these off for me? It looks like mesh. I don't know if it's just the camera, but it looks
does.
Like mesh. Like you can see like the shoulder pads. I'm not a fan. I know. Yeah, like I have my Eric Weddle jersey is like officially a practice jersey or like a NFL equipment jersey. So it's like a little goofy. Or I had an old Peyton Manning jersey that felt like it was just not see-through, but it was kind of like this. Like it's kind of like mesh, like a penny you'd wear in soccer practice. And I like the color scheme, but I don't like how
you don't like the material that they use. I think the Packers are like one of the only teams, maybe the only team actually that like when Nike switched the uniform template, they opted to stay with this style of mesh and whatever.
Yeah, I'll pass.
And that's a little strange, but in terms of the color, I think it's fine. Like,
yeah,
it's not something I'd wear.
Good. I like the gold. And
in terms of the design,
the
like the colors,
the green.
They should have put the GB on the helmets, though. I feel like the GB, how like the initials are, they should have slapped those on the side of the helmets.
It's like they just took all the decals off their helmets, like their normal helmets, and then just.
I mean, white. I went to a school that was green and gold, like we had nice uniforms, but this to me just I can't. I'm like staring at it to like it. I'm like, trying to like.
I like the idea. I'll say that.
Yeah,
like
the idea is clown. The idea is clean. It's just not executed super well. If it was a solid green, I'd probably dig it.
Yeah. It just comes down to the material. Anyway, Colts. This is a throwback. What do we think?
I do.
I mean, it's. What do you want? Like, like it's. I don't. If I saw, so my boy Tyler is a Colts fan, right? If I saw him wearing this jersey compared to the normal Colts jersey, I don't think I'd be able to tell a difference.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And when you're watching like TV, like we're like, oh, that's a Color Rush jersey. Wait, really? I thought they were just the regular ones. Like I feel farther away.
Yeah.
So,
I feel like a lot of these are just like helmet differences or something. It's new
really
for this year,
subtle.
which is why it's on the list, but it's really subtle. Like you can barely tell. But I think
don't
the
know.
Colts are one of those teams that have had the same thing for a long time.
it sucks to be
like
those teams like
timeless.
that. Like have
It's like sort of timeless. It's like what the Red Wings are in hockey. That you're not going to really screw with red and white. So
Yeah,
the
you're
Colts
gonna
aren't
have
really going to
something.
screw with
The
blue.
Montreal Canadiens, they've had pretty much the same.
At least
for a
they have
long
3
time.
colors.
Yeah, that's harder when you have only 2. When you limit yourself to only 2 colors, it's
Tell me about it. We went off on our terrible Red Wings retro reverse jerseys 6 months ago.
Let's not talk about those practice jerseys.
Need to vomit real quick.
Last one. Bengals, I believe they're the only ones on this list. This is a full like rebrand. These are their brand new primary home away alternates. What do we think?
like the white looks so crisp.
Yeah,
I'm giving it a
It looks
thumbs
nice
up.
on the field too. From the preseason game, it looked really good. It looks really good when Jamar Chase is dropping passes.
Yeah, I like
Jamar Chase is going to be awesome. Don't misconstrue that. He's going to be awesome. It's just rookie jitters. It happens. Not.
It's also you
perfect.
being a Ravens fan, so you're just taking a jab at them.
Well, no, he does have 4 drops. He was I think 5 targets, 1 catch, 4 drops.
I'm not saying he didn't drop it. I'm just yeah.
So he's going to be awesome. I have no doubt he's going to roast our secondary for 250 yards one day. So hate
I know
to see
you're-
it, but I think it's going to happen.
Stefan, I know you're a fan of the all white. I really like this all black and this
But
black
that-
and orange.
I'm not hating that. I'm not hating that. Like it's nice because that's like like the Falcons, the Ravens.
Yeah.
Have those black jerseys. You're like that is so.
Yeah, the all black.
then some
Oh,
teams
don't
just
get me
look
started on
good.
the Falcons. The Falcons with their 2-tone uniforms. Like
God,
to do it on the number is one thing, but to do it on the whole jersey, it's like
Mhm. Yeah, to do it on the number is a Rams sort of
The
thing.
most
It's a Rams
underrated
thing.
jersey also is the Detroit Lions black jerseys.
Ooh,
Those ones,
I've seen those in a minute.
nice ones. I used to always pick those in Madden when they were relevant enough to play with.
they were. Oh man, go for the. Oh my.
I love you, Detroit, but come on.
Ooh. Stefan came from the upper deck and just. Oh my. That was savage right there. My
Top,
friend.
yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Anyway.
Speaking of savage, I think some of the NFL players were dropped as children, like dropped genuinely, like straight down onto their skull. Because I don't know how you can compile a top 100 that is so catastrophic.
Before
Like,
we get
that's-
into the top 100, I think we've crossed 2,400 bucks
Oh,
in the
yeah.
donations.
Nice.
It's a nice milestone there.
Yes, we got a golf clap.
Thank you,
going. Come on,
everybody.
Jack. Clap.
I did it.
There we
but
go. Yeah,
off
we're all
camera.
clapping. Okay.
I did it off camera, but anyway, yeah.
Okay, that works. So yeah, shout out everyone. Again, everything's going to the Red Cross. Those in Los Angeles. Wow. Those in the other LA, Louisiana, affected by Hurricane Ida. So, and shout out again to Henry, keeping us updated on the numbers and such. Throwing that to donate to Hurricane Ida relief. Go to the link tree. Much appreciated. So, do you guys want to jump into preseason cuts or some top 100 talk?
Top 100 talk.
Let's go top 100.
Okay.
Let's get that out.
First of all, did you guys see my top 100?
Not fully, no.
I really hope YouTube doesn't demonetize us for that picture of Aaron Donald. I was
Oh my
hoping
goodness.
so bad you would use a picture of him training with knives. And then,
Apparently they're fake knives, but they still hurt when you get whacked with them. But
well, of
apparently they're
course.
fake
I mean,
knives.
you're whacking someone with a knife. Like, it's not
Good
expected to, like, be...
Yeah. So Aaron Donald was not number one in the NFL top 100. I don't know what kind of crack the players were on there.
Stay off the weed.
The weed.
Yeah. Shout out to Stephen A. Smith. So there were just some goofy placements. I think I had like 48. So Frankie sent me like the top 50, right? And I think I had 48 of those 50. It's somewhere in my list. The only two that I didn't were Darius Leonard, obvious, and Devin White, obvious. Those are two guys that I'm very outspoken that I think they're a little overrated. Other than that, I think it was a very clean, like everyone in their list I had in mind to some degree, even if it was like, I don't know, 92, like Tom Brady. But with that said, if you had to rank it 1 to 10, do you like it? Was it overall a good list? Was it overall, like, I don't know, because I have like a different level of respect for, like, say Justin that went out and did his top 100, or even PFF when they do their top 100 players, like they, go through that, or an individual goes through that, and I have respect for that. But with this player list, I understand that the players know more about football than I do, but also realize the players have friends in their life.
Exactly.
Friends on the teams, right? Like if you're TJ Hawkinson, why not vote for DeAndre Swift? Or why not vote for your college teammate Noah Fant? Or if you're Patrick Mahomes, why not vote for Eric Fisher?
What person on the Rams roster is not going to pick Aaron Donald as number one?
Maybe Jalen
Human's not going to pick Aaron Donald.
Jalen Ramsey, he'll pick himself probably, but
yeah.
I don't understand the
Actually, he might pick Aaron Donald too.
I don't know. What if you asked him? He probably turned it into some diss against Darnell Mooney.
I know, right? Jesus Christ! But he's a team guy, so I feel like.
Can you guys believe that we are just 9 days away from the regular season?
Oh, it's ridiculous.
9 days away.
This offseason
from Dallas beating Tampa Bay.
Hey, come on.
It really feels like the offseason's flown, or not flown by, but has the opposite of that, actually. It's gone by about as fast as a snail. So
I'm really excited for football to be back. I feel a hole missing within me. It's a pretty big hole too.
It's void within our hearts.
You have to wait until Monday, though, Splash. You can't. You can enjoy the Sunday.
I know, but
get that Thursday game.
when I'm doing uSTADIUM work on Sunday, I don't have to worry about what Lamar Jackson's doing, because I can just sit back and wait for Monday and see him drop 300 yards and 4 TDs against the Raiders.
Am I wrong or am I right? I've got the Thursday game, Jack's got the Sunday night game, and Splash has got the Monday night game.
Prime time.
Correct.
So we've got 3 of the games and 3 prime times.
Yeah, I would argue that Cleveland and Kansas City should be one of those games, but I understand SoFi with fans is important. Tampa Bay, duh. They just won the friggin' Super Bowl.
They've had fans too.
Tampa's
had fans this past year.
We do things different down here.
Okay. And first-time fans at Allegiant. Pause for a moment. Allegiant Stadium, what are you doing with your ticket prices, dog? I am a college student, and I want to go up to Vegas, and it would be cheaper for me to fly to Vegas, back to Tucson, 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 and to Vegas, back to Tucson, than to get into the freaking stadium.
Are you serious?
That's 6 round-trip flights if you can't count.
I mean, I have to
6. That's Baker. That's a Baker Mayfield. That's a Baker's Mayfield of flights. Actually, to and from flights. Are you kidding me, dog? Are you actual?
Something else I have to complain about too. Have you guys seen the pictures that came out about SoFi Stadium's food? Oh goodness!
I was at a club, like a club now.
They have a field level club. That's way too expensive. No one who is
how do you afford all this stuff? Like, let's go to a football game. No, let's go to the club instead at the football game.
I don't know if I'm gonna have time to bring up actual pictures of the food, but somebody mentioned when the Rams made a statement saying that oh, you have to wear your masks unless you're actively eating or drinking. Somebody made a comment on Twitter saying if you've seen the food here, everyone's gonna be wearing their masks all the time.
Oh, roasted. from the top shelf. Oh my!
At least you got like
goodness.
Atlanta, and you had a Chick-fil-A, and you can't even serve them on Sunday.
Oh goodness!
Like how?
As a diehard Braves fan, going to games on Sundays, I just want to leap off from the top of the outfield fence.
Scaffolding.
Just
Should we move back to the top 100?
Yeah, top
move
100
back
things
to
that
the
make
100?
top 100 things that annoy Splash.
That's what
That'd
this
be-
has become.
That'd be a pretty fun list. So Jack, 1 to 10, how would you rate it? How would you rate the top 100?
Out of 10, I would go with a 6 probably. I liked a good chunk of the list. I think some players were, I think they were like lower only because of injury. Guys like CMC or your guy
Ronnie Stanley
Lamar
wasn't
Jackson.
on the list, and like I understand, but Ronnie Stanley wasn't on the list. Come on now.
Cooper Kupp wasn't on the list. I don't think Kupp made as huge of an impact last year though.
But isn't it going
Right.
into this season that isn't it like top 100 players going into 2021?
Yeah, something like that.
So, like,
which
Kupp
is
should be there. Like,
I feel
I
like
don't know,
Kupp
it's
should have been like
weird.
bottom 10 at least.
I don't know.
think is
Cup
mine.
wasn't in mine, and he wasn't. Okay, first of all, there are a lot of good wide receivers, and no disrespect to Woods or Cup, but to me, when I think of Cup and Woods, I think of them more as a duo.
they coexist.
I agree with that.
So,
I agree with that.
I can't tell you which one's better. Like they both do. They're
Pretty
really
similar things, honestly.
Yeah, they're really similar. They do like the blocking. They're plus blockers, the yards after the catch. They're solid deep threats. You can put them on the perimeter. You can put them in the slot. They can do a lot of different things for you. But they are very. It's very much like a platoon kind of.
Yeah.
So like follow me to baseball for a moment. So look at the Tampa Bay Rays, or even look at the what's a really obvious example. Tampa Bay Rays. At first base, some days you play G-Man Choi, and then some days you don't play G-Man Choi, right? Some days you play Mike Zunino. Some days you don't play Mike Zunino. Why? Because the handedness of the pitcher. So it's the sum of the parts is the whole. I forget how the saying goes, but Woods and Cup together are better than Woods and Cup separately.
Yeah, I can agree.
Yeah, if you put Woods in, I don't know, OBJ I'm just going to use OBJ because I have all of them in the same like tier. If you put Woods and OBJ together, I don't think it works as well as Woods and Cup. And same thing if you put Cup and OBJ together, I don't think it works as well. So they work awesome together. It's kind of like the Bills safeties, Poyer and Hyde, that neither of them are top 10, but as a duo, they're like top 3.
Yeah, they play well together, and when they play well together, they make each other better.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
It's not top duos, unfortunately, though. But I feel like both. If you're gonna put one on there, you might as well put both on there. But again, when this is an individual player ranking, and by themselves, I don't really see it as much as I do when they're together.
Now, if Cup can pull away from, say, that narrative this year, then maybe I put him in the first part of the top 100, but nothing lower than like the 80s, But that's if he has a season that's better than Robert Woods.
I think my issue with the list is more so not the players involved, because I think most of them are fine. Like there are some goofy ones.
Yeah.
Like
I
there's too
agree
many
with that.
quarterbacks. I think the players overrate offensive skill positions and probably corners and edge to a certain degree, and they underrate the trenches, right? So Zach Martin came in the 80s. There was no Ronnie Stanley. Quentin Nelson was like 33. I have issues with all of those. So that's, to me, that's the biggest issue, that they just totally disregard offensive linemen. Like the Browns had the best offensive linemen.
Yeah, offensive
and they had
linemen
3
are
guys
so
from 101 to
underrated.
110. They had 3 honorable mentions, but no one in the top 100. It's like,
People always
really?
talk about respect the linemen, and yet you don't see linemen in the top 10. You'll never see an offensive lineman crack the top 10. I feel like even
It's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. You got to give some love to the O-line.
What are you going to do? These guys are protecting your Mahomes, your Rodgers, like your stars, and you're just not going to
yeah,
put them
and like
anywhere?
I own 2 Lamar Jackson jerseys, and I will say to my deathbed that Ronnie Stanley is a better football player than Lamar Jackson, and Lamar freaking won an MVP. Like I had in my top 100 last year, I had Stanley at 15 and Lamar at 27. Lamar won the MVP, and I didn't think he was the best player on his darn offense.
mean, what do players do? They buy their offensive linemen gifts for protecting their butts.
They take them out to steak dinners.
Like John Deere's, like Zeke Elliott did.
Wow.
The things people do for the quarterbacks
there
do for
for
their
Zeke.
offensive linemen just to get on their good side.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's awesome to see that stuff.
Linemen are people too.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Speaking of getting on the good side, I'm going to transition into some preseason cuts. I was reading through a Twitter thread of Daniel Jeremiah. So he used to be he was the guy that would tell people, "Hey, you're cut," right? He would say, "Hey, buddy, come with me. We're going to walk to the office, and you're going to have to turn in your playbook." There was one guy, I forget his name, and he picked the wrong guy. Like he walked into the room and like didn't get the name right, so he got, I don't know, Gates. That's not the right name, but he got Gates, but he was supposed to get Howard. So he gets Gates, and they walk up the stairs, and Gates is like throwing things and this, that, the other, and he's like, "Oh, hey, Gates, I didn't mean to pick you." And he went back and cut Howard super awkwardly. And there was one that he had to a player forgot his playbook at home, right? So, and Jeremiah's like, "We got to have the playbook, dog." And the player like sprinted out of the building and got in like his muscle car. And Daniel Jeremiah got in like a Toyota. I don't know exactly what the car was, but like a 1994 Toyota that has no business competing with the muscle car. And they like zoom back to the dude's house. The dude goes into his house. The former Ravens receiver goes into his house, fiddles around for 5 minutes, comes out and chucks the playbook at Jeremiah.
Where's this stuff on Hard Knocks?
What a story!
Hey, the Ravens were in Hard Knocks in 2001, so there is that.
I miss that old school Hard. Like this new Hard Knocks, I was talking about it. It just seems like it's being played out, and it's not what it used to be. Like I'm like the Browns year.
It feels like you're searching for like
a drama. Exactly. Where are my cuts? I want to see someone get cut, and like you said, walk with their little notebook. Like, all right, son.
Was it Corey Coleman?
Listen.
That went off the deep end with huge. Oh my goodness! I don't even watch Hard Knocks, and I know that.
That season of Hard Knocks was good too because they had all these guys that we thought we would like, and then they got cut. And I'm like, oh, this is actually good TV.
Do you guys remember? A quick side note. Do you guys remember? Was it like DJ Giuseppe Johnson?
DJ. Or no, Damon Sheehy Giuseppe.
No, it was a yes.
Sheehy Giuseppe for the Browns.
Yes. Yeah. That is an all-time story. That actually, if we want to touch on it quickly, how do we feel about Mr. the team known as Bishop Sycamore?
Oh goodness. Lying to ESPN to get on national TV.
ESPN will never live this down.
The best part was Brett Coleman said after the fact, these people were so dense that they didn't even realize that Bishop Sycamore was short for BS.
Did you see the highlight tape from that game?
Yeah, 58-0 Right.
These kids were getting laid out. Like, and these are kids that graduated in 2017.
The last thing was like these two teams were on the complete opposite of the spectrum.
They had 21-year-old kids that like juniors in 2017, 2018 that graduated, and they're playing like
IMG.
What is going on? Oh man, it's funny because it's like a ha to ESPN, you know.
Yeah,
then again, it's like
ESPN just tripped and smashed their face to the ground with this one. Did either of you watch the Jake Paul fight? Speaking of smashing their face,
yep.
Oh geez, we're flying all over different topics now.
I didn't watch it. Congratulations,
I didn't watch it either.
Paul. Go Cleveland.
Yeah, Mayweather fight. I'll say that
much. Wow. That's
Austin from the top rope.
That's beautiful. Okay, so back to preseason cuts. Other than Cam Newton, who did you think was the most surprising cut of today?
Well, I could go to the Rams again and mention Micah Kaiser was cut. I was a little surprised by that. He's kind of been leading the inside linebacker position for us for a little while. Linebacker's always been a weak point for the Rams, though, and I feel like maybe they didn't.
Okay, I guess little sidebar. I was talking to Jake, the guy that donated earlier, right? And I said linebackers don't matter in the modern NFL. Just look at the Rams; they could win the Super Bowl, and no one cares about their linebackers.
Yeah, I mean, listen,
we were talking about the Browns. It's like, who cares? The Browns. I don't care if the Browns have bad linebackers. They have a good front.
One of our linebackers is Leonard Floyd, who led the team in sacks last year. I'm pretty sure. If it wasn't,
I mean, I'd classify him as an edge, but hey, tomatoes, right? Tomatoes.
Yeah, I guess. Also, like Corey Littleton was our linebacker one year in like 2018, 2019. Corey Littleton was a good player. Then he was good. Like he was the one linebacker you actually saw people talking about. Like he was that good, and then he kind of just slipped off. Went to Vegas.
I'm gonna drink more of this.
Speaking of Vegas, John Brown was kind of surprised because he asked to get released. So I'm trying to wonder what's going on with that offense. He doesn't like.
This water tastes like. No disrespect to Florida, but
so we can,
you know, like Florida. I don't know. I would imagine, Stefan, you've been to Disney at some point in your life, but it tastes like shower water from Disney.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Anyway, before we get too deep into that, one other Rams related thing, by the way. I know I'm sticking with my team a lot here today, but I think something that was talked a lot about on Twitter that I saw today was they actually took the practice field before cuts were announced, so you could see kind of who was there and who wasn't there. Johnny Hekker was there. Corey Bojorquez was not there. And it ended up like that was a huge discussion going on because Hekker was on the COVID list. So he didn't really play that much. He played one game in the preseason, kind of got outperformed. I'd say Bojorquez had a better week 1 preseason game than Hekker.
First off, let's put some respect on Corey Bojorquez's name. He has the same playoff passer rating as Carson Wentz.
I'm not trying to diss Bojorquez. I'm saying.
I'm comparing a punter to a quarterback. This is a big thing for Mr. Friggin, what's his name? For Bojorquez, that he is better than a quarterback.
He's a damn good punter, though. Holy crap!
He is. He was I really actually predicted him to be the second team All-Pro last year. That blew up because I didn't think the Bills were going to be that awesome offensively. But
I honestly really thought he was. I really thought Johnny Hekker was done in LA. I thought his days were over.
He thought he was done too. The media is like,
the media is
you're going to get cut.
And the reason why is because his contract. But then the news breaks that Hekker restructures his contract, so I guess it's more team friendly now. Hekker stays. Bojorquez actually ends up getting traded to the Packers for a late round pick. So
I think it was like a game of chicken with them. I feel like honestly, it was like, who's going to be first? Wait, what? Oh, I thought that was Nicholas Bojorquez that just commented.
Shout out to Nick. I don't care whether Hekker was on the COVID or not.
If they cut Hekker, the Rams shouldn't be an organization. That's kind of the mood here because I think he's our longest tenured player. So he's been around.
He's damn good. He's damn good.
He's still great. I think he's still a great player.
What, 4-time All-Pro? He and Tucker are like the cream of the crop kicker punter duo. Or not duo, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, for sure.
I actually, when I woke up this morning, I saw a bevy of Washington. We're not going to talk about it. I saw a bevy of Washington football team moves. Jimmy Moreland cut, Peyton Barber cut, Antonio Gandy-Golden, one of my draft crushes in 2020, cut. Whew. Like those were 3 guys that I thought were going to make the roster, and I thought were going to be important players. You know, Jimmy Moreland's a solid corner. Gandy-Golden's like a really toolsy, like 4th round pick. And then Peyton Barber, you know, he thought he was going to be the sort of like the goal line back to Antonio Gibson's
the vulture.
Yeah, think like James White, like Garrett Blunt, kind of, sort of.
Yeah.
So yeah, those were surprising to me.
Team leader too, I feel like is a big deal.
Stefan, what move jumped out to you?
Like I said, the only one I really cared about outside of anything was the John Brown one. Like I said, I'm honestly wondering if it's just not a good fit for him. Nothing was really like out there. If Hekker would have got cut or something like that, that'd have been another one I was watching. But nothing this year that got me to like on the edge of my seat. Like, oh no. So maybe it's just time for these kind of players to go as they're supposed to. Kiki QT I saw as a good way, not really like a he sucks kind of a thing. It's time to go. It's more like hey, you can leave, go to a better team, do what you need to do. So I'm like gonna see someone with a bigger name, higher tier, like a veteran that could be on the bubble.
Right.
I won't be too surprised.
Like Everson Griffin, I thought was a little weird, but
yeah,
that one was a little. That one jumped out at me.
Did you see his tweets as well? That's what kind of got me. Like he was bashing.
He was the one going after Cousins, right?
Yeah, he was like saying all this stuff, and he ends up being back on the team. I'm like, isn't that kind of awkward now in the meeting room?
He's like,
hey, bro,
Kirk, I didn't mean that.
I totally
didn't
mean that.
I was mad, I swear.
It was mad, I swear. So,
yeah,
shout out to Mike for the #1 waiver priority.
My voice cracked again when I was like, I totally didn't mean
that. Hey, it's okay. All of our voices crack.
Yeah. Anyway, that one did surprise me a little bit though, but I feel like I think the uSTADIUM account tweeted that he was it's probably just a procedural thing and he could end up back on the roster through the practice squad, I guess is how that works. So.
Yeah, it's the same thing with New England and Hoyer because they're not going to go into the season with one quarterback. It's like,
yeah. Obviously.
Imagine if a team did that though. Imagine if that team walked out with so much swagger that like.
What if Mahomes, like the Chiefs, could be the only team to do that?
Was it the Bills or
injury prone?
What team has had Zane Gonzalez as their kicker?
The Lions.
Cardinals?
Yeah, the Lions, I think.
The Cardinals had Matt Prater.
Yeah.
Wait, nowadays
I think it was the Lions that they cut both their kickers, I think.
They have no kicker right now, I believe.
Oh. Okay.
And they
take Jake Verity. Take Jake for a 7th round pick, please.
There you go.
Joey Sly is out there. I mean, he's not the most accurate one, but I mean, hey.
Okay, I feel bad for Joey Sly because Ron Rivera 2.0, Matt Rule, that's his name. Matt Rule would send him out like 68-yard field goals. Like, come on now, no one's
like you suck. It's like, what do you expect?
And I was so mad. I was on the verge of punching my computer when I saw like I got a -2 for him missing a 67-yard field goal. Like,
why would you attempt a 67-yarder? Like
because it's Matt Rule. He wants to sabotage Joe Sly's career.
The only kicker in the league I would trust to make a 67-yard field goal is Tucker.
Sebastian.
Tucker's longest is 61. He made it in a dome against Detroit.
That's his longest? Who is the record?
Matt Prater.
Prater 64, 2013.
64.
If you can get me old school,
that was like a college game, right?
No, Denver.
No,
San Francisco versus Denver.
Oh, it was.
Okay.
I
thought it was Vegas, or not Vegas.
I'm googling it.
So,
because I know there's some high school or there's some college guys that have made like 67-yard field goals.
I see all over like YouTube of people sitting there kicking 67-yarders. I'm like, how are you doing this?
Oh, there's no.
And I know there's like But if you give me Matt Prater from Denver,
I would trust Sam Sloman to kick it wide left.
Hey, it's better than hitting the upright twice.
Greg Zuerlein, when he got cut,
Sloman hit it off the upright and made it in the Titans game from
Denver versus Tennessee
from week 17 this past year. Sloman hit it off the upright.
Remember that one random week that Gostowski was just awful for Tennessee and they still won?
And then another week where he had like 5 kicks.
I remember that.
The next week he had went bonkers against, was it Philly? No,
yeah, someone, but like
that Gostowski game was week 1. He like missed every kick, like chip shots or like short range, and then he makes the game winner. He's like the dude from in pickup basketball.
He did that purposely.
He misses everything and then hits a 3 at the last second
for the
win.
Winner. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man.
That old guy with the headband and the shorts.
Yeah. The Mr. Accessory, that's what we call him, Mr. Accessory.
Shout out to Dude Perfect for that reference. Yeah.
Wow, I think this is the shortest we've ever gone. We've only been recording for 55 minutes.
Oh wow!
Do we have anything else we want to touch on, or do we want to unveil a Squash the Splash?
I mean, Squash the Splash was technically supposed to be our segment, but
have you guys seen that Trent Dilfer video?
Okay, that
I want to touch on that really quickly. Like, what's your 10-second, 20-second? Just what do you think of that video?
Okay. I have mixed feelings about it because at a certain point, it's a high schooler, and I don't think your coach should put his hands on a high schooler. I understand from Dilfer's point of view that he's angry, getting a point across, whatever it may be, and the kid's never going to forget it.
Hopefully, like you said, he back-talked him. like on the
at a
sidelines.
certain point, it crossed a line. I think it was unprofessional by Dilfer.
Fair enough.
What say you?
I mean, I played football, like, and I was an offensive lineman, so like, I was always taught to respect the coach, as another person, never disrespect the coach. So of course, if we did, our coaches would get mad. I mean, to me, he took him by like the inner pads like this, and just like he didn't shove full extent. So like, if he had like pushed him or like smacked him or something a little bit more than he did, I think he was on that line, but never actually dipped below it. I mean, it's not like you want to do that every week. It's not like Joe Judge, how you say you don't yell at your players every week, go off. Like, yeah, he did that. I don't think it's the worst thing, but I wouldn't do that going forward now because, again, it is someone else's kid. I just feel like if he had done something a little bit more past where he was, it'd be an issue. Personally, I don't think it's that much of an issue from where he was. But
okay, yeah, I see where you're coming from. I never played football. I played soccer and baseball and tennis and 1 year basketball. So football is probably a little bit different with because you have so much padding too. And
right.
Like you said, he's grabbing the pads. He's not chucking them across the room. So I see where you're coming from. I don't know how I would feel like if I was in practice and my dad saw my coach just shove me out. I don't know how he would react. I don't know how most parents would react. I would imagine those parents, and for the kid in the clip, I can't imagine that was a positive interaction after the game.
It definitely wasn't. I feel like though, like I feel like there's a line that gets crossed when there's a difference in like a coach disciplining his player versus like a coach just like straight up
harassing
or ballistic on him. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think there's even a sort of like Nick Saban would never do that to someone at Bama.
Right.
Belichick would never do that to a Patriot. Now, granted, those aren't high schoolers, but I would imagine if Saban coached high school or Belichick coached high school, it honestly might be more memorable if Belichick gives you like the side eye than if he rips into you.
Well, it's like when Brady and McDaniels got into it, and like Brady had like the tablet, and he got pissed and like threw the tablet or like yeah, and he's like talking back like McDaniels is chirping at him, and then Brady. It's like the Washington game back at like way back when Gronk's like rookie year, and they're mouthing each other, they're going back and forth, and they're like making it a big thing. Like that right there doesn't cross it, and I'm just like, oh, that's kind of like that's Brady and McDaniels going at it. So
yeah.
I just wanted your opinion. I just figured,
Yeah.
I wanted to know what you guys.
I think it's a fair thing. I think Dilfer.
He was
there's a line in the sand. If there's a line in the sand, I think his toe was on the other side of the line. Like I don't think it's ridiculous, but I don't know how I would feel if I was a parent, and of course I won't have that perspective for quite a while. So, With that said, do we have any final words on episode 34 of this?
All hail Mac Jones.
Yeah, Aaron Donald trains with knives. I need to make sure that this is actually episode 34. Okay, Aaron Donald trains with knives. Everyone.
It is technically episode 34. We were really happy to be part of this stream.
It's an amazing thing.
It's a great cause too.
Yeah. Should I? Oh, yeah. Aaron Donald trains with knives.
And we have one more show before the regular season starts and before the Thursday game. So don't forget to catch us next Tuesday as well.
Stefan, do the knives. Okay, great.
We are transitioning.
Yeah. Pretend we are looking at the countdown screen. Poof. Wow. Look, Mom, no hands. We have a relatively new segment. We've had a couple episodes, like segments of Squash the Splash. We had Tixa, friend of the show, came on, and then Stefan and I duked it out. We had a tie. Was it a tie? And there was
I think we considered it a tie.
It was
It was I think maybe a poorly worded.
Mostly because the questions were poor. Some of them weren't 100% accurate. No disrespect against Hobby. He wrote some of those questions.
Yeah, I guess it's all good. I've had experience with lots of good trivia questions, lots of bad trivia questions. Those were perfectly fine. It's always the thing for me that when someone, I'm not saying Javi's out of his element, but I'm using as an example. I remember December 2011, I had an academic bowl meet, and one of the questions was about Albert Pujols, who had recently signed with the Angels, but the questions were like 5 years old, so I knew in my head, don't answer Angels, answer Cardinals, answer Cardinals, answer Cardinals. So I said, St. Louis Cardinals or Albert Pujols, whatever the answer ended up being. And like, it's kind of just a thing you have to work around. Speaking of work around, we have this beautiful website that I'm about to share with everyone. It's called Sporkle or Sporsel. I've always called it Sporsel. It's a beautiful website. Let me make sure. Okay, we all look good. I can actually that works perfectly. Can we see everything?
Yeah.
Are we all good?
Fine.
All right. Drop any chat. If you guys want me to do a specific quiz, let me know. If not, Stefan or Jack, what should I type in the search bar? Or actually, I can just go to sports. So let me know. I'm not on the screen, so let me know if anything froze or anything. We good?
We're good.
We're good.
Okay. Do any of these quizzes tickle your fancy?
I've been watching F1 lately. The last race was bad because it got rained out.
I know nothing about
NFL photo.
Yeah, I won't go there. I know a lot of people won't know.
So we want to do NFL photo minefield?
That's the only one that I can.
Can you scroll down a little bit?
Or a
right,
quick
we'll-
pick.
Were those XFL nicknames?
Yeah, we can
Yes.
do XFL nicknames.
We should do that. We should do that. We should do
Okay.
XFL nicknames.
Okay. What? Okay. Can you pick the players who played predominantly wide receiver without clicking any other positions? Okay. There's only 9 of them. All right. This is pretty easy. We got Chris Carter, Don Hudson, Lance Allworth, Jerry Rice, Michael Irvin, Marshall Mouse, Steve Largent, T.O., Wes Walker. And it didn't select Chris Carter and Don Hudson. Hey, we did it.
We're smart.
Yay. Okay.
If anybody in the chat, by the way, wants to get involved in some trivia too, let us know. We'll
Yeah,
get
you
on
can.
here.
I can before I go to the next quiz, I can drop the share link or the invite link. Sorry, in the comments if you want to come on, and maybe Jack can find a Sporsel topic and we go back and forth. All right, Control V. If you want to join the show, drop the StreamYard there. With that said, let's go back to Ye Olde Sports. Actually, fun fact, I did a little trivia live stream on my birthday. I played a little bit of trivia and I did a little bit of trivia, did a little bit of chess. I suck at chess, so that was not fun, but live streaming chess sucks because I'm really bad at chess and I can't offer any analysis. Do we want to try the XFL nicknames?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
I missed the XFL.
Man.
I was watching it when it was.
Apparently, they're still trying to make it work
2022,
with
yeah.
The Rock owning it. It got pushed back a year to 2023, so I don't know what's going to happen.
No to aliens. No to artichokes.
It's Battlehawks.
St. Louis Battlehawks. DC
St. Louis
Defenders,
Battlehawks, DC
Defenders,
Defenders, Seattle Dragons, New
Seattle
York
Dragons,
Guardians,
New York Guardians,
Renegades,
Dallas Renegades, Houston
Roughnecks,
Houston Roughnecks,
and
Arizona,
the Vipers.
LA
not
Wildcats,
Arizona. Yeah, that's
Vipers
right.
for Tampa.
Tampa Bay Vipers, and LA Wildcats.
Tampa. Hey, the Stormtroopers. That would be a pretty dope name.
That would
Alright,
be
we did
cool.
it.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a name that a minor league baseball team would
The
use.
Seattle Stormtroopers.
Oh, am I going to expose myself? I'm going to do a soccer one real quick.
Oh God.
Can you? Oh my goodness. Okay, can you
UEFA
pick the
Euro
answers about
2020.
UEFA Euro 2020? Oh Lord. All right, oldest outfield. Oh goodness.
Oh.
I want to say it's Ronaldo. Oh wait. Okay, we're gonna skip that one for a moment. Youngest outfield player. Okay, we're gonna skip that one for a moment. Okay, oldest goalkeeper.
Thank you. Shout out
that's-
to the super chat.
That's Pandev. Oh frick, it's not Pandev. What? How is it not Pandev? Is Robertson? No. Okay, Ronaldo's the oldest. Whoa, I am sucking. Is Stecklenburg?
Is Zach
Okay.
Wilson even the best
Ronaldo.
quarterback in New York?
He plays in New Jersey.
Did you really just go there?
I swear, I've been watching Frankie slander all day on the Jets for being Zach. I had to say something. I had to take my platform and speak for myself. No, I'm just kidding. I like Zach Wilson. No, he's my third favorite rookie quarterback.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, hey, I got more than half. Okay. That works. All right, let's go. Okay, let's give all of you aneurysms by scrolling. So let's sports. I wish I had my trophies because I do. For those that are unaware, in 2019, I was the national champion for sports entertainment trivia at the high school level. So yay. Also, Frankie, Zach Wilson is not the best rookie quarterback. That goes to McCorkle.
Mac Jones.
What are we thinking, boys?
Let's see.
4 squares, 1 image, sports teams, most Champions League appearances in the 2000s. Hidden, odd one out. Dominant college football and basketball teams. Huh?
Hey, I'm on the verge of getting a brand new setup. Just watch.
All right. Oh, Brooklyn Nets MVP votes.
A Sporkle
What are we
baseball
thinking?
showdown. Quarterbacks 3 Super Bowls.
Quarterback
Let's
3
try
Super
that one.
Bowls.
Let's try that one.
Tom Brady. I'm just kidding.
Is it
Sounds
10
right about
Brady?
me.
Sheesh.
10 appearances, 7 rings.
Wow.
3
This man,
Oh,
Thomas
boy.
Edward Brady. We got Elway. We got Terry Bradshaw. If I could spell. We got Joe Montana. We
Montana.
got Roger the Dodger. We got Peyton. We got Jim Kelly. We got Troy Aikman. I believe on the bottom, I can't see, but I think that's Bob Greasy. Then we got Big Ben, Warner, and
Kurt
Frank.
Warner.
Boom.
That was just a typing quiz. I thought we need to find like some multiple choice ones too.
I'm getting fried about my setup now. Oh, thanks.
Holy!
Oh boy.
we have. You're seeing it too, right?
This man just got. Ooh, this man went straight from the. Hey, shout out to my grandmother. She donated $100. So
$100. Yeah, that's what I was looking at. Yeah.
Thank you, Splash's grandmother.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Okay. I do kind of want to flex. I'm gonna get the Super Bowl MVPs in order. Watch and learn, folks.
In order. Okay.
Brady,
in order. No.
It is.
All
in
right,
order
ladies
anyway.
and gentlemen, we have a Bart Starr. We have 2 Bart Stars. We have a Joe Namath. We have a Lenny Dawson. And then we have the only player in NFL history to win while losing.
You're hurting your time.
I have plenty of time. Then we go Roger the Dodger, Jake Scott, Larry Zonka. I can't spell. Okay. Franco Harris, Lynn Swan, Freddie Biletnikoff. 12 was Harvey Martin and Randy White. So Martin. Then we got 2 for Terry B. Then if I can spell, then we got Jim Plunkett. Then we got Joe Montana. He appears a couple times later. We got John Riggins. Then the GOAT Marcus Allen. Then Montana again. Then we got Richard Dent. Then we got Phil Simms, one of the greatest performances ever. We got Dougie Williams. Then we got Jerry Rice. Otis Anderson. Mark Rippon. Shout out to being the uncle of Brett Rippon, Boise State quarterback. Now, these are the tough ones, but it's Aikman, Emmett. Malcolm Smith comes up later. Sorry about that. We got Stevie Young. We got Larry Brown. We got Desmond Howard. TD won the first one. Elway won the second one. We got Kurt Warner. We got Ray. We got Brady. So the ones for Brady are 36, 38, 49, and 51. So and 55. We got Dexter Jackson. We have Dion Branch. Shout out to Dion Branch. We got Heinz Ward. We got so Peyton 46 or Peyton 41, Eli 42, Eli 46. So Manning will pop up with 3. We got Santonio Holmes. We got Drew Barisi. We got A.A. Ron. We got Waka Flacco. We got Von Miller. We also have Nick Foles. And 53 was Jules. And then it should have been Damian Williams, but it ended up being Patty Mahomes. 55 and in order. There's my flex of the day.
Nice.
Oh,
Not bad. Not bad.
Can I do it with finals MVPs? I'm going to try it with finals MVPs. I'm feeling ballsy today.
Okay.
Jerry West. Jerry West, only player to win it while losing. Willis Reed won in 1970 and 1973. We got Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, but I'm just going to do El Cinder because that's easier to spell. He won twice. That would be Wilt in 72.
Mike, this guy's brain is a machine.
Huh? Oh, yeah, I tried. Okay, 74. Hondo. 65 Rick Barry. 76 JoJo White. 77 Billy Walton. 78, that would be Wes Unseld. Then Dennis Johnson. Magic Johnson's going to appear later. Don't worry about it. Okay, we got Cedric Maxwell in 81. 83, we got Dr. J. Whoa, I'm wrong. It's Moses. No.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. Wow. Okay, that's tough.
You did say you were feeling ballsy, so.
At least you killed the NFL one.
We got Worthy. We got Dumars. Then Thomas, MJ with 6 of them. Hakeem, the GOAT with Dose. Then we got Duncan in 99, 03, 05. Shaq times 3 in a row. We got Chauncey. We got D. Wade. We got Tony Parker. We got Paul Pierce. We got Kobe Bean Bryant twice. We got Dirk twice. If I can spell Nowitzki. Then we got LeBron in 12, 13, 16, and 20. We also got Kawhi in 14 and 19. We got Iguodala. Give me Iguodala. We got KD twice. And then last year, if you can believe it, we got Giannis Antetokounmpo.
If you could have spelled that correctly, I would have given you $1.
Yeah. There we go. I usually type it correctly, but my fingers were moving too fast. All right. What sport do you guys want me to do?
I actually found a quiz.
Oh, okay.
That I can do. If you want me to
goes to pen.
Share my screen, I can open it up.
Beautiful.
Hopefully I do well on this. It's the last 10 Stanley Cup losers. So not the winners, but the losers.
Okay. Do you want this by yourself or do you want some help?
I'm going already.
All right, let's go.
Tampa Bay lost to Montreal in 2020. They lost to, that was, I believe, Dallas Stars. St. Louis Blues, they lost to Boston. Capitals, they lost to Vegas. Vegas making the finals in their inaugural year, by the way. Penguins, they won it back-to-back years. They won it over the Predators and Sharks. Blackhawks, they beat the Lightning. Kings, they beat the Rangers. Bruins, Kings.
You think Jack knows a little about hockey?
Good stuff, Jack.
There's my flex for the day.
Nice.
Oh, so why do I need a flex?
Maybe.
You're going to have to find a quiz.
What quiz do you guys want me to do? Give me a search.
I think while I was scrolling through those quizzes, I saw there was one about the Braves.
Wide receivers with the most yards. I guess last 10 years.
I'll search Atlanta Braves. We can do wide receivers in a second. We'll do Atlanta Braves. Starting pitch opening day, 25 home runs. What are we thinking, guys?
Do you think you could do the starting pitchers?
Oh boy.
Do a non-sports one, says Hobby. That'd be a nice little challenge.
I love me some geography. I can do a little bit of history too. Honestly, I could try doing the map one, like getting all the countries or all the capitals even. All right.
Capitals quiz.
This
oh boy.
Is daunting. Okay. I believe Charlie Morton started for us game 1. Okay, Max Fried. Yep. Okay, Soroka last year. Okay, let me get some easy ones. We got Smoltzy, we got Glavin, we got Maddox, Mike Hampton. No. 2000. What the frick? Why is 2001 just chilling there? Okay, now is we got Necro. Okay, Jair Jurgens. No. Jojo Reyes. Who the heck started for us? No, wait. Glavin, Smoltzy, Maddox wasn't on the team in 08. Julio Tehran started like 6 years in a row. I'm over halfway. I'm pretty happy with that, even though a lot of them are a lot of them are repeats. Tim Hudson. Okay, he had 3 of them. Okay. Okay. So I'm thinking of like 2000. I had MLB Power Pros 2008 on my Wii, so I'm thinking just running through my pitchers on that team. So, Acosta, he was a reliever. Soriano was a reliever. Moylan was a reliever. Ring was a reliever. Oman was a reliever. Buddy Carlisle? Buddy Carlisle. No. I'm honestly not like super annoyed. Steve Avery. No? Okay. You guys can still hear me, right?
Yeah, we can.
No.
Okay.
You didn't.
Yeah, the silence was getting too.
We're letting you focus. We're letting you focus.
Okay.
I also found another quiz after this.
I can't imagine this is fun to watch. Who was before Julio? I don't think
Chad, help him out.
I don't think we had Shelby Miller long enough. No. 2009 is gonna bug me. So no Gosman, no. Wow. The 80s, we sucked in the 80s. Why can't I think of the other? Is Warren Spahn long? I think Spahn pitched long enough. Nope. Louis Pion, he was just Boston. All right, I'll take the L here. I missed 20 of them most recently. 20. Tommy Hansen, Derek Lowe, yep, Russ Ortiz, John Burkett, Zane Smith, Rick Mailer, Len Barker, he threw a perfect game. Tommy Boggs, Andy Messersmith, Gary Gentry, Pat Jarvis, Denny Lemaster, and Tony Cloninger. All right, I will take the L on that one. I did get 64%, so I did get better than average.
You definitely didn't do bad.
Yeah. All right, Jack, you're up next.
Okay, I found this is.
Oh, you got a geography quiz.
Yeah,
okay.
hockey by geography. So it's hockey.
All right.
Teams. I don't know Canadian geography, so I'm probably going to fail miserably. But
my mom
try
knows
this
Canadian
anyway.
geography.
Wait, am I just entering? Oh, it shows a location. Okay, I think that's the Canadians. Yes. That's either the Panthers or the Lightning. I'm gonna go with. Or no, Tampa's on the other side of Florida, right? I think.
Yeah, that should be Florida.
Panthers. That's the Lightning.
I can barely see, but let me zoom in. Do a non-sport. Okay, Javi, I got you with this non-sports one. I'm gonna go rumbling through some capitals in a minute.
The Hurricanes. That I think is the Jets.
Oh nope, that's not an okay song to sing right now.
I only have 31 teams on here. That's weird.
Oh,
that's why they don't have all 32.
Because that's weird.
They have the Kraken. I don't know who they're missing. I don't know who this team is.
The Islanders and Rangers just have the same designation because they're both New York.
Yeah, I don't know who this one is.
That should be Maple Leafs.
I typed in Toronto.
I would do Maple Leafs.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. That I think is Senators.
Sens. Yeah.
Kings or no Ducks probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bruins over there.
Devils.
I don't know if you guys can see.
Yeah. Blackhawks.
Rangers.
That
I
would be
think.
Sabres because it's upstate.
Yeah. Right. I don't know
And
geography.
then now
That's
you get
probably-
the should be Isles and Rangers too. There you go. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
just
why
give me
there's
both.
31.
Give me both in one. That's why there's 31. Okay.
But Pittsburgh.
That's the Predators. That's the Flyers, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Avalanche.
That is
Either the Oilers or Flames.
Yeah, good
Oilers.
one.
Red Wings.
Go Red Wings,
Dead
baby.
Things.
It is a tragedy. I will be honest with you. It is a tragedy. Got Wilds.
Yeah. I'm like forgetting. Like there's a lot of states where there's only one team. That's Blues, I think. Kings.
Yeah, there's the Kings.
That one's tricky to see.
Caps?
No, that's not. Is that?
It should be. Yeah, it's on the.
Yeah. It is. It is. Yeah. I don't know geography. Well enough, at least. That's the Bruins, I think. Or no, did I get the Bruins already?
Yeah, that's the Bruins.
That's the Golden Knights. What state is that?
Blue Jackets.
Yeah. Sharks.
And the Canucks.
All right, then.
All right, good stuff. And I will do
Hockey geography. I don't know it all, but there you go.
Yeah. All right, let me make sure I can exit out of my screen, and we will do one last geography quiz. I'll do a geography quiz for you guys before we turn it over to Charles Leno. So I'm gonna. I am pretty good with the Capitals. It's been a while, but I'm pretty good with the Capitals. So, well, not the Washington Capitals, but the Capitals of the world.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so I should have a score of 197. Oh, okay. Wow, this sold me there. Wow, okay. Okay. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we got Ottawa.
Oh, we got world capitals here. Okay.
Yeah, world capitals. Mexico City. Nassau. Okay, Belmopan. Belmopan. Okay, pastries. We got Guatemala City. Tegucigalpa. Tegucigalpa. Okay, Havana, Santo Domingo, St. John's, pastries, this is in the middle of Africa, but Conakry. These pesky Port of Spain, Port-au-Prince, San Salvador. Okay,
Is
or
Frankie
Sana.
still watching?
Frankie still watching?
Frankie, you still watching? Let me know. Because I just ordered a green screen.
Ooh, saucy.
Actually, I got it as a gift. Actually, my girlfriend got it because she saw all the slender, and I'm like, oh, she's like, we got you a green screen.
Managua.
That's gonna be fun. We're gonna have some fun times with those.
So thank you to her for that one.
Kingston, Kingstown, Caracas, Bogota, Buenos Aires, Paramaribo, Brasilia, Georgetown, Quito. I was supposed to go to Quito over the summer. Lima, La Paz, Santiago, Uruguay, Montevideo, Paraguay, Asunción. Okay. I'm missing a couple. So Rousseau, Dominica. Okay, let's see. So we have St. Lucia, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent of the Grenadines. So one of those is St. George's. Okay. So 2 more. Oh, I hate the those random countries. So we have one of them is St. George's, one of them is Castries, and one of them is I can't. Okay, Iceland, Reykjavik. Okay, cool. Copenhagen, London, Paris, Madrid, Lisbon, Dublin, Oslo, Stockholm, Moscow, Kiev, Helsinki. Okay. Vienna, Berlin, Rome, Vatican City, San Marino, Andorra, Lavala, Vaduz, Liechtenstein, Vilnius, Lithuania, Minsk, Sofia, Tirana, Tbilisi, Ankara. I wish I could zoom in a little bit easier on some of these.
That would make it easier on my eyes too. I can barely see.
Yeah, Monaco, Brussels, Amsterdam. Okay. Liechtenstein. The other one. What's the friggin' other one? Oh, okay, Skopje, Macedonia, Ljubljana,
Albania. Huh?
I have Tirana already.
Okay, good.
I can't freaking spell Ljubljana. Ljubljana. How do you spell it? Liubjana. Okay, I'm gonna take the L on that one.
We've been sitting here for a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, is it frozen?
I don't think it's frozen though, but it's just.
Okay. Belarus is. Oh, I already have Belarus. Okay. Latvia, Riga. Well, Estonia, Tallinn. Okay, let's move on to some fun ones in Africa. Rabat. We got Djibouti. We have Cairo. We have Pretoria. Yeah, they take that one. They got Maseru. We got Nairobi. We got Kinshasa. We got Lilongwe. Lilongwe. There we go. Frick you, Madagascar. Is that right? I know it's some long nonsense. Seychelles is Victoria. Of course, I'm not going to be able to finish this. We're about to get off the air, so
we got a little bit of time. We got 7:45 Eastern is when they're planning on.
Okay, Ulaanbaatar. Okay, we got Beijing, Tokyo, Seoul, Pyongyang. So a little, I guess, a story time. Taipei. A little story time, I guess. When I was in 7th grade, we had a social studies class, Miss Richardson's class. Shout out to Miss Richardson if you're watching this. And we did a subject on Eastern Asian capitals, right? And everyone knew Tokyo and everyone knew Beijing. And then she asked, "What's the capital of North Korea?" And I'm like, Pyongyang. And I was the only person that answered in the class. And she kind of looked at me stunned that I knew it was Pyongyang. Because I always thought it was Pyongyang. And then it was nope, it's not It's not pro. Oh, I hate Laos capital.
I'm glad that I've had at least one moment in high school where I was the only one in the class who knew something.
It
always felt good though. When you were that
Yeah,
one.
it felt good. It felt good.
Wait, city.
I mean, I kind of just stood there like awkwardly, but yeah, I knew it.
I'm kind of jumping around right now, so I'm sorry if I'm not vocalizing everything I'm thinking. We got Jakarta. I believe Jakarta is the largest capital that's like mainly Islam, which I think is pretty cool. There are some
I've got
goofy
one more
ones.
after this. It's more simple.
Okay. Did you guys know that Timbuktu is a real place? Oh, and I got Ouagadougou. Oh man, if I had spelled that right, here we go. Ouagadougou. Capital Burkina Faso. Yamoussoukro. There we go. Yaoundé, Cameroon. Nambia is. This is a different one, but Bill. Monrovia. Shout out to James Monroe. I'm pretty happy with this performance. Like, I haven't done this in a while. So there's that. Sophia. I already got Sophia. Tunis. Freaking Tunis. Libya, Tripoli. My mom is going to be so angry. Oh, freaking, I hate Sri Lanka. Oh, there we go. Thank you for taking Colombo. What a legend. Hanoi. Myanmar is N'Djamena. Nope, that was Chad.
Bye, Jack.
I'm here.
What happened to
Jack?
Nuka. Oh, Nuka.
Had a bit of an internet.
Freaking spell that. Okay, whatever. Funa Futi. Kazakhstan. So I don't know if you guys knew this, but my celebrity crush is Milana Vaintrub, Lily from AT&T. She's from Tashkent, Uzbekistan. The more you know.
You learn something every day.
Yes. Oman, Muscat. You'd be a moron if you didn't remember that Moroni was the capital of Comoros. That's one of the dumb things I remember.
Just a funny.
Asmara, Astana, Apia. I think I have Qatar already. Jerusalem.
We were doing trivia, Nick. If that's what you're wondering, we were doing trivia, and now we're
and then Javi requests that we do something other than sports trivia. So now I'm doing a geography quiz,
and we're getting lost in it.
Romania, Bucharest.
I have an NFL stadiums quiz after this, and I think that'll wrap us up.
I'll try to pick up the pace a little bit. Moldova. I already have Moldova. Montenegro. Podgorica. Yeah, that one. Cyprus is Nicosia. Malta is. What's Malta? Valletta. Papua New Guinea. Port Via. That's one of them. Okay, no, it's not the right one. Okay, Koror. That used to be the capital of Palau. I don't think it is anymore. Career. Yep, there we go. Tuvalu. I think I already have Tuvalu. Suva is Fiji. Timor-Leste, East Timor. Dili. Dome. What is this? Shoot. Togo. Benin is Lomé. That's where it is. I'm probably offending all of the countries around the world. I'm sorry. Baghdad.
It's okay. It's easily offending people this year.
Tehran. I freaking forgot Poland. I'm sorry, Poland. Algiers.
Wow.
It's hard because like you. It's like there's so many countries that I know the capital of, but I can't. Brazzaville. Oh, there was an A in there. Okay, cool. Rwanda is Kigali. Okay, like I know Madagascar's capital is a really long one that I can't spell. So like
Here,
I'm gonna
let
myself.
me find it for you. Let me find it for you.
That is a +1. I'm gonna have no shot at it. Mali is Bamako. Freaking Sudan. I always get Sudan, but I always Khartoum. And then the newest country in the world was South Sudan, Juba. This one has Palestine, so Ramallah, Vatican City, Taiwan, and Kosovo, Tirana.
We are indeed staying live until midnight Eastern, although it won't be us. We're going to have more people coming up soon. We got
freaking Kyrgyzstan.
Charles Leno in about 9 minutes from now, so
Bishkek.
for that. Don't forget, we have an auction going on for Justin Field, J.C. Horn, Micah Parsons helmet signed, Charles Leno, and a Cam Jordan jersey. So,
and all proceeds go to the Hurricane Relief Fund. So shout out to the Red Cross for that. I'm pretty happy with 136. I know there's a Vietnam in Southeast Asia, but I'm blanking on how to spell it. There's also a it's an N apostrophe. I think it's like 15 letters. The capital of Myanmar. So I got no hope on that one. Philippines, Manila. Okay. Micronesia. We got Micronesia. I think we got Palau. I think Tonga. Did we get Tonga? I don't recall. Okay, Madagascar. Okay. Focus. Gaborone. Mozambique. Okay. Maseru. I think I already have Maseru. Okay. Addis Ababa. And Abu Dhabi is not the capital. Oh, yes, it is. I was thinking of the other city in the UAE. Dubai. That's what it was. That I was trying. I thought I was thinking of the wrong one. Okay. Asmara. I think we did Asmara. We did Astana. We did Ashgabat. We did Baku. Tbilisi. Armenia is Yerevan. We got Yerevan, Namibia. We got Mozambique is there's a Maputo. There is a Majuro. There is a okay. We have almost everyone in South America. In the Americas, I'm blanking on one. Cabo Verde is Cabo Verde Islands or Cape Verde. I guess it's a country. Port Louis. Do I already have Port Louis? No. Okay, Port Louis. Port Moresby. Okay, we got Kuala Lumpur. Not Borneo. Brunei. Bandar Seri Begawan. I think that's right. Bandar Seri Begawan. Okay. You guys can cut me off whenever you'd like to. Damascus, Syria.
I might cut you off in a second.
Okay. We got Lebanon. We got Jordan.
There's we're gonna have 5 minutes left. I just want to. We've passed the $2,500 mark, which is awesome.
Awesome.
Great news. Thank
you, everybody.
We really do appreciate the support. This is a good cause that we're donating to. So thank you guys for that.
I can tell you how frustrating it is that I can't remember the capital of the Central African Republic.
I know I go through life every day thinking that myself. I'm
really mad.
I wake up and I'm like, dang it! I did not know this.
I've missed so many in Europe, and I'm not happy with myself. Look,
I might be able to name more football players total than country.
I think we should. I'm gonna get this stadiums quiz done real fast.
All right.
So.
All right. We got Nuke Chow, Praia, Basseterre. I freaking forgot Luxembourg. I can't. Okay, El Ljubljana.
Okay.
I will give me that one. I forgot Switzerland existed. Bratislava, Prague, Sarajevo, Belgrade.
Athens. We should have got Athens too.
Yeah, that's a bad miss. Freetown's a bad miss. Bissau's a bad miss. Accra. Oh, freaking! I missed Ghana. Come on now. It was.
How you gonna do that?
Big one.
Singapore is
I
another
misspelled
one.
that. Doha,
Oh God.
Do it.
Look.
For the money.
Right.
Come on.
Splash, you see it, right?
$100 super chat to say Zach Wilson owns me.
He just said it. There you go.
Zach Wilson owns how?
Just
he was
say
my
it.
quarterback too. If me saying that Zach Wilson is quarterback too is Zach Wilson owns me, okay. So drop drop a hundo.
I think
Frankie.
Nick's backstage. We're gonna get him in here for real quick. If you're there, Nick.
Nick,
What
come
is
on.
this turned into?
Join us. We're in teaching class now.
I go to make dinner and I come back and we're talking about the Middle East.
East in the East.
He's doing world capitals for some reason.
Hey, look, Javi said, do a non-sports one, and I thought I would. You didn't really say it. Zach Wilson owns me.
Oh, that's for 200. That's for 200.
That was a yell too. That was a loud one. It hurt the eardrums a little bit.
Adam Sandler's You Blew It.
Yeah.
What's going on? What are we at? We're at what? 7 hours, almost 7 hours, 40 minutes.
Almost 7 hours.
We got Washington left tackle Charles Leno Jr. coming on in a few minutes. I think Henry's going to hop in here with me, right?
Yeah, I'm going to drop out and get better water than this Florida Disney shower water that I have.
Oof.
Hey, come on, man! It's not that bad.
Look,
Bruce, you look like you're being held hostage back
Yeah,
there.
see, someone's gotten the signs. I'm like, I need help. No, I ordered a green screen. I have a new mic coming in, a new camera. So I've taken enough abuse from Frankie in the last week or so.
Yeah, all right.
Over here.
Yeah. So did we talk about football at all? Sorry.
We did.
We did. 1 hour I missed all day.
This was just our this past 45-minute segment here that we're wrapping up now was just our little trivia segment, I guess. We did do a full pretty much episode of our show.
I got you.
Yeah, we did.
We
did
also
some football trivia too. Like I did the 55 Super Bowl MVPs. We did pick the wide receiver from the group, and it was pretty easy, like the Largents and Chris Carters of the world. Don Hudson was cool though.
Probably the most important thing though, we did just break the $2,500 mark. So.
Saw that, which is awesome. That doesn't include the auction, right?
No, I don't believe so.
I think it might actually. I don't know.
Yeah, Middle East
trivia. I will fail.
Actually, I think I did a pretty solid job there with the Capitals there in the Middle East. I missed
Splash and I had our chance to flex on a couple different trivia topics. So
what was you had the NFL stadiums? What was that?
Yeah, that's the one I had that we're not gonna have time to get to because we got a minute until this this next segment goes live. But
question number
and then
one.
we're a quick turnaround right for the fantasy show at 8, which will be fun. We're hitting the prime time hours, so hopefully we can get that 2,500 plus to 3. If we can get to 3,000, that's double my lofty goal. My goal personally before when we were talking about it was 1,500. Obviously, Snacks' big donation surpassed that and more. So hopefully, with Charles coming on, we can rally some of the Washington fans. We can maybe jack up that auction price a little bit on his signed helmet. I mean, it's a starting left tackle on a division-winning team last year, right? So there should be some excitement about Charles Leno. I'm excited to talk to him.
I'm excited for that. I could stick around for it, but I mean, it seems like you guys are pretty hyped for that as well. So,
well, who's going to be behind the scenes? Is Splash working, or is Splash going to dinner? Or I don't even know what time it is by you.
Oh, it's about 5 here. I have my It's essentially
Nice.
Denny's. It's pretty good.
Very nice.
And I just knocked my actual good water bottle over to the edge of the table. So
Good job.
You got to break the hose out. Alrighty. So I guess we can kind of I'm not here to kick you off, but I kind of am.
You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
That's right. Have to play you guys out with the old school piano.
I should be back at 8. I don't know if Chris needs me to co-host the fantasy thing with him. I can do that. Let me make sure I'm in that first.
Do I need to produce?
So Jack, I guess maybe you'll kind of man behind the scenes for us while we do this.
I guess I will.
Bursch, you can stay if you want to help Jack as well. And I guess I'll play us out and I'll intro us into the next segment. If Henry is here, hop on in and we'll move on from there. There he is. He's muted.
Hey, we got the Quinn box here.
I haven't seen Henry since my first time going live on that show on the uSTADIUM.
I've upgraded since then.
I like how everybody's upgraded their mics. This is pretty cool. Well done.
Right, I'll see you guys later. Peace. I'm gonna go get some good water.
Splash.
I'll be in the background, so let me know.
Sounds good, boys.
All right. Enjoy, guys.
Thank you. Henry, what's up, my dude?
Not much, man. Just doing all this live streams, raising the money.
Yeah, it's awesome. We're at $2,532.87. We are hour 7, almost at hour 8 here. Again, this is the uSTADIUM Marathon for Hurricane Ida relief. Everything we make via donations, via auctions, will go directly to the American Red Cross relief for those who need it most, man, in Louisiana and the surrounding areas who were directly impacted. We started out at 12 o'clock noon Eastern today with Timeout with uSTADIUM. We had Damon Harrison who came on and made an absolutely huge donation to the relief fund here, and that kind of set us going. And we've had, I believe, 20 plus other donations since then, maybe more. And a ton of you guys have come on, supported, thrown the comments up, and keep them coming, throw them in there. We're getting into the primetime hours, which is really cool. We have Charles Leno Jr., the Washington football team starting left tackle, who's joining us momentarily. We will then transfer into a fantasy football show, a Buffalo Bills show, Pittsburgh Steelers show, and then we will sign off for the night. But for now, Charles Leno Jr., the starting left tackle of the Washington football team, the NFC East defending champions. Charles, what's up, man? I appreciate all the support and the helmet, the promotion. Really, really appreciate you supporting us here and what we're trying to do.
Oh, absolutely. Thanks for having me on, guys. Just want to do the best I can to help out and spread the word.
Of course. So what's the vibe like in Washington? I know you come over after 7 years in Chicago. Moving over a little more towards the East Coast. What's the vibe like around the team right now? It's a good squad out there.
Yeah, real good squad. I mean, I'm enjoying it. I'll enjoy working with the offensive line we have. Working with those guys has been great. And then on the offensive side of the ball, working with Fitz, he's a character. Just a really good guy. And the weapons that we have, man, it's amazing. So, and then not even mentioning that defense that I get to go against every day, man. It's awesome.
That kind of leads me into my next question. You kind of set me up perfectly. What is that? I mean, arguably the best defensive front in football with, you name it, Sweat, Payne, obviously, Chase Young. How is that young group coming together, and what's that like trying to protect Fitz with that group coming at you?
Oh, man, it's really good. I mean, it's great work on both sides of the ball that we're getting. Going against those guys every day, it's definitely pushing me. I got to lock in every day, and it's just going to help me perform better in the season. And, the look that we're giving those guys, I mean, it's just great work, great battles every single practice.
So
sure.
on your – oh, I'm going to –
Go ahead, Jen. Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry. So on your Instagram, you have this series of things I've seen you do. You post a word, and my Siri just went off because I said the word series. I'm not sure if you can hear me. I've seen that you post a word, and people in the comments, they have to write what it means to them, and you give them, and some lucky winner receives 2 tickets to a game. What's the force behind that? What's driven you to do that?
Something that came up with, words are powerful. There's words and power. I mean, it's power in words. So, the one word I definitely used last week was perseverance. And I think that word, first of all, the word has to mean a lot to me for me to use it. And that word reason a lot for me from clearly just looking back on my career, 7th round pick, able to make, 7 years in the league, going on 8 now. So that word means a lot to me, and I know that's just me in football. You know what I mean? There's other things that I had to persevere through life, and I just want to share that word with others and just hear the feedback that we got, and just so many different great comments and great responses from all over. And just thinking about like when I got that first response, I was thinking, oh, it's just people around this DC area, but actually you don't have to post the word earlier in the week, because people were really excited. They were like, hey, like I'm all the way out in, California or Colorado, wherever they are. They're like, I would love to go to a game. I'll buy the tickets or whatever. But, that's just spreading the word more for even, just what the word can do. And I just hope it spreads, and I hope people can just be more, feel full life and full. I just hope people can just have more love, you know what I mean? And spread that positivity across the world instead of, the negative that you get quite so often across the social media platforms.
So true, because you do. I mean, you hear so much about like the negativity of social media, and negativity just drives. People pay to see it and they click in and they see it. But when there is positivity and positive news going around, it's important to shed light on that and make that come out stronger than any of the negativity, which is something like we're doing today with the hurricane relief. It's awesome to see people supporting a good cause and some positive news. So, we hear so much about negativity, not just in sports world, but social media in general. So it is awesome to see some lighthearted, some positivity, and back to the football conversation. I know that's what everybody's here for, but we know Terry McLaurin, we know Antonio Gibson, we know Brandon Sheriff, we know yourself, who are maybe on both sides of the ball. Give me one guy that maybe the mainstream NFL fan, maybe the diehard Washington fan is going to know, but let's say somebody here in New York or somebody out on the West Coast doesn't know about, that you think is going to break out in this coming season.
Yeah, so on the offensive side of the ball, I got Logan Thomas. Logan Thomas, really good player. Do it all tight end for you. Whatever you need him to do, he does it in all different areas on the field. That's running seams, in the red zone, blocking, all of it. Very, very, very good player for us. On the defensive side of the ball, let's go with man, I got so many good players, I
know. Everybody knows the D-line, right? It's tough with Sweat, Payne.
I'm not going to go with those guys. I'm going to go with somebody else. Let's go with Bobby McCain, Swiss Army knife.
All right, nice. You guys brought him in from Miami, right, in the offseason. Yeah, that was a really good pickup.
Very good. Swiss Army knife. Can play everywhere in the secondary.
That's so important now, too, man. Like, not just in obviously Ron's defense, but you see that really kind of in the NFL as a whole now, is that flexibility. Seeing guys that can play so many positions. You have some guys who played safety or D-back, nickel in college. Now in a lot of these defenses, they're asking them to play a linebacker position or come up and really play the run. So it is a interesting kind of transition to see how that flexibility is super important now. So a guy like McCain, like you said, that's a good one. I like that. I like Logan Thomas, the former quarterback from Virginia Tech, which is crazy to see the transition from someone like that who can come and not just play the position, the tight end. He was like incredible last year. He was very under the radar, and a lot of people are talking him up this year. That's a good one.
Very good player. Very good player.
So on the subject of Ron Rivera, words. Hang on. Sorry, it's your first year with him. He's known to be one of the wisest coaches in the NFL. He's beat cancer. He's an all-around good guy. Has he dropped any nuggets of wisdom, anything that stuck to you throughout training camp?
So far, just the saying that I always like to use now. I mean, it's kind of just like living the moment, being the moment. But he uses the saying, be where your feet are. and I really like that. So that's something I definitely like to utilize all throughout life. You know what I mean? Like when I'm in football, I focus on football. When I'm here with you guys, I'm focused on here with you guys. Once I click in on this call, I'll be with my family. You know what I mean? It's just like that's how you got to be. That's how you stay in the moment. That's how you appreciate every single moment in life.
Very true. So besides off the football field, because I'm sure we could sit here for hours and just talk about that, the X's and O's, who to watch. What do you have going on off the field? Any different ventures you got going on? Anything fun?
Yep. Really fun.
Oh, look at that.
What's up, mama? Say hi, man. Say hi, everybody.
Looks brand new. How many months? Or barely, a month or two?
3 months. She'll be 4 months coming up soon. Her name is
beautiful,
Oprah.
Man. God bless.
Callie Leno. She's my second daughter. My other daughter, Carson, is asleep right now.
And how old's Carson?
Carson is 13 months.
Okay, I got a 19-month-old yesterday. Turned 19 months, and it's wild, man. Enjoy it.
Girl dad all the way.
Oh yeah, 2 girls. That's awesome. One boy here, but they're the best, man. I mean, talk about keeping you grounded with what Ron says. Like nothing grounds you more than having your own kids. That's for sure.
For sure, definitely.
Awesome, man. Besides that, anything on the business side, or you're just strictly trying to stick to football and get that ring?
Well, yes, of course, it's always about that at this time of the year, but definitely just doing things in the community. That's something that I'm definitely just going to continue to push. That's part of me. That's part of who I am. I love giving back. That's why I'm here on the show with you guys. Love supporting others. That's what it's all about, paying it forward. So anytime I can do that, that's what I'm here about. So I'm really a simple guy. Love my family, love football, and love community. Love being out there and supporting others.
Awesome, man. Well, we appreciate you hopping on, supporting this, whether it's on, the retweets or the repost or donating the signed mini helmet. We can't thank you enough. Stay safe, stay healthy, go win some games this year, and best of luck.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks, Charles. We'll be in touch, brother. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Peace.
Take care. That was awesome. Offensive linemen are just a different vibe. It's like, you get the – you talk to, even with Snacks last, when we had him earlier, defensive linemen, those guys are just, it's funny because he said grounded. They're just really like down to earth. They get it. It's not, sometimes you get like the receivers or D-backs or running backs, and they're a little out of control, a little crazy, but really, really cool. Charles is awesome.
Yeah, I agree. That was a great interview.
Yeah, man. So, all right, we are here. uSTADIUM Hurricane Relief Live Marathon. We are closing in on 8 hours, which is crazy. 4 down, 4 to go. I'm sorry. We got the fantasy guys coming up next. We're going to be doing a live mock draft, which is awesome. I think the both of us will be mocking, not on air, but I think Chris will take over from the Option Podcast. Chris, I think, is here if you guys want to throw him in. Again, guys, please, if you can, any little bit helps. Hey, I like the sticker back there, man.
What's going on? Look at that, eh?
What is up, dude? What's going on?
Not too much. Just got back from a Little League game, and I'm gearing to go.
Did you
with
win?
This. Yeah, the team won. The team won 15-14.
Good. Awesome.
Yeah, it's a good game. It's a good game.
Just telling everybody about the I love Frank's donos with the $2 Zach Wilson hype. I appreciate that. If you guys can, if you're listening out there, literally any bit helps, whether that's a share on the stream, a retweet, a post, a donation of any kind, a bid on our auction items. We have really cool stuff. Donated jersey from the Saints, Cam Jordan, game-worn jersey from last Monday night game. There's a picture up there of him, at the feet of Trevor Lawrence. He's wearing that exact jersey, and you could be wearing that if you want, or hanging it up on the wall. There's signed mini helmets from Justin Fields of the Bears. We got Micah Parsons of the Cowboys, J.C. Horn of the Panthers, and Charles Leno of Washington, who was just on the show with us, who was awesome. So go bid on those. Just literally scroll down on YouTube. There's a link right there. You can click to it. And if you want to donate, all proceeds go directly to the relief fund. That's Linktree/uSTADIUM. Any sizable donation you want, whether it's 50 cents, $1, $5, $10. If you want to be a gangster like Damon Harrison and donate $2,000, you can do that as well. Still play Little League. Yeah, I'm the biggest kid on the Little League team.
MVP.
So, all right, Chris, before I sign off here and let you guys take it away, I will be mocking behind the scenes. I got to go study a little bit.
Awesome.
I took Saquon because he was there at 11. I have Saquon and Antonio Gibson. I got him on the come around.
Oh, good
Do I
stuff.
look to trade this dude or do I hold on to him?
I'm in favor of holding on to Saquon Barkley. He might start off slowly in the season, but as it goes on and the Giants recognize that they're going to need him to be any kind of successful, Saquon's going to go off.
Awesome. I will do that. And now I will get in there. We're waiting to start the mock now, right?
Yep.
Cool. All right, let me hop off so I can get in there and put my hat on. I think we got how many spots left? 4?
4 spots.
If any of the listeners want to get in, either comment in and we'll send you the link. Tweet us in, we'll send you the link, and then we'll get started. So I'm going to hop off, boys. Have a great show. If you guys need me, I'll be behind the scenes. Enjoy, boys.
See you, Nick.
Later. All right. I will also be going behind the scenes. Guys, I'll see you later.
See you, Henry.
Yeah. I get to talk some fantasy football. I don't get to do a whole lot of that. I'm excited.
Yeah, we'll try to keep the Ravens talk to a minimum.
Yeah, for sure. There's the Steelers show coming up, and apparently I will be co-hosting it.
Oh, that's gonna be good. That's gonna be good.
I think I'm higher on the Steelers than most, which is weird. So yeah, make sure you tune in for that. We have a brand new Steelers show. We have a brand new Bills show, and then we have the triumphant return of my friend Raj and the 49ers. Super exciting all around. So stay tuned. We have fantasy at 8. I think Bills at 9. No, Pittsburgh at 9. Bills at 10. Niners at 11. Then we have a little wrap up at midnight. So super excited. And again, all proceeds go to the Red Cross and hurricane relief down in Louisiana. So yeah, I'm super excited to get into this mock draft. I've been on a mock draft. Well, I guess I did the mock draft with you guys live, but I haven't talked about a mock draft in a while, so that's exciting.
Ah, good, right on. I'm happy to have you with me here. My other cohort's a little busy today, but I'm ready to get it rolling. Like Nick said, any donation helps. Go to linktr.ee/uSTADIUM Linktree. Find the link for the auction items in the description. Head over there. There's all kinds of cool stuff. I'm waiting to bid on the Cam Jordan jersey just to see where it gets at before I throw my hat in that ring. I'm a Saints fan, as you can tell. Bleed the black and gold, and what we're doing here, I'm excited. When I heard about it, I was more than happy to be part of this fundraiser. So I'm ready to go, man.
Yeah, and again, big shout out to Henry. He organized like 99.9% of this. Like I had my own graphics, but other than my top 50, everything that we've done is according to Henry's plan. So shout out to Henry.
Yeah, I've been tuning in during the day when I could, just to check it out, so support the uSTADIUM, support the drive and what we're doing here. It was been some good content. I watched the fantasy 30 minutes with Frankie and Stefan. That was pretty good, other than Stefan's sheets. I was commuting to class. What did he say?
He said he's trying to make like a podcast room with his sheets, and he's got pillows behind him and everything. So it was good. I liked it.
Okay. So Henry mentioned Campy with a $100 donation. So thank you.
Thank you, Campy.
Again, everything goes to the Red Cross. So thank you for supporting the good cause.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah. And wow, Chris takes a step up over everyone at uSTADIUM with got that U. That's beautiful.
Yeah, I got the big logo ready to go. Got the kids Saints jersey there. Yeah. So yeah, all my kids bleed black and gold as well as me. Although my older kid said he's a Minnesota Vikings fan, so
what?
I might have to kick him out of the house.
Might have to show him some 2009 NFC title game.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah. Shout out to Phil.
Phil, yeah,
$3. We love it.
Yep.
Shout out to Stefan as well. Got that $4.99.
Thank you, Stefan.
It appears that we are having trouble streaming to Facebook, but this may be an issue on Facebook's end, but that's okay. We are plugging along on YouTube and Periscope and Twitch, so no worries. If you're following us along on Facebook,
There's no one following us along on Facebook. Everyone's on YouTube. So we are vibing right now. Yeah, good stuff, Noah. And thank you, James. All right, when are we starting this mock draft? I'm kind of
Are we gonna bring up the board? Are we gonna be able to see the board?
Do I have to log in? Okay. I can pull that up real quick.
I think where are you picking, Splash? You're picking 5. I'm picking 12. It's one of my more favorite spots to pick in the draft.
Okay.
I like the double picks. It gives me some options. I do miss out on that top end running back, but you do get the options there in the 12. I get to play the board and take what's given to me. I like doing those kind of things. I like finding the value. I like going diamond mining in the late rounds to try to pick up those gems. But
so I'm going to grab the draft board real quick if I can connect to my Google Docs page, so then we can get this rocking and rolling.
Yeah.
Right.
Again, everyone, the link is there. The address is there on the screen. Linktree/uSTADIUM, linktr.ee/uSTADIUM. Go there, donate what you can. Any little bit helps. And the auction items link is in the description of the YouTube video. So hit that up. There's autographed helmets. There's an autographed Cam Jordan jersey. So all those things are going to be worth something someday, especially the Justin Fields stuff. I mean, as soon as he starts, the price on that stuff's only going to go up, right?
Yeah, for sure. Oh man, that is going to go doop,
exactly
all the way to the moon.
Yeah.
It's going to be like the Dogecoin to the moon.
Yeah, the Dogecoin of autographs. I like it. I like it.
I got the draft pulled up. I'm gonna be involved on my phone so we can see the full draft board. No problem. So that's good.
Gotcha.
All right, there we go. So should be able to throw that up right now. Let's see. That
all right,
pretty
perfect.
That is it. What, 12 by 17? I can
drop
the.
Yeah, you can drop it. So we're doing a super flex, 2 running back, 3 wide receiver, half PPR. We threw the super flex in there. Our last mock was a 1 QB. I want to see how some of these guys draft with the value of the quarterback going up in that super flex hole. So let's fire it up. Let's get it going. Nick is first. He's not in the room, so he might time out. It's a 30-second clock, but let's get it going.
Then he gets some dude named McCaffrey.
Yeah, just some dude, eh?
Yeah.
I like it.
I did a 16-team draft, like a real draft the other day, and the guy was a Steelers fan. He took Najee Harris number 1.
Ooh, I mean, get your guy. Get your guy.
And then it was, I think McCaffrey was available at 4, and I was just appalled because it went Najee 1, Lamar Jackson 2, Ravens fan, as you can tell.
Oh, was that okay? Yeah,
it wasn't me, but this man, he took Lamar Jackson, round 1, pick 2.
Yep.
Then he took Mark Andrews.
Oh, jeez.
Then he took the Ravens defense
in the third round.
Yeah, wow. in pick 34.
That's a stretch.
I was appalled. I'm like telling him, look, dog, you can pick Gus Edwards here and take the Ravens defense 5 rounds later, and you'll be set. And you'll have all the Ravens you want.
I see.
So I feel like what pick are you? So
I'm 12.
Okay,
I'm 12.
So I took Chubb 1-5.
I like it.
You know, I know the receiving production isn't going to be there, but he's behind an awesome offensive line. Ooh. He is one of the most efficient runners in the NFL, and you're going to have a lot of rushing touchdowns.
Yeah, you're right there. Chubb's a top 5 guy. Frankie got his Derrick Henry. I was listening to him earlier. He has him ranked as the number 2 running back coming out for the year. So he's got high hopes for him. I'm going to go Austin Eckler. I like the double RB stack. There's not going to be much coming back on the turn for the 3 for me. So I'm going to go Eckler and Tony G.
Nice. All right, we're zooming along here.
RB heavy first round. Only 1 wide receiver taken, Tyreek Hill. Oh, we've raised $2,648.91 for the Hurricane Ida relief. Way to go, everybody. That's a great number. Keep it up. Keep the donations coming in.
Love it. All right. Okay. So I like DK. I like Ridley a lot more. I like Kittle too. You know, tight end can be a screwy position to go early. You know, the three guys you think are going to hit, but at a certain point, Calvin Ridley is going to be a top 3 fantasy wide receiver this year. The production is going to be off the charts. The touchdowns are going to be off the charts. And is this half point PPR, right?
Yep.
Okay,
Start 3 wide receivers, so it's a great pick there. It's a great stack. I like it.
Tons of value there for Ridley.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm big on him coming into the year. I think I had him in my personal top 4, so he's going to be right in that range. Like you said, he's going to see the volume, he's going to see the touchdowns, he's going to get the production that he needs to finish where you're drafting him. So, and he's not very injury prone, right? There was only that one little stretch there where he missed like 1 or 2 games.
Yeah, I think he played 15 games.
Yeah.
And one of my favorite facts of the season, he had the most 100-yard games of any receiver. It wasn't Adams, it wasn't Diggs, it wasn't Hill, it wasn't Kelsey. Yeah, it was Calvin Ridley. He had 8 of them.
I like that stat. I like that stat a lot.
All right, Nick's going with Scary Terry, and who will he take on the turn?
Clyde Edwards.
Ooh, I like Edwards-Helaire this year. You know, when Le'Veon Bell wasn't in the Kansas City lineup, I believe CEH was a top 10 to 12 fantasy running back. Could be wrong on that, but he was uber productive without Bell there. And now, of course, there's no Bell there, and there's no Damian Williams. He wasn't there last year, but he's totally out of the picture now. And Edwards-Helaire is going to be a monster this year for fantasy.
Yeah, the only issue I really have with him is his lack to push the pile, especially when he's in the goal line area. He does kind of struggle there, but PPR or anything like that, he's an absolute machine.
So I know this might be sacrilege, but I heard people comparing Mr. DeAndre Swift to Alvin Kamara heading into the draft. I don't know if he's going to be that good. But I do think he's going to be one of the better fantasy running backs, and I'll grab him as an RB2 today.
Yeah, I like it. He's got the receiving chops. I think it's just about how much they're going to play Jamal Williams in that system over in Detroit. So
for sure,
that Anthony Lynn likes to run the 2-back system. We've seen that in LA. We've talked about that before. So I think that's where he'll hurt a bit in his production, but I like it. It's a good pick. Started off well, Splash.
Yeah, I love it. All right, who are you going to take around the turn?
I'm gonna take a wide receiver for sure. CD is sitting there. I think he's gonna have a good year. He does have the competition in Dallas. So, but I'm going to take him. I got him ranked pretty high. I think this is the year for him. And then I'm going to roll with another running back. I'm going to go a guy who everyone faded him at the beginning of the year. Unfortunate injury was fortunate for him. So I'm going to take James Robinson there.
All right. I'd love to hear it. So I'm going to throw this question from Frankie. Who would you guys rather draft, A.J. Brown or Justin Jefferson? I'm firmly in the Justin Jefferson camp. As much as I love A.J. Brown, I think you have a higher floor and a higher ceiling with Justin Jefferson because, you know, Thielen's nice, but he's not Julio Jones. And Dalvin Cook is nice, but he's not getting force-fed like a certain Derrick Henry is.
True. For me, I'm going the other side. I'm going A.J. Brown. I think the defense in Minnesota has gotten much better. The numbers that he put up in Minnesota last year, I mean, he was the first rookie wide receiver in history to put up 1,400 yards on the amount of targets he got. He'd have to put up that amount again to finish ahead of A.J. Brown. I think having Julio there is going to give up some more targets for AJ. It's going to take some of the protection off of him. So I'm a little weary of the double knee surgery that he had in the offseason, but I'm all in on AJ Brown this year.
For sure. And I'll mention Darrell Henderson. I know I do a lot of ESPN leagues, and he tends to be rated in the 80s. And I just find that just annoying.
Yeah,
that he and Sony Michel are like locked to the hip, and Darrell Henderson's a much better running back than Sony Michel. And I'm going to use some of Brett Coleman's advice. You draft the talent, and the situation is going to work. You draft Justin Jefferson last year, even though he started as wide receiver 3, or wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3.
Draft the talent.
Draft the talent 100%. I don't know if the talent that I want is going to fall to me, but if he does, I might have to steal him. All right. This is one of my calls of the year. I think Russell Wilson is going to be QB1 this season.
Ooh, I like it.
So you bring in some Sean McVay voodoo magic. You're going to run a lot of 11 personnel. You have DK Metcalf, who's awesome. You have Tyler Lockett, who's awesome. And you have Dwayne Eskridge, who is probably overdrafted, but hey, who cares? He's your wide receiver 3. Russ is going to feast on the deep ball. He's going to hit all the throws that Jared Goff couldn't hit deep down the field. And DK Metcalf is a better deep threat than Kupp/Woods. So I'm thinking Seattle's going to let Russ cook. No more Brian Schottenheimer and hopefully no more Pete Carroll, whatever. So I think Russell Wilson's going to be QB1, barring some, like if Lamar runs for like 1,300 yards or Kyler has, there could be some screwy rushing production that kind of ends it. But Russell Wilson is at this point QB1, and it's not close to me. And of course, you took
not close. Too. Yeah, really.
Like of the guys, like Mahomes, Allen, Jackson, Murray, I think those are a solid 4 out of the top 5. I think Russ is going to be number 5 in that group. And I don't think Herbert. I like that. I don't think Herbert approaches that. I think Dak's going to have a lot of passing yards, which is 100% valuable.
Yeah.
But I don't know if he's going to have necessarily like a 40 touchdown season like I think Russ can.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. I agree with that. I think Russ, plus he's got the rushing ability as well to rush into touchdowns. So that's always a plus for your quarterbacks. But I like it. I like the take. I'm going to hold you to that one, though. Okay. I'm going to draft him. I'm going to draft him a lot. I like what you said there.
Yeah, I have another maybe a little bit of a spicy take coming up too.
Ooh, I like it. Yeah, I went with Dak. I went with Deontay. I like the targets that Deontay gets.
Deontay a lot.
I was high on him last year.
Kind of screwed you over with some drops here and there, but hey, he was open. That's the valuable thing, that he was open, and he's always open. Ooh, so Henry goes Herbert and Rodgers. I think Odell Beckham is at this point a steal, and I think Baker, over the course of the offseason, figured out how to throw the football to Beckham.
To get it to, I like it.
Yeah, one misleading thing last year, a lot of people said that Baker was force-feeding OBJ. And I went back and saw, I don't think he was forcing. I think he was going the total opposite direction, and he wasn't making the open throw to Odell, who just cooked Marlon Humphrey. He wasn't making the open throw to Odell, who just cooked generic Bengals cornerback from Minnesota. Like, OBJ is uberly talented, and you're going to take the talent, and you're going to take Baker, who was one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL the last 10 weeks of the season. After that run of bad weather games that really screwed him over in fantasy, and Mr. Frankie's going off on Gus Bus. But after that weird bad weather stretch that Baker had, Baker was on fire. And the fantasy production comes and goes, but Odell is going to be a fantasy relevant guy. And if he's my wide receiver too, I'm really happy with that.
Yeah, I'll take that. And some of the drafts I was in this earlier this week, I was able to get him as my wide receiver 3, and I was more than happy with that. I was picking him after guys like Juju and Kenny. I was able to get him after DJ Shark. So a lot of people are down on him, and I was more than happy to pick him as my wide receiver 3. I'm in the same boat as you, where I believe that he is an elite athlete, let alone wide receiver. He can make the plays. He can stretch the field. And like you said, if Baker's making the move to learn how to pass to him and look for him on the field, I mean, that's only going to spell, that's printing money.
Trey Sermon, that's tough. I will say that if this was a 2 wide receiver league, I would 1000% be taking Michael Thomas. But since it's a 3, is Brandon Ayuk still available? Or did someone take him?
No, he was taken in the 4th. Nick's got him.
Well, I'll take Debo then.
Yeah, good pick.
Ayuk is going to be awesome.
Are you big on Ayuk this year?
Like Ayuk. Where did Nick take him? He just kind
in
of
the fourth. Yeah,
Dang,
right after
okay,
Edwards.
Wow,
Yeah, Edwards in there.
3. Okay, sheesh, I didn't realize that. All right, what's the deal with Trace Sermon versus Raheem Mostert? What have you heard?
I've heard right now that it's Mostert's backfield. I believe it's going to be Mostert's backfield for most of the season. I haven't really liked what I've saw out of Trey Sermon in the preseason games that I've watched, but they're high on him. He's not a guy that I necessarily want to draft this season. If I'm in a dynasty league, I'm taking him. If I'm in a keeper league, I'm taking him a bit later with the hopes that he turns out to be something good. But I think at the beginning of the season, it's going to be Mostert's backfield with a little bit of Trey Sermon, maybe on the goal line. But for me, that's my take on it. What do you think about that situation?
I think this is another one that I'm going to bet on the talent, and I would draft Sermon ahead of Mostert. If I ended up with Mostert, it's definitely a trade, like a buy or a sell high target that if he has 130 yards, I don't think that's because he's an elite running back. I think that's because it's a Kyle Shanahan system. I think Trey Sermon might be the most talented back to be in a Shanahan running system since Terrell Davis. I'm that high on Trey Sermon. I didn't think I would be that high on Trey Sermon, but here we are. So another guy that I'm high on, I like Laviska Shenault's floor in Jacksonville. I think he's more so than Chark and Marvin Jones. He's going to have schemed touches. So there's a really high floor with him. He's going to play a lot in the slot. He's going to get those, the bubble screens, the Laviska Shenault things. He's going to get a lot of those. What Larry Fitzgerald was doing in Arizona, which I kind of spoiled what I want to do later in the draft. But beside the point, he's going to have some of those schemed touches, and he's going to get like 6 essentially rush attempts, but he's a receiver, and he's going to get 10 yards on them, right? So if he's getting 5 catches for 50 yards every game, in this league, that's 7.5 points baseline. And look, that's not amazing. I'll be the first to admit that 7.5 points isn't really anything, but as a floor that if he does nothing else, he gets 7.5 points, I'm down for it, because you add in another catch, he breaks another tackle, adds 30 yards, he scores a touchdown, you're talking double-digit points right there. So I'm high on Vishka this year, and I like him as a flex option, maybe a wide receiver 3 option, but certainly put him in your flex and you're golden.
Yeah, I like that take. I just traded for him. I traded Wentz for Laviska Shenault and Ronald Jones. So I'm high on Laviska this year as well. Kind of see it the same way you do with the scheme, the Urban Meyer scheme, how they're going to use them. Like you said, safe floor. I like it. Gets a touchdown. He's up in double digits.
Yeah, right. So I'm back on the clock. So I'm interested. Dallas Goedert and Logan Thomas are sitting there. This is a situation that I like AJ Dillon as a handcuff, potentially. David Johnson, I don't love David Johnson. I don't love Kenyon Drake. I'm going to go ahead and take AJ Dillon as a handcuff. I'm going to eventually sub him out of my super flex, try to get a quarterback in there. But I think AJ Dillon is perhaps the highest level handcuff, right? Like if you're maybe
if I was Pollard. Tony Pollard, AJ Dillon. Then from there, a third would maybe be if I had to pick one, maybe Kenyon Drake, but I don't know if he's really considered a handcuff because he's going to see a decent amount of snap share. But if I had to pick one, I think I would go AJ Dillon.
I think Dillon there is like, I don't have to use him. I have 3 running backs ahead of him. He's kind of there as like if Aaron Jones gets hurt, then I can, flip AJ Dillon and he's going to be RB1, RB2 value immediately. So that's always an interesting thing that you don't always have to draft for what you think your team's going to need. You can always, pick up an extra running back here that you want to flip. And even I saw a guy, as soon as the J.K. Dobbins injury broke, I saw a guy in one of the leagues I was in. He had like 2 extra wide receivers on his bench that are like wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2, but he had so much wide receiver depth that he could kind of overpay for Gus Edwards because he's really high on Gus.
Yeah. Which is not a bad strategy if you need the running back and you got the assets at wide receiver.
All right. So what are you thinking with the Gesicki and Pittman?
I went with Gesicki because there was a little bit of a run on tight ends there, and the value was kind of dropping. So I went with a guy that had a good camp. There's been a lot of good news out of Miami with Gesicki, so I had to pick a guy that I was kind of high end coming into the year. And then with the T.Y. Hilton injury news in Indy, Michael Pittman should see an uptick in targets and usage there in Indianapolis. So I like where I got Pittman. I'm going to be maybe popping him in my flex here and there if I need him. But just like LaVisca, I think he's got a safe floor. If he gets that 5 catches, 4 catches, 50 yards, 60 yards plus a TD, he could be very valuable to me.
How are you feeling about the Colts depth chart at wide receiver as a whole with Campbell there? T.Y. Hilton's going to miss the first few weeks of the season. Are you leaning more towards Michael Pittman? For me, more towards Paris Campbell? Because I'm a big fan of Paris Campbell, and I think he is the best player in that room, but he's never healthy.
Yeah, that's one of the big issues, right? If I had to pick one, I think just because of, like you said, the injury issues, I'm going to go with Michael Pittman. But Paris Campbell is going to be a guy that you're going to be able to get later in your drafts that could turn out to be a great value find for you.
So I guess one thing that I want to touch on, how do you adjust your draft strategy based on the platform you use? So I use ESPN a lot, and ESPN has a very different list than Sleeper does. How do you what sort of planning do you do if you use Yahoo or Sleeper or ESPN or NFL, whatever you may use?
I kind of enter it the same way. I like to sit in the middle and end of the draft so I can see what's going on with the board and who's picking what. I don't really tend to strategize based on the platform or what the platform's ADP is giving me. I have my own. I got my own ADP, my own list, my own breakdowns and stuff like that. So I try to stay away from what Sleeper is giving me here, because some of these players' ADPs can be a bit skewed based on where they get their information and stuff like that. So for me, I approach it pretty much every the same way in every platform. Do you got a different? Do you roll a different way? Do you use the list a lot?
I tend to use the list as a general It's pretty rare that I actually choose the top player on the list outside of the early part of the first round.
Obvious. Yeah.
But I think it's a solid guide, and it gives me a little bit more of an insight on what other people might do. So let's say you have a super deep sleeper. If he ends up being in the 300s, I got Rashad Bateman in the 16th round of a 16-team league because he was, or 14th round in a 16-team league because he was in the 240s, right? Yep. So if you have to scroll for a while to get him, then I'm a little bit more comfortable in saying, maybe I can go get him later in the draft, and I can wait and then get trolled for taking him in the 14th round.
Yeah, no, it's not a bad strategy. I definitely like to use these as tools to see what other people are doing with the routes they're going to take in the drafting.
So Frankie mentions I got Gus and Hollywood Brown. I like Gus. I think he can be a solid RB2, maybe good flex option with some RB1 upside from time to time. And then Hollywood is really boom or bust. It's touchdown dependent. I don't know.
He was good on the back stretch of last year. He was pretty consistent.
This is true.
Right? So he burned me on a championship game when Lamar came out of the washroom to throw that touchdown. It ruined my chances to win. So I'm a little scorned with Marquise Brown, but I got no problem drafting him this year.
All right. So I'm taking Jonnu Smith. What are you thinking between Jonnu Smith and Hunter Henry?
I had previous thoughts on these two when I thought Cam was going to be the starter, but now that the news broke that Cam Newton was cut and Mac Jones is going to be the starter, I'm kind of raising the whole passing offense up on my list. I like thanks, Jack.
Thank you, Jack.
I had them a bit lower. I had Hunter Henry above Jonnu Smith just because I thought he was going to get more of a touchdown production. But for me, it's going to be 1 week Hunter Henry, 1 week Jonnu Smith. It's not one or the other that I want to own right away. But are you higher on Jonnu over Hunter Henry?
Yeah, I think I'm leaning Jonnu. I think as a whole, I think the touches are going to be
quick.
just about the same.
Yeah.
And I trust Jonnu to make more out of those touches. Kind of, I don't know, kind of like a Trey Sermon versus Raheem Mostert that
Gotcha.
if they end up with a 50-50 split, I think Sermon's a better running back, right? And I'll bet on the talent. Of course, Henry's awesome. When he's healthy, he's been awesome.
Yeah.
But honestly, if he's available, I might pick both of them up and do a little do-si-do with both of them. But who knows? There you go. Nick took him. Nick's listening into the show. I do want to touch on Frankie. I don't get how so many rookie quarterbacks went. I'll defend me taking Lance. That's more of the rushing floor is going to be there, and I want some value there as a super flex. I was thinking about taking Jalen Hurts, and then I just zoned out, and he went super early. So I've never actually been in a super flex league, but I would have to imagine that high floor is a goal. You want 10 points every single week. We don't want up and down and left and right. And as soon as Trey Lance is a starter, he's getting 10 points a week.
Yeah, just based on his rushing ability alone, and their playoff schedule is amazing for the quarterback. So if he comes on late and he comes on during those fantasy football playoffs, he might be one of those guys that are going to win you your league at the end of the day. So taking him a bit later, taking him into super flex, I don't hate it at all. I don't think he's going to start right away, but so I probably wouldn't have picked him that early where you got him. I'd rather have two solid starters there, but I don't hate the pick splash. I don't hate it at all, man.
That's fair. I can't see my rod. Yeah, I can see.
You got Russ. Okay. You got Russ. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So I got Russ, and currently my super flex is AJ Dillon, but I have Marquez Callaway and Rondale Moore. I mentioned it earlier with Larry Fitzgerald touches. Those are now Rondale Moore touches, and Rondale Moore is a 5'7" ball of explosiveness.
Yeah.
So those touches that Larry Fitzgerald had because he couldn't get open anymore because he's 40. Rondale Moore is going to house some of those. So I'm super excited for Rondale Moore. He's a guy that back when he was a true freshman at Purdue, I'm like, Baltimore, please draft him. And then Baltimore drafted Hollywood Brown, and I kind of threw my arms up in the air. It's like, oh, fuck, really? Oh, please don't take the guy.
Who you looking for? You don't want to say it because
no, I gotta wait 4 more picks, please. Boy.
Yeah, I like the super flex. I really got into it last season.
Oh, he took Bateman. Okay.
Oh, there you go.
No, he took Terrace Marshall.
Was that the guy? I was gonna take him instead of Everett there, but I went with the backup tight end.
Okay, I am looking at Deshaun Watson and thinking if he plays is going to be a top 10 top 10 quarterback, but he's probably not going to play. So that's of course an issue. I like Amon-Ra, but I don't trust Jared Goff. I'm sure a lot of people are in the same boat, but again, I'm going to bet on the talent and take Bryan Edwards right at the last. He's wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2 with Henry Ruggs, and he's going to offer more of a floor. So if you're playing in maybe a standard league, Ruggs might be a little bit more valuable because he's going to get the bigger plays and he's going to get the long touchdowns. But I think in half point and full point PPR, I think Edwards is going to give you that week-to-week consistency that you're not going to get out of Ruggs. And I liked Ruggs. I thought he was a top 15 prospect, and it's just it's that Deshaun Jackson thing,
Just burner, just an elite burner,
some
man.
weeks that he's going to have 30 points, some weeks he's going to have 2 points. And Jack, you almost got me there. I was scrolling, I was freaked out that Marshall's gone, and I'm like talking about Amon-Ra. Team 2 with the nice Deshaun Watson snipe there in round 14. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, who cares? Right?
Team 2 struggling though. It's a super flex league, so in a super flex league, the best strategy is to start 2 QBs because you can play a QB in that super flex. I mean, their floor is higher than any other really position if you're looking at. So if you can get 2 elite guys, but team 2 is starting Justin Fields and Deshaun Watson, 2 guys that probably aren't going to be starting at the beginning of the season. So it's going to be struggle.
I hadn't scrolled up, so team 2 takes the L on that one.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. Super flex. The best strategy is to get, you really want 3 quarterbacks so you can have that backup quarterback to fill in, or just in case one of your quarterbacks go down. But I'm
taking a defense.
I usually, if I don't get one of the top tier defenses, I usually like to either stream or wait or maybe trade for one.
Yeah, definitely. In a lot of leagues that I'm in, I'm like I would say ESPN round 15, I'm taking a defense. Round 16, I'm taking a kicker, and that's not a full season thing. I'm not taking the Bucks or the Steelers or the Dolphins or the Ravens or the Rams. I'm taking a good week 1 matchup. I'm taking the Panthers against the Jets, or the Jets versus the Panthers, depending on how I feel that day, right?
Yep.
So let's see. I don't hate Pat Freiermuth, but I don't like rookie tight end production, and none of them. But year 2 tight end production, give me Cole Kmet.
Yeah. So with that, are you drafting Kyle Pitts this year? Are you on the Kyle Pitts wagon?
In the right spot, yes.
Okay, so you're not willing to reach for him, but if he falls to you in a good spot,
I'll reach for every other person in the Falcons offense. I'll reach a round or 2 for Matt Ryan. I'll reach for Calvin Ridley. I'll reach for Mike Davis, Russell Gage, Kyle Pitts. I think the value on him is too high, because everyone knows who Kyle Pitts is. Not everyone knows how good Calvin Ridley is, even though he goes higher in drafts. Not everyone knows how good Russell Gage is. Though you can get those guys closer to their ADP, closer to where they might be ranked on ESPN or places. But Pitts is is one of those tight ends that people care about, and it's going to go earlier, right? It's the Mahomes. He's always going to go before his draft position. Kelsey, outside of this year, would always go ahead. Kittle, Gronk, the elite tight ends always go ahead. The elite quarterbacks always go ahead. And Frankie says Zach Wilson is the next elite QB. I kind of wanted Zach. I think rookie quarterback there. He's a guaranteed start. So there's that. But there is going to be some fluctuation there. He has to play Belichick twice, Flores twice. That's
Belichick's record against rookie quarterbacks is pretty good for him and not for the quarterbacks.
Oh, man.
I think Herbert got 8 points one game last year.
45-0.
Yeah.
That was an ugly game.
That's the record, right? That's the record versus rookie QBs?
No, not that good. That was the score of the game.
Okay. Gotcha.
Okay, Sanchez beat them as a second-year guy. Flacco beat them as a second-year guy. I still can't believe Joe Flacco walked into Gillette Stadium and won twice in the playoffs. But hey, that's just me.
But back to Wilson. I can't stop drafting Wilson. Mac Jones went pretty late.
McCorkle,
considering.
what quarterbacks are available? I don't actually hate Derek Carr. Cam's still there. Taysom is still there. Landry Jones is still there. Zach Desert. Christian Hacken. Oh, I might have to go Hackenberg today. All right, there we go. We got Christian Hackenberg, aka Derek Carr.
I like it.
Okay. Frankie says Ben is a big sleeper QB this year. What are we thinking about Big Ben Roethlisberger?
Based on where you're getting them, like Team 10 here just got him in the 16th round. So based on where you're getting him, I agree with that sentiment. I think he finished as QB 12 last season. If he was up there. They're going to be throwing the ball a lot, even if it's just dump downs to Najee Harris. So in terms of a sleeper, I agree with that just based on where you're going to be drafting him. Like you're not reaching to pick Ben Roethlisberger. You're waiting. If you're in a 1 QB league, he might be a guy that you're getting off waivers. So I agree with that. I think he has definitely the capabilities to finish as a top 15 guy.
Right, that's fair. I think it's a little bit weird because they threw the ball so much last year. I think they're going to run the ball a lot this year, and I think they will be better than people expect them to be, which pains me to say. But I do think you're going to end up with a run-heavy team with Najee, and I like Najee a lot, and I didn't bash the guy that took him number 1 overall. And I think there could be some RB1, like real fantasy RB1 value
Potential.
there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I think round 17, I will be taking a defense, just kind of like a priority stream. Did someone take the Packers? Because I'm thinking Packers. Ooh, although they do play your Saints. Vikings against Joe Burrow. Ooh, actually, I like that matchup. I like you get Daniel Hunter back. You get some. Yeah, you'll have a lot of opportunities to praise Najee next hour. This is true. All right.
Yeah,
So
you're gonna hear a lot of it on that Pittsburgh show.
Oh boy, I'm gonna have to hide my hat.
Exactly.
I'm gonna have to disguise my voice and pretend I'm not me. So I'm pretty happy with my squad. You know,
Yeah,
I
me
could
too.
have streamed a defense. I got a starting caliber quarterback, a starting caliber super flex in my opinion in the 16th round, because I think Vegas is going to have to throw the ball a lot. And I kind of get the unintentional stack with Carr and Bryan Edwards. Didn't intend to do that. I doubt I would be starting Edwards too often in this league. But hey, there are 2 flexes. So currently, I guess, Edwards would be my 3rd wide receiver off the bench right now. So solid player.
I don't hate it at all.
Josh Palmer, Jacoby Myers. I like the value on those. I do. Malcolm Brown could get some sneaky goal line touches in Miami potentially. Jameis, I like Jameis and love Ramondre Stevenson. I guess I love everyone in New England back now.
Especially now. Yeah, Michelle's gone, Newton's gone. It's another guy that's going to be snaking touches for these running backs. I think there was a report that came out that Ramondre Stevenson and J.J. Taylor were 2 of the most efficient running backs during the preseason. That speaks a little bit. It's not too much because they are usually facing the 2nd and 3rd team defenses.
For sure.
But still, those guys are playing to keep a job. So they're playing just as hard as the first team offenses.
So like, I guess on the subject of preseason, on a scale of maybe 1 to 10, how much do you let preseason hype or camp hype, I don't want to say guide your strategy, but if 1 being you tune it all out, 10 being you are all over the Elijah Moore hype train and you're going to draft him way early, like where do you think you land on that gamut of ideas?
Yeah, I'm right in the middle. I like these lists. I like to use it as a tool. I mean, knowledge is power at the end of the day. The more information that I can get coming out of these camps, whether it's to me, the most important thing is the position battles, trying to figure out new coaching schemes and tendencies, looking at the advanced stats to find habits with some of these guys that you're going to get in the later rounds of the draft. That's pretty much where I like to sit with it. I'm not a big, I don't like to really ride the hype train guys. Those can kind of get you in a little bit of trouble if you do end up reaching for them. So when I'm doing the preseason stuff, I enjoy it because football's back and I just enjoy watching football. But in terms of fantasy football, I just use it as another tool in my toolbox.
Awesome. What would you say in your career of doing fantasy football? What do you think your biggest reach that ended up working is?
I think trading for CMC the year before he went off. I traded a first for him, and everyone thought I was absolutely crazy. But one of the biggest things that I looked into was the offensive coordinator at the time in North Turner. And what he did with LaDainian Tomlinson in San Diego at the time, and his philosophies and how he likes to use the one running back system. Mm-hmm. I mean, that for me was it. Like looking into that, I was able to draft. I drafted OBJ early the year he broke out, and then Antonio Gibson last year. A lot of the guys I play with weren't really high on him. They were kind of ragging on me, saying that he's a wide receiver. He ain't going to do much. Mm-hmm. But he came out big. I mean, he did have a lot of games where he was sub 10 points. So he was under that 10-point mark. And he was a little bit of touchdown dependent. But he won you those important weeks when you needed him. He was there. I mean, that Dallas game was was amazing. The 3 TD game, I mean, that was great.
Yeah, that was the Thanksgiving game, right? That was awesome.
Yeah. Thanksgiving game.
Yeah. I don't know what my biggest reach that. I remember there was one year we were drafting right after like a huge injury, like a top 20 player got injured, and someone maybe it was Cook. Has Cook had a preseason injury that he missed the year with?
I think he did have a foot problem. Did he not?
Maybe it was the Spencer Ware year. So he was like going top 30 in drafts, and someone in the group convinced the guy to take Akeem Hunt rather than Kareem Hunt. And he spent like a 3rd round pick on Akeem Hunt, who I don't think has had more than 5 touches in NFL games. And then, of course, Kareem Hunt goes bonkers week 1 against the Patriots and has an awesome year. And he's still been, a viable fantasy option, which is hard to do as the second best running back on your team. But he's, last year, I think there were stretches that he was a legitimate RB1 or at least a high-end RB2.
Yeah, the talent's there. We've seen it. We've seen it in Cleveland. We've seen it in KC. So,
do you think this draft was as balanced as our last?
As our last one? No, because there were some just computer spots here, and they did draft a little wonky. For the most part, the teams that were controlled by users, I think, are mostly balanced. I don't know if some of these guys have ever played in a Superflex league before. You can kind of see that by where they drafted their quarterbacks and how many quarterbacks they drafted.
Yeah, but he took Mahomes Allen right away.
Yeah, I mean, it's a plug and play stack. But you are going to hurt in the other areas. Like if you're looking at his running backs, he's starting Kareem Hunt, Zach Moss, and then he's got Tony Pollard as his 3rd. I mean, he's got a good stack with Hill and Mahomes, so that's always a plus. Do you like running with the stacks when you run your teams?
Okay, so I'll be honest. Last year I did an all Browns team. That was a lot of fun. I think I missed
until it wasn't.
Until the entire receiving core got COVID and I had to start Kadarrell Hodge.
Oh, geez, who they just released, I think.
Yeah, he got me like 1 point that day because they just ran the ball and they lost to the Jets because they lost. Why? Yeah, it was Baker's little stretch that he had the bad weather games was not fun. Odell Beckham tearing his ACL was not fun. It was nice to have 2 RB1s most of the time.
Yep.
But I do like stacks in moderation. But I would say only quarterback, wide receiver, and then the occasional quarterback, tight end. If you have, say, a Cook and Thielen or Cook and Jefferson or Jefferson and Thielen, I don't like it. I know Mr. Ghostini has Chase and Higgins. The Bengals wide receiver core as a whole, I don't hate. I like it a lot for football purposes, but for fantasy purposes, it's hard to pick which one's going to go off because Boyd's probably going to have the most receptions. Chase is probably going to have the most yards, and Higgins is probably going to have the most touchdowns. So there's such a distribution of
Gotcha.
If it was, say, like even with Pittsburgh, I know Deontay Johnson's going to lead the team in catches and yards. Claypool might lead the team in touchdowns, but that's no different from Kelsey and Hill, right? Or Metcalf and Lockett, or any given week, or potentially Ridley and Pitts. If Pitts could catch 8 or 10 touchdowns, I wouldn't be surprised in that.
Yeah, and the Bengals are kind of stuck in the Browns conundrum where they're playing their division, which all pretty much have good defenses, and they're all outdoor teams. So when you're getting into those late fantasy football, when you're getting late into the fantasy football season and you're trying to get into the playoffs and you own a lot of those guys, you don't want your week to come down to a giant snowfall and then they decide to run the ball a bunch and they're only passing it 9 times because they can't really throw the ball downfield, right? So there's a bunch of factors. Yeah, exactly.
That's the only excusable because you're going to win your no matter what.
No matter what.
How's it going, Vito or Billy, whatever you want me to call you? How's it going, man?
What's up, Vito, Billy? Just want to thank Crystal Ashley for the Yeah, Crystal Ashley with the donation. Thank you very much. Again, to donate, go to linktree/uSTADIUM. That's linktr.ee/uSTADIUM. The auction items are in the description. Hit the link. Head over there, and you're going to see all the great items that we have up for bid. I mean, earlier in the day, I think Noah had the lead on all of them, and his bank account was about to get hit pretty hard. So,
that's a bold move. It's
I like it, though.
like
He's down for the cause. Yeah,
it's like, I don't know, dropping $30 on Antonio Brown on the Raiders, and then it doesn't work out. I think I was in a league that happened, and the guy got 17 points maybe out of AB that entire season because he scored week 1, maybe 15. Yeah. And then or week 2 with New England against Miami, and then didn't play the rest of the year. So
are you big on AB this year? Are you drafting?
I think
he can.
I like him a lot. If I can get him as like a wide receiver 3, but not a flex, or wide receiver 4, I like it. I like the upside there. I don't want to be forced into starting him. That's my concern there. So there's quite a few guys like that. Even like Darrell Henderson to some degree, that if he's my running back 2, I'm a tiny bit worried. But if he's my RB3, then I'm great.
You're happy, yeah. Yep.
So what are some guys that are like that for you?
For me, I'm gonna have to go Tyler Boyd. He's a guy that I'm overdrafting. I got him in a lot of leagues. Michael Pittman, another one of those guys for me that I got no issue drafting him. I got no issue making him my wide receiver 4, and Antonio Brown with the same thing, right? So as for running backs, if I gotta pick a guy that I don't mind having as a flex, put him in there. Gus Edwards, your boy.
Yeah, love me some Gus bust.
Yeah.
So, one thing that always is curious to me, is there anyone that you just like say top 100 player that you want no part of? That even if they were there, like I was in a draft, so on ESPN leagues, I think Joe Mixon's a top 15 player, but he lasted into pick like 40, right?
Yeah.
So who's a guy that you want nothing to do with, but someone else might think is an RB1, wide receiver 1, QB1, whatever it may be?
I'm gonna go wide receiver. I want nothing to do with Mike Evans this season.
Okay.
Yeah, he wasn't overly productive for fantasy last year. And then running back, Nick took the words right out of my mouth. Josh Jacobs.
I'm
not a big Jacobs guy. I'm not a big Jacobs guy this year. I have him ranked, I think, as the RB20 on my list, so I'm not very high on him. I think a lot of people like to downplay the Kenyon Drake signing, saying that he's not going to take too much of the backfield away from Jacobs. But if Jacobs even gets a little bit of less catches, I think Kenyon Drake's going to get those catches, and he gets a little bit of less of the goal line work. Where you're drafting him, the value is just going to sink.
Right. And I do want to Nick mentions the Bills running back. I was looking up yesterday because I want nothing to do with Moss and I want nothing to do with Singletary. And even if you did know who the RB1 was going to be, Buffalo doesn't care about running the football, and Josh Allen's going to steal a bunch of touchdowns.
Himself. Yeah.
So there were 4 teams in fantasy, or four teams last year that did not have a single 100-yard rusher. The Bills are one. Can you name the other 3?
The Bills that didn't have a single 100-yard rusher. The Bills. Oh, it put me on the spot here. I'm going to go the Bills.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say the Ravens.
Dobbins had 160 the last week of the season, and Lamar had a couple 100-yard games. And this does count quarterbacks, but every team that had their quarterback run for 100 also had a running back run for 100.
That's always because of the Lamar Jackson. I'm gonna go the Bengals.
Joe Mixon had Samaje Perine
had one. Samaje Perine messing me up.
It's Houston, I think.
Of course, Houston.
David Johnson, I think,
had 100. Oh, geez, I'm bad at trivia, man. You just hit me with what they got. We can be here all night. I'm gonna have to name all 32 teams.
Carolina Panthers did not have a 100-yard rusher.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Damn. I should have guessed that
Seattle
one.
Seahawks did not have a 100-yard rusher.
Really?
Yeah, and the Los Angeles Chargers did not have a 100-yard rusher. And Nick is guessing the Jets. Ty Johnson ran for 100-yard once, and for the Lions, I believe Adrian Peterson had a 100-yard game.
Wow.
Yeah, someone on the Lions
Good
did.
to know.
If it was AP or Swift, I'm not 100% sure, but a Lion did have one. And I do like this note. I'm avoiding Coleman like the plague. I do like Michael Carter, but I'm not going to start him week 1.
Yep.
Ty Johnson, I did pick up in one of my money leagues, so I'm excited for that to be like a early season option. Then flip him when Michael Carter remembers that he's the most talented back in that lineup.
I like that take.
So yeah.
I like that take. Yeah, I'm not big on Tevin Coleman. I'm like you. I'm high on Michael Carter, and I'm just starting to come on to Ty Johnson. I think Nick called him the Raheem Mostert type, so I like that comparison.
For sure. And I think with the Jets, it's usually I stay away from Jets. Like always.
Yeah.
I've always stayed away from Jets because even like the Marshall and Decker year, that was about the only year they've had a relevant wide receiver. They've had the occasional like good running back, whether that's Thomas Jones or a LaDainian Tomlinson or a Sean Green or technically Le'Veon Bell was supposed to be good, but he wasn't with New York. The quarterback has never Fitzpatrick. Then other than Fitzpatrick, it's been a mess at quarterback. And like Dustin Keller is your best tight end. He's like, I don't know, a barely top 10 tight end, depending on what week it is.
They traded Herndon today too, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
I think they got a 4th-round pick for him.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so I've never been a big Jets drafter, but I am. Elijah Moore in the right spot is a good pick to me, and Michael Carter in the right spot. And that's I preface a lot of things in the right spot. If you're taking him number 1 overall, there's an issue.
Exactly.
But, hey, I think there's always a right spot for someone, and even like a Joe Mixon, Josh Jacobs. I don't love them, or even a Singletary and a Moss. I got Singletary in like round 13 in a draft, and my running back 5, running back 6. Okay.
Yep.
That's cool.
You'll take that. Yeah. In the last mock, I got Jacobs in the 5th, and I was happy taking him in the 5th. As much as I'm not high on him this season, taking him in the 5th I got no issue with that. But back to the Jets. I mean, this season, there's 2 guys that I cannot stop drafting, and that's Zach Wilson and Corey Davis. Yeah.
Okay. I think I don't like the player, but I guess the number of targets is going to be there.
Yeah, I think the volume for him is going to be. It's already shown in some of the preseason and stuff like that he's got the connection.
Force-fed to, like what 2015 when Hopkins was, when T.J. Yates was throwing him the football. Like, okay, come on now,
just throw it. He
had like what 200 targets in a year or something ridiculous. That was insane. Yeah, I don't sleep on Corey Davis. I am slowly beginning to wake up. I don't love the player, but the fit works. I do like Elijah Moore a lot more. So he's a guy that if I have the opportunity to draft him in a dynasty league,
dynasty for sure. Yeah, 100%.
So, there was actually a take on the app that someone said both Davis and Moore would have 1,000 yards. So this season, who do you think is more likely, and do you think there's a chance both of them do it?
I don't think there's a chance that both of them do it. I think Corey Davis is going to be more likely to get the 1,000 yards, only because, in my personal opinion on this, Elijah Moore is going to come on in the second half of the season. I don't think he's going to do much at the first half, but he's a guy that I definitely want to target for the second half of the fantasy season. So if I'm picking, I definitely don't think both will go for 1,000, but I'm picking Corey Davis over Elijah Moore. How about you?
Yeah, I like the upside more with Moore.
Yeah,
but I think Davis is going to bring such a solid floor there that it's kind of, I don't know. It's kind of maybe like a Boyd and Higgins, or not a Boyd and Higgins, a Boyd and Chase, that Chase could go like 10 catches for $150 and 2 touchdowns in a given week. Boyd's not going to do that, but he is going to get 6 catches every game. So there is some, to me, there's always a value in having a floor, and there's some value in having a ceiling. And depending on how I'm feeling that day, I might, start Hollywood Brown and think, yeah, he could go for 100 yards against the Steelers. He's not, but he scores against the Steelers. So there's points there. So
Right on.
All right, let's see. Neither will. He says Davis 975, Moore at
Close enough.
740. All right, okay. I'm interested how
975,
many
19.
guys enter week 18 without 1,000 yards, and then they get 1,000 yards week 18.
Yeah, that extra week's really going to push guys. Really going to inflate these numbers for some of these guys.
Yeah.
But
And
975,
at
9 TDs. That's not bad.
Okay, so I guess one final question before we go.
Yep.
What are the optimal weeks for your fantasy playoffs?
As in, like the weeks that I like to hold them.
Yeah. Do you like to do a week? Well, in the past, do you like to do a week 17 league?
No.
I wrapped up.
No, yeah, I want to 16. There's too much in question with the week 17 of guys not playing. I wouldn't want to go through a whole season, grinding out a whole season, get to the week 17 championship, and half my roster is sitting because they want to sit them for the playoffs. So I'm not a big fan. If I was ever in a week 17 league, I'm out of there.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us. That was a wonderful
you.
hour. And now
Yep.
we are going to welcome a new friend to the uSTADIUM community. I'm going to throw up the little countdown clock and we will get set. Thank you as always, Chris. And I will see
Thank
you.
you. See you guys.
All right, we welcome you into the Steelers part of the show. I would like to address the irony that I am wearing a Baltimore Ravens hat. I have made promises to my coworkers that I will be as unbiased as possible, and I've also mentioned that I am higher on the Steelers than I think most people are, just in general, because out of respect for Mike Tomlin and Ben Roethlisberger, you guys are going to win at least 9 games, and I know there's nothing could possibly. Mason Rudolph and Duck Hodges won 8 of their first 11 games.
Right.
Look, at a certain point, I've watched. I'm 20. The Steelers haven't had a losing record since 03. I was 2. Come on. The only thing I've seen from the Steelers is winning, whether that's Tomlin, whether that's Cowher, whether that's Chuck Noll. That's 50 years of being consistently like the Steelers are going to win 10 games. You know, they're going to go 10-6, or in the 14 game era, they're going to go 10-4, whatever it may be. So welcome. You wanted me to call you Striker. That's cool. Yeah. So how's it going? And welcome.
So it's the Striker and Splash show now, right?
Yeah, I love it. I like it a lot. I like it.
And I'm a big. I live in the Baltimore area, so I know the Baltimore scene very well. I worked for the Ravens during their 2000 championship. I was very happy that they got a team when I was living in Baltimore because I got to see my Steelers once a year at home. But yeah, I always have a lot of respect for Baltimore Ravens as well. Got a lot of Ravens friends. And you know, like I said, they're football fanatics just like Steelers are. They're just a little newer to it, and they're as much of a diehard as any team. So
yeah, I think that's the best thing about the rivalry is that it's not even like a big brother little brother thing. It's just like mutual respect.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's the consistent winning. It's a decade of Flacco versus Ben. It's a decade plus of going on 15 years now of Harbaugh versus Tomlin, and it's
right.
There's never a dull moment. There's rarely a blowout. Even the game on the Thanksgiving game that I thought the Steelers were going to win by 35, Marquise Brown turned into a 1-score game because Joe Hayden Joe Hayden forgot how to play football for 2 seconds.
Right.
So
but that's the rivalry. No matter what their records are, you got to throw the records out the window. You know it's going to be a competitive game. You know both teams are built to stop the other team. That's how we build teams. Baltimore's built to stop Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's built to stop Baltimore. And then whoever advances in that division usually ends up going pretty far in the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's glorious thing that, you know, if Baltimore doesn't win, then you've lost to a team that might actually win the Super Bowl, like in 2008, which is still breaks my heart every time. But Yeah,
it was a nice play by Polamalu, but I mean, Flacco was a young quarterback at the time. I mean, there's a lot on his shoulders, and he still put together probably the single greatest playoff run by a quarterback ever with 11 touchdowns, no interceptions. I was actually at 2 of those games. Went to the one in Baltimore, and my friend was dating a girl in Denver and took me out there as his good luck charm the week after, and they ended up winning that one too.
I'm jealous. I remember I called my dad. At that point, I didn't call my dad at work a lot, but that day, I think I called him 4 different times during the Broncos game.
Yeah.
Like I called him after both Holiday touchdown returns, and then after the Jacoby Jones play, and then after some random play that I'm forgetting. But
yeah,
that was one of the greatest games ever.
Yeah, and that long deep pass at the end of the game over the coverage was in our end zone where we were sitting. So it was a lot of. And my friend's a diehard. My best friend, he's a diehard Ravens fan. So Coast Guard, Ravens fan, right there from Baltimore Coast.
All right, so first of all, I want to just throw this out there that longtime uSTADIUM fans will know that one of the happiest moments of my life as a Ravens fan was us drafting Rashad Bateman. And as soon as I finished yelling, we got Bateman on our live draft stream, I immediately went into talking about how the Steelers opened their Super Bowl window by drafting Najee friggin' Harris. So first off, I want to get were you wanting Najee at 24 or did you want a tackle, or what was your thought process heading into that?
I would have taken a marquee tackle had they dropped. I was on record on the podcast and on the Philly podcast as well. They took a lot of different teams and wanted to know who you pick. And I was on Travis Etienne at the time. I wanted a running back. I thought he had a little bit more of a diverse skill set, but I did not know one single metric for me, which really swung me back over to Najee 100%. And that was, what did the guy fumble once or twice in a college?
Yeah, it was unreal.
Unreal. Yeah. And one of them, he stood up and they're ripping it out of him after they stopped his forward progression. So Alabama fans are like, that's not even a real fumble. They stood him up and mugged him.
Yeah,
national television.
Yeah, I guess my least favorite thing about the whole Najee thing was I'm in a AFC North group chat, and all the Steelers fans were sending the same picture of Najee mossing Patrick Queen from 2 years ago.
Jeez.
And I'm just like, come on, first round pick. Queen's can't do much there.
Yeah, well, Queen's a heck of a player. I have really liked. I've been following the draft and doing a draft show as well. We stay live also during the draft, and not as much of a marathon as you're doing today. Obviously, 7 hours I think was my limit on the or 7 or 8 when we did day 3, and I stayed on 2 to do the pickups after the draft.
We only did day 1.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, we did 3 days. So, but I got to space it out a little bit. But awesome. Congratulations to what you're doing here too, Splash. This is really cool stuff. Yeah, and donate, guys. Everybody, Steeler Nation, you're listening. Donate here. Link tr.ee/uSTADIUM. Letter U. STADIUM. So there's the plug. Back to the draft.
Yeah.
And so I like that year. It seemed you picked every single top-rated defensive player in the draft as it came on our weighted board, because I think Steelers draft boards are weighted somewhat similarly to the needs and the types of players the Baltimore Ravens fans pick up as well. But yeah, you guys getting Queen that year. You guys got that, that great defensive lineman too. But you just guys were just making good pick after.
In 2020, Majibuke?
Yeah. Yes. Yep.
I really, if I had the funds, I would be buying a white Justin Majibuke jersey. I was wearing a Marlon Humphrey jersey earlier, and I thought, well, it's raining outside, so I took it off. But I don't know if I should wear my Marlon jersey to this. But I really do need a white one, and a Majibuke would look nice. So thank you for the $275 donation, Charles Leno. Of course, Leno was on the show earlier. He came on for 15 minutes. Great guy. Really cool family man. Really enjoyed that. I was backstage for that. That was really cool to vibe with him. I guess it's a vibe. It's really cool. Interacting with an NFL player is awesome, and I don't think even as I get more into this, it's never going to lose its luster. It's always going to be that, wow, I'm getting to talk to an NFL player. So
that's great.
Yeah, I was terrified of the Najee pick because I think it was the only pick, with all due respect, I think it was the only pick that opens your Super Bowl window.
Yeah. Well, Steelers really, they just did a complete change last year, obviously. I mean, I heard you just rattle off the teams that didn't have a 100-yard rusher. And if the Steelers didn't start off the year, at least in the first 4 weeks, getting some 100-yard rushers, they had zero chance down the stretch with the injuries at offensive line and started losing some guys there. But they went – this is the first time since I've been following the Steelers that they went 4 straight offensive player picks in the draft. Start with Najee, second round taking Pat Freiermuth, the tight end out of Penn State.
Love that pick.
Yeah, me too. Third round getting Kendrick Green.
I would do 3 thumbs up for that one.
Yeah.
I wanted him in desperately wanted him in Baltimore.
And for Steelers too, to be converting him from a guard to a center, they saw something in him that they liked from the Senior Bowl, and he's locked it down now. He's going to be the starting center of the Steelers. And then we got in the 4th round, we got what's his first? Moore Jr. I know that.
Dan Moore Jr.?
Yes, I believe. And
I hadn't heard much of him heading into the draft, but the first 3 picks, top notch.
Yeah, but he's been doing very well in camp. We had our starters, Banners coming back from his ACL injury, and Chooks has been trying to fight his way back early on. So he's getting a ton of snaps at his natural position of left tackle. Got his ass kicked first couple of days of training camp by, All-Pro Cameron Hayward, getting into scuffles and that. But he just progressively kept getting better and better and stronger, better hands, better technique, better weight distribution as it went on. And he started looking pretty solid to the point where he has not let up a pressure in preseason from the left tackle spot. And that was pretty interesting. And then he moved over and played some right tackle for when Banner went out of the first drive from the last game. So he's getting some work on both sides of the line. He's obviously going to be our swing tackle and going to be the extra tackle off the field. So 4 players in the offense that are all going to be immediate contributors this season. And also another offensive weapon I used to tell people, Splash, that, I could play in the NFL. I'm built like a punter. I'm 6 foot, 180 pounds, soaking wet with a pocket full of nickels. But now I can no longer say that because the Steelers drafted this guy by the name of Percy Harvin III. And this guy,
a large man.
He's a unit. He's built like a tractor trailer.
There's one. Shout out to Ari. She's a Jets fan on the app. She is from the Atlanta area. I'm from the Atlanta area too. So she was Presley Harvin, always posting pictures of him. And she would do like art about him. And it was, hey, look, the Steelers got this guy in the 7th round, and he's going to be their punter of the future. And he can. It's like the kind of like the Marquette King shock value of why is he playing punter? Oh wait, this man is really good at the whole punting the football.
Yes.
So
throwing that body weight into that leg. And
that's exciting.
He is athletic as hell. Yeah.
I love punt. I have an inordinate amount of love for punting for some reason.
Well, your team always has excellent kickers. Coke is amazing. I mean, he's a field flipper. And of course, honestly, like Justin Tucker, in my opinion, is the single greatest kicker to ever play in the NFL. The guy hits 50-yarders like people hit extra points. The guy is just money. Absolute money.
I'd probably lean Vinatieri is greater, but I think Tucker is unequivocally the best kicker. That it's just a matter of, Tucker's been in the league 9 years. If he does it for 9 more years and a couple more years after that, then you're getting into that Vinatieri range, because Vinatieri was really good for 2 decades, long enough to go from, I think, PS1 to PS4 in terms of like Madden, right?
Yeah.
And Tucker's just gone from Xbox 360 to Xbox, One Series X. So he's not quite as far along, but undeniable. And I think the Ravens have had a current, future, or former All-Pro kicker every season, whether it was Matt Stover, who was an All-Pro in 2000.
Yes.
Billy Cundiff,
I thought he should have been their offensive MVP that season. He was amazing in the 2000 run because Dilfer wasn't the best quarterback, but he didn't make mistakes. Their special teams and defense kept them on short fields. And Stover was putting them through.
All-Pro that year, I believe.
Yes, Jermaine Lewis was killing it that season as a returner. Yeah,
and the one competent Ravens wide receiver ever drafted. So hopefully Rashad Bateman flips that. So
But Shannon Sharp on that team, or not, Shannon Sharp was amazing on that team as well as a very competent receiving tight end. It was back then you had to be a blocking tight end as well, and he would destroy people and go out for passes. So he was a really tough tight end to defend.
Sometimes I wish my life was shifted like 5 years so I could like watch those Ravens. Right, my first introduction to Ravens football was January 2007. Colts at Ravens in the playoffs, and that was 15-6, bunch of field goals, and apparently the game of Ray Lewis's life. I looked after the fact, and Ed Reed's life for some reason, that both of them, like by PFF grade, so grain of salt, it was the best game either of them ever had, and it happened to be in the same game, and they lost.
Wow. It goes to show you that defense can win championships, but it's not always going to win you games.
Yeah. Absolutely. So I did love the Kendrick Green pick. I know I made a mock maybe 2 weeks before the draft, and I thought, hey, that shiny, I think maybe before the Orlando Brown trade, that shiny third round pick that Baltimore had that they eventually traded, that'd be a great spot for Kendrick Green.
Yeah.
And then he goes to Pittsburgh, and we trade, make the Orlando Brown trade, and I woke up to that. So.
And that's the way it always is like Steelers fans last year when we didn't have a first round draft pick and they're like, we need a running back now. We were all about J.K. Dobbins. We wanted Dobbins like a madman. And then Ravens go ahead and pick Dobbins, and Steelers fans, Yinzer's like, what took Dobbins? He's going to kill us every year. And then we draft Claypool, and then Ravens fans go, they got another, we could have had Henry Claypool. Son of a bitch. They got Juju, now they have Claypool.
Yeah, now you get Mapletron. Although, I think, if I had to do like a top 10 nicknames, I think Mapletron's up there. I do pushes on the app, right? And I would just annoy the living heck out of everyone because I would push it out to every NFL fan. It's like Mapletron scores his third touchdown. Mapletron scores his fourth touchdown. They're like, stop calling him Mapletron. I'm like, no.
It's a thing. We already have shirts out. It's the Megatron head with the maple leaf behind it.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. So yeah, I loved your first three picks. I honestly had no clue who Dan Moore was, but I will trust the Pittsburgh judgment more than my judgment. So for what that's worth, they scout players better than I do.
Yeah, well, Ozzie Smith was one of the best, or Ozzie Newsome. Sorry, I said Ozzie Smith. Ozzie Newsome was one of the best to ever live, especially finding defensive players everywhere in the draft. That guy was a freaking genius at finding people that fit that system, and they did. They always played well and seemed to play really, really well for you guys. So hopefully it's continuing here with the new regime because this is the first year, right, that he didn't pick.
I believe DaCosta's first pick was Hollywood Brown, I think.
Oh, okay. So 2 years ago.
2019. So
yeah.
2019 is kind of looking like a mixed bag, although for some godforsaken reason, Hollywood Brown is an all-time awesome playoff performer.
Yeah.
I have no explanation for that. He is on the same tier of Randy Moss and Rob Gronkowski and Devontae Adams in their first two playoff seasons.
Mm-hmm.
I have no answers. I've seen him drop 10 bazillion passes every week. He does, these shenanigans. And it's like, but he killed Miami, and then he scores every time he plays against Minkah Fitzpatrick, and he scores. He has 100 yards every time he plays Cleveland, and he scores against Cincinnati. And I'm just. But you can't catch a 3rd and 5 against Kansas City. So Marquise Brown is a strange player to say the least. But I thought Claypool was an awesome draft pick. It was a reach on my board, but Steelers choosing a wide receiver, I think you can just kind of like erase if you think it's a reach because Antonio Brown, James Washington, Emmanuel Sanders, Hines Ward.
Right.
The list goes on. So I think they've got the benefit of the doubt. And even I wasn't the biggest fan of the Odafe Owe pick at 31, but Ravens and edge rusher, okay.
Yeah.
If there's any spot you're going to take him to succeed, it's Baltimore. If there's any spot you're going to take Claypool to succeed, it's Pittsburgh. So yeah. So,
and Ben is finally at the end of his career getting these tall, lanky receivers that he's always wanted. So.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's instead of forcing balls to Antonio Brown, who's like barely 6 feet, now you're forcing to a guy called Mapletron.
That guy could get open like nobody's business, though. He was fantastic for us for all those years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm a little bummed out that I had to be a Ravens fan and had to hate Antonio Brown and have him ruin Christmas. If I was a fan of any,
I was at that game. That was the immaculate extension.
Oh,
yeah,
that was the worst.
Especially since he was tackled ahead. Who was on him? Waddle, and was it Ray?
Yeah, I think it was Weddle and Zach Orr.
Yeah,
it was like when Zach Orr was the best linebacker in the NFL.
Right. Yeah,
he was like
when he got
guy
stood
I
up.
had never heard of, and then it was like second round or second team All Pro. It's like what? Who? Huh?
Right.
Yeah. Then I thought it was forward progress, but hey, it's Antonio Brown. Give him the touchdown.
Well, it was. He just decided to put the football forward then.
Yeah. So, bad memories for me. Let's quickly move on.
Okay.
Yeah. So, speaking of memories, how many good memories do you think you're going to have from this 2021 Steelers team? What are you thinking? Are you expecting another division title? Expecting another playoff appearance? I know the general consensus with Pittsburgh is a little lower because you had the fall at the end of 2020 that I think is a little exaggerated. You guys did play some difficult teams. Washington's no small feat, and
they got one of the best front sevens in football.
Yeah, and then you always beat the Colts. There's a couple absolutes that the Steelers always beat the Colts. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if Peyton Manning's playing Landry Jones. That would be 38-3 Steelers.
Right.
So, over under is 8.5. I would imagine you say over because I would say over 2.
Yeah, well, the only reason, going into last season, I thought it was very disappointing the way they ended up losing down the stretch. They lost a couple key pieces on defense with the Dupree going down, Bud Dupree, and then losing 2 of their starting inside linebackers with Devin Bush, who's just covered the whole field. And then losing Spillane, who in his first start turned a pick 6 in Baltimore.
We don't talk about that.
But he's an athletic guy. He can make plays. Both of them went down. Steelers had to go pick up Avery Williamson from the Jets and make an in-season trade for the guy. I mean, the guy's a tackle machine, don't get me wrong, but he's not covering people down the field. He's not a field-to-field guy. He can lock down the run game, but that was very difficult for us. We had obviously our offensive line just starting to get chipped away, and just, Ben's got to get the ball out as fast as possible because that was basically our only offense. And then Ravens were the ones that keyed off on it. Ravens are like, put everybody at 5 yards, work them 5 to 8 yards. Don't let them catch anything because that's where the ball's coming. And that's where it was going every time.
I know I get roasted in the group chat because the Ravens got swept by the Steelers. And of course the RG3 excuse doesn't apply because in 2019 you guys didn't have Ben. So tomatoes there. So it's like, oh, well, you couldn't stop the Steelers even though you knew what play they were running. Okay, half the team was on the COVID list.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. You had a lot of people missing that game. There was a lot of your second, third stringers in that game. And you still almost won. It was a competitive game.
Yeah, it was angering. Is that a word? Angering? It made me mad.
Aggravating?
Aggravating works. It also gave rise to one of my favorites. Well, one of the worst stats of the season, but hilarious. James Prochet was targeted 3 times. It resulted in 13 Steelers points and 11 Raven yards.
What?
Yeah.
How's that happen?
The Spillane pick 6 against with Lamar pick 6 with Spillane. He was targeting Prochet, and he was targeting RG3 was targeting Prochet when I think Hayden had a pick 6 in the Thanksgiving game, and then Boswell missed an extra point because why not?
Yeah, it's Boz. He's a really good kicker. He had one horrible year when he missed 7 kicks 2 years ago. Fortunately, the Steelers kept him because I think he only missed 2 kicks last year.
Yeah, he was awesome. He's a guy that is in that it's hard to have a top tier kicker because Tucker is Tucker. But
he's all world. He's best in the NFL ever.
If you have between 2 and the 6th best kicker in the NFL, that's perfectly fine. And Boswell has been a top 8 kicker at least every year but 2018. So, Pittsburgh every year it's that well-rounded roster. It's the stars. I did my top 50 players earlier today, and it's Minka's there, Cam Hayward's there, TJ Watt's there, and I mentioned Stefan Tuitt in the first half of my top 100. It's like,
so we're not sure if he's going to play yet this year. He's not hurt per se. Well, I don't know if you guys know this, but his brother died, was killed in a hit and run earlier this year. So he's been at every practice. He hasn't participated in any practices. He's mourning. He's trying to make it one day at a time, and he's just having a tough time, getting into being a football player again. And Steelers just like, you take all the time you need, man. They're very deep on defense and defensive line. I thought defensive line was going to be a spot they weren't even going to draft because they were already 6 deep at defensive line, and now they're.
Oh my! That was a slam dunk.
What's that?
I love the Highsmith pick. It's another guy that I want Baltimore to take Alex Highsmith, and then I looked like later that day. It's like, really, Pittsburgh? Come on now.
Well, you know your stuff. A lot of people. He was a sleeper because he played for what? University of Charlotte.
Charlotte.
So yeah, I mean, he had that one great game against Clemson. I mean, he owned the tackles, and he was switching sides in that Clemson game. He didn't have trouble getting back any. And the cool thing about him this season, he is our training camp darling this year. He has shown the best improvement. He's showing he's got a higher floor than Bud Dupree ever had. Like, I think Bud Dupree's athleticism is off the charts. Absolutely, like ceiling like no other. But talking about floors, like coming into the league, Highsmith already had like 3 moves, and now he's refined them. So all throughout, he's gotten consistent pressure every time he was in any preseason game, and it sounds like he's getting consistent pressure against anybody that the Steelers throw at him in practice, though. I don't think our tackles are going to be top-tier NFL tackles this season. I think we have some good ones. But, yeah, I mean, with T.J. Watt on one side and now with Highsmith, who's going to be giving a lot of people surprises this season, a lot of people are going to know who Alex Highsmith is at the end of the season.
Agreed.
Because I think he can get to double digits, because we're playing 17 instead of 16 games now, but he's also going to be that higher floor than Bud Dupree. I think he's going to start feasting having TJ Watt on the other side and starting out. And now this gives us an interesting situation where I've seen Watt's been holding out, technically holding in. He's at all the Steelers practices and training camp, everything. He just doesn't participate in team drills. And the reason why is because he's waiting for his new contract, doesn't want to risk an injury before the new contract is signed. I understand that.
Yeah.
But Steelers go out and but Steelers go out and pick up Mark Ingram.
Best defensive player in the NFL.
Right? I call him the 2-time should have been NFL Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah, it's the 2-time. If Aaron Donald doesn't exist, it should have been.
It was the defensive back from the Patriots.
Gilmore, right.
Yeah, Gilmore won it 2 years ago.
And Donald last year.
Yeah.
So Watt is unreal, and I know like within the division, it's a Myles Garrett versus T.J. Watt, and it's I'm gonna lean Watt because he's an A+ run defender and an A+ pass rusher. I know Garrett might have at times be a better pass rusher. He might be that A++, that best edge in the NFL as a pass rusher, but Watt is as consistent as it comes as a run defender, and Garrett is just generally okay, competent, but Watt is he's all over Lamar when it's a Ravens Steelers game. He's all over Mixon and Chubb and all the backs you guys play every year, and it's really fun to watch. I hate that it's a Steeler, but it's a lot of fun to watch when you guys play.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, I watch a ton of Baltimore games. Because I live in the area. They whenever the Steelers aren't playing, I generally like watching Baltimore because they play similarly, tough defense, keep the games close, own the clock. Smart football, and that's I enjoy watching good strategic football like that. But one thing I was getting at too, picking up Mark Ingram as a pass rusher, as a free agent, where the guy is a starter in his own right. Steelers have no designs on him starting. Highsmith's their guy. But with him coming in and Watt sitting out, with the two of them playing, they've been flip-flopping during the same sets. So it's not just like Bud Dupree can only play on the left side and Watt, on the right side, and Bud was playing on the left. Actually, they started off the other way in their careers, and then you're like, well, we're going to swap you for the season. They didn't swap back and forth during games, but Ingram and Highsmith were. So now I'm expecting Highsmith and Watt to be doing that if they see some mismatches, because they each have the ability to play other sides in tandem, and all three of those guys can do it. And that's the first time the Steelers have ever been 3 deep with guys that could play both sides. They've never been able to do that offensive tackles, but it's going to outside linebackers, but they're going to be really interesting to watch and have some really. After leading the league in sacks for the past 4 years, I mean, year number 5, I'm expecting this to happen again, really. Yeah. So, I'm cautiously optimistic for the season this year. Getting back to your original point before we get off on tangents all the time, yeah. I think the Steelers can hit. Yeah, I know, right? We've got an hour, so well, why not? Tangent all the time.
Exactly.
But yes, 10. I think Steelers 10 wins is very manageable this season.
I think so too, and. I haven't dug deep into the Steelers' schedule like I have with Baltimore. I write articles for the Ravens, and I've had to go through their schedule every single week, right? Yeah. So I know Baltimore is a very hard schedule, but a very workable schedule that I think if you made a power ranking and you took out all the divisional games, the 6 hardest games are at home. So Chiefs, Rams, Chargers. It's unreal. Like it is top.
But at least you get them at home.
Yeah, it's like Chargers, Chiefs, Rams, Packers, Vikings. All of those games are at M&T Bank.
Oh,
and then I think I'm missing one. Oh, Colts. Colts is a primetime game, and then the road games. Miami. That's a tough game, but we always beat Miami. Kind of like you guys with Indianapolis. I remember I was working. I think I was working with the Steelers fan, and I said the Steelers could start Charlie Brown and still beat the Colts. The Colts could have the 2009 Colts, everything loaded, and the Steelers could be the 1933 Steelers. The Steelers would win that game. I do not care what you think. It's uncanny. But so Baltimore plays Miami on the road, Thursday night game, Denver on the road, Vegas on the road, which I wish I could go to, but it's $1,000.
Yes.
Stadium.
Oh, 1,000.
Yeah, just I think it. I'm based in Tucson right now, so I think I could fly. I could fly back and forth 6 times, and it would be cheaper than $1,000.
To tell you the truth, you know what you should do, Splash, is you should just go out to hang out for the game, and as soon as game time starts, I'm sure you can get a scalp ticket for $100.
Ooh,
that's the angle you want to play if you want to do that.
I don't know how I feel about scalp tickets. I watched a video the other day of it's like bad angles in ballparks. So the scalpers would get these awful tickets. They'd be like behind poles, like think Fenway Park.
These new $1 billion stadiums, there are no bad seats.
Okay,
this isn't like going to the Green Monster up there in Boston and you're facing. I was in the outfield seats, third base side, and I'm facing the outfield. It's like I gotta look like this just to see the freaking batter. And my neck starts hurting after the third freaking inning.
Very true, very true. So that's fair. So I don't know. It is a 6-hour drive from Tucson to Vegas. So I don't know.
That's just that's just about closer than any other stadium you're going to be able to drive to, other than the Cactus Friends Stadium there in Arizona.
So yeah. So it's Vegas, Denver, Miami, Detroit, Chicago. Chicago's interesting with Fields if he's starting or not, and then there should just be 5. Yeah, so the Detroit, Chicago, Denver, Vegas, Miami. So if you ranked those 11 teams, I would imagine most people, the 6 harder games at M&T Bank, the 5 easier games on the road, the maybe Miami and Minnesota are wishy-washy, but the majority of the season is hard, but an easier hard, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Like you're saying, that's a great metric. If you're playing your 6 toughest opponents for the season at home, that's a huge advantage as opposed to playing on the road where it's almost assured that those other teams are going to win those 6. At home, you got a good chance of winning too because you got the crowd on your side, you got crowd noise. Awesome fans, loud stadium. I've been there many times.
Yeah. Oh man, I remember.
You guys are,
the last Ravens game I went to was week. Oh, it was actually the Ravens Steelers RG3 versus Mason Rudolph. I think.
Oh gosh, I was at that game. He destroyed us. RG3 just destroyed us.
I was ugly. I was row 500 all the way up at the top, pouring down rain. It was so cool. It was so loud, and you're like, "Yeah, we're gonna go win the Super Bowl." And then Derrick Henry happens 2 weeks later.
Yep. Well, funny enough, I used to have season tickets to the Ravens. And I used to go to my Steeler game and sell the rest of the tickets. Usually the rest of the year, I end up selling my PSLs to my mom, who is a diehard Ravens fan, by the way. She lives down in Baltimore, but she took me to that game, so I got to sit in the old seats and sit around all the other guys that used to razz me every time I came in. It's like, hey guys, how you doing?
Yeah.
Right.
I think we sat next to a couple Steelers fans. I went with my uncle. So you know, the usual classy fans, as long as you're not, heckling them. So
yeah, I mean and I play, like I said, I used to be a Brown season ticket holder too, because you couldn't get Steelers season tickets. It took me a couple years to get my Steelers season tickets, and once I did, then I sold my other ones. But I mean, I went to a ton of Browns games. I went to a Browns game. It was a Sunday game, and they were playing the Houston Texans the day before the Steelers played a Monday night game, just because I had both. I'm like, fuck, we're doing a Cleveland-Pittsburgh doubleheader back-to-back 2 nights. So this will be fun. But I went to that game, and I'm in my Steeler gear, but I was like, I'm actually rooting for the Browns today, guys. I was rooting for them against the Houston team. We're having a blast with the fans around us, and we had a good rapport with them. So it was a good time, really good time. And they're good people. As long as you're not going to be like, you guys suck, or that guy sucks. All Browns fans are stupid as hell. Yeah, like it's just stupid ultimatum shit. I'm like, yeah, I'm here to have fun. I'm here to root for my team. I'm not here to diss your team. I'm just excited.
Sure.
If my team does something cool, I'm going to get up and yell about it.
Right, yeah. The only time I'm a Cavs fan, so I went to organized a trip to Cleveland. I went to the Wednesday Cavs game, the Friday Cavs game, and then Ravens at Browns week 16.
Nice.
When Lamar went bonkers at the end of the first half. And that was, I think I made some Browns fans mad because I was standing to start the second half.
Yeah.
So I think that was
it. They'll yell at you to sit down. Yell at you. And when you're at a away stadium, you kind of have to. Yeah. You have to. Yeah. It's like, I'm not home. I can't just stand and just say, you guys stand up. And they're going to be like, you might get a fight. People are weird about that stuff.
Yeah, and I went to that game, well, technically by myself. Like I got there by myself, but I met a buddy there, so it's kind of like I don't want to cause any problems. I don't want to get stabbed today. I just want to watch the Ravens and the Browns game.
Nice.
Yeah, nice. So that was exciting. That was exciting. So you said 10 wins?
10 wins. Yeah, I honestly don't know. Like I am not confident that the Steelers are going to win the division. Only because with this extra game, now the Steelers being the number 1 team or the first place finishing team in the division has to play an extra first place team. Yep. So normally we had to play 2 different teams than you guys would normally play, but ours would be slotted first, and you guys would be slotted, I guess, third, right? Technically,
Cleveland would be third.
Oh, so Cleveland was third. Okay, so you guys are second. So
they get what? Arizona, the Patriots, and the Jags? No, Texans.
Yeah, something like that. But at least back then, when there was only a 2-game difference, it really evened out because you're playing your opponent twice. Right. So if you lose those 2 games yet you sweep your opponent, it's kind of a wash. Now Steelers have to play 3 games, so there's no way to recover that extra game of toughness if you drop them all. Buffalo being case in point, who we're going to be playing here week 1. But
I don't know about that one. And then you get Tennessee as well. Oh, that Tennessee-Pittsburgh was one of the forgotten awesome games.
Yes.
Even though they couldn't stop you on third down. It was 10 of 11, and the one that you didn't convert was a penalty penalty conversion. That was honestly the worst.
It was a sick game that year. That game for the Steelers at least. And that's how you beat Tennessee. You got to keep Henry off the field.
Yeah,
and no better way to do it than convert third downs
in NFL history.
Oh gosh, that's insane.
That's one of the stats that I know Baltimore's set some records for rushing offense, but it's insane how bad some third down defenses were last year. There were, I think, as far as I know, from 94 to 2019, there was no team that allowed a conversion on more than 50%.
Wow.
Tennessee had allowed 53%, something ridiculous. And then Carolina was 51%. So Carolina was awful. Tennessee was somehow even worse. It's
that's insane.
What? And it's even just pure math. You'd think okay, you're not going to convert every 3rd and 6. And then you watch the Pittsburgh Tennessee game, and it's yep, they're converting every single 3rd and 6 and 3rd and 10 and 3rd and 15.
Yeah.
It's oh my Lord. That Titans fans are something else. The Titans as a whole are just I think that
they have a lot to be excited about. I like their whole I love the coach. He's a hard-nosed. That's Vrabel, right? Yeah, he was drafted by the Steelers. I wanted the Steelers to retain him back when Gilden was getting old, and he ended up being the Steelers' all-time leading sack artist until Harrison just passed him. But yeah, at that point, I'm like, yeah, it's time to move on from Gilbert and let this young kid play, because he could play. He was flashing in preseason. When he got into games, he was getting to the backfield. He was being disruptive. I'm like, this is the next guy, next man up for the Steelers. But they kept Gilden a couple extra years. He got to go to the Patriots and win a couple Super Bowls up there. So it ended up working out for him.
Catch a Super Bowl touchdown, right? Against
Right.
Steelers?
Yeah. Especially making him a tight end, like a gimmick tight end. That was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant for goal line.
Good old Belichick. And who was the OC at the time? It was before McDaniels.
Was that Charlie Weiss back then?
I
don't know if I'm predating. And I know he was one of them around then.
Yeah, I'll take it. The first memories I have of Charlie Weiss are at Kansas.
Yeah, I remember when he tried to go to Notre Dame there for a bit after the Patriots. Yeah.
So, I with all due respect, if I did like a season prediction right now, I think I would have Pittsburgh finishing third, but I think they're either in the playoffs or out of the playoffs on a tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Because at a certain point, Pittsburgh has such a high floor because they're going to win 9 games. I'm sure you felt this way, that it doesn't matter who, what, when, where, why, how. If Tomlin's there, you're winning at least 8 games. This year, you're going to win at least 9 games. And I don't know. I like the defense a lot. It's still an elite unit. I thought Najee opens the Super Bowl window because you have that go-to guy that Terrell Davis Super Bowl run, Sean Alexander getting to the Super Bowl and then Pittsburgh things happen. And then Derrick Henry to the AFC title game in 2019. Any number of running backs don't matter, but when they do matter, and Najee Harris, I think, is a running back that will matter. It can be really scary. I don't have any interest. I don't think any of the Ravens guys have interest tackling Najee Harris January 8th.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to it, to tell you the truth, because I'm hoping that the rookie wall doesn't hit him hard, because Mike Tomlin has been known to be a run the wheels off of the guy type of coach. You get your feature back and you work. He's your workhorse. You work him. You don't give him a lot of rest. Le'Veon Bell would end up breaking down at the end of the year. Willie Parker broke his leg at the end of the year when he was leading the league in rushing. I think that was 11. Yeah, 10, right around there.
The Mendenhall years and
So we like to really run our running backs hard. The good thing is with our new offensive coordinator, Matt Canada, and utilizing the strengths of the players around him, bringing in more athletic running backs like McFarland, who used to play right there at University of Maryland.
McFarland.
Yeah, he was and that was the guy the running back the Steelers ended up with. They didn't get J.K. Dobbins. They ended up getting McFarland in that draft. But that's his old offensive coordinator. That's why he's now number 2 on the depth chart, because Matt Canada coached that big year for McFarland over at University of Maryland. Now he knows how to run that offense. He's a bit better of a pass catcher than Najee Harris. I thought our best pass catcher was Jalen Samuels. We just cut him today. Kept Benny Snell, kept Balaj, with the old vet too in the league, who can catch the ball out of the backfield as well. So, yeah, this is going to be interesting to see. I'm already locked in on the defense too. They went out and they made moves. We went out and getting up Joe Schober from Jackson. That was something a move I didn't really think the Steelers needed to make. But they said we're gonna sell out this year. We're gonna hit every single weak spot on this defense. And inside linebacker was a weakness. On the other side of Bush. Now we're locked. Cornerback still. I think the Steelers might be making a move here at cornerback and possibly offensive line. Somebody that can play all 3 interior positions, because I don't know about you guys with your cuts, but we had an odd thing this year. We kept 8 offensive players, offensive linemen. Only 8, and it's usually you keep about 10, 9 or 10, 9 minimum. But Steelers,
I know we traded Bredesen to the Giants today, which I thought was a little strange, but I think as of right now it's Stanley, Big Al, which I'm not a Alejandro Villanueva fan. But okay, whatever, I guess. Then you got Cleveland, Powers, So it's 4. Macari's still on the roster. Colon Castillo. The guy that actually is going to be playing center this season, Bozeman.
Yeah.
Juwan James, but he's on IR, so he doesn't count. Which I actually like the Juwan James thing. I don't mind Villanueva for a year, and then you have a potentially high upside guy in Juwan James moving forward.
Right. Smart move too. Waiting for after the counting period for the weighted compensatory draft picks after the draft to pick up. Yeah. So you picked up Villanueva without costing you, as a free agent, without costing you any compensation, which was always the way that Baltimore seems to do it.
Yeah, same thing with Zeitler, that the Giants just straight up cut him. It wasn't like a contract ran out. It was he just got straight cut. And, Baltimore is not going to have to pay a fifth, maybe? I don't know. Comp pick for him. And it's you're getting a comp pick for Judon. You're getting a comp pick for Ngakoue.
Right.
Did Minnesota get it? I don't know the Ngakoue situation, because Minnesota has some part of his rights in Jacksonville, whatever.
Yeah.
But regardless, Baltimore isn't making unnecessary. They're checking all their I's, or they're dotting all their I's, they're crossing all their T's. And Pittsburgh does the same. Colbert is an awesome general manager. I don't think he gets enough credit for having a consistently good team.
Yeah.
And
he's been killing it these last couple drafts. Really has. We had everybody from last year's draft on the roster at the end of the season. This year, we lost Brooks, who also used to play at University of Maryland, strong safety. Played quarterback actually 13 miles down the road in high school from College Park. But he was cut because he was injured. He was slotted to be our starting slot corner. So I don't know if we're going to try to bring him back later. And then the only draft pick that we didn't keep was Roche, the outside linebacker, which Steelers loved. Yeah, on paper, we were all super excited to get Roche that deep in the draft, like 5th round, I think, or something like that, or 6th actually. Yeah, but he didn't make the team, unfortunately, and it's because Jamar Jones just played out of his mind during the preseason and training camp. He was the top performer, that guy under the radar. No chance of making the team. Leapfrogs Marsh ahead of him. Leapfrogs the guy drafted ahead of him, Quincy Jones, in the same draft to make this team as the 4th outside linebacker. And I like him. I honestly thought we were 6 deep at outside linebacker going into cuts. Roche could be on a roster. Marsh can be on a roster in the NFL, and I think they both will end up if Roche doesn't end up making it to the practice squad, which I think the Steelers are trying to get him on. But still, it's a lot of draft talent. When the previous year, the only backups we had we had Highsmith as a rookie, and he was doing pretty well. And then the other side was Ola Adeniji, who ended up going to Tennessee with Bud Dupree. And he really wasn't somebody that can come on and do anything. Jameer Jones can come on the field and make some moves. I know Ingram can come on the field and make some moves as backups. And now
he can do it to Lamar Jackson in a playoff game.
Right. Yeah, so Roche
I'm up to date on my meme knowledge.
Yeah, that's it.
If I had $1 for every time, so there's this guy in the group chat named Tay. Shout out to Tay. If I had $1 for every time he sent the same picture of Melvin Ingram strip sacking Lamar in the 4th quarter of the playoff game, I could buy the Ravens from Steve Biscotti. Now, granted, we send plenty of pictures of. Was it Steven Nelson that Stefan Diggs just put into the ground with a cut?
I don't remember.
There's a Steeler face down, and Stefan Diggs is running down the field. We also have the 28-0 with the Browns game.
Yeah.
But Tay tries to defend himself and say that the Browns weren't sure they were winning that game, and if you're up 28-0, you should be pretty sure. Which fair, but it's screwy things happen in the playoffs. The Falcons blew a 25-point lead. Yeah, what's to say the Browns can't blow a 28-point lead in 3 quarters?
Yeah. Yeah, Steelers made it a game. Steelers ended up making it a game. But.
That was a fun playoff game. Now it was. Yeah. The memes were hilarious because Ben Roethlisberger, every time he throws 4 interceptions, it's hilarious.
Yeah,
and I'm sure they would have the same hilarity if Flacco threw a bunch of interceptions or when Lamar Jackson just drops the football against your team. Yeah. So but uber entertaining game. you know, how often do you see 85 points in a playoff game?
Yeah, right.
500 passing yards from Ben. You know, that was an unreal. I can't wait for football.
Oh, I know. Meaningful football. And the thing that kills me now, Splash, too, is having to wait this extra damn week before the season starts. Holy crap, man, does this suck?
Yeah, it's like, oh, man. It would be so cool.
Hey,
Like
let's just
Labor
keep the
Day
marathon
weekend
going for an extra week.
Hey, at least I get a minimum of 17 Ravens games. So I'm blessed to see that, you know. So love to see that. So Pittsburgh
don't have a week off until your bye. When's your bye this year?
I want to say it's week 8 or week 9. It's
I think we're earlier. We're like week 8. 7 or 8.
Okay, one of us, maybe it's Cleveland. I think Cleveland plays us, has a bye, then plays us again.
Oh wow!
And then our version of a bye week is playing Pittsburgh.
Right?
So it's like we get like death match, and the Browns get like a bye week right in the middle. So we have to care about another team, and the Browns can just say, okay, we're gonna gear up for Baltimore, but twice in a row.
They've got to fix that scheduling. I hate that about the NFL. And the NFL has been doing that a lot with the Steelers and the Browns too, and the Steelers and the Ravens, where we end up playing each other like twice in a 3 to 4 week span. Mm-hmm. And that should never happen. That should never happen. You should play, when you're division rivals, you should play each other once each, once each half of the year.
Yeah,
I would say not twice in the same half.
I don't know. Like I'd be down for a mid-October game at M&T Bank and then a mid-December game at Heinz. Like I'd be down for that. Or if it's the Browns, it's like a end of September game, like a late November, early December game. You know, heck, even like last year, we played Cleveland week 1 and then played them again week 14. I thought that was good. You know, the Cincinnati game was spread out. You know, play week 5, then week 17. Even the Pittsburgh game was. Both technically would have been in November had like November 1st, rest in peace, Ronnie Stanley, and technically would have been Thanksgiving, but right at the beginning of December, which that I think is okay. Granted,
that was just a weird week. That was a weird week.
Yeah, that was weird.
Sorry, you're not going to play on a Thursday. You're going to play on the following Wednesday, and then you're going to play again next Monday and Tuesday. We played a Tuesday game.
Yeah,
that was sad.
I think last year was the only time ever that all 7 days of the week were played in the same year.
There was a game every single day of the week last year because I think they hit a Friday too.
Because the Christmas game was like the Kamara 6-touchdown game was on a Friday.
Right. Yes.
Then,
that's it.
You know, you usually play on Thursdays and Sundays and Mondays. Then we had the Dallas Ravens game was Tuesday. The Ravens Steelers game was Wednesday, and then there were a couple of Saturday games. When Josh Allen tortured the Broncos, that was a Saturday. That was a fun game.
Yeah.
All right. Any last thoughts? We have a couple more minutes left.
Well, one thing that I noticed that I'm actually wearing my Baltimore shirt from my alma mater.
That's
my
hilarious.
University of Maryland, Baltimore County.
Retriever shirt. Retrievers. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It's right there. I'm just blind.
Yeah, it's the only team in the NCAA tournament to ever win as a 16 seed, and I was happily there at the game when it happens. I've been to every single UMBC NCAA basketball game, all 3. And that's only because they won one against Virginia. They got to play 2 that year. They got to. We're like, we're staying. Looks like we're staying. Got to find extra nights for the hotel room.
Yeah, I have a buddy actually that has a the number 2 star on the team in 18. I'm blanking on his name, but he has a retriever shirt. It's really nice. I'm like, ooh, that one's nice. So shout out to UMBC. That was unreal. I know that was. Yeah. I actually picked a 16/1 in one of my important brackets. I thought Penn was going to beat Kansas, and Virginia goes down. It's like, huh? Really? Why? Because the Penn, I think the Penn was the strongest 16 seed in like 10 years, and Kansas was like a 3 seed masquerading as a 1 seed, and then they go to I think they went to the Final Four, which I hate when that the year that Oregon was it Chris Boucher tore his ACL in the Pac-12
Yes.
tournament. They're the 3
Oh,
seed. And
they
it's like,
came
okay,
down.
they're going to
Oh.
lose to the 14 seed. And then, they're going to lose to
Yeah.
Rhode Island. And then, poof, they're a shot away from going to the final, or a shot away from going to the friggin' championship game. But
there's nothing like the tournament. The
No,
basketball,
for real.
the college basketball tournament is the single most exciting thing to watch ever. There's always somebody that makes a run that we're just like, where the hell is this team?
Yeah, it's like,
where'd they come from?
It's like, how does Dayton make the Elite Eight? How does the 7 seed UConn Huskies win the tournament?
So are you from the Baltimore area? Is that how you became a Baltimore fan?
I'm from Atlanta. I thank television for becoming a Ravens fan.
Wow, that's cool.
I learned the Ravens existed before I learned the Falcons existed.
Wow.
Yeah, so
living in Atlanta.
Yeah, so I am a Braves fan because I
Okay,
knew the Braves existed, right? But my first experience with football was a Week 8 game, 2006, Colts versus Redacteds. Colts won. They were undefeated at the time. The next week, maybe after a bye week, they played the Cowboys. The Cowboys were really good at the time. Colts lost. I remember I was sitting on my dad's side of the master bed, and I had a crick in my neck. So I was just sitting like that for like 3 hours, and it was the worst. And then the next game, I watched the wild card game. So like when Tony Romo botched the snap against Seattle, the New England Jets game.
Remember that one?
Oh, the other one was the 23-8 Colts over Chiefs. Trent Green started I think it was Trent Green. Peyton was awful in that game, but you still beat the Chiefs.
Yeah.
And then there was the other, I don't remember watching the other NFC game. And then you have the 15-6 Colts over Ravens. You have the classic upset Patriots over the MVP LT and the Chargers.
Right.
Saints win. They're like the weird 10-6 seed, or 10-16 that is a 2 seed. Then the Bears steamroll Seattle.
Yep.
Then I actually, the first ever bet I made, I was 5 years old. I told my uncle, okay, it's going to be a Colts and Saints Super Bowl. My uncle said it was going to be a Patriots and Bears, and we didn't end up winning. I didn't end up winning anything. So
you were each right with one team.
Yeah, exactly. I remember if my dad's listening, we were stuck on a plane in DC the night of the conference championship games. And I remember asking my dad, hey, what's the score of the Saints and Bears game? And he said the Bears were just killing the Saints. It's like, oh, okay, darn. I'm not gonna beat I think my Uncle Mike in that. Maybe Uncle Mike or Uncle Tom. Either way. So yeah, that was my introduction to good old sports. So yeah, I learned the Ravens existed before the Falcons existed, and at that point I didn't have the understanding of teams play in a city, and that city has multiple teams.
Yeah.
Because I understand the vast majority of sports fans have at least same geographical teams. Say like Pittsburgh, for example, doesn't have a basketball team. Right?
Correct.
But you would Knicks is geographically okay. Sixers is a little weird.
Closest to Pittsburgh would be Cleveland. Cleveland's the closest NBA team to Pittsburgh because it's only 2 hours away.
Okay,
you're
that works.
5-6 hours to Eagles, and then to the Sixers to Philadelphia. About 5-6 hours down the turnpike, depending on how you're driving and where you're stopping. But yeah, you got another hour and a half north then if you're hitting New York.
Gotcha.
So Baltimore would probably be the next closest, but they don't have the Bullets anymore. They went and became the Wizards in DC.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I guess DC would be next closest then.
Yeah, I was actually talking to a buddy. He's from the Carolinas, right? And before the Panthers came to town, everyone in North Carolina was a Falcons fan. So it was like Falcons and Braves. And then the Panthers come to town, and it's, why are you rooting for an Atlanta sports team? Don't you hate Atlanta? It's like, yes. Huh. Why are we Braves fans? And there was, before the Nationals and the Ravens came along, there were a lot of Redacteds and Orioles fans. And that, to me, seems like...
Well, actually, you'd be surprised because I lived in the Baltimore area after the Colts left.
And that's a good point.
Yeah, I moved into the area. Well, I guess the Colts left in like 86. And so I came into the area about 88, 84, 86. I can't remember. But I came into that area in 88. And that area had all of the Redacteds games on TV. Everybody in school hated the Washington football team at the time with a different name. everybody hated him. Like everybody else liked a different team, either Dallas or Denver, Colorado was good. The Denver Broncos were good then. I was a big Steeler fan. There was a couple Steeler fans there in the school, but they were just like everybody just liked other team, and a ton of Colts fans because Colts were the team. It used to be in Baltimore. Still rooting for them, even though they're over
the
there.
marching band too.
Yeah, and they took a couple years of being the Ravens. They were still the Colts marching band for like the first 2 or 3 years. I think that they were marching for the Ravens before they turned and became the Ravens marching band.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite things when I go to games. It's like I don't know what other teams do. I've only been to a handful of NFL games, but very cool.
Yeah, it's really nice to watch them come all the way up Ravens Walk and they're playing their instruments, and it really gets everybody pumped because it's just like going to a college game. To tell you the truth, that's part of the college experience. So if you like that, the big bands and playing the fun and enjoying the parade before a game.
Speaking of enjoying, I really enjoyed this. This was like
me too.
I had been talking. Well, yeah, one of my good buddies on the app is a Steelers fan. He's like, yeah, we need to do a show sometime. It's like, yeah, sure. And then Ravens and Steelers fans can coexist. We didn't get mad at each other.
Oh, I know. I've got like I said, my best friend's a Ravens fan. My mom's a Raven fan. I can talk Ravens football the best one. I talked a lot of fans off the ledge in 2013 when they were stating that Joe Flacco couldn't win a Super Bowl. I said, this guy's not only capable of winning a Super Bowl. I saw you guys win a Super Bowl at Dilfer, and he's way better quarterback than Dilfer.
Yeah. Oh, man. And here I am. By the time my dad got me a Flacco jersey, he was gone within 2 years. So,
well, I can definitely sit down and watch a Ravens-Steeler game with you anytime. Thanks for having me on the show, Splash. This is a great thing, and I hope Steeler Nation comes in and is contributing pretty hard to this hurricane relief marathon that you're doing. That's a great job.
For sure. And I do want to say that this is my mom's account. It's just under my name. Hi, Mom. So thank you for joining, and make sure you're listening. Like the stream, subscribe to the channel, follow us on Twitter and Instagram. We have some big things. Of course, donate to the Relief Fund. We have a Cam Jordan game-worn jersey up for auction. It closes in 2 hours. I'm at Mountain Time, so I have to do the math in my head. So 2 hours. We have a Justin Fields mini helmet. We have a JC Horn mini helmet. We have a Charles Leno mini helmet. We have a Micah Parsons mini helmet. So super exciting. And after this little break, we will have some Buffalo Bills talk. So thank you, Stryker. This was a joy. So we will have to keep in touch, and I'll be back at some point in an indeterminate future. I'm going to turn it over to the Bills guys.
Awesome.
Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, to the uSTADIUM Hurricane Relief Marathon. On now, we are the Buffalo Fanatics. Well, members of the Buffalo Fanatics. My name is Steve Mathis. You can find me on Twitter at Judge Mathis, and I am joined by Alex Fabili. You can find him on Twitter at Alex_Fabili, and it's a good thing it's up there.
It's right there. Yeah, you can't spell my name. Don't try.
You can catch some of our work over on the Buffalo Fanatics YouTube channel every Monday and Thursday with my co-host Dave Tilton. We host the Air Raid Hour. It's all about the Buffalo Bills on our channel, but we're going to talk a little bit of NFL and a little bit of Buffalo Bills tonight because this is such a great cause that uSTADIUM has here, the Hurricane Relief Marathon. If you go down to this link right here at the bottom and you donate to the Relief Fund, Linktree/uSTADIUM. Obviously, Hurricane Ida has been real tough on the New Orleans region, and they could use all the help they can get. Nick Spano in the comment section saying, "Judge, what up, bro? Welcome in, and welcome into anyone." One of the things that we like to do on our show is we like to make it as interactive as possible. So as we're going through the segments and stuff tonight that we've sort of predetermined, feel free in the comment section to chime in. So at any point in time, if you have an opinion, you have a take, you have a question, let us know in that comment section. Your boy let us come in saying, ask me about my amazing jumper. We did a charity golf tournament for Buffalo Fanatics this weekend in Buffalo. And at the 13th hole, Stevie Johnson, former Buffalo Bill great, was at the 13th hole. And I'm not gonna lie to you, by the 13th hole, I was about 13 drinks in, and he set up a little basketball hoop. And people were taking jumpers and stuff. But this basketball hoop, I swear, it was not regulation. My forehead was touching the rim. So I was taking some jumpers and we were just, fooling around. I missed the backboard every time. I couldn't even hit the backboard. I was just shooting it over the backboard every time. So, but hey, I will say this: ripped a couple of shots of tequila with Stevie, and the next 2 holes, I pounded like a 260-yard drive straight down the middle of the fairway for 2 straight holes. So, I guess I should have just done the tequila before I was shooting the basketball shots because it sure as hell helped my driving game. Anyway, let's get into it tonight. Obviously, there's going to be some Buffalo people in the comment section, so we're going to get to Buffalo as well. But I know this is the uSTADIUM channel, so we want to do some NFL talk. And what better way than to keep it in the AFC East? Because the big news today, and we'll get on the Jets too in a moment, but let's get to the big news of the day. Cam Newton released by the New England Patriots. And as well as Brian Hoyer. So their depth chart right now is that was later on in the day.
Oh, okay.
He might have been one of those things where they're trying to IR someone and they'll bring him back.
Maybe. Yeah.
I don't know the specifics of that, but either way, the only 2 quarterbacks on the depth chart right now are Mac Jones and Jared Stidham.
How is he still around? How does he still last?
He survives. But even though he won't be sitting on the throne this year, it'll be Mac Jones on the throne. What are your thoughts on Cam Newton getting the boot and Mac Jones getting the start for the New England Patriots?
I mean, honestly, I'm more surprised they cut Hoyer and Stidham didn't get cut because he's terrible. Like, come on, he's horrible. But no, I mean, it's not that. Honestly, I wasn't that surprised with Cam Newton. I think it was kind of trending that way. It's really crazy, like how much difference a year makes. Like early last season, Cam looked amazing. Remember that Seattle game on Monday night? I think.
Yep.
He was incredible, and I'm like, Cam's back. Watch out. And then it just didn't happen. He got COVID. He got hurt. I mean, he's always been hurt. Their offense is terrible. So it's just been downhill from there. He got that cheap deal in the offseason, where even once he signed that deal, it was like, yeah, they could cut him. And he was kind of assumed the starter, but drafting a quarterback in the first round doesn't guarantee anything he's going to play. So, I mean, I'm not surprised, especially once like he didn't get the vaccination and he hit on the COVID thing. You can't have your starting QB missing any COVID time. Like, it can't happen. Like the Colts, the Vikings, I don't know how that's working right now. Like,
yeah, and we
you're
got
the starting quarterback, you can't miss time.
So we got Nick Spano coming in saying Stidham is on the PUP list, so he's out 6 weeks, I believe.
Oh,
so maybe Brian Hoyer will be coming back. So maybe
then I would assume
Brian Hoyer would come back. But it's just super interesting. They're handing the reins over to Mac Jones. I think this is the best decision Bill Belichick has made in quite a long time. I've been on record saying that the Patriots would have way more Super Bowls if they had a better general manager there in New England, because I think Bill Belichick's ego has gotten in his way a couple of times. He, like when he got rid of Randy Moss, he was afraid to go get more weapons for Tom Brady. He thought he could scrape by and play good defense and all these things. Their drafting has been very suspect over the years. There's a lot of things that you can ding Bill Belichick for on top of calling him the greatest coach of all time. So,
I will say, like, they did win 6 Super Bowls. And like Brady's prime was like in that 10-year span where they didn't win Super Bowls. Like, I kind of agree they could have like a couple more Super Bowls. Like, obviously they could have the 2 or 3 that they lost. They could win one, but like maybe one extra. I'm not really sure. But I would agree 100% that he's not a great drafter. I think. They've shown that. We've seen so many high picks just coming in, coming out. But, I mean, they get it done. I think he is still a great coach. I saw Asante Samuel saying he's just another coach without Brady. Which
it was a little
– it
was funny. It was funny. I enjoyed it.
I liked it because it was funny, but I disagree the point. I think he's still a great coach. Like, him being a great coach goes all the way back to the Bills Super Bowl in 1990. He was the reason they won. And then he was – good in Cleveland for all those years. I mean, he cut Bernie Kosar. So, him making crazy quarterback cuts, isn't that like outside of the
Yeah.
realm for him. He let Tom Brady go as a free agent, like crazy.
Mhm.
So I don't think it's that different. I just
Yeah.
really think he's just like, I'm not dealing with him missing time from COVID. I mean, he's probably still not 100% healthy from his shoulder that's just been
Mhm.
wrecked by David Gettleman and all the people in Carolina all those years. He's not young, but he's not old. He's like that early 30s,
Yeah.
so it's hard
And
to really commit.
And it's just, I mean, it's interesting. Your boy Lettuce comes in and says Mac looked like a prototypical McDaniels quarterback. He looked a little Tom Brady-esque this offseason. And it is the preseason. So I will say that. But I think Bill Belichick made the best move because you with Cam, you're capped. Like there's only so far you're going to be able to go with Cam Newton. I think that Mac Jones adds an element of ceiling to this offense because what they're going to go out there this year and they're going to try to do is they're going to try to be the best defense in the National Football League. And they got the ponies to do it. I know Stefan Gilmore is on the PUP list, but their
That'll be
defense
tough.
is 3 deep at almost every position. They are
Yeah, they got a
loaded
good defense,
on
no
defense.
question.
I think they could have an historically good defense, and I think that's what Bill Belichick is counting on. Bill Belichick probably is pretty convinced himself that at this point he can hold the team to under I'm pretty sure he's convinced himself that he could probably hold the team to under 20 points a game this season. I think he's fairly confident in that.
I think that's what he wants to do. I mean,
Yeah.
Mac Jones just has to limit mistakes,
Mhm.
but asking that out of a rookie quarterback who actually has very little starting experience overall,
Yeah.
and like coming from Alabama, where like I mean, he's got all the world class talent around him, so we'll see. I mean, I don't know if it adds a ceiling or a floor. I think it's just
But it's
really
like,
is just a
so,
question mark.
But you look at the offense, and they have a pretty good offensive line. I mean, obviously there are some questions in pass protection with Isaiah Wynn, but along the offensive line, they're pretty solid, especially in the run blocking situation. You got
I do like
they
the
have
running
six running backs on the
Yeah.
active roster.
Yeah.
Like they're gonna run the football. So this is gonna be an offense that's predicated on running first, then finding Jonu, finding Hunter, finding Aguilar, finding Bourne, finding Myers. Even Devin Asiasi, like it's finding the running backs out the backfield. It's going to be
Big
about
names right there.
efficiency on third down. And I think you're much more likely to be efficient on third down with a quarterback, even in his limited playing time, who's shown far better accuracy over his career than Cam Newton. I have no doubt in my mind that when the New England Patriots acquired Cam Newton, Josh McDaniels had all these thoughts in his mind about all these different things he could do on offense and all these different things he can do with Cam Newton. But at the end of the day, with what they're trying to do this year, that quarterback who can just pick up third downs and be efficient and dink and dunk the ball down the field, maybe take the occasional shot. I think that's what they're looking for in this offense. But I want to transition now. I want to keep it in the AFC East.
Mm-hmm.
Josh Allen is now the oldest quarterback in the AFC East at 25 years old. So let that sink in. The starting quarterbacks in the AFC this year are going to be Josh Allen, Mac Jones, Zach Wilson, and Tua Tagovailoa. I want to power rank the quarterbacks in the AFC East. And we got a comment in here that says, per Elias, the last time all 4 quarterbacks starters in division were 25 or younger occurred in the 1973 AFC Central.
That's got to be like no, that's not the Central. That's got to be. Who knows who those guys are?
Yeah,
Actually, I don't know.
the St. Louis Cardinals. Maybe I don't know who would be in that, but Stefan coming in saying Mac Jones is the truth. So maybe Mac Jones would be willing to, or maybe Stefan would be willing to put Mac Jones at the top of his list. But if you're power ranking the AFC East quarterbacks right now, what's your order 1 through 4?
Okay, this is gonna be crazy. Number 1, it's not who you think it is. No, I'm just kidding. It's Josh Allen. I mean, it has to be. I mean, it really has to be Josh Allen. I mean, he was, even if Cam Newton was starting, like Allen's the best quarterback. Really, just after last season, he was so great. Even like if he was coming off like an average season or like an okay season, better than his second season, he'd still probably be the best just because the rookies haven't done anything and Tua has such limited action. And that goes to Tua's my second best, number 2. I can't put a rookie ahead of Tua. And Tua showed some stuff. I know everyone wants to hate on Tua, and I think that's fine if you want to do that. But I want to. He had some good. He had some good plays. He also had some really bad plays, but also the hip. I think people vastly overlooked the hip injury he had. I think his offensive line is still terrible. They didn't do anything to fix it, which is astounding. I think I mean, they definitely improved his weapons,
Mhm.
but last year's weapons weren't very good. And like also he had to worry about getting that getting yanked for Fitz. And I don't think that's gonna happen this year because I don't think Jacoby Brissett's gonna be the guy you yank for your first round quarterback. I think they're gonna
Yeah.
really make sure Tua fails because I think
Mhm.
all this Watson talk, I think they really want to know, is Tua good enough to start? Is he good enough to play? And I think he might even have a shorter rope because like even if he's like just good, that might not be good enough, especially if Watson's available.
Yeah.
But
A slight pause in our conversation here because Splash did come in the private chat, and he told us that the last 4 quarterbacks 25
Okay.
years or younger in the 1973 AFC Central were Ken Anderson, Mike Phipps, Dan Pastorini, and Terry Bradshaw.
that's right. I was
That's
thinking
pretty cool.
Bradshaw, but yeah, I love that. That's awesome.
And
That's amazing.
we've also got some people coming with their lists. Your boy Lettuce, Alan Mack, Tua Wilson, Josh Wilson, Mack, Brissett, Trubisky. Tua says Nick Spano. Ryan
Trubisky
Potts
might
comes
be
in.
better.
I have-
Trubisky might be the second best.
And
That's
then
fair.
Alan, Tua, Zach, and Mac says Ryan Potts, but he has the MVP above Tua as well, says your boy Lettuce. So
Yeah.
Deshaun Watson, I heard a take today while we're on Miami. So you had Josh Allen number 1, 2, and number
Mhm.
2. I heard this take today. I want your thoughts on this take as we take a little pause here. Someone said just the fact that Brian Flores had to walk into that locker room and try to convince the team that Tua was their starting quarterback already tells you everything that they know about Tua as a starting quarterback, that people need convincing that he's really the guy there. What are your thoughts on that take? The fact that the coach has to pull the quarterback aside and let him know, like, hey, you're my guy, has to go to the locker room and let them know, like, hey, you're my guy. Like, it shouldn't it just be known that he's the guy?
I think the players know, but all the Watson smoke is apparently coming from Stephen Ross, a guy who we must realize has like rarely ever made a good idea.
So he's meddling again.
Like he's just being stupid. Like I think the guys have seen Tua first team all summer. They knew he was going to be the starter after Fitz left. Like I think the guys know, and then maybe hearing these reports, like if the owner's saying it, then maybe you do have to listen. But honestly, I think it's just ridiculous that this is coming out. I think Stephen Ross is once again making a big an issue out of this. He could, really hurt Tua's confidence. I hope he doesn't. I think he's better than that. So I just don't. This whole Watson story just is ridiculous. Every reporter is just going for it. They're trying to just break it when there's just nothing there. He's not getting traded. Like, it's just too ridiculous. The price is too high, especially for the Dolphins. If they give up all those firsts and seconds, like, is your team good enough to compete with Deshaun Watson? I don't know. I don't think they're that good to begin with. I think that line is still terrible, and I think that's not going to help Watson. Like, he had Will Fuller in Houston already. Like, is Devontae Parker much better than, like, Brandon Cooks and all that? Like, Jalen Waddle's a question mark, but you gave up 2 first-round picks for him. So, like, I don't know what they're doing in Miami. It started out real good, and then it's probably Stephen Ross because he's just impatient and bad, which I can understand, but, we've seen it time and time out. It's just the team, the Dolphins have something, and then it just disintegrates. And we saw them disintegrate at the end of last year, so maybe that's the beginning. Like, and I'm still not that impressed by this team overall.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you my top 2 here that I have. Obviously, I think obviously the Bills homer that I am. There was no doubt in my mind that Josh Allen would be number 1.
Yes,
and I think that the number one. But here's the thing. But here's my take. The number one thing is, despite how good Mac Jones, has looked in the preseason, despite Zach Williams being the number 2 overall pick, despite Tua now being the starter in Miami, et cetera, last year you saw every ESPN pundit, whether they're intelligent or they're not, and most of them are not. You see all of these national television pundits last year were doing the same thing that we were, and they were power ranking quarterbacks in the AFC East. And you were seeing people crowning Jared Stidham and putting Sam Darnold over Josh Allen. Like, you saw Josh Allen as the number 3 and the 4 guy on those lists last year.
Okay.
When it was Jared Stidham, Sam Darnold, Ryan Fitzpatrick, and Josh Allen to choose from. You're not seeing that disrespect this year. You're not seeing, I haven't seen a single national pundit out there willing to say that Josh Allen isn't going to finish the season as the best quarterback in the AFC East. Not a single the balls to give that take when they felt that they had more than enough rope to give that take seasons ago.
Okay. I guess I mean, of course he's going to be the number one. Like, he has to be, unless those two rookies or Tua becomes really good, like, he's not going to be the worst quarterback, or even probably second worst. Like, he's going to end up as the best quarterback in the division. But also, I mean, the Jarrett Stidham stuff was stupid. He was never going to start, and
it was the picture on the crown. It was the picture on the
no,
it was the picture on the throne.
That's like a CIA plant. I don't know what it is. Jarrett Stidham is just nonsense. Cam was always going to be the starter. And I will say, if you wanted to come out and say Josh Allen was not the best quarterback in the AFC East last year, you were okay. I don't know if I would have said that. I don't think I put him ahead of I don't think I'd put Darnold ahead of him, because Darnold's also really bad. But we have to realize, as a passer, Josh Allen was not very good until last year. What made him worthwhile was his running ability, which has always been elite. And obviously he progressed from year 1 to year 2, and then made this incredible, ridiculous leap that we've never seen in NFL history before in year 3. And he's done it, and that should pretty much be his baseline now, unless he just crashes, which I can't really expect, just because he's looked so good in camp and preseason. So, and the offense is continuing another season. He's got good weapons. The line seems to be okay. So there really isn't much reason to believe she should crater that much. But I have no problem with anyone saying, outside of, if you want to say Cam Newton was better than Josh Allen, I could hear it. He was a former MVP. If you wanted to say Fitz was better, I probably wouldn't agree. So I think it was really just Josh was in that 2-3 area last year. Probably obviously has the most potential, and he hit it. But I just think now that we've seen it, which is all we wanted out of Josh. We need to see it, because he always was super high ceiling, but the floor was also super low. I've been thinking a lot, like, he's almost the most risky, like, quarterback investment in, like, the longest that I can remember. Like, just all the draft picks that they put into him, his scouting report, like, all this, I think it worked. It's worked. And I just think it's really something that, it's crazy how it worked. Of all the teams for it to work, it's the Bills. But yeah, I think, go ahead.
We got Nick Spano coming in saying you have the Jets and Joe Douglas who are doing the opposite of Miami. And that's my second quarterback on my list. I have Zach Wilson as number 2 on my list. And I want to talk a little bit about Zach Wilson. And then he also asked earlier about our take on the Jets. So we can use this opportunity to talk about, like, our outside perspective on what we think of the Jets here. But for me, I went with Zach Wilson because I think he's got a really good play caller in LaFleur. So I think he's got a team that's going to be smart, and they're not going to put too much on his shoulders too early, despite the fact that they might not have a lot of good running backs. They have a lot of running backs. I think they're going to count and do that San Francisco offense and do a lot of play action stuff, count a lot on the running game. They're going to do a lot of stuff to set up Zach Wilson to be successful. They're going to try to scheme guys open. I think Zach Wilson's going to have some success in his first year. And I'm always going to put my faith now that I've seen Josh Allen, and now that I've looked around the league and seen some other quarterbacks fail, for me, from now on, I'm always going to lean towards the arm talent. And Zach Wilson has an arm talent that Tua and Mac Jones do not. Now,
I'd agree.
I'm not saying you should put too much faith in the arm talent. Like, he's no John Skelton, right? Like, he's no Jamarcus Russell. Zach Wilson has also shown an ability to be an accurate quarterback on top of that. So you have to sort of balance the both. But when I balance the both, it's Zach Wilson's arm talent to me that puts him over top of Mac Jones and Tua Tagovailoa, because I think his ceiling is higher. Mac Jones can have a very successful career, but I think it's going to be in an offense that is predicated around him and puts skill players around him. Same with Tua. I think Zach Jones is one of those guys who can elevate, not now, not in his rookie year, but over time, as he gains more confidence and experience, he, like Josh Allen, can be a quarterback that elevates the talent around him. I don't know. What are your thoughts on?
I think I would agree. I think he definitely has a higher ceiling than Mac Jones. Not that he has a bad ceiling. I think Mac Jones can be good. It's just, I do think we might be just pigeonholing Mac Jones into that, game manager kind of thing before we even see him.
I saw him scramble out of the pocket, and in today's NFL, when he almost got hurt, scrambling for like a yard and a half, and it was the most awkward run I've ever seen in my entire life.
Well,
that's to me why I'm pigeonholing Mac Jones.
That's fair.
Nothing, it has nothing to like his arm talent is there, but if you see this dude out of the pocket, and so many quarterbacks have to be successful out of the pocket in today's NFL, and you see Mac Jones out of your pocket, and it's just you laugh, like you openly laugh. It's so funny to watch. And I'm not trying to be mean or anything because, like, I do think he's a good quarterback.
It's not,
but
his
it's
game,
so hilarious. Like, he looks so awkward out of the pocket.
Yeah, I mean, that I would agree there. That's probably, if anything, that's the thing that'll hold him back. Like maybe he never can get past that Kirk Cousins, level. He can win more than Kirk Cousins, but I don't know. We'll see. But I do agree, Zach. Well, it's like you have to be able to move out of the pocket. You have to be able to make plays on the run. Across your body now. Like, think of Mahomes, think of Allen, think of Rodgers, and Russell Wilson, just making these plays that you don't think you've seen before. Like, it's not the old NFL where all the great throws are made in the pocket. A lot of the best throws now are running and throwing across your body to the other side of the field or something, like the Allen throw to to Beasley in the last preseason game. That was incredible. Like, those are the plays you're going to have to make. And I can definitely see Zach Wilson doing those. Obviously, I think he's going to need some more time. I think the Jets are somewhat building better. I mean, it's not as bad as what they did with Darnold, where they just every year made it worse.
Yeah.
And also, they always had a horrible coach. So I don't know about Robert Salah. I think he'll be fine. I don't know about Douglas. I don't like trading 2 picks for a guard, but I mean, their line needed to get fixed. I think it's better. So it's nice to see that they're investing in that.
I like the Jets, but I also think that they're a couple of years away just because I think they're missing some of the star power. Like on offense, they're
missing a lot of star power.
Yeah. I mean, Zach Wilson's going to, obviously, he's going to take his lumps his rookie year, but I also think he'll be fairly successful. Michael Carter might take a little bit of time to become a good NFL running back. Who knows what his ceiling is? The rest of the running backs there have a very low ceiling, guys like Tevin Coleman, Ty Johnson. The receiving core, how long's Crowder going to be there? You got Corey Davis, you got Denzel Mims. Obviously, I really love Elijah Moore. So you got some guys there who could turn into something. Tight end, they're struggling with. Offensive line, you got Becton.
Yeah, they traded Herndon.
You got Barrett Tucker. And then a bunch of like average guys and like Van Routen and Fant.
Well,
and
I think
stuff, so.
Becton can be great. I was a huge fan of Becton last year.
But so on offense, it's there. But then on the defensive side of the ball, especially with Carl Lawson out now, I mean, they got Quinnen, they got Rankins, they got Shaq along the defensive line. Out at linebacker outside of CJ Mosley, it's all like converted safeties and stuff. I think for you Jets fans out there, I think Quincy Williams is a name to keep an eye on. Got cut by the Jags today, former 3rd-round pick and brother of Quinnen Williams. The Jets need linebacker something fierce. So he might be on the radar. And then the secondary, outside of Marcus May,
it's just
not a lot of weapons in that secondary. So I think they're a little ways away. And obviously their kicking situation is something to keep an eye on as well, even though that kicker has been kicking really well.
Who is their kicker?
Matt, same name as a Patriots player. Matt Amendola, but it's spelled different.
Oh, really? Okay.
I don't know. He came in, I was watching the preseason game and he looked good, but he's obviously, Amendola, but he hasn't, he's looked good in the preseason, but that's got to obviously translate to the regular season. When you have a kicker that no one's heard of, that's usually a concern heading into the season.
I think it's good for them this year. Like, they're probably not going to win too many games. You're not going to win too many games with a rookie quarterback.
I think they're a 5 to 7 win team.
Yeah, maybe 4, maybe I don't know, but yeah, like they just don't have impact players as much. Like their best players are defensive tackles. So we've seen that here in Buffalo. That doesn't get you anywhere. You got to have Wilson make plays, and I think Crowder, Davis, and Moore. I think that's kind of underrated, especially if Moore's like good.
Yeah.
I think that could work. I don't think they'll win many games just because that's still not. Those are still like just average for the most part. But I think you could see the groundwork to a pretty good team. I think if Moore becomes a legit number 1, Maybe Michael Carter's a really good running back.
Well, my
the
thing is,
committee-
I think they're going to use, and I guess you can call it, you might be able to call it number one. I think they're going to use Elijah Moore like they used Deebo Samuel in San Francisco. So I think he could have a lot of success in that Deebo role.
Sure.
And then, I mean, Zach Wilson was literally just, he was only throwing the ball to Corey Davis in the preseason.
That's
so
fair.
like that chemistry and that connection is there. When Corey Davis is on the field,
He
was
might
getting
be a
targeted with the
low-key pickup
football.
for us
Yeah,
in fantasy.
in fantasy. So between that, a decent connection that he's had with Tyler Kroft, who we know from his time in Buffalo.
Yeah, we know
I
him.
think Zach Wilson's going to have success, but I also don't think Matt LaFleur is going to put the pedal to the metal and put too much pressure on Zach Wilson. So I think that there's almost a limit on the amount of points that they can put up a game. And with their defense, they're going to have to put up a lot of points, at least early, because that defense is going to need some time to improve.
I think this is really just a feeling out season. You just let them go. Don't worry about mistakes. Like, this isn't a Super Bowl team. There's time with the head coach. There's time with the OC. There's time with the quarterback. A lot of the skill guys. Still, a lot of those guys on defense. They might. I know May and Quinn Williams are coming on contracts, but like, this is just a blank slate almost. Like, you can just do whatever you want. If you want to have Elijah Moore doing end arounds to get first downs, go for it. Like Deebo, like, who cares? There's no script. Just figure out what you have on this team and just go into next season with, most likely a high draft pick, a season of experience for Zach Wilson and, season experience for the other young guys. Hopefully that line can, mesh and gel and stay somewhat solid. So I don't worry about I don't think the Jets are going to win many games. I'm not worried for the Bills, but I think it has the possibility to be okay. Now, obviously, it's the Jets, and they always mess everything up every single time without fail. So we'll just have to see. But honestly, you kind of play like that armchair GM. Like, would you do this? Would you do this? When you see those teams, and I really didn't see anything that was too drastic. Like, maybe you take Fields instead of Wilson, but that's really, that's not a big deal. But I don't think there's anything crazy for this team. So I think they might be on the right track, but nothing to worry about anytime soon.
Yeah. And who do you got as your quarterback 3 and 4? I know my third would be Mac Jones. As I mentioned, I think in that offense he can have a lot of success. And my fourth
last? Oh my!
No, I put Mitch Trubisky last.
You didn't even rank Tua?
Tua's going to bomb this year, and the Miami Dolphins are going to be terrible.
Gosh,
Deshaun Watson will be their 2023 starting quarterback.
Mitch Trubisky shouldn't play at all. All right. I put Wilson and Jones as 3A and 3B. I'm not going to have a last. I'm just being, honest. They could be terrible this year. They could be fine, but Tua has played in the NFL, and that's something I think we're just kind of discounting. If you want to put Mitch Trubisky ahead of Tua, that's fine, just because. But it's just he's not going to
correct.
Sure. I don't doubt. I mean, that's fair.
But all right, so let's talk about some other quarterbacks around the league here. Some things that we wanted to talk about.
Mitch Trubisky is an MVP, guys.
Me and Alex do like to jump around and talk about other NFL things as well.
Absolutely.
And one of our favorite players over the past couple of years has been famous Jameis Winston, Mr. Crab Legs himself. The conversation I want to have with you, because a lot of people are saying what happened to Jameis Winston last year when he got redshirted is something that could be in the cards for a Mitchell Trubisky. So it'll be really interesting to see a year under his belt in the Sean Payton system, how Jameis is going to do this year. So Jameis is the starting quarterback over Taysom Hill. What are your thoughts on him starting? I know they got Kamara. I know they got Latavius Murray. But hey, Jared Cook is gone. Michael Thomas is going to miss the start of the season. Emmanuel Sanders is gone. His weapons are Marquez Callaway. It's
Mike Thomas after he comes back from
Mike Thomas when he comes back, obviously Kamara and stuff like that. So the weapons are lacking. I know they, I need to look up their cuts in their depth chart today, but
I want to just skip over Alvin Kamara.
Adam Troutman was their tight end, by the way. That's the name I was looking for. Thank you, Splash. He was a guy I liked in the draft a couple of years ago, but still,
Oregon.
It's a limited arsenal of weapons for LASIK Jameis. What are your thoughts on Jameis Winston starting in New Orleans? Think he's going to have some success? Do you think they could be contenders?
I think so. I think they're still the favorites in the NFC South. Well, not the favorites. I'm sorry. they could contend. I'm going to say I forgot Tampa Bay was there for a second. So yeah,
Atlanta's gonna be real bad.
Yeah, especially if Josh Rosen's their starter. I love it. He's coming back. He's gonna be the heir apparent to Matt Ryan. You mark it down. Yeah, I mean, I think they can compete with Tampa. I don't know if they're as good. They had to cut a lot of talent with the cap problems. They really just caught up to them this year. But Jameis over Taysom was always going to happen. I don't know why people thought Taysom was a chance. Like, he's not a quarterback. He's he's a player you can put at the quarterback position for gadget plays. He's a pretty useful player. So I just think Sean Payton got way too just into himself, thinking, yeah, Taysom's gonna be a starter. I'm gonna give him $150 million contract. That's not 100. Just weird stuff that Payton's doing just because he's grasping at straws because he didn't get Mahomes or someone else to be the heir apparent to Breeze. So I think Jameis will be fine. I mean, it really just depends on his mistakes. Is that LASIK? Can he see now?
I think that's good for minus 15 interceptions.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, he did the 30 and 30, but like before that, he was never close to those
he
numbers.
Literally said, he literally came out and said, I can't even see down the field. I just see blurs, and I throw at the blur that's the color of the uniform I'm wearing. Like, that's literally like words that have been spoken by Jameis Winston.
It's so crazy. It's up there. It's up there.
Yeah, and they just don't have the targets for Jameis to get 3,000 yards and 30 touchdowns, says your boy Lettuce.
Yeah, I think in that offense he definitely could throw 30 touchdowns, and I don't think. And there's going to be so many safety valves. I mean, in Payton's offense, especially with Kamara, he's not going to have that as many issues thrown down the field.
Splash comes in the clutch here in the private chat. He mentioned Adam Troutman. So they have Marquez Callaway, they have Michael Thomas, they also have Traquan Smith, Deontay Harris. So there are some weapons there, but there's another weapon who just hit the market today. And that is someone that we're familiar with in John Brown. He requested his release from the Raiders. Don't blame him. Derek Carr is not going to have any amount of time to throw the football downfield with that offensive line. It's going to be a nightmare there in Vegas. John Brown has hit the free agent market. John Brown is a fit in New Orleans. I would like to see him possibly go to New Orleans, but what do you see as some other fits for a guy like John Brown? Detroit has no wide receivers, but I would hate to see him have to play with Jared Goff. Kansas City could use another speedster. They always like those speedsters. And Green Bay is another place where I could see a guy like John Brown landing up. Which of these do you think would be the best option for John Brown? I'm praying for LASIK Jameis to get John Brown.
So I didn't write New Orleans down. I did have the Lions just because they have nobody. I wrote KC just because, I mean, like here, he could step in and be Sammy, like he was there in KC. And then I said maybe New England just because just who knows? Like, there's so many guys that are just there. Like John Brown's been a good player, and he's probably would be.
Yeah, I know receiver. they got Bourne and Aguilar on the boundary. They got Jacoby Myers in the slot.
Who cares?
But then that's just about it.
He's still he's more proven than those guys. I mean, he's similar-ish to Aguilar, but he's more consistent. I hope John Brown can get back onto it because I've always wanted. I've been rooting for him ever since he left here. I mean, maybe he could come back here. I don't know where, but who knows? If Josh Allen wants it to happen, he's okay to it. Whatever. But
Joe Buscaglia today said, if that John Brown can't find a situation that he likes, or there are no offers for him out there, you are allowed to carry 4 vested veterans on your practice squad. So the Buffalo Bills could bring in John Brown. He can come into the Buffalo Bills facility every day. He can stay in shape. He can stay around a football team. If there's any injuries to our wide receiving core, he can step in right away onto a winning roster. And if the Buffalo Bills promise not to protect him, if there is any openings or are any injuries around the league, he can jump at that opportunity. And he's been in a playbook. He's been practicing every week, et cetera, et cetera. I think that could be a situation. I doubt it. I don't
think he'll be here, but I definitely think Green Bay or Kansas City.
But Detroit. As much as I don't want to see him in Kansas City, I would rather him go to Kansas City. I'd rather him go to New Orleans, Green Bay, go to a place with a quarterback. Like, I don't mean to be too mean to Jared Goff here, but I'm sorry. What's going on in Detroit? nothing can fix what's going on there right now. They are in a total rebuild. There is no talent on that offense whatsoever. Panay Sewell's getting burned at right tackle. He needs
I'm
to
not
switch back
surprised
over.
about that.
He needs to switch back over to the left side pronto. I don't care if they have a guy over there. Jared Goff is a system quarterback without the puppet master and Sean McVay. You have TJ Hawkinson, and that's it. It's like Tyreek Williams. I mean, it's Khalif Raymond.
Amon St. Brown. I like
Amon St. Brown, who I like in the slot. So you can have Brown in the slot, Williams outside. But
that's not much.
Like there's just they just lack so much talent on that offense.
It's a total rebuild.
It's a total teardown. Like they just don't have enough talent to keep up in the modern NFL. And I just don't want to see John Brown stuck with that just because they needed a receiver. I'd like for him to go somewhere where he can actually be successful. A place with a real quarterback.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, the Green Bay cut.
Frank Ragnow is very good. Frank Ragnow is very good.
Oh yeah, he's fantastic. That's true. That's true. He's probably their best player on that whole team.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Sewell thing, I don't know why they put him at right tackle. I don't get it. I would have probably thrown him at left guard. But I mean, him struggling, isn't that surprising? Like he missed a whole year.
Short arms.
I don't know about the short arms as much, but it's also like he was 19 when he was dominating. So
true.
Like you have to progress. You can't, like, if you're 19, it's really hard just to miss a season. Now that's not his fault really, but it's just he's missed all. He has to catch up on another year's football, and then go in the NFL, start, and all of his talent. And he wasn't playing against great players in the Pac-12, so I'm not surprised to see him struggle. I still think he's got a lot of talent, but all this talk about him being, a Hall of Fame tackle out of school, I'm like, what's going on here? Let's slow down. Like he didn't play for a season, and you can't just dominate at 19, expect to, be amazing. And we saw that with Amobi Okoye all those years ago. He came out at 19, went to the NFL, and then kind of just, whatever. If your peak is at 19, then you're not going to get anywhere. You have to keep increasing as you go. You have to be better at 20. You have to be better at 21. So we'll see. It's good for him to. There's no. If he has a bad rookie season, that's fine because they're not going to win games if he's good or not. But if John Brown can get a starting job there, I don't blame him for taking it, because if you just take, a third string job somewhere at 30 years old, I don't know how well that, and especially if you're coming in late, like it's really easy to just get phased out of the NFL. And I don't want to see that happen with John Brown, but it's almost trending that way. Just like if you're not making plays with the Raiders, like, I don't know, man. Like, I'm not sure. I really hope he sticks around, but like, it just just the look of it doesn't look great because, he should have been the number one receiver pretty much in Oakland or with Las Vegas, whatever. But that team's a disaster, and I feel bad for Derek Carr because he's pretty good. It's just they just like to tear down this team around him because I don't know.
Yeah. All right. Let's speaking of guys who are now free agents, Cam Newton. You mentioned the shoulder thing and all that stuff. He's obviously a very competitive player, so he's probably going to struggle to find a backup job because of that. There is the vaccination issue as well. That was rumored to be part of his exit from New England. You've been watching Hard Knocks. I have not been watching Hard Knocks.
I haven't. Yeah, that's right.
Openly say I have not been watching Hard Knocks, but what I can say is the Dallas Cowboys are an absolute house of cards football team. That defense is not going to be very good, but if Dak Prescott is the starting quarterback, they have the firepower on offense to score a ton of points and will be in playoff contention. I don't think they're a playoff team. I don't think they make the playoffs.
Wow.
But they will be I don't think they make the playoffs.
Damn.
That roster is awful outside of like 7 players.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
but they're just 7 very, very good players. I think that team is constructed all wrong. And we can get into that conversation later.
Yeah, we'll get there.
What happens if Dak Prescott's arm is a problem? Their quarterback is then Cooper Rush. So is Dallas a possible landing spot for Cam Newton? And are you worried at all about Dak Prescott's arm? Because he is the Dallas Cowboys. The way that roster is constructed, if Dak Prescott doesn't play football, they don't win 3 games.
I would probably agree. I mean, if Dak's not that, we saw last year, if they don't have Dak, doesn't matter who's on that team, they're terrible. Like
Mhm.
you have to have a baseline of quarterback play, and they didn't have that, or they don't have that anywhere. Like Andy Dalton's terrible.
Not having that baseline,
Danucci-
that's also the starting quarterback in Chicago, which is kind of sad too.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. So I would definitely I could see Cam being there, but like Cam is a guy that doesn't want to not be the starter. I don't
Mhm.
think. Like obviously, I think he'd sit behind. He would obviously be the backup in Dallas, but like he's a different guy. Like I just don't think he's supremely confident in his abilities. And he always has been, and he always should be because he's probably one of the most talented quarterbacks ever. You know what I mean? Just
Mhm. From a physical
so
standpoint, yeah.
yeah, from just abilities. So I mean, if he wants to take the backup there, fine. I don't know how well they would do if Dak got hurt. I don't. Let's please Dak don't get hurt because he's my starter in fantasy. And also he's like I think if he's good this year, I think he could be fantastic. I think he could really lift that team up. And I don't think the defense is as bad as you say. I don't think it's great. They have really deep linebackers. Their secondary is not great.
Your whole defense is linebackers.
Yeah. I mean, they still got DeMarcus Lawrence, who's good. Their defensive tackles are there. I think they'll be fine. I think the defense will be bad, but not like horrible bad. I just think that their offense will be so good that you can get by with it. You know, like all those years in Green Bay where
Mhm.
their defense isn't that great, but they have Aaron Rodgers making tons of plays. I think Dak has that ability and the offense to do that. Their line's still pretty solid, if not pretty good. And hopefully Zeke can bounce back after just not being there last
Mhm.
year. And I like Tony Pollard. Their wide receivers are deep, and I think just if Cam sees like, hey, you know what, I'll sign and be the backup in Dallas. If Dak gets hurt, I mean the shoulder thing that was in Hard Knocks was really weird. They're like really being 100% risk averse with him. I mean, I'm all for it. Go for it. Just don't risk it. But also, I kind of am worried. Like, you know, he probably should be out there. Like, maybe you need to take a hit or two. Like, his first game action is going to be, I mean, almost a year apart or year and like 11 months apart because he only played like 4 games. So that kind of is scary. But I would like I have other teams down for maybe where Cam can go, like maybe the Steelers or the Cardinals or teams that just don't have backups. But
the Cardinals got Colt McCoy. I
Shut
think
up.
they're pretty happy. They're really happy with Colt McCoy, and he looked good this preseason.
And okay, Cliff Kingsbury is saying that, a guy who should be fired. Okay, like,
with my own 2 eyes, I'm
Stop.
telling you that Colt did well this preseason.
Colt McCoy, no, stop.
Don't you dare slander my boy Colt.
I will slander Colt McCoy.
All right,
He shouldn't be in the NFL.
last quarterback on the list here, Jalen Hurts. Yeah. We're gonna pick division winners in a little bit.
Oh yeah.
And my thought on division winners, like before the season started, before the Carson Wentz injury, I was 100% on the Colts train. I thought they would have one of the better records in the AFC. I think they would. I thought they were going to push for the 1 seed. I don't even know if there's so many question marks around their quarterback now. Like, what were they thinking? Gardner Minshew just got traded for a 6th-round pick, and they weren't in on that. 6th-round pick is all it took for Gardner Minshew, a guy who has played pretty well in this league when he's had to play a quarterback. He is now the backup in Philly along with Joe Flacco to Jalen Hurts. You have 3 guys there. Joe Flacco's looked impressive this preseason. Looked pretty well even playing for Adam Gase last year. Joe Flacco looks like he's still a guy. He looked solid last year for Adam Gase.
Stop.
And he looked really good this preseason.
No.
He looked like he still belongs in this league, not as a starter, but he looks like he still belongs in this league. You have Gardner Minshew, and then you have Jalen Hurts. How long is Jalen Hurts' leash there in Philadelphia?
Okay. First off, Joe Flacco is now the new Matt Schaub, where he's
better than Matt Schaub.
No,
he's better. He's better than end of career Matt Schaub. He is better than end of career Matt Schaub.
And they were they're gonna be backups on new teams every year for the next.
But Matt Schaub, when he came in as a backup, sucked. I think that Joe Flacco.
No, Joe Flacco
old Joe Flacco is better than old Matt Schaub.
No,
it's a weird debate we're having, but I'm sticking my guns.
I say they're equally bad. Anyways, yes, Matt Schaub is the pick 6 king. Joe Flacco's probably not that far behind. But anyways, I honestly, who cares with the Eagles? Because they are just they might be one of the most bereft teams in talent just in the league. They're the thing is with the Eagles is they're not like Detroit where they pretty much have to start Jared Goff because they're paying him so much money and there's no one else to play. Just who cares? I don't know how long the leash should be. If Jalen Hurts has a bad game, whatever, put Minshew in. If Minshew has a bad game, who cares? Put Hurts in. Like they should be drafting a quarterback in the first round next year, or trading for someone like maybe Watson. So this is really just kind of playing with house money. Like if Minshew's good enough to, be capable to maybe win NFL games, you play him. If Hurts, shows the promise he showed last year, you keep playing with him. But ultimately, I don't think either of these guys are going to be franchise guys that are going to be playing for the next 8 years or being a big investment for the Eagles. I think this is just kind of like the Bills back in the day where it's like, yeah, we got Kelly Holcomb and JP Lossman, whatever. Let's see. Or, yeah, we got Trent and Fitz, whatever. Let's see. Like, I don't think this team's going to get married to either of them, as I said. So if the leash is short for Jalen Hurts, maybe that's unfair, but like, he's like a second round pick who is probably drafted a little too high. Like I like Jalen Hurts. I just don't know how, how good he would be in the NFL. I don't want to doubt him because I think he did show some signs last year, but I don't know if he just has that next step to being a good, capable starter. We'll have to see. We'll see it this year. I don't think it's good that the Watson talk was around him. The trade for Minshew probably isn't great either. NFL teams like to show their hands when what they're thinking, and that's kind of a thing. Like his Gardner Minshew's the new Fitz. Joe Flacco's the new Matt Schaub. Gardner Minshew is the new Ryan Fitzpatrick. He's going to be bouncing around team to team, playing pretty well because someone's going to get hurt or not playing well enough, and Minshew's going to come in, run around, throw the ball, throw picks, throw touchdowns, win 6-7 games when your team should probably win 3. And I mean, hopefully he stays around in the league for 20 years, just like Fitz, because he's a lot of fun.
All right.
So that's what I'm just seeing with Hurts. I don't think it matters how long his leash is, just because unless he shows he's a franchise quarterback, it just doesn't matter.
Yeah. Let's move on now to picking some division winners. Let's start in the South. Let's start with the AFC South and the NFC South. Who do you got winning the AFC South this year?
AFC South, I have Tennessee.
I have Tennessee as well. What's your rationale there?
Tennessee's got the best quarterback. I just go best quarterback really. So they have the best quarterback. Their line's pretty good. They got Julio Jones. They have the AJ Brown. Derrick Henry should still be good. Their defense has a lot of young guys that should be, emerging. I think they got a lot of upside. I think they are an outside. I think that could be an issue for the Bills in the playoffs.
I want to. Your boy Lettuce, I think, is fine. He says Tennessee wins by default.
Sure, absolutely.
I want to pick the Colts so bad, but I can't do it because of the uncertainty at the quarterback position.
Not uncertainty, it's certainty. Carson Wentz is bad.
Or he's going to get hurt, but
both. He'll get COVID, he'll get hurt, he'll be bad.
Tennessee is pulling out 2 new offensive coordinators this year. On the defensive side of the ball, a defense coordinator who's never called plays on defense before, and on offense, it is, and I am awful tonight. I'm blanking on names, but he's the former Buffalo Bills quarterbacks coach, went to the Raiders, became the offensive coordinator there.
Downing?
Yeah, Todd Downey. Thank you. Yeah. He didn't have much success there in Oakland, and now he's calling plays again in Tennessee because Mike Vrabel didn't want to make any outside hires to the coaching staff. He hired from within. So between the Titans having a lot of question marks on defense, especially in the secondary, and their defensive coordinator and their offensive coordinator lacking so much experience, like, I so badly don't want to pick them. I don't think there'll be a problem, but I do think they're going to win the AFC South by default. NFC South, I got the Bucs. Who you got?
Bucs. Yeah.
I think that they're going to ride that Super Bowl wave back into the regular season and dominate that division this year. I think Tom Brady is going to end up being one of the top 5-10 quarterbacks in the league this year. Sure. Like last year, he wasn't. Like last year, he was probably around 10, right? But then he got to the playoffs and went on a heater. I think he's going to carry all that momentum with. I mean, look at those weapons that he's got in the backfield. He's got Ronald Jones. He's got Keyshawn Vaughn. He's got Leonard Fournette. and he's got Gio Bernard. Then in the wide receiver room, he's got Godwin. He's got Antonio Brown. He's got Scotty Miller. He's got Mike Evans. He's got OJ Howard. He's got Cameron Brate. He's got Rob Gronkowski. Their offensive line is good. There's a couple all pros on that offensive line. It's freaking really ridiculous. And then on that defense,
their defense is so good.
It's so good.
Yeah,
and the coaching staff is immaculate.
Yeah, I don't
Like,
know
from
how
top to
Jason
bottom.
Light. I don't know how Jason Light pulled it off, because just a few years ago he was a terrible GM that looked like he was getting on the
Bruce
verge of
Arians
getting fired.
effect.
I mean, it just everything worked. Good stuff. I mean, I gotta hand it to Jason Light. He really made a good team. Arians is great. I mean, Brady has a real effect. We see he's still good. I mean, obviously he wasn't good in the playoffs last year, but like he was still great in the regular season. Just they're going to be they have a really decent chance at going back to back. Or I mean, they're probably the best team in the NFC, and that's just insane how he's like a 43-year-old quarterback too. It's just nuts.
Yeah,
but yeah, it's easy. That's an easy pick. I think New Orleans might be able to like nip at them, but they're still probably going to be 2 games back at them.
I think Carolina is the one that nips at him. I love Matt Rule.
No,
I love me some Matt Rule.
Stop with this Sam Darnold stuff.
Anyway, the West. Let's move out west now. In the AFC, I have the Kansas City Chiefs winning the AFC West.
I have the Raiders. Just kidding. No, yeah.
Any
Kansas
thought
City.
I could envision Denver winning if Drew Lock was their starter and he hit.
No,
like he developed, but he's not starting, and they have Teddy Bridgewater. So now I know their ceiling is 8 to 10 wins. Like they're not going to get above that with Teddy Bridgewater. I don't care how many weapons he has and how good that defense is. I'm sorry, you hit your head on the ceiling there when you announced that Teddy Bridgewater was your starting quarterback.
I still don't know if Locke has that much of a ceiling either. I know
still got to be higher than.
I know
Teddy's.
there's some fun like meme parts about Locke.
The rapping.
The
sideline raps.
Yeah, the Lock flock. But it's just I think he's really bad. He was really bad last year.
Can the Chargers usurp the Chiefs?
That's the team. Possibly. I can't say they won't. I don't think so. But
I like Staley, the head coach that they hired.
Herbert.
They should have hired Dable, but Staley, he looks legit. Like
Herbert's
sometimes
good.
you can just like when Sean McVay was hired by the Rams, right? And you saw the way he handled himself in the press conferences, and you saw the way he handled himself on the sidelines, and you just saw the way he could talk about and decipher a football game. You just knew that guy was special, right? And he's proven, even though they've had some down times there with the Rams, he's proven he's special. I think he's going to prove that again this year with Matt Stafford as his quarterback, and they've sort of reloaded there.
Yeah.
Staley is the same thing, and I know he comes from that McVay tree, but he's not like Zach Taylor, who I mentioned. Like I was having this conversation at the Buffalo Fanatics golf tournament.
Who's like Zach Taylor?
Zach Taylor. I was like, someone was like, Zach Taylor. I was like, Zach Taylor sweats too much. Like you can tell he's scared on the sidelines. He's like pissing his pants every time he has to go out there. They should have
fired him when they should have fired him when they cut to him in his little his war room last draft, and was like in a spare bedroom with like a IKEA desk. Like,
yeah,
you're an NFL head coach.
This guy
had a mansion or whatever.
It's freaking. It's bad. And then someone was like, well, Sean Miller, the coach of the University of Arizona, sweat. And that's why I had to literally went into a half an hour breakdown with the guys in the golf cart about the difference between aggressively sweating because you know what you're doing and you're good at your job, which is what Sean Miller was at the University of Arizona, and sweating because you know that at any moment people are going to realize you're a fraud. And that's Zach Taylor. Like Zach Taylor, I guarantee you has the respect of absolutely zero people in that locker room. Like he's an absolute joke.
Yeah.
But anyway, back to Staley.
No,
we went on a little tangent here. Staley's legit. You can tell from the conversations he has and his mic'd up sessions and his press conferences that this guy understands how to be a leader of men, how to get control of a locker room, how to get everybody on the same page. And I think it's exactly what the Los Angeles Chargers needed, because, you know, Anthony Lynn, as good of a human being as he was kind of lacking a lot in the game management department.
Yeah, it wasn't there. There was some really bad lapses of judgment, and you just can't do those. Like they probably would have been they could have almost been a playoff team. Just they had that stretch of just games where they made mistake after mistake where that literally cost them. And you know, they ended on a better note, but like They
Mhm.
made the right choice. Like they got to get a new guy. And it sucks because I love Anthony Lynn, but they got to let Herbert air it out. Which how I look at it is I think Justin Herbert really does have top 5 quarterback in the NFL ability now that we
Mhm.
saw. And I think we know Derwin James has top 5
If he
ability.
can stay
Like if
healthy,
you
yep.
have,
And you got a Bosa there. You got Keenan
and,
Allen.
and there's another one there, and then their wide receivers always deep. They rebuilt that offensive line. Like I think maybe not this year, maybe next year.
Asante
Like they
Samuel
could,
Jr.
yeah, definitely. I think this could be one of those teams
Mhm.
on the rise. But that's the thing. Everyone thinks they're the next team on the rise, and then they just
Yeah.
crap out.
We're gonna have that
So
conversation about the Browns in a little bit too.
yeah, so I'm high on the Chargers.
Mhm.
I there should be no reason why they're not good next year, but it's also the Chargers. It's
Mhm.
just like the Jets. It's just like the Raiders. Like it's always just something. Either whether it's like ownership or management, coaching. There's just a failure on those, and they just don't make it to the next step. So
Yeah.
I think I don't expect the Chargers to win the division. I could see it happening, especially if there's an injury in Kansas City, or just they get unlucky.
Mhm.
But yeah, I'm still picking Kansas City.
All right, we only got about
What?
5 minutes left, so let's go through some
Yeah,
speed.
let's burn through.
Some speed talk here. But we got the NFC West. You got the Rams. I got the Rams. Who do you got?
Seattle.
You got Seattle. See, I don't mind some of the moves Seattle made this offseason. Arizona, Cliff Kingsbury is going to be in their way. It's the all field goals on offense, no matter how good their defense is. The Niners are interesting. But I think
That's true.
the quarterback room might tear that team down.
Yeah, I don't know.
So-
That's just a weird situation.
But
for
I'm going with
quarterback.
the Rams. I think the Rams are the second best team in the NFC behind the Bucks. Stafford is going to
is
be
interesting.
one of the top 3 MVP voters this year.
Okay, we'll
I'm
see.
calling it.
We'll see.
We got next up. We got the North, the AFC North. This is again another tough conversation to have. I'm going with the Cleveland Browns, despite the fact
Baltimore.
that you going Baltimore. Here's my issue with Baltimore. J.K. Dobbins is out for the year, and I know we got a Baltimore guy in the private comment section.
Yeah.
Splash. My take this offseason was the same. I have nothing but respect for Lamar Jackson, but I think that franchise is holding them back. I think that he deserves better than Greg Roman. I think he deserves an offensive
Greg
coordinator.
Roman's holding him back.
How Brian Dable challenged Josh Allen and said, you need to sink or swim as an NFL quarterback is what Lamar Jackson needs. He needs somebody to tell him to put the big boy pants on. He doesn't need Greg Roman there scheming every day and night, trying to make it easier for him.
I don't know how much scheming
He needs to be treated like an NFL quarterback, and he's not being treated like an NFL quarterback in Baltimore. They got better weapons this year. They went out and they got Sammy. They drafted Rashad Bateman, who's going to miss the start of the season. They got Mark Andrews. They got Tylan Wallace, who I love. They have a lot of really good players on the offense. But now that J.K. Dobbins is gone, it's Gus Bus. It's like Tyson Williams. It's Justice Hill. I don't know if there's enough in the backfield if Greg Roman's going to keep babying Lamar Jackson the way he's babying him.
I don't think this is year you can baby him. I think you just got to let him rip. But we just need to know if Greg Roman will let him do that, because if he's not doing that, and they should just get rid of, like, we saw Greg Roman getting fired at the beginning of the year, and and like nothing, they got better. That was it. Like, just get rid of him. He's not. He's shown he's not head coach. He's not a head coach guy.
I'm going to go with the Browns.
Okay,
so I'm going to go with the Browns because I just think that Kevin Stefanski is not stupid. And I think he understands what the bread and butter of that Cleveland Browns team is. I think they'll play solid defense with the talent they have on defense. And I think that offense is going to be all Nick Chubb. It's going to be all Kareem Hunt. He's not going to let it become the Baker Mayfield show. Baker Mayfield's going to thrive off of the running game. Stefanski is not going to pull a Freddie Kitchens and forget what the identity of that offense is. And I think it'll be enough for them to win the AFC North. Steelers are a house of freaking cards, man.
I think they're terrible.
I don't think that they're going to be very good either with that offensive line.
I think it's just everything. I think everything's kind of inflated. I know I'm not the good person to ask about the Steelers, but just objectively, they're not very good. They have
all right. Speed round here. NFC North. Who you got?
Green Bay.
Same here.
Easy.
NFC East. Who you got?
Dallas.
I got the Washington football team. AFC East. What do you got?
Jets. Goodbye, Bills.
Killing me tonight. I'm going with the Bills as well. All right. Finally, last but not least, what is your Super Bowl prediction?
Oh, I have no idea.
I'll share mine. Bills,
just-
Bills over Bucks. Josh Allen slays Tom Brady.
I'll just do Kansas City, Seattle. Who knows? I don't know. KC, Seattle. Just I don't like doing Super Bowl picks early. I think it's stupid, but who
You're
cares?
stupid. You're
Yeah.
stupid.
I don't.
And that's
yeah, I
how
don't-
we're gonna. And that's how we're gonna sign off for our hour here. Thank you guys so much. Your boy Lettuce, Ryan Potts, Nick Spano, everyone else who joined us in the comment section. We really enjoyed it.
Yep.
Bobby B from Buffalo Fanatics, thank you for joining us in the comment section.
Thanks.
You can find Alex on Twitter at Alex_Fabili. You can find me on Twitter at Judge Mathis. You can catch the Air Raid Hour every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. on the Buffalo Fanatics YouTube channel. And until we see you next time, can't forget.
Go donate.
Go donate.
money. Go donate.
Yeah, go donate. You're right. Go donate. I was gonna say go Bills, but you're right. Go donate.
Go donate.
Linktree/uSTADIUM. Go donate, and also go Bills.
Yes. Bye.
What's up? What's up, man?
It has been such a long time since Raj and I were together. It is a beautiful sight. It's been, what has it been, 4 months?
Dude, it's been like a long time. I honestly can't. It probably has been like 4 months, dude.
Yeah, it's been. How's it been? How's it been?
Been good, man. Busy. The off season kind of was nice. There was some downtime, so vacation time here and there. I mean, I always stay grinding with the page and everything and keeping up to date. But the last couple of weeks have been busy because training camp. I mean, that was nice, and then the preseason games. It's like getting back into the swing of the season. I was like, oh my god, this is gonna be a crazy year. I forgot because off season's like whatever, but back to the grind, man. It's fun, but it was a good couple months. So how have you been?
I'm good. I'm back at school. It's raining in Tucson today because why not? So I nearly died coming home from class. But yeah, I'm glad I'm getting some more content up with this live network, and we're 11 hours into this live stream.
That's crazy, man. I gotta say that is dedication. You guys been putting in the work. Much respect to you guys. And I saw that you guys raised your goal. You guys hit your goal.
Yeah, we've raised over $3,000. 3000.
That's pretty good, man. That's dope.
Yeah, we've more than doubled it. Like Nick said, he wanted $1,500, and then this has just been awesome. We've had so many teams. We had the Steelers guy; he was awesome. The Bills guys were great. You're here. We had the Dolphins guys on earlier. The Jets. So that what a day, and we get to close it out. So I got to ask, QB1, Jimmy Garoppolo or Trey Area?
Trey Area. So, I mean, man, I don't know if you've been watching my channel or all the stuff that's been going on. I mean, that has literally been the talk of the offseason, as it should. I mean, we've sat here for the last couple months, and what do we talk about? The Niners trading up. Now, who are they going to draft? And then it was Trey Lance. And then how's Trey going to be? And are they going to make him wait? All that blah, 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 blah. At the end of the day, like we talked about before, and then I predicted it before, Jimmy G is going to be your starter week 1.
Mm-hmm.
But Trey looked great this offseason. I think he's further along than anybody expected. He's going to play in the games. As we saw this last preseason game, I mean, they mixed them up. You got a 2-quarterback system, the two-headed monsters, I like to call them. It's unbelievable. Defenses are going to be confused. They're not going to be able to game plan. Jimmy looked good this offseason. The competition brought the best out of him. And Trey wants to prove himself. So really, quarterback 1 is Jimmy, but quarterback 1B is Trey. It's going to be 2 quarterbacks until the point is when Trey's 100% ready in Kyle's eyes, it's his team, no looking back, like we've said before. But this is great. You're going to have Trey getting to learn with live reps instead of sitting on the bench and holding the clipboard.
sure.
He's going to build chemistry with the receivers and the O-line and the running back. When he's in, he's not going to have to figure out, oh, where did the running backs line up? Where does this? He's going to know a lot more than an average player. And we have a good team and a good set of coaches to nurture him along the way. So really, honestly, Jimmy's your quarterback one right now, and he's handled this very well. Class act. He's brought Trey up, and he's been very supportive. And then this last weekend, the best thing you could say is, with the two quarterbacks, because most people would say it causes controversy. He says whatever's best for this team to win. They don't care. They want to win games. But to answer your question, simply answer that, Jimmy's your quarterback one for now.
Okay. So I got into quite a few arguments over the last few weeks because with Niners fans, with people that hate PFF, and I want to go on record and say, acknowledge the PFF grade exists.
Yeah.
But remember, that is not the final product. That is, go back to the Chiefs game, realize that Steve Spagnuolo was just being a dipwad to the 49ers. He was being cruel. He pretended that was Super Bowl 54.
He really did.
He pretended that was did Jimmy tear his ACL against the Chiefs?
He did tear his ACL against the Chiefs 2-3 years ago.
Okay, so he pretended it was that game. He pretended it was a Super Bowl. He didn't. It was no preseason game to Steve Spagnuolo, and it was no preseason game to that Chiefs defense. I watched a Brett Coleman breakdown of what Trey was doing, and you can't even blame Trey because he's playing with the twos, and it's against ones, and it's against ones and twos, and the twos are doing the things that the ones do, and it's all crazy confusing, and it's a preseason game. And I get that he had a PFF grade in the 50s, and I get that he had a couple dropped interceptions, and I'll defend the PFF grade and say, well, he had several dropped interceptions, but PFF grade is not everything, and there are a lot of things to be excited about. The throw to Trent Sherfield. No. Oh man, I saw a side by side of a play that Jimmy ran, exact same play, and Jimmy left it 20 yards short, and Trey, hash to hat. Oh
my God. So let's talk about that because I got a little bit of beef with this stupid PFF grade. So first off, I was at the game live. I had to see Trey area. That was the first game in Levi Stadium in like 2 years almost. I had to be there for the culture. Yep, everybody was excited to be there. They saw me. They loved me. I love the fans. I went there, saw Trey in action. That 80-yard bomb to Sherfield, unbelievable. And that's what Trey Lance does. He opens up the offense. He gives you that arm talent. He's going to take the top off of defense with that arm, the ability to run. He's a dual-threat quarterback. He's 21 years old. He's still got to learn. Of course, he's not perfect. But the fact that the Chiefs left their starters up against Trey Lance with a second-team offensive line, and that offensive line crapped the bed. They were not good. You had Chris Jones, he's NFL top 100 player, top 30 or 40.
He's top 30 in my list.
Yeah, I was like, come on, man. And he's going up against our twos. Of course he's going to take the sack. And I know PFF sit there said, or you mentioned the dropped interception. Let's talk about Trey Lance and his just overall performance. He led the NFL this preseason with receivers drops. They dropped 9 passes. You give him 9 more of those passes, his PFF grade goes up, his accuracy goes up, everything goes up, yardage. His PFF grade, to me, is a little whack because of the fact that he had receivers didn't help. But his first play of his NFL career in preseason was a pass to Brandon Ayuk, who everybody thinks Brandon Ayuk's going to have a great season. Drop pass. You can't have that as your first pass. Mentally, you're going to break down a little bit. But his second pass, the bomb to Sherfield. So, I mean, yeah, he hasn't been perfect, and I know people are going to sit there and criticize him. Their preseason games, that's what they're there for, to get him the reps, to get the knowledge and everything out there, and to build the rust off of the player. He played 1 game last year, right? So that, you got to kind of take that into consideration. Everything he did into preparation was practice drills. He was going and working out with, coaches and this and that, different QB coaches, and he put in a lot of work, but it's different from a live game action. That was the first game he played in a year against Kansas City. So really, I don't take that PFF grade into consideration. I don't know. I'm so I don't really love PFF grades because it's such a weird system. And I know that's one of the only systems we have really to grade these players. So people hold it in high regard, but I got to keep saying those 9 drops make a big difference in his PFF grade. So imagine if they had 2 drops compared to 9, whole different story.
So I will play devil's advocate a little bit with PFF that I don't know. I acknowledge it exists. I use it in, I don't say it's like the thing, but it's like if I'm doing my top 100, I think it's useful to say, hey, this guy was an 85 over a PFF grade. I kind of use it like baseball war that say, I don't know, Mookie Betts just hit a homer against my Braves. So if Mookie Betts is a higher WAR than Freddie Freeman, that doesn't mean he's better than Freddie Freeman, but it means the pool of players that Betts is a part of is generally better than Freddie Freeman, right?
Oh yeah,
so
I agree. And I respect
you're gonna have like
PFF.
individual disagreements, but
I mean, I do respect it because, like I said, it's a grading system, and we don't have a lot of grading, so you have to kind of look at it, but you have to take it at face value. To me, I think you hit the nail on the head there. It's not the end all be all grading system. Like there's a lot more to it. That's part of it, but there needs to be more substance. And when you dig deeper into it, like I said, those 9 drop passes, it kind of changes what you really look at. If you just look at the value at the PFF grade and you didn't watch any grades, you're gonna be like, oh man, he was horrible. 52.4 PFF grade, he must be bad. If you watch the games, you see, oh, his receivers were dropping passes, his O-line was horrendous, and it changes the narrative. That to me is what is the difference. If you watch the games, you watch the film, you study the tape. So I've seen all the film. I've seen all 22 this offseason of the games. Whole different perspective than just looking at the PFF number. It's a part of it. Like you said, you can use it in your rankings. Whole different story. You got to look at the whole package. But I respect it.
And I will say that I'll use a Lamar Jackson example. His 2 best throws against the Chiefs last season, big time throws from PFF. So those were the best plays that PFF said. Both dropped. Marquise Brown had 1. Mark Andrews had 1. So PFF does acknowledge the drops, and they will reward Lance for making a good throw. And if it's dropped, they'll just say dropped and good throw for Lance, right? So if, say, like Mac Jones had 1, like a 30-yard drop it in the bucket to, I think, Jacoby Myers. Myers dropped.
Yeah.
It's a big time throw for Mac. It's bad on Myers for dropping it, but it's a plus for Mac. It's a big time throw. So PFF does account that he had 9 drops. So he's getting positive grades on those throws, or he's not getting penalized because the receiver dropped it, unless it's like uncapped. It's like Lamar Jackson is catchably inaccurate, so you can catch the pass, but it's not a great spot, So if Lance is catchably inaccurate, PFF might ding him for a dropped pass, but it's a pass that he should have thrown better. So PFF does acknowledge the drop passes. They count all the turnover-worthy plays. They count all the big-time throws. And Trey did have that unreal throw to Sherfield, was certainly a big-time throw and was the throw of the preseason.
Yeah.
But I think there is some value. I thought Lance was fine. I didn't see a whole lot of Lance. And then I saw the PFF grade and thought, that's weird. And then I went back, watched every snap, and thought, yeah, I can see why PFF gave him like a 55 because I think 2 dropped interceptions. Yeah, there were a bevy of drops and he had some nice throws. But I know there was one, the Chiefs game, I think it was short of the sticks that's not a great throw. And even if the receiver catches it, he's short and you have to punt there. So
yeah,
I don't know. I would say it's a preseason PFF grade. It's not going to make or break his career. I still have been an outspoken guy saying I think Lance should start week 1. That's not going to happen, but hey, that's okay.
No, and even Shanahan said he didn't do enough to change the fact that Jimmy started. And I mean, I think Trey had a great camp. I've seen him. I was live at training camp a lot of times. I saw him. He looked good. He looked poised. He looked pretty solid in stretches in the preseason. But again, it's different in the preseason. It's a whole different ballgame. And it's just the fact that Trey was just there to get the reps and the mental rust off, the physical rust off, just to get him in their live game action. And he's coming along further than I think a lot of people are there. But I feel like with people that, like you said, starting week 1, I don't think it's a bad idea because I think they still can win the games with Trey, and then you develop them along the way. So it's not a bad argument because I had people tell me, oh, it's stupid. Don't start him. He's still young. He's still raw. He has a lot to go. His PFF grade's low. He's missing passes. He had to intercept. But still, That's rookie mistakes. You expect it to happen, and
Right.
really,
And like Fields had those same issues, and
yeah, exactly. And the O-line, he's going to play with the first team O-line. He's going to play with Kittle and Debo and Ayuk and all these guys. They'll still win games because they have a good defense and a good run game, and he'll develop. He might make mistakes, but you would expect it. Now, if Jimmy's starting, which he will, and he makes mistakes, now it's going to be a whole different story of, okay, he shouldn't be making those mistakes. He's been in the league a lot longer. Veterans shouldn't be making it. So then it's going to become a situation where they're like, okay, you need to start Lance. But that's why I like the fact that, they're doing the 2 quarterback system. So they're both going to be out there and they're both going to be on a pedestal, and they can kind of gauge where things go. But how many snaps each gets, that's going to be determined. But man, I'm excited either way.
Yeah, I'm pumped to watch some Niner football this year. And I will say with the PFF thing that people fail to mention that Trevor Lawrence was under 60 for a lot of the preseason, and that the Justin Fields was under 60. So it's not like Lance was far and away the worst quarterback there. Like, heck, Kyler, I believe Kyler had the lowest PFF grade among quarterbacks in the preseason.
It's bad. But
CJ Beathard, Niners legend, had the best.
CJ Beathard, man, I was watching him this preseason. I was like, why did we let this man go? He was killing it. We picked up Rosen and Sudfeld. And we didn't even keep him. I would have loved to have CJ. And, I was happy that we cut Sudfeld because I didn't want him to waste a roster spot on him. Right. But yeah, CJ killed it. And like you said, Fields and Lawrence, it took him a time to get there. Lawrence didn't look good until that last preseason game. And I think it was when they finally said you're the starter, I think mentally it changed for him. And he says, okay, now I'm a little bit more comfortable. I feel he was playing a little tentative and a little anxious. And that's the other thing is the mental side for these kids. They're 21 years old, 22. They're very young. They're coming in out of college. They got a lot to prove. When you're a first-round pick, a lot to prove. And these kids have a high standard for set out from. But I think all 5 of these rookie quarterbacks in the first round, they can all be really good, man. This is going to be I think when we look back at this class in like 5, 6, 7 years, we might be sitting here and saying, man, God, what a legendary quarterback class, because they all have potential to be great. I really do think that.
And I know I've read some tweets, and it's the odds of all 5 of them hitting are really low. I get it, but I don't want to be a prisoner of the moment, but I do think that each of them brings a unique value. Like Lawrence is a generational prospect, point blank. Zach Wilson goes number 1 most drafts. Fields goes number 1 most drafts. They just happen to be in the same draft, so you compare them with each other. Mac Jones has perhaps the highest floor of any quarterback drafted in, 15, 20, 25 years. Like I get the ceiling limitations on Mac are concerning, yes. But if you told me of the last 20 years worth of quarterbacks, who's a guy that week 1 is going to know the playbook and is going to be a competent NFL quarterback?
Mac Jones,
is Mac ever going to be a top 10 quarterback? Maybe, maybe not. But could he be a top 25 quarterback right now? Yep, 100%. And there's no projecting there.
Solid player. He's gonna, because in Alabama he was a winning quarterback and he played the system right, and that's what I felt when we talked about him before. I said, look, he's a guy. He's going to come in. It's not like he's horrible. He was a good player, good players around him, and he digests the playbook, and he's going to get it done. Will he be the greatest of all time or a top 5 kind of guy? I don't know, because like you said, his ceiling is kind of limited, but he's going to come in with a good skill set and he's pro ready. That's the word that we touted around when the draft. And then Trey Lance, he has the
I didn't even mention Lance, and he's an otherworldly prospect.
Yeah.
Like I've said on previous shows that I think Kyler has an outside argument of being the potential number 1 prospect pick ever, right? With the arm talent and the running ability that he's 95% of Mahomes with the arm and 95% of Lamar on the ground. Trey Lance is in that mold. Like I haven't even seen Trey Lance play a regular season NFL game, and there's a chance he's a top 32 prospect. I'm not going to say. Like I'm not saying he's Lawrence or not Fields, Lawrence or Luck or Elway or Peyton, but the talent there, the ceiling there is again Lamar Jackson crossed with Patrick Mahomes.
It's there, man, and he's 21 years old. He barely turned 21, barely old enough to drink. That's crazy, man. 21 years old.
I'm so excited for football. And one guy that I'm really excited for, I just took him in a fantasy draft, or I would have taken him in a fantasy draft earlier, but I think Nick beat me to it by like 3 rounds. How are we feeling about Mr. Brandon Ayuk? this
That's
season?
a good question. I love Brandon. I think he's going to have a big season. I do feel his preseason was kind of rough for him, and I don't want to say I was concerned. I just want to say that he has a lot of pressure on him. There's a lot of expectations on him, and this is the second year for a lot of good, receivers, and this is when there's a lot of pressure. You have a good, solid rookie campaign, and then the pressure gets to you. And we've had players in the past, they hit that sophomore slump, they hit that wall. But I think Brandon, you can tell he's really trained hard this offseason. He's put on a lot of muscle, and the expectations are for Brandon Ayuk to be a star-type player in the league. He can become a Pro Bowler in this league. I feel like he can be that type of player. Like everybody's touting up CeeDee Lamb and Justin Jefferson, and they're great. I think Ayuk can be spoken in the same breath as them, but I do feel that his preseason was very weak, and he needs to kind of really step in that week one and insert himself and be that alpha type guy that he can be. But the other thing that I feel that might take away from some of his production is that he wants to be the return man, the punt return man. That could change value in a fantasy draft, with him out there returning punts, whether he becomes good at it or if it limits his receiving. That could be a factor down the line. But right now, I still feel that Brandon Ayuk's going to have a big, big breakout season. I really do. But he has to stay healthy, and that's the key with all the players on the Niners, really. I feel like health has really been limiting everybody on like Debo last season, right? Debo was a guy who everybody thought was going to have a big time second season, but injuries kind of limited him. And I feel like that's where Brandon Ayuk has to make sure it doesn't happen to him, because I could see him going to that same trajectory if he has a big injury. So far, he's kind of avoided it. He does have a hamstring issue, but they got 2 weeks, in between now a week and a half in between that first week one game. So I think that he'll be ready, and I think he'll have a big season. But again, he has to be able to stay on that field and stay healthy. And this team is they practice hard and they play hard. So that's the only concern I have on Ayuk. But I think he's gonna have a big year.
For sure. And I know, I don't know if you follow Brett Coleman, but I know there was one night I was up just looking at Twitter, and he said Brandon Ayuk is going to have a Devontae Adams kind of season. I sat up in my chair and said, whoa.
He could. He could.
Yes,
Very well
someone I
could.
respect a lot thinks that highly of Ayuk. I need to start watching more. So Ayuk is unreal, and the things he can do after the catch. I guess the things he does before the catch, getting open with route running and separation, the things he does during the catch, winning at the point of attack, turning that separation into a successful catch, and then what he does after the catch, he's not far off what Debo does, AJ Brown does, Terry does. It's honestly crazy, and you pair him with Debo, like Nick mentioned, that it's kind of like a Woods Cup, but more silky and more like I'm just going to break a million tackles, like more like a Laviska Shenault running back, but wide receiver, or AJ Brown is like a running back playing wide receiver with the ball in his hands. So I'm super excited. That's going to be a big time. What's the Game Pass? Is it Game Pass? NFL Game. When I get Game Pass, when I knock Frankie's door down wanting Game Pass, I'm going to be watching a lot of Niners games.
Yeah, man. It's going to be fun. Our offense is going to be fun. And that's the biggest, and I love that you mentioned that, because the Niner receivers, they're basically running backs, wide receivers that play like a running back. It's the Yak, they call them the Yak Bros, the Yak Brothers, the yards after the catch. Kittle, bully, hard to take him down, and he's just tough after the catch. Debo, same thing. He used to be a running back, so that's why he's a running back-like receiver. Jet sweeps, end arounds, whatever you want to do. And then Ayuk, man, it's hard to take him down, and that's what makes these guys different than other receivers. But that's why I said that game style can wear you down. So staying healthy is so key. Kittle, Debo, they've had a lot of injuries through their career because they played like that. So I hope Ayuk doesn't fall through that same trajectory. But if he can stay healthy and hit the potential that he has, I could definitely see the Devontae Adams, man. This guy, like you said, route running's great. His catch radius, the man's got a go gadget arm. He could catch like crazy, like Megatron. He's got that crazy catch radius like Calvin Johnson. And then he's also just a filthy player after the catch. The jukes, the hurdle. I mean, the hurdle. Come on, man.
Yeah.
That was the highlight of the year last year.
Yeah. Okay. So before I'm going to talk about the running backs, did you see the? I think it was Bleacher Report Gridiron had NFL players doing the crate challenge, and it was just Brandon Ayuk hurtling over it.
Yeah,
hurtling. That was
funny. That was funny.
Bleacher Report. That's dub. I know you're competition, but
I think it was
that's
check
dub.
down. Actually, I think it was the check down.
Okay.
I did post it on my story. Yeah.
Okay, I'll take the L on that one. But the Niners aren't taking L's in that running back room. I talked at length. Trey Sermon, I think he's going to be a stud. I said earlier that he, to me, is the best running back in a Shanahan running system since Terrell Davis.
I agree. This guy's a physical guy.
Yeah. Oh man, the speed to power. It's again. I don't want to scout the jersey helmet. It kind of reminds me of what J.K. Dobbins did at Ohio State. Sue me for comparing an Ohio State running back to an Ohio State running back, but it's kind of like I've argued that J.K. Dobbins is Zeke without the crop top and the run against Alabama, and Trey Sermon is J.K. Dobbins without the 2,000 yards of production because he had a COVID year.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think Trey Sermon is a round worse than J.K. Dobbins, and I don't think J.K. Dobbins was a round worse than Ezekiel Elliott. It's just the value of running backs. So I think Sermon's going to be unreal as soon as he becomes I don't want to say RB1 because Shanahan's never going to have a true RB1. You guys always want to ride the hot hand, but in situations that he is the hot hand, the Niners aren't losing. There are no L's being taken.
Yeah, I agree. Trey Sermon's a guy that I talked up a lot this offseason on the live with Smitty, my guy from the Fantasy Football Show, and we talked him up a lot, and I was happy with this pick because we definitely needed a power-type running back, but he can also play with speed, like you said. We needed more depth at running back because we always seem to get hurt at running back. And this guy's a bruiser. He can take a beating. He can beat you. He's going to pound the defenders. He's going to run through the tackles and then make it easier for Raheem Mostert, who only needs 10 carries a game, and he's a home run hitter. And I think Trey Sermon, as he gets more comfortable and as he starts becoming more involved in the offense, you're right. He's just going to be hard to step down and take down. It's like we were talking about the Yak Bros, right? Hard to take down after contact. That's Trey Sermon, but he's a running back. So it's literally the same type of mentality.
Man.
Yeah, exactly. But Trey, it's unbelievable because you're right. He had Shanahan typically with the Niners and just generally, he doesn't take running backs early. He doesn't. He gets 7th rounders, undrafted guys. Look at Raheem Mostert,
Alfred Morris in 2012.
Jeff Wilson Jr., all these guys that we've had over the years.
Michael Hasty.
Yeah, exactly. They're all undrafted late. He purposely went and drafted Trey Sermon in the 3rd round, which I think that was a steal. He went to the 3rd round to take a running back. Do you not realize, Shanahan, the running mentality, drafting a running back 3rd round, this guy's going to be absolutely a superstar when it's all said and done. I can't wait for this guy. But yeah, that whole running back department the Niners have, it's going to be murderer's row. That was probably one of the hardest cuts they had to make for the 53-man roster today. They had to get rid of Wayne Gallman. This guy could have played on any team. He could be a starter. He's very serviceable for Saquon Barkley.
He was awesome with the
season.
Giants last year.
And he's a great pass protector, and he's a great player that catching out of the backfield. So I hope we can get him back on the practice squad because he was solid, but we couldn't give up on Jermichael Hasty and Elijah Mitchell. The potential those two guys have, we can't cut them. They would have been snagged by Seattle.
Yeah, and you don't want that staying in the division because just run right behind Damian Lewis and you're picking up a bunch of yards. So I love what San Francisco's done with running back. We talked about the quarterbacks extensively. We've talked about wide receivers. That I think George Kittle is the best tight end in the NFL.
Yeah.
So let's move over to the defense. Fred Warner, he got a bag. That was a large. I think we did a show and
we did a
it,
show when remember. I think the week before we were like, I think he's inside, and the week after I was like, oh, we got the bag, man. Yeah. I remember that.
Yeah. So, what do we think? What are the expectations for the Niners defense this year? Of course, in 2019, it was that elite unit. I believe top 6 in both scoring and total yards. There was the San Francisco game, or the San Francisco New Orleans game at the end kind of screwed everything up because you allowed 45 points, but you won the game. Yeah. So who cares? So allowed a lot of points, but you still won. And that's a game that you're playing in NFC powerhouse. And so, okay, as much as I like to use season-long stats to support my arguments, there are some times that they're faulty. That's one of the faulty ones. So they had an elite defense as far as I'm concerned, but you get dragged down because you have one game against the Saints, right?
Sure.
So what are the expectations heading into 2021 about that Niner defense?
Honestly, this season, I get a lot of the same vibes that we had in 2019. I mean, if you really break down the core of this team and we have pretty much the similar team as 2019. We've lost a few players, DeForest Buckner, unfortunately, Emmanuel Sanders, Richard Sherman. There's been a few players, but for the most part, we've pretty much kept the same defense intact. But there's been a few more additions. Kinlaw, year 2 should explode. You got the return of Nick Bosa. Oh my God.
Oh man.
Fred Warner,
Nick Bosa's
arguably the best linebacker in the league. Bag season. Now he's got to go earn that, prove that money, and he's entering the prime of his career, the leader. And I feel like this front seven, the defensive line and the linebackers, this unit is so good. I mean, they led the preseason in sacks. They didn't play Bosa much. They didn't play DJ Jones. D Ford didn't even play. And D Ford coming back healthy this season, that's a huge, huge, huge blessing. I didn't even think he was going to make the roster because of the injuries. That's a huge dub. They got Samson Ebicam. They have 11 linemen. They purposely kept all the linemen they could. Today, the reports were they were fielding calls for all their linemen. They wanted people wanted trades. Shanahan says, no, I'm keeping this D-line intact because he knows if they can keep that line rotating, keep Nick Bosa healthy, which was smart to have 11 linemen. You don't want to, wear Bosa down. He's coming off the ACL. And keep the pressure on a quarterback. It's going to take pressure off the secondary. And the other thing is, D'Amico Ryans, the new DC, this guy's aggressive, man. I love Salah, and I think he's going to do amazing with the Jets.
Ryans.
But D'Amico Ryans, man, he's a whole different ballgame. They're aggressive. They've been blitzing the corners, blitzing the safeties. We got some young talent, a lot of rookies. Demeter Lenore, the kid from Oregon, he flashed this preseason.
Yes.
Bunga from UFC, gem, 5th-round gem. A lot of young kids. Jason Verrett healthy this season. Emmanuel Mosley looking to take a step. So I think our defensive expectations is to be as good or maybe even better than 2019. But the big key and the theme of our team is got to stay healthy because Nick Bosa, if he doesn't stay healthy, throw it all away. If Fred Warner can't stay healthy, throw it all away. But those guys are the X factors, and I think Dre Greenlaw, another guy we have talked about, this guy's going to take that leap. But man, I'm just excited that Fred got paid, and you know he's coming to bring the fire. Yeah.
Yes. So before we move on, I have a question for you. I got into an argument on Instagram the other day. I posted my top 100, and I had Nick Bosa ahead of Daniel Hunter, and the guy said, well, neither of them played in 2020, and Hunter was better in 19. And then I said that Nick Bosa was the best player on a team that was a play away from winning the Super Bowl and would have won Super Bowl MVP had the Niners won. Do you agree with that? Do you think if the Niners had won the Super Bowl, who do you think would have won MVP?
Nick Bosa would have won the MVP in that game. He was dominating that game. But he had like 13 pressures. He would have won Super Bowl MVP, 100%. Yeah.
Okay, glad we're on the same page there. I wanted a confirmation from a Niners fan that I wasn't grasping at straws. I'm sorry to bring up bad memories, but I had to.
Yeah, I had to think. I was like, wait, why is he talking about the Super Bowl? I was like PTSD. But yeah, Nick Bosa would have won.
Okay. And we're both. Nick Bosa is unreal. He is going to have a kabazillion pressures this season. He is going to have 17 kabazillion sacks. I am so excited to see Nick Bosa. I remember, I don't know if Nick's still on with us. I remember before the season, I said Nick Bosa is the easiest 14 sack rookie in NFL history. He didn't hit 14 sacks, but he had enough pressures to, he was close. And then you factor in the playoff performance where he had a Von Miller-like performance as a rookie. Keep that in mind as a rookie. As a rookie, and we talked this year about the guys that, Trey Lance only played one college game. Sewell earlier didn't play 2020. Chase didn't play in 2020. Nick Bosa played like 3 games. They checked out the rest of the season, comes in as the number 2 pick, and then is a top, 50 player in the league immediately.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the crazy thing.
I'm so excited.
He didn't need to play a lot to show that he was great in the pros. You're right. He didn't play much in college because he wanted to keep his body right. And I feel like he's just built different, man. I say it all the time. He's just this physical specimen. Have you seen how he looks? He looks like chiseled out of stone. The guy's unbelievable, man. So
every edge I looked up today was Myles Garrett and TJ Watt were the main ones, but every defensive player I looked up today, it was just like a picture of them shirtless. It's like, it's crazy, come on. It's funny.
Nick Bosa, he knows what he's doing for the ladies, but the thing I already know Nick Bosa's coming back because last week, all the practice reports, it was Nick Bosa. He returned a team drills last week. It was the first time he was in team practice. He's been warming up. You know, he's been doing the regular drills, the sled and this and that. He's looked good. He showed his rehab videos all off season. But last week, for the first time since he tore the ACL, he's been doing team drills. You want to know what he did on his first snap on team drills on 11 on 11s?
Gotta be a sack, right?
He got a sack on his first freaking team drill. I was like, he's back. It's over. Game over. Though Twitter
it's over.
exploded. Dave Lombardi tweets it out, and it says on his first snap of 11 on 11 drills, Nick Bosa gets a sack. The whole Twitter world was. I had to post. I was like, this is crazy. He's back, man. And then the other thing that happened last week was Trent Williams was interviewed last week wearing the residency hat. I don't know if you guys see that. These hats are amazing. Shout out to residency. He interviewed Nick Bosa, and he says he's gotten better. He's gotten stronger. He's gotten stronger after coming off an ACL tear. So if Trent Williams, the man at left tackle, one of the arguably the best left tackle in the league, sits there and he tells the people that Nick Bosa has gotten better and stronger after coming off an injury,
that's scary.
That's scary, man.
Oh man, you're talking like perennial All-Pro or perennial Pro Bowler, All-Pro caliber, and then he has is like glowing endorsement. It's kind of, I can't even think of an example. It would be like, I don't know, Rodgers hyping up Devontae Adams. It's like star hypes up other star, and it just works. And I'm super excited to see Nick Bosa. He might. Okay, I'm a huge Joey Bosa fan, but Nick Bosa could be like, hey, I'm actually the better Bosa brother this season. I wouldn't be surprised at all. And that's top 5 edge right there. So, man, you're talking what a time to be alive for if you like edge rushers. Garrett's unreal, Watt's unreal. You know, both Bosa's.
Yeah.
Chase Young is on. Oh man.
Oh, Chase Young is a monster, man. I got, you know what? I got respect for that guy. Oh my God, that guy is so good.
Did he have a scoop score against the Niners?
Let's not bring that one up.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but it was. Yeah, he's good, man. Let's see. Yeah, he's good. That Washington D line is pretty damn good. I'm not gonna lie. Montez Sweat and Chase Young. It's not fair. Yeah, it's crazy.
And yet, Ioannidis was hurt all year, and they still were awesome. You know, you got Payne, and you got Jonathan Allen. It's like all first round picks.
Crazy.
I need to help you out, and you get like a jab in at me and my Ravens at some
point.
It's
all good, man. I got respect for everybody. You know, I will say this: prayers up to J.K. Dobbins, man. That's I hate to see that. I hate injuries like that, man.
I was live when I saw a tweet from I think Mike Florio, and it was Ravens running back J.K. Dobbins down on the turf holding his knee, and like my face, like I'm pretty red right now, right?
Yeah.
My face went total white.
Oh God.
It was like,
and you got the tweet notification from Mike Florio of all people. I can't stand that guy. You know,
I don't know exactly who it was.
I know.
Maybe it was Mike Garofalo. It was someone named Mike. It's someone that I follow.
That guy's on top of the game.
Yeah, I was just like, are you actually kidding me?
When I saw it, as I was watching, I was like, oh yeah, I knew. I was like, ACL, man. It's
like my heart broke.
I
now have 2 torn ACL players sitting in my closet with Dobbins and Acuna, and it's just heartbreaking.
I know how it is, man. We've been through it too over here in Ninerland. You know, Jimmy Ward, Jalen Hurd, the jump. Hey, I'm just happy.
I heard the Jalen Hurd hype train.
I heard that's like the Niner cult figure right there. If you're a Niner fan, you've been pulling for this man for the longest time. Like this is the most patient we've ever been on a player. He made the roster today. I'm happy for my boy Jalen. Yeah.
It's funny to me. There's a couple like players on each team that like fans flock to. So every team believes their slot cornerback is a top 5 slot corner without fail. Every team believes their offensive coordinator sucks without fail. And every team, if you have the third rule is if you have a fullback that is relevant, so Juszczyk, Ricard, CJ Ham, guys like that, they are one of your favorite players, whether you like it or not.
Oh, I love Juice, man.
Yeah, I love Juice too. I miss him. We freaking have a Pro Bowler replacement. I know
that's the crazy part. You replaced Juice with the Pro Bowler, but so you can't be too mad. But Kyle Juszczyk, man,
we replaced the guy before Juice was Vonta Leach, and he was an All-Pro.
Yeah, you guys. I mean, you guys run a very, I wouldn't say similar, but you guys run a run-heavy offense, and you need a good fullback, and that's why they're Pro Bowl. Like us, run heavy. We need to have a good fullback, and the blocking and all that. I love Juice, man. I was another guy. I was happy we were able to bring him back very vital part of this offense. That guy's. They need to use him more in the offense, man, because he runs routes like a freaking receiver. It's crazy.
Yeah, he is. It's like, like McCaffrey gets love for being, oh yeah, he could play slot receiver. I think Kyle Juszczyk could low-key like be a competent receiver in the NFL.
I really do.
He's just like typecast into a running or typecast to a fullback role. And it's like you could probably use him more as like a tight end.
Probably play like that Wes Welker type role, man, because he's got speed. He's good at block. He does it all. Like there was one play. I mean,
stiff arm Minka into the ground that one.
Oh, the stiff arm against Minka. There was one play that stood out to me in his career with the Niners, and it's because it's Seattle. He runs a wheel route, just ate the corner alive, and it was like a 50-yard play. I was like, oh my! When I saw that and he routed up the cornerback, I was like, this guy is, because they threw him out on the edge, and I was like, they're putting Kyle out in wide receiver, and he routed up the corner. Wheel routed him up, and I was like, oh my God, use this man more in passing downs, man. This guy's so underrated.
How do you feel about him being, I think, number 97 or 98 in the NFL Top 100? Get some fullback love in there.
I mean, it's nice to have him in. He should be higher, but it's just nice to get love at all. But I take those rankings with a grain of salt because they're always wrong. But it's nice to see your players when they're. Of course, I get excited. Juice was in there. Kittle was in there. Warner was in there, and Fred Warner. I mean, we got 4 players. You can't be mad.
Yeah, I think Kittle should have been a lot higher, but
I mean, I get the injuries.
I thought he was a deserving Pro Bowl guy, even though he played 8 games. Granted, that's how bad Evan Ingram is.
Yeah.
What I can't remember his name. That George Kittle outproduced Evan Ingram, and Ingram played 8 games.
Yeah, 8 more games. Yeah, I agree, but I get it. Why they low ranked him is because of the injuries. So I mean, it is what it is. I'm not gonna cry over it because again, this season's a whole new season. I don't even want to think about last year. That was a wash. That was a horrible year. We're going to come back stronger. We're going to bounce back and prove everybody wrong. So, do I think he should be ranked better? Yeah, of course. But injuries happen, so I can see why the rankings were low. The guy that really surprised me was Fred Warner. I think he should have been top 15. He gave him number 21. That's fine. And then Trent Williams, I know he missed like 2 games at the end, but best left tackle in the league shouldn't be ranked lower than Bakhtiari, but I'm not.
Okay, they are as a whole. They're disrespectful to the offensive lineman. Like, okay, I'm a Stanley guy. I think he's the best pass protector in the NFL, and as Trent Williams is the best run blocker at any position in the NFL, 1,000 bazillion%. But I would value pass protection over run blocking, so I'll take Stanley. So I think that's fair. But just like I had Trent Williams, I think at 21, I had like Stanley, Bakhtiari, and Williams like all clustered together, and I think that's what I think that's the right thing to do. That on any given day, Trent might be the best, Bach might be the best, Stanley might be the best.
They're all good.
Like, come on, Zach Martin was in the 80s. Like,
come on, man. I know it's ridiculous. You see Trent Williams this week throw a man. He threw a man like a rat. Come on, nobody else does that. Trent every week. It's like what lineman has a highlight package? This man, I could go through my highlights.
Quinn Nelson has a gnarly one, but yeah, Trent.
And he has a highlight package, dude. He like picks up these guys and he just throws them like a rag doll. It's unbelievable, dude.
I don't know if you caught my I did my top 50 today, and in my Trent Williams section, I said this man turns grown men, grown edge rushers, and defensive tackles and interior, whatever defensive lineman you throw at him, he turns them into children.
He really does. It's crazy. I mean, every week he gets a highlight, like a big pancake or a toss on somebody, or you just get a move, bitch, get out my way, kind of ludicrous kind of stuff. It's crazy, man.
It is so much fun to. I've always been a wide receiver and cornerback guy when I watch film, but Trent Williams is changing my mind.
I love
I'm wanting to watch a lot more. Oh man,
the last few years I've really, because of Shanahan, the way he runs is same. I like watching receivers and corners and things like that and studying quarterbacks. But man, ever since Shanahan took over, I love to study these old linemen to kind of see where they're moving, see how the hole opens up for the running back. It's crazy. So, but yeah, any other comments, questions, concerns? I'm gonna have to wrap it up a little bit. I got some things I got to do.
I don't think so. What are we thinking wins wise, and where did the Niners finish in the division?
Niners first place in division. We're going 13-4 if everything goes right. I can't see them. I can't see them lose. I can't see them have a worse record than 10 wins. But They got to stay healthy. I honestly think that we're going to take the division. Rams number 2, Cardinals number 3, and Seattle number 4. That defense is a little sketchy. They're going to be in shootouts.
Man, I think I mentioned a couple hours ago that I was really high on Seattle's offense, and I said Russell Wilson could be fantasy QB1, and this might be the year he finally gets like MVP votes.
Yeah.
Okay, look, we've been talking for 45 minutes about the 49ers. Obviously, I'm going to Ayuk is great, Kittle's great. The Niners are going to be really good. I know I got some flack for putting them in the top 10 of my power rankings, but I think I don't know. They're going to be gnarly offensively, and as soon as Trey area.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, it's going to be fun times. The NFC, at the end of the day, the NFC West is going to be a dog fight, man. Dog fight.
This might be the year. The last year we mentioned it. All 4 teams can make it. This might be the year that all 4 freaking teams make it because I don't trust New Orleans. Minnesota, I don't know what the heck Kirk Cousins is doing. And then really, I don't even have to talk about the NFC least. Like the Rams had more wins in the NFC East than like any NFC East team had. Yeah. And they played 4 games. So, with that said, it's great to have you back.
It's good to be back, man. We'll be back at it. I'm happy to be here. It was fun to talk to you tonight, as always. It's good to be back, man. And this is going to be a fun season. You know, you got my number. Hit me up, and we'll keep going. And we got to get back to what we were doing over the last. It's been a good little break, but I'm back. I'm happy to be back.
Yeah, I might have to do some maybe. I don't know what your Instagram schedule is, but I know with the Jets guys, we do a post game show. We did a couple post game shows. So I would imagine you're like booked or slammed or whatever.
I'll try my best, man. I'll hit you up and say, hey, let's throw something together. But game days are busy, man. I need to get an accountant. I need to hire someone to help me out, man.
Man. I have to work all day Sunday, and then Frankie's like, yeah, go do post game shows. It's like, who the heck is posting on the app? I'm the one that does that.
I could quit my job. I would do this for a full-time gig. I really would.
Oh yeah.
I'm taking in applications for a sugar mama also. So if anybody wants to help me out, let me know so I can do this all day.
All right.
All right, my man. Good to see you again,
it's a pleasure having you on. Right, peace. And I think we're gonna bring. Is Henry here? Did Henry just leave? There's Henry. Okay, cool. All right. See you, Raj.
Take care.
All right. I am full screen. Let me change up the stand. Boom, boom, boom. All right, we're going to quad box, ladies and gentlemen. We got Stefan, we got Jack, we got Henry. It is currently 8:50 where I am. We are 10 minutes away, 14 minutes away from hitting the 12-hour mark. How are we feeling? First of all, how are we feeling?
Exhausted.
I'm sorry, Henry, that you was cut off.
That's okay.
He's
okay. You're no longer cut off because we have a.
There we go. Nick to the rescue.
Saving us.
What's up, guys?
I have a secret. I didn't mention it. I've been up for like 30 hours now.
Wow.
So
I just took a shower. It's a hot one. That's why my eyes are like bloodshot. So I don't want anybody to think anything different.
Sure.
And I'm mad at this stupid Florida Disney water. And I'm out of
it's smart water.
I drink a lot of grape water, and I'm out, and I'm losing my mind here.
Well, we can wrap everything up. I think it was an absolute success. Everybody did a great job from, Henry, Splash, you guys coming up with the idea and executing on it. To everybody who donated, and we're going to put a list together. We won't blow your spots up. We'll just use first name, last initial. Can't thank you guys all enough. Obviously, Damon Harrison, Charles Leno, everybody who took part in hosting a show, Buffalo Fanatics, Steeler Nation, Raj with RSF, the Play Like a Jet guys, Zach with the college football, the option guys with fantasy, the fantasy talk and their donations. So everybody in the chat, I mean, there were so many. We'll get a total number of how many people donated and what was tallied up. Probably in the next few minutes here when everything closes. I think we have like 8 minutes left on let's get a live update on the auction items. We have 7 minutes and change. We have the Cam Jordan game worn jersey is over $300. Leno mini helmet 75, JC Horn 70, Michael Parsons 70, Justin Fields 150. So people have the last 7 minutes to get in there and get the bids in. If it's anything like old school eBay, sometimes you get those last minute auction prices jacking up. So we'll see.
Man, you gotta buy the buy now on eBay. I can't imagine.
Yeah, the auction prices anymore. It's not like 2005. Austin, what's up, man? Thanks for all your support and sharing. We saw that. Everybody who shared it, it didn't have to be a monetary donation, as we mentioned, but sharing it and getting it out there to as many people who could in turn donate to this. But I mean, that's what it was all about today, was raising as much awareness and money to help people who were affected by the hurricane. And, we're going to send, we'll send a check to the Red Cross, and hopefully it goes to great use and it helps some people out who really need it.
1000%. So
absolutely, that was the most important thing I think out of everything today.
So I want to take a moment. Big shout out to Henry, the
goat.
brains, the bronze, I'm going to do a Survivor joke. The brains, the bronze, and the beauty of the show today. Good stuff, man. Beauty. You
He's actually the looker of the group. You should be an Instagram model, Henry.
The golden boy.
I appreciate you guys, and I want to thank everyone from the guys from Timeout, Nick, Frankie, Brianna, to the Dolphins guys, to Splash.
I forgot about
especially Splash.
Connor.
To Stefan, for Zach, for debuting live and soloing just for an hour, which is incredible because when I go solo, I end up rambling and run out of things to talk about within 5 minutes. So I am very impressed with Zach. And I'd like to thank, what else should we have? We had the Steelers guys, we had the 49ers, we had Raj, we had
Bills guys.
You thank everybody here but me. I feel appreciated.
Flash, Jack, and on the sidelines too, we had Javier helping out with the graphics, all that jazz, and
the graphics and the branding look so great. It's sometimes glanced over, but it's inviting. It looks great.
This is all of Henry's work. I'm just going to cycle through. So we got the sports desk. We got
Logo was mine, but he made the graphics. So
Dolphins Dive, the one we've been using, the option, Niners, Jets, Squash the Splash, Steelers, My Top 50, Timeout, University, and then rest in peace, Henry. But that's okay.
Got the empty water bottle, pouring it out.
Yeah,
we got a long season ahead of us, boys. We can, a lot of time to get on there. So we need a Timeout with uSTADIUM logo. I just realized that we're just text at this point, or the microphone was. We have the mic or the.
I think
I think it was the microphone one. Yeah, we can work on it. I mean, this is great. Thanks, Damien. Appreciate that. All the comments were awesome from, Kenny Shane with the first show to Javier R, not our Javier R. The guys from the app just showing love and support. It was just awesome all the way around, man. What really, Splash, maybe you think differently, and Javi and Henry and Jack, like you guys were behind the scenes for the entirety, but it kind of went fast, in my opinion. It felt like we just started at noon, and here we are, like at midnight. I'm surprised that I made it up this late. Usually I'm in bed by now, but it was cool, man.
The last time I woke up at 9 a.m., so there's that.
Yeah, I was up early for this too. I was like,
I was up at like 7:30 this morning, 7 this morning. I was gonna say that Splash and I had like the West Coast advantage, but he said he got like 30 straight hours. He's awake for 30 straight hours.
Yeah, so. I the last time I was asleep was 11 a.m. yesterday.
What the hell happened?
We are rocking with 34 hours without sleep. So I agree, Dad. I will be passing out in the next half hour.
We called you Dad and told him to tell you to go to sleep.
Yes, yes, I do. Thanks, Dad.
So we got 2 minutes left with the show. The Cameron Jordan one went up to 316. So someone jumped it for, I think it was, what was it, a 301 when I last mentioned?
Yeah, I have it set for $15 increments, so we don't have someone bid 302.
Oh, good.
Wow.
See, that's smart. Smart kid, man. Yeah, so I mean, you guys should definitely be proud of yourselves for the hard work, seeing it through. I mean, Henry came with us with the concept. I think it was Saturday before the storm was about to hit, and to put it all together and be able to reach out to enough people to get behind it, to volunteer to help, to come on the show, to donate goods. Shout out to a friend of our show, Brian, who hooked us up with the signed memorabilia. Obviously, Charles hooked us up with his own, and Cam Jordan hooked us up with his. But Brian hooked us with the 3 signed mini helmets. So many people just coming together to make it happen. And like we mentioned, Hen, to Charles, it's just awesome to see the positive side of social media come out in full force. And that's exactly what this is. This is social media driven, nothing else. So you being able to use our platform and volunteer our time to get it done, it feels good to do something good. So, you guys should all definitely be proud of that.
This is
I've been waiting. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I've been waiting to do this all night. We have a donation, and I can announce it live. So excited.
Hey, what do you
Eric
got?
Moreno, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate it.
Derek is the man. We miss Derek over here. He's a uSTADIUM vet. He was actually Frank and myself. He was the first kind of intern / worker with uSTADIUM. He was the first one to come